Chapter 51 Staying Up Late to Cultivate Immortality, Boundless Magic Power. Xiao Yang, it's getting late now. You just came back from soul hunting today. Why don't you go to rest first? Huo Wushuan said to Mu Yang after glancing at the soul guide timer hanging on the wall of the living room and finding that it was already early in the morning. Yes, Xiao Yang, you should go to rest first. You finally recovered from your illness. Don't get sick again. Huo Wu nodded in agreement. In Huo Wu's eyes, her cousin Mu Yang's physical weakness has only been gone for a few days. It's best not to be tired and stay up late, so as not to get sick again. That's good too. Thinking that Huo Lai and the others couldn't completely refine the power of the fairy herbs for a while, Mu Yang nodded. After getting up and washing up, Mu Yang returned to the bedroom. Fell asleep right away? That's impossible. As a qualified role king, how could he go to bed so early? Mu Yang, staying up late to cultivate immortality, boundless magic power. In Mu Yang's opinion, although he didn't use a proper cheat, he did use 3 small cheats. The first is knowing the original storyline, the second is the twin martial souls, and the third is the innate ability, deduction. Even if the 3 are compared, perhaps the deduction innate ability is the most important. If he didn't have the deduction innate ability, he wouldn't have been able to create the foundation building meditation method that can be practiced without awakening the martial soul. If he didn't have the foundation building meditation method, he wouldn't have been able to awaken the innate full soul power, and without the innate full soul power, he probably wouldn't have been able to awaken the twin martial souls. Well, the causal relationship between the innate full soul power and the twin martial souls should be reversed. It's not that the innate full soul power can awaken the twin martial souls, but because 2 martial souls are awakened, the innate soul power level is very high. Of course, like himself and Tang San, because they started practicing before the martial souls were awakened, they are special cases and cannot be calculated according to common sense. If he is not talented enough, then knowing the original storyline may not change anything. At least he will not live as carefree and promising a life as he does now. With the capital to rely on, Mu Yang naturally had to make the most of his deduction talent. If conditions permit, deductions should be done once in the morning and evening, and should not stop for a day. After deducing Sun Body Refining, Mu Yang began to deduce the attack secrets suitable for the Naruto martial soul. Before becoming a titled Douluo, Mu Yang did not intend to add soul rings to the Naruto martial soul. Unless he could catch a 100,000-year soul beast and attach it himself, or the other party was willing to sacrifice to him, Mu Yang would rather keep the soul ring position so that after becoming a titled Douluo, he could quickly increase his soul power level to the 99th level of the peerless Douluo by attaching a high-year soul ring. The food-type ginseng martial soul does not have combat capabilities, and with twin martial souls, Mu Yang has no interest in attaching a mirror shadow beast soul ring to create a clone ginseng that can replicate other people's martial souls and soul skills. Pirated is pirated after all, it is not as good as the original, and he is not really without combat martial soul. Once the Hokage martial soul is perfected, this soul skill will inevitably be useless. Instead of playing with pirated martial souls and soul skills, it is better to directly arrange the secret method. After all, the mysterious secret method will not only not occupy the soul ring position, but also will not be useless. It is enough to benefit for a lifetime, and not only for him, but also for Huo Wu and others. It's just that the plan can't keep up with the changes. Before this unique skill was created, his martial soul changed its attributes due to the transformation and evolution, from the original fire attribute to the ice and fire fusion attribute. Fortunately, the previous deduction process was not wasted, because as early as the beginning of the deduction, Mu Yang set the deduction direction, which was the attack secret method that did not have attribute division. The cultivator has what attribute of soul power, and the secret method he uses is of that attribute. If the soul power has no attribute division, it is a secret method without attribute, which is universal for all systems. However, this is not because Mu Yang has foresight, but because he had some thoughts in mind from the beginning. The attribute of a certain girl's martial soul is ice. If he deduces a fire-attributed attack secret method, then he can't practice it. In addition, in Mu Yang's previous plan, after Huo Lai and Huo Wushuan took the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd and Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng, their martial soul attributes may no longer be pure fire attributes. It would be best for him to deduce a secret method of universal attributes, rather than limited to fire-attributed secret methods. Of course, Mu Yang is not going to deduce this secret method now. The deduction of the attack secret method can be put aside for the time being, and the top priority in front of him can be solved first. What is the top priority? After the martial soul has transformed and evolved, the meditation method is not suitable. The martial soul of the ice and fire fairy jade ginseng is a dual attribute of ice and fire. The martial soul of the ice flame holy shadow is a fusion of ice and fire, and the extreme flame meditation method is a pure fire attributed meditation method, which is no longer suitable for him to practice. The most urgent task is to deduce a meditation method of ice and fire fusion attribute that fits the ice flame holy shadow martial soul and is applicable to the ice fire fairy jade ginseng martial soul. Well, although it has not been deduced yet, Mu Yang has already thought of the name of this meditation method, which is called ice flame meditation method. It is worth mentioning that after discovering that the extreme flame meditation method is no longer suitable for his own practice, Mu Yang also discovered a drawback that he had ignored in the past. That is, after practicing the extreme flame meditation method, there is only fire attribute soul power in his body, and fire attribute soul power is actually not suitable for making two kinds of soul power ginseng for ginseng martial soul. Although it has not been specifically verified, Mu Yang estimates that the actual effect of the soul restoring ginseng and blood replenishing ginseng made by his fire attribute soul power is slightly worse than the two kinds of soul power ginseng made by non-attribute soul power. However, if the ice flame meditation method is available later, the soul power cultivated in the body will be a fusion of ice and fire, which is a higher level soul power of the ice and fire fairy jade ginseng martial soul. The actual effect of the soul power ginseng produced at that time will probably become stronger. For example, if the life attribute is one of the higher level attributes of the wood attribute, when other conditions remain unchanged, a wood type soul skill is performed and activated by the wood attribute soul power, the effect will definitely not be as good as that activated by the life attribute soul power. Hey! The efficiency is improved so much. As soon as he started to activate his innate ability to deduce the ice flame meditation method, Mu Yang was secretly surprised. On the way back to Blazing Fire Academy after leaving Sunset Forest, Mu Yang tried to deduce the ice flame meditation method. The efficiency comparison between the two can almost be said to be a comparison between a bicycle and a supercar. However, this situation is normal. After all, he had not taken the hope for the autumn water dew at that time, and his mental power level was just over level 30. After taking Wang Chuan Qiashulu, his mental power level soared by more than 20 levels. The deduction speed is directly linked to the strength of mental power, and the efficiency of the deduction talent ability has naturally improved qualitatively. End of this chapter. Chapter 52 Lava Tyrannosaurus. Time passed slowly, and the familiar feeling of soul fatigue reappeared. Mu Yang had no choice but to stop today's deduction. Afterwards, Mu Yang still did not lie down to sleep directly. He cheered up, took out paper and pen, and began to record Tien refining spirit and Taiyang refining body. Mu Yang was not stingy with his relatives. Although the two skills are mysterious, in Mu Yang's view, they are not absolutely secrets that cannot be passed on. Outsiders cannot pass them on, but blood relatives are not included. In addition, Mu Yang knows that in Douluo continent, the biggest reliance of soul masters to become strong, it is not a unique skill, but a talent for cultivation. Mysterious skills can only serve as icing on the cake. For example, in the original novel, Tang San founded the Tang sect. In the past, the Buddha of Tang kept the secrets of the skills secrets tightly. After the Tang sect was established, the secrets such as Xian Tian Gong and Ziji Demon Eye were passed down. But even if the Tang sect in later generations had a divine background and various skills secrets as inheritance, didn't it decline with the passage of time? From this, it can be seen that the profession of soul master depends too much on talent. For example, external cultivation conditions, skills secrets, etc., can only be regarded as secondary. As long as the talent is strong enough, even if you lose at the starting line, you can still completely beat any second generation in the future. Of course, Mu Yang deleted Taiyin refining God and did not write the fifth realm Taiyin, but only recorded the first to fourth realms. There is nothing else. Mu Yang is mainly worried that if the technique is taken away by someone and the practice is successful, a god-level strongman with a mental power that breaks through the 100-level limit will suddenly appear in the mainland Soul Master world. There is no secret technique in the world that can be kept absolutely secret. Because there are Soul Masters in the mainland Soul Master world who have a spirit skill that affects or controls other people's minds, once other Soul Masters are hit, all the secrets that can be recalled will be in an unguarded state. For example, there is a spirit type titled Douluo with a stronger mental power than Tang Hao, and he also has a spirit skill that controls the mind. As long as Tang Hao is hit, then Big Samurai Hammer is not a unique skill of Haoshan sect. Abridged, the 5 realms of Tien, refining god can only cultivate mental power to the semi-god realm at most. The upper limit of the practice of sun body refining is linked to the practitioner's soul power level. In other words, if the practitioner's soul power level does not reach level 100, and his comprehension does not reach the point of innovating the skills, then the upper limit of practice can only be below level 100. A titled Douluo who cannot break through level 100 can be worthy of Mu Yang's attention when his own strength is insufficient, but once he ascends to the throne of God in the future, well, he is not much bigger than an ant, and there is no need to care about him at all. Perhaps Tang San in the original novel thought so when he passed down various skills and secrets. Early the next morning, in the bedroom, after waking up from a sleep, Mu Yang, who was full of energy, continued to deduce the ice flame meditation method. But at this moment, a strong momentum suddenly rose downstairs, and then spread to the entire Blazing Fire Academy. Breakthrough. Realizing this momentum far beyond the ordinary 8-ring soul Douluo, Mu Yang's face was happy, and he paused the deduction, and hurriedly got up and got out of bed and rushed downstairs. As soon as he came downstairs, Mu Yang saw Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu, who had not slept the previous night but were still energetic and excited. Half an hour later, Huo Lai walked out of the underground quiet room with a smile on his face and came to the living room. "Dad, did you really break through?" Huo Wu ran up to him and asked excitedly. "Thanks to the help of the immortal herbs." Huo Lai smiled and nodded. "Yet." Suddenly, Huo Wu jumped 3 feet high with excitement. There was no way, her father was promoted to the 90th level quasi-titled Douluo, and he only needed a 9th soul ring to be among the titled crown. As a little cotton-padded jacket, she was naturally very excited. After all, who doesn't want their father to be a powerful titled Douluo? Congratulations to Dad, Uncle, for becoming a titled Douluo. Huo Wushuan and Mu Yang stepped forward to congratulate. "Haha, it's too early, too early." Huo Lai smiled and waved his hand. He said too early, but at this moment, Huo Lai had even thought of his own title. "By the way, Uncle, your martial soul should have evolved, right?" Mu Yang asked Huo Lai. Although he couldn't see Huo Lai's martial soul, Mu Yang could sense that Huo Lai gave him a feeling that was no longer just the bursting flames of the past, but also mixed with a strong breath, as if he was a volcano about to erupt. And the most obvious thing was that Huo Lai's short golden brown hair, which was originally the same as Huo Wushuan, had turned black and red, like magma that was about to cool. "Martial soul, possess." Hearing this, Huo Lai smiled, then shouted and released his martial soul. Instantly, with the rise of black and red flames, Huo Lai's muscles expanded a lot, and the surface of his skin was covered with a layer of hot black and red scales. His palms turned into dragon claws, and 2 feet long dragon horns protruded from his head. In addition, behind Huo Lai, a huge unknown dragon phantom with black and red scales, 2 horns, 4 claws, and 2 wings, with a ferocious appearance, condensed. Facing Huo Lai possessed by the martial spirit, Mu Yang and Huo Wu were fine. They just noticed that Huo Lai's aura was strong, but because Huo Lai did not deliberately target them, they did not feel uncomfortable, but Huo Wushuan was different. After Huo Lai's martial spirit possessed him, Huo Wushuan, who had the unicorn fire dragon martial spirit, could not help but tremble all over, and felt that his legs were a little weak, and he did not dare to raise any resistance in his heart. Obviously, even if he had not yet released his martial spirit, Huo Wushuan was still suppressed to a certain extent when facing Huo Lai's evolved black and red dragon martial spirit. Moreover, due to the huge gap in strength between the two sides, the originally not so obvious suppression force was multiplied. Is it a dual attribute of fire and earth, or a fusion of fire and earth and lava? After carefully examining the unknown black and red dragon shadow, Mu Yang asked Huo Lai. "It is a dual attribute of fire and earth, but I named it Lava Tyrannosaurus." 2. Be honest, Huo Lai was excited, but also a little depressed. After taking the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, his soul power, which was close to level 89, broke through to level 90 quasi-titled Douluo, and his martial soul evolved and transformed into a Lava Tyrannosaurus Rex that was stronger than the Unicorn Fire Tyrannosaurus Rex. Undoubtedly, the Lava Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul evolved on the basis of the top beast martial soul is definitely one of the strongest beast martial souls on the continent, and is not much worse than the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex, which is known as the number 1 beast martial soul in the world. Originally, martial soul evolution is a good thing, and the lava Tyrannosaurus rex martial soul has the dual attributes of fire and earth, which is almost 100% compatible with the lava mimicry training field of the Blazing Academy. But the bad thing is that while the lava Tyrannosaurus rex martial soul has the attribute of fire, it also has the attribute of earth. In this way, the extreme flame meditation method, which is a pure fire meditation method, is not suitable for him to practice. The ultimate fire sounds pretty high-end. Huo Lai originally wanted to try it, but his martial soul has become a dual system of fire and earth, so it seems that the ultimate fire is probably impossible. Thanks to my friend 2023042554970 for the monthly ticket. Thanks to my friends Gujia Guaren, 202103011065826306304, Sit Bench and Eat Watermelon, 202206063632572, 20231103231418406, Blow Dreams to Zizhu, 2023042554970, and Hongmeng Lord for the recommendation tickets. Please collect, recommend, and vote for the monthly ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 53. It is indeed extraordinary. Mu Yang didn't know about Huo Lai's little depression. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care, because Mu Yang had already made a plan. The extreme flame meditation method was deduced by him with his innate ability combined with ordinary meditation methods, not by an unknown god as Huo Lai imagined. He can deduce the extreme flame meditation method of the fire system, and now he is deducing the ice flame meditation method of ice and fire fusion, so he can naturally deduce the lava meditation method of fire and earth fusion in the future. It's just that this lava meditation method and so on have to wait until he deduces the ice flame meditation method. Fortunately, with the experience of deducing the extreme flame meditation method before, it's just a matter of changing the attribute of the meditation method. In addition, the strength of mental power has been greatly improved, and the deduction speed is far less than it was before. Whether it is the ice flame meditation method that is being deduced now, or the subsequent lava meditation method, it will be available soon. This is like a martial arts master who needs 10 years of hard work to create a first-class technique. If he creates another first-class technique later, it will definitely take less than 10 years because of the experience of the previous creation. In addition, although the martial soul after the fiery transformation is called lava Tyrannosaurus, it actually only has the dual attributes of fire and earth, not the lava attribute of fire and earth fusion. The former is a combination, and the latter is a fusion. The two are not the same concept. It is like the former are two soul masters who cooperate tacitly, while the latter can activate the martial soul fusion technique. When the other conditions of both parties are almost the same, the latter can beat the former. Of course, the gap between the dual attribute soul power of fire and earth and the lava attribute soul power is not necessarily as big as the gap between ordinary soul masters and martial soul fusion soul masters. After all, the lava attribute is not a very high-end attribute. However, if Huo Lai, who possesses a dual-type martial soul of fire and earth, can practice the lava meditation method that combines fire and earth, perhaps the lava Tyrannosaurus martial soul of fire and earth can truly evolve into a lava Tyrannosaurus with lava attributes? Uncle, Sister Huo Wu has broken through level 30, but you can take her to hunt souls later. As he said this, Mu Yang took out the pages of Tien Refining the Soul and Sun Refining the Body with deleted records from the Soul Guide storage bracelet and handed them to Huo Lai. Oh! Seeing this familiar scene, Huo Lai's eyes lit up immediately and he took the page handed over by Mu Yang. Tien Refining the Soul, Sun Refining the Body? As soon as he saw the name, Huo Lai had a rough idea in his mind. After a rough look, it turned out to be the method of cultivating mental power and the method of forging the body that he expected. His Majesty the God of Heaven made a move, which was indeed extraordinary. Mu Zia woke up much later than Huo Lai, and it was not until near noon that she refined the medicinal power of the 8-petal fairy orchid. However, unlike Mu Yang and Huo Wu, who swallowed it whole, Mu Zia completely refined the medicinal power of the fairy herb at one time. In the subsequent practice, there was no fairy herb power hidden in her body to accelerate the soul power practice. After refining the medicinal power of the 8-petal fairy orchid, Mu Zia's soul power level was raised from the previous 77-level soul saint to the 80-level quasi-soul Douluo. It can be predicted that there is still a large part of the soul power accumulated in her body that has not been revealed because of the lack of the 8th soul ring. A mature fairy herb is given to a 77 level soul saint to take, and the soul power will definitely increase by more than 3 levels. But compared to Huo Lai, except for the soul power level, Muziu did not change much after taking the fairy herb. Although the strength of the Naruto martial soul has increased, it has not changed much. A mature 8-petal fairy orchid is not as good as an immature earth dragon golden melon. The real reason is not this, but the compatibility of taking immortal herbs is important. There is no doubt that the compatibility between the 8-petal immortal orchid and the Hokage martial spirit is not as good as that between the earth dragon golden melon and the compatibility of the horned fire Tyrannosaurus. In Mu Yang's view, whether the immortal herbs are mature or not is not too important. The most important thing is that they are compatible with one's own martial soul. Taking immature immortal herbs with high compatibility with one's own martial soul will gain more benefits than taking mature immortal herbs with low compatibility. After all, although immortal herbs are precious, their effects are limited and cannot be too amazing. This can be seen from the fact that Zhu Zuqing, who took immortal herbs in the original work, only received the Black Level 5 test when participating in the Sea God test. Although the level of the Sea God test cannot fully represent the talent and potential of a soul master, it is also roughly the same. Although the level of the Black Level 5 test is rare on the Sea God Island, it has also appeared many times. Only Zhu Zuqing was given the Black Level 5 test. It can be seen that in Poseidon's eyes, excluding Xiaowu's special situation, Tang San who was directly given the Sea God test, and Ning Rongrong who was given the top 7 tests, the rest of the Shrek people who took immortal herbs were just that. Later, several Shrek members were able to become gods, but that was not because they had taken immortal herbs. Except for Tang San and Oscar, the others were all related and had taken back doors. Huo Lai was promoted to level 90 quasi-title Douluo, Muziu was promoted to level 80 quasi-soul Douluo, and Huo Wu was promoted to level 30 quasi-soul Lord. The 3 of them should have set out to hunt souls as soon as possible. At the very least, Huo Lai would have taken Huo Wu to the Sunset Forest first. However, because they had just obtained the Sun Body Refining bodybuilding technique, the soul hunting of the 3 was delayed. In terms of the physical fitness's ability to withstand soul rings, Huo Lai himself didn't care. For him, the age of the subsequent 9th soul ring was no longer determined by the strength of his own physical fitness. Generally speaking, after reaching level 90, as long as the physique is not weak, it is basically enough to attach a 100,000-year 9th soul ring. But let's not talk about whether or not they can defeat a 100,000-year soul beast. Just finding the trace of a 100,000-year soul beast is not a simple matter. Bibi Dong, whose second martial soul-devouring spider emperor's 9 soul rings have not yet been perfected, definitely has a deep understanding of this. Muziu's situation is similar to Huo Lai's. With her soul power level of 80, she is enough to withstand most of the 8th soul rings below 100,000 years. That is to say, although the soul power levels of the 2 differ by as much as 10 levels, their goals are the same, and they all want soul rings of more than 90,000 years. And neither of them set out to hunt souls immediately, because the only place on the continent where they hunt for the 8th and 9th soul rings is the Star Do Great Forest. But the Star Do Great Forest is not a good place. There are many high-level soul beasts in it. There are not too many masters in the Soul Master world who have been defeated in the Star Do Great Forest for countless years. Sun Body Refining can greatly improve the strength of the physique. After practicing it, there is no doubt that there is more self-protection power. That's why the 2 did not go to hunt souls immediately. As for Huo Wu, after practicing Sun Body Refining, she was able to improve her physical fitness again. With the addition of a 3rd soul ring with a higher age, she also planned to improve her physical fitness to the domain threshold corresponding to her level before going to soul hunting for advancement. End of this chapter. Chapter 54 Ice Flame Meditation Method. Half a month later, at night, in the bedroom. Thanks to the surge in mental power after taking Wangchuan Kaya Shuidu, and the fact that it was just a change in the elemental attributes of the meditation method, Mu Yang finally deduced the Ice Flame Meditation Method. In Douluo continent, the extreme attributes are very strange, and the same element has different extreme attributes. For example, the ice element not only has the extreme ice attribute, but also has a variant attribute of the extreme ice and snow. The 2 look similar, but there are also certain differences. The most representative ones are the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion Ice Emperor, one of the 10 great beasts in later generations, and the Ice and Snow Goddess Snow Emperor. The former masters the extreme ice, and the latter masters the extreme ice and snow. For example, the light element has the ultimate light attribute, and also has the ultimate light variant attribute, the ultimate holiness. The pure-blooded holy dragon of light has the ultimate light, and as for the ultimate holiness, I think the six-winged angel martial soul should have the ultimate holiness attribute. Even if it is not in the early stage, the semi-god level Tien Douluo and the deified Tien Rongxiu must have mastered the ultimate holiness. In addition to the ultimate attribute of a single element, the fusion element also has the ultimate attribute, and even non-element types have ultimate attributes, such as ultimate power, ultimate speed, etc. Ice Flame Meditation Method, Ice and Fire Fusion Attribute Meditation Method, absorbs the power of external ice and fire elements, and transforms into special Ice Flame Attribute Soul Power. And Ice Flame Meditation Method is similar to Extreme Flame Meditation Method. With continuous practice, the attributes of the two martial souls can evolve towards the ultimate Ice Flame. Of course, before evolving into the ultimate Ice Flame attribute, the Ice and Fire dual attribute Ice and Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng must evolve into the Ice and Fire Fusion Ice Flame attribute. However, whether it is the ultimate Ice Flame evolution of the Ice Flame Saint Shadow or the two-stage evolution of the Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng, Mu Yang does not need to worry about it. As long as he practices the Ice Flame meditation method with all his heart, it will come naturally. These days, Mu Yang is busy deducing the Ice Flame meditation method, and Huo Wu and the others are not idle either. Due to the low soul power level, after entering the Sun Body refining, Huo Wu and Huo Wuxuan have successively practiced to the domain threshold corresponding to the soul power level 2 days ago. And Huo Wuxuan, whose soul power level is already very close to the quasi-soul master of level 30, was stimulated by his sister's level surpassing his own, and broke through to level 30 yesterday. At this moment, the two of them have been led by Huo Lai to the Lansan Forest soul hunting. Of course, after soul hunting advances, Huo Wuxuan's soul power level will be left far behind by Huo Wu again. Only when Huo Lai becomes a 9-ring titled Douluo and takes the crystal blood dragon ginseng from Baihe of the Min clan for Huo Wuxuan, will he have the possibility of catching up with Huo Wu. During this period, after Mu Ziu, Qi Chenjun, the vice president of the academy who was nearly 60 years old and originally stuck at the bottleneck of Soul Saint at level 79, also broke through to the level of Quasi-Soul Douluo at level 80. However, Qi Chenjun was able to break through the bottleneck, not because Huo Lai passed on the Extreme Flame meditation method to him, but because Mu Yang gave the 9th grade Purple Ganoderma to Huo Lai, and Huo Lai gave the 9th grade Purple Ganoderma to Qi Chenjun. Although the 9th grade Purple Ganoderma is not a fairy grade herb, it also has a certain effect of rebirth, which directly helped Qi Chenjun, who was stuck at the bottleneck, to break through the bottleneck of level 80. 3 days later, Huo Wuxuan and Huo Wu returned from soul hunting. Huo Wuxuan's soul power level was as Mu Yang expected. After adding the third soul ring of more than 7,000 years, his soul power level reached the 32nd level of Soul Master. However, Huo Wu's soul power level was higher than Mu Yang expected. As soon as the third soul ring of nearly 7,000 years was added, her soul power level was raised to the 36th level of Soul Master. Excluding the 2 levels of soul power brought by the third soul ring, the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower brought Huo Wu a 6-level soul power increase. That is, both of them practiced the Extreme Flame meditation method. The quality of their soul power exceeded that of soul masters of the same level. It takes more soul power accumulation to increase their level. Otherwise, the third soul ring of about 7,000 years would probably be enough to increase their soul power by 3 levels. Another week later, 2 guests came to Shuo Academy. They were Shui Yanyu, the dean of Tien Shui Academy who had been here not long ago, and Feng Zhen, the dean of Shenfeng Academy. The Xingde Great Forest was full of dangers, and the hunting target was 390,000-year-old soul beasts. Huo Lai would not act rashly. Although the previous generation of senior leaders of Blazing Fire Academy are still alive, and there are even 8-ring soul Douluos among them, they are old after all, and their combat power will inevitably decline. To be on the safe side, Huo Lai invited 2 powerful foreign aides. After all, although the strength of a 90,000-year soul beast is far less than that of a 100,000-year soul beast, its strength should not be underestimated. In a one-on-one duel, it is enough to match the ordinary level of titled Douluo who has just entered the 9th ring. However, soul masters, how many of them have martial ethics? Tien Douluo, I was touched. Just because you can't beat them in a single duel doesn't mean you can't beat them in a group fight. A 90-level quasi-titled Douluo, Huo Lai, 2 soul Douluos with soul power levels above 85, Shui Yanyu, Feng Zhen, plus 280 level Quasi Soul Douluos, Mu Ziu, Qi Chenjun. This lineup is enough to hunt a soul beast of about 90,000 years. And after hunting the first 90,000 year soul beast, one of Huo Lai's 3 people was able to advance. If luck is good, the subsequent hunting lineup will be led by the 9-ringed Douluo, with 2 soul Douluos and 2 Quasi Soul Douluos assisting. Even if luck is a little bad, and the first 90,000 year soul beast hunted is not suitable for Huo Lai, the team lineup can also become 1 Quasi Title Douluo and 3 8-ringed Soul Douluos plus 1 Quasi Soul Douluo. In fact, it is not necessary to ask Shui Yanyu and Feng Zhen for external aid. Whether it is asking Douluo or the Tiandu Empire, or asking the 7 Treasures glazed sect that owes a favor to the Blazing Academy, it is all possible, and even these 3 parties are very willing to help. After all, the hunting target is only a 90,000 year soul beast. There is no danger, whether it is to repay a favor or to win over friends. It seems very cost-effective. But Huo Lai did not plan to ask these 3 parties for help from the beginning. The hunting target is only a 90,000 year soul beast, and it is enough to ask Shui Yanyu and Feng Zhen. Well, to be precise, the point is not that the strength is sufficient, but that Huo Lai wants the 2 people and the 2 academies they represent to know that Shuo Academy can not only have 2 more 8-ring soul Douluos, but also 1 more 9-ring titled Douluo. Anyone with a little bit of a big picture can see that the current continent is the calm before the storm. The turmoil is imminent, and it is good for Shuo Academy to show off its muscles to Tien Shui Academy and Shenfeng Academy. The more muscles are shown, the more powerful the Shuo Academy will be. When the time is ripe, they will propose to hold together for warmth and work together to create a better tomorrow. The merger of the 3 elemental academies will be a natural outcome. End of this chapter. Chapter 55 Tyrannosaurus Douluo. A month later, Huo Lai, Mu Ziu, and Qi Chenjun returned to the academy. As expected, the 3 people who returned from the soul hunting were already 9-ring titled Douluos and 8-ring soul Douluos. Qi Chenjun advanced with the 80,000-year-old fiery sparrow soul ring. After the advancement, he was a bit mediocre, and his soul power level was 81st soul Douluo. However, the 80,000-year-old 8th soul ring, just based on the age of the soul ring, is also higher than most soul Douluos in the soul master world. You know, according to gossip, the age of a certain title Douluo's 9th soul ring is not even 80,000 years old. Douluo, why are you looking at me? Compared to Qi Chenjun, Mu Ziu, who also added the 8th soul ring and advanced to the 8th ring soul Douluo, is a bit more powerful. The 90,000-year-old fiery tiger soul ring, plus the soul power accumulation hidden in the body after thoroughly refining the 8-petal fairy orchid, Mu Ziu's soul power level reached 85th soul Douluo as soon as he advanced. With the improvement of talent potential brought by taking fairy herbs, plus the foundation of 85th level soul Douluo, it can be foreseen that it won't take many years for Mu Ziu to advance to the 9th ring title Douluo. After the advancement, the soul power level seems unusual. It's not just Mu Ziu. After adding the 90,000-year-old red flame pterosaur soul ring, Huo Lai's soul power level is not 91 level titled Douluo, but 92 level titled Douluo. This is not because the 90,000-year-old red flame pterosaur soul ring contains a huge amount of energy, but Huo Lai's situation is somewhat similar to Mu Ziu. After refining the medicinal power of the earth dragon golden gourd, part of the soul power accumulated in his body was not revealed because of the lack of the 9th soul ring at that time. This part of the soul power accumulation that has not appeared, plus the 90,000-year-old 9th soul ring, made Huo Lai's soul power level reach 92 level titled Douluo as soon as he advanced. It was also from this moment that, after nearly 200 years, Blazing Fire Academy once again had a 9-ring titled Douluo sitting in, and it became the academy with the strongest faculty among the 5 elemental academies. Of course, it is only the strongest among the elemental academies, not the Advanced Soul Master Academy with the strongest faculty in the mainland Soul Master world. After all, the Wuhan Academy, which is affiliated to the Wuhan Hall, has the best faculty in the entire continent. Although the senior leaders of the Spirit Academy are only 8-ringed Soul Douluo, not as good as Huo Lai, the 9-ringed titled Douluo, who made the Dean of the Spirit Academy a part-time Pope of the Spirit Hall. It's like Emperor Shuya being the Dean of the Tiandu Royal Academy. Compared to the 7-ring or 8-ringed deans of other high-level Soul Master Academies on the mainland, Huo Lai's titled Douluo level is indeed strong, but compared to Bibi Dong, it is undoubtedly much worse. Unless it was a few years ago, when Bibi Dong had just succeeded the position of the Pope of the Spirit Hall and had not yet advanced to the titled Douluo. In the living room, after congratulating his uncle and aunt, Mu Yang asked, "Uncle, are you going to continue using the title of Fiery?" Similar to the names of Angel Douluo of the Angel family of the Spirit Hall and Haoshan Douluo of the Haoshan sect, according to convention, the strongest person in the Blazing Academy is the Dean of the Academy, and after achieving the title of Douluo, he will inherit the name of Fiery Douluo. However, Huo Lai is a little different. The Fiery Douluo in the history of the Blazing Academy all have a single fire attribute, and Huo Lai's previous unicorn fire Tyrannosaurus is a fire attribute martial soul, but the current lava Tyrannosaurus has both fire and earth attributes. If Fiery is used as the title name, it is undoubtedly a little inappropriate. My title is Tyrannosaurus. Huo Lai straightened his waist and said proudly. Tyrannosaurus. Mu Yang looked at Huo Lai with a strange expression. Tyrannosaurus Douluo, it sounds like a reckless man. Fortunately, Huo Lai is a man. If he were a woman, he might be called a female Tyrannosaurus. Will the subsequent title banquet be held? Mu Yang asked again. The title banquet is one of the customs of the Soul Master world on the mainland. Most Soul Masters who have achieved the title of Douluo will hold a banquet after they advance to invite all forces on the mainland to participate. There are two purposes for holding the title banquet. One is to simply celebrate. After all, achieving the title of Douluo is a great joy. The other is to announce the strength of oneself and the forces to the mainland, and to participate in the distribution of benefits in the region while deterring the villains. In the Douluo continent, where strength is respected, the strong are qualified to enjoy more benefits than the weak. Huo Lai shook his head and said, "Forget it. Our Shuo Academy is different from other forces. We don't need to gain benefits by showing strength. And whether I am the dean or not, it will not have much impact on the enrollment of the academy. As one of the elemental academies, Shuo Academy has a very good reputation in the Tiandu Empire. In addition, because it only accepts fire spirit masters, Shuo Academy is more attractive to fire spirit masters than Tiandu Royal Academy. From this perspective alone, it doesn't make much difference whether there is a titled Douluo sitting in the academy. Not holding it." Hearing this, Mu Yang was a little disappointed. If we don't hold the title banquet, we won't invite guests from all parties. If we don't host the banquet, then Tien Shui Academy, which has participated in the soul hunting, will probably not send representatives again. If we don't send representatives, the sisters will definitely. How can I, Mu Yang, be deceived by a little beauty at such a young age? This is really not right. Mu Yang, women will only affect my speed of drawing the sword. Hey? I don't seem to practice sword? That's fine. Uncle, this is for you. Putting away the little disappointment on his face, Mu Yang took out the lava meditation method that he had deduced some time ago from the soul guide storage bracelet and handed it to Huo Lai. With the experience of deducing the ice flame meditation method, a meditation method that combines attributes, Mu Yang's speed of deducing special meditation methods has accelerated again. It took only a week before and after, and the lava meditation method that combines fire and earth was freshly baked. Lava meditation method. Taking it and taking a look, Huo Lai was immediately refreshed. This. A pillow is given when you are sleepy. It happened that the martial soul transformed and evolved into a lava Tyrannosaurus, and the attribute changed from a single fire attribute to a dual attribute of fire and earth. Originally, Huo Lai thought that he had to continue to practice the extreme flame meditation method, which was no longer suitable, or simply practice ordinary meditation methods. Unexpectedly, he turned around and came to the lava meditation method that combined fire and earth. My eldest nephew is so filial. Well, praise the great God. I must work hard to cultivate from now on so that I can get Xiao Yang an 8th soul ring of 100,000 years, or even a 7th soul ring of 100,000 years. Looking at his extremely filial nephew, Huo Lai thought secretly in his heart, Dao. After all, he is an elder. Huo Lai can't just lie down and be led by his nephew. He has to play the role of an elder. Some readers said that the secret manual of the cultivation technique deduced by the protagonist was given away casually. Let me explain that the protagonist did not give it away casually. He only gave it to his aunt's family. Aunt is one of the closest relatives besides parents, grandparents, and grandparents. Not to mention that this aunt is also the protagonist's adoptive mother. With this dual relationship, there is nothing wrong with passing on the cultivation technique, right? Tang San can pass on the Tang Sect secret manual. In the future, the protagonist will also use the abridged version of the cultivation technique as the foundation of the Element Academy, so that other high-level officials of the Academy or geniuses belonging to the Academy can practice it. Since even outsiders without blood relations can pass it on in the future, is there a problem with passing it on to relatives now? It would be unscrupulous not to pass it on. And don't take the cultivation technique too seriously. Douluo continent emphasizes the talent of soul masters. If the talent is not good, it is useless to have the cultivation technique, and if the talent is talented, it can become a strong man without the technique. In addition, since he is the protagonist, he will definitely become a god in the future. Teaching the skills that are limited to the god level is like an invincible strong man in the world. He will not be reluctant to pass on the skills that he has laid the foundation for to his disciples, right? End of this chapter. Chapter 56. You are quite good at playing. Pa. Suddenly, Huo Wushuan slapped his forehead. At this moment, Huo Wushuan remembered an important matter and asked Mu Yang, Xiao Yang, my father has also advanced to the titled Douluo now. The crystal blood dragon ginseng you mentioned in a dangerous place should be able to be retrieved, right? It would be fine if Huo Wushuan had never seen the effects of immortal herbs. He would not think about these things at all. But after seeing the effects of immortal herbs, and Mu Yang promised that he would have a share, Huo Wushuan has been itching in his heart recently. I wonder which soul master would not want his own martial soul to transform and evolve, his talent and potential to transform, and his soul power level to soar? Especially when his sister's level surpassed his own by 5 levels. Well, after more than a month of training, although Huo Wushuan did not slack off, his soul power level was still 32nd level soul master. But after advancing to the 3rd ring soul master, the starting point was halfway through 36th level. Huo Wu, who was not far from upgrading again, had his soul power level raised by 1 level and cultivated to 37th level soul master. As for the location of the crystal blood dragon ginseng in a dangerous place? It's just a saying. Young people don't need to know too much. Just wait and eat the fairy grass. Hearing this, Mu Yang turned his head to look at Huo Lai. The crystal blood dragon ginseng is in Bai He's hands. It's useless to ask him about this. It depends on Huo Lai. Why are you in such a hurry? Here you go. Huo Lai smiled and scolded Huo Wushuan, and then took out a jade box from the storage soul guide and handed it over. Taking the jade box, Huo Wushuan couldn't wait to open it and check it out. Suddenly, a refreshing fragrance came out from the jade box, and a blood-red ginseng over a foot long was quietly lying in the jade box. On the surface of this blood-colored ginseng, there was a layer of obvious protrusions, and these protrusions connected together formed a special pattern, like a 5-clawed dragon flying above the sky. You got it back so quickly. Confirming that it was the crystal blood dragon ginseng, Mu Yang couldn't help but asked in surprise while looking at Huo Lai. Originally, he was going to exchange it with the unused Yuxiang Kiluo fairy product, but since the crystal blood dragon ginseng was already in hand, the Yuxiang Kiluo fairy product could be saved. Huo Lai nodded, it's not too far from the Xingda Great Forest. I went there after hunting souls. The present is different from the past. The Haoshan sect has closed the mountain and hidden from the world. The Minzi clan has lost its big backer. The clan leader Bai He is the only one in the clan who is an 8-ring soul Douluo, and he is not good at fighting. He is not qualified to say no to a titled Douluo. After showing his 9 soul rings in a friendly exchange with sarcastic remarks, Huo Lai spent 1 million gold soul coins to buy the crystal blood dragon ginseng from Bai He. 1 million gold soul coins to buy a fairy-grade herb, even if it is half-mature, it is still a big profit. As for what Bai He thinks in his heart and whether he will hate him, Huo Lai is not interested in knowing. This Douluo did not rob the weak chicken without a big backer, but chose fair trade, which is very respectful. After half a day, Huo Wushuan, who took the crystal blood dragon ginseng, underwent a gorgeous transformation. Not only did his soul power level soar to 36 soul master, but even his short golden brown hair turned into a crystal red. As expected, the compatibility between the crystal blood dragon and the unicorn fire Tyrannosaurus was not low, and Huo Wushuan's unicorn fire Tyrannosaurus soul had evolved. From the outside, the soul named by Huo Wushuan as the red flame crystal dragon had 2 sharp dragon horns on its head, red flames burning all over its body, and a 4-legged 2-winged dragon covered with red crystal scales. In general, except for the different attributes and colors, it is somewhat similar to Huo Li's lava Tyrannosaurus, and the quality of the soul is almost the same. There is no need to deduce a new meditation method. Seeing that Huo Wushuan's red flame crystal dragon soul after its evolution was still a single fire attribute soul, Mu Yang thought to himself. The soul attribute did not change, so Huo Wushuan, like Huo Wu and Mu Ziu, should still practice the extreme flame meditation method. Time flies, and half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. In the spacious training ground of Tien Shui College, Shui Bing'er was possessed by the Ice Phoenix martial spirit, and the first spirit ring surrounding her body was flashing frequently. She was practicing the use of the ice sealing spirit skill. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came, followed by a cheering voice, "Sister, Xiao Miang is playing with me Kanpa again." Shu Bing'er stopped practicing and turned to see Shui Yu'er holding a letter in her hand and trotting towards her. "Yu'er, you didn't open it privately, did you?" After taking the letter, Shui Bing'er didn't open it immediately, but asked Shui Yu'er with a suspicious look. It's not that Shui Bing'er is suspicious, but that someone has a criminal record. No, absolutely not. Shui Yu'er immediately waved her hand and denied it with a serious face. Seeing Shui Yu'er's intense reaction, how could Shui Bing'er not know that her sister had already opened it privately? She immediately stretched out her hand and nodded her head in annoyance, and said helplessly, You, how many times have I told you not to read my letters in the future? Hey, sister, we are sisters. Realizing that she had been exposed again, Shui Yu'er quickly hugged Shui Bing'er's arm and acted like a spoiled child. What to do if you make a mistake? Simple. Change the subject, and then act like a spoiled child, and the good sister will forgive her good sister. Then will you still watch it in the future? Shui Yu'er shook her head like a rattle. No, I promise. You said the same thing last time. Then why are you asking? Shui Yu'er muttered softly. Although the muttering was small, Shui Bing'er, who was now a three-ring soul master, heard it clearly. Rolling her eyes, Shui Bing'er said, I admire you. Why are you so curious about the letter that Xiao Miang wrote to me? Shui Bing'er was very puzzled by this. My sister is in love, and as a younger sister, I have to check it carefully. Shui Yu'er said immediately with confidence. Who? I'm in love? You damn girl, don't talk nonsense. Hearing this, Shui Bing'er widened her eyes, then blushed again, and said with some shame and anger. I'm not talking nonsense. Xiao Miang writes to you from time to time, and you always reply to your sister. This time, Xiao Miang even asked you to watch the Soul Master competition together. You still say that you two are not in love. Recalling the content of this letter, Shui Yu'er was more confident. Shui Bing'er said without hesitation, it's just watching a Soul Master competition together, what does this mean? Tisk tisk, watching the Soul Master competition together? My dear sister, you are a girl, don't you need to consider it? It's not what you think. The Soul Master competition is a grand event in the Soul Master world. It's normal to watch the competition together, and I treat Xiao Miang as my younger brother. Realizing that she had let the cat out of the bag, Shui Bing'er defended herself again. Shui Yu'er suddenly realized, I understand. Raise him as your younger brother first, and when he grows up, eat him up in one bite, right? Sister, I didn't realize you're so good at it. Shui Bing'er, I always feel like a carriage wheel is running over me. End of this chapter. Chapter 57 Ice Flame Secret Method, Part 1. On the other side, in Blazing Academy, a relatively remote indoor training ground. At this time, there were three figures standing in the training ground, Huo Wushuan and Mu Yang, who were standing in the middle of the field, preparing to fight with their souls, and Huo Wu, who was standing on the side as a referee and spectator. Red Flame Crystal Dragon, possess. With a low shout, Huo Wushuan's whole body was covered with red flames, his muscles expanded a lot, two crystal red dragon horns appeared on his head, a layer of hot crystal red scales attached to the surface of his skin, his hands turned into red crystal dragon claws, and three soul rings of yellow, and purple appeared. Come, Xiao Yang, let me try the quality of your secret method. After possessing the red flame crystal dragon martial spirit, Huo Wushuan said to Mu Yang who was standing dozens of meters away. Ice flame arrow formation. Nodding slightly, Mu Yang's soul power turned, and as the soul power surged, a row of more than 10 ice blue arrows emitting a biting cold suddenly condensed in the air in front of him. Go! Raising his hand and pointing, accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, more than 10 ice flame arrows turned into ice blue streamers and shot out at Huo Wushuan at a high speed. Huo Wushuan stepped on the ground, and his body suddenly jumped out, avoiding the incoming ice flame arrows. It's not enough to dodge. Mu Yang said secretly in his heart, and then his mind turned, and the ice flame arrows shot out turned in the air, and under the guidance of mental power, shot towards Huo Wushuan again. Can you still track? The second soul skill, the red flame crystal cover. Seeing this, Huo Wushuan's eyes widened, but his movements were not slow. The second soul ring around him shone, and red light and fire appeared. In an instant, a layer of red transparent crystal shield burning with red flames covered his whole body. Although Huo Wushuan's second soul skill was also a defensive soul skill, it was very different from the current red flame crystal shield. However, after the unicorn fire dragon martial soul transformed and evolved into a red flame crystal dragon, there were naturally some changes in the soul skills. The type did not change, but the actual effect the result has changed, and because of the evolution, the soul skill effect has become stronger than before the martial soul transformation. Bang bang bang! The next second, more than 10 ice flame arrows fell, accompanied by dense explosions, and ice blue flames exploded. In a blink of an eye, the red flame crystal cover condensed on Huo Wushuan's body surface ignited a blazing ice flame. The ice flame arrow formation, a powerful attack secret method in the ice flame secret method deduced by Mu Yang, can concentrate on single target attacks, or disperse perform group attacks and inflict 2 stages of damage to the opponent. The first stage of damage is the physical impact damage of the ice flame arrow, which is the same as the damage type of ordinary arrows. The second stage of damage is that after hitting the target, the ice flame arrow explodes into ice flame, giving the opponent ultra-low temperature burning damage that is completely opposite to ordinary flames. And due to the strong adhesion of ice flame, if the opponent does not physically isolate the ice flame, or offset and annihilate it with its own more powerful soul power, it can only resist with flesh and blood, and continue until the energy that Mu Yang has injected into the ice flame arrow in advance is burned out. For soul masters with defensive soul skills, the threat of the ice flame arrow formation is not very big, and defensive soul skills can be used to block the burning of ice flames. After all, the instantaneous burst power of the ice flame arrow formation is not strong. With Mu Yang's soul power level of a 25 level Great Soul Master, soul masters of 3 rings and above can generally block it by activating defensive soul skills. But if there is no defensive soul skill, or there is no time to use defensive soul skills, it is definitely sour enough. Third soul skill, Red Flame Dragon Transformation. Realizing that Mu Yang's ice flame was difficult to deal with, Huo Wushuan activated the third soul skill without hesitation. The third soul ring flashed, and the red light bloomed. Huo Wushuan's muscles expanded again, and flame dragon patterns were all over his body. A pair of crystal dragon wings covered with red scales stretched out from behind him. With the burning red flames, his breath suddenly soared. Red Flame Dragon Transformation, a self-amplification and flying soul skill, ignites red dragon fire all over the body, condenses dragon wings, and increases resistance to abnormal states, strength, attack, and defense by 100%, which lasts for half an hour. Flying is not exclusive to bird spirit masters. As long as the spirit has wings and is attached with a suitable soul ring, it can play a guest role as a flying soul master, but it is not so professional at most. The blazing flames burned, and in a blink of an eye, the ice flame attached to the red flame crystal cover was completely consumed by the burning red flames. Compared with Huo Wushuan, Mu Yang's soul power level is much lower. The difference of more than 10 levels of soul power makes the ice flame less strong than the red dragon fire, and Huo Wushuan quickly dissolves it. Xiao Yang, don't use this secret method in front of others. If the twin martial spirits can be kept secret, it's better not to expose them. After dissolving Mu Yang's ice flame, Huo Wushuan did not launch an offensive immediately, but warned Mu Yang in a deep voice. Although Huo Wushuan is only a teenager, he has heard Huo Lai mention the dark side of the big forces in the Soul Master world before. This can be seen from the fact that Tiandu Empire, one of the only 2 empires on the continent, has not cultivated a titled Douluo at present. By Phosphorus Douluo Dugubo? Dugubo was not cultivated by Tiandu Empire. Before joining Tiandu Empire and becoming a guest of the royal family, he was already a 9-ring titled Douluo. Although Blazing Fire Academy is a neutral force and has no hatred or conflict of interest with the various forces on the continent, it must be guarded against. Hearing this, Mu Yang was stunned. Although the ice flame arrow formation he released earlier was driven by the ice flame soul power, he did not release the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul, but directly activated it with the Ice Flame Soul power cultivated by the Ice Flame meditation method. How could he expose his twin martial souls without releasing the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul? After a moment of silence, Mu Yang said, "Brother Wushuan, you have a preconceived idea, right? My Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng Martial Soul has both ice and fire attributes. Casting ice attribute flames should not be reminiscent of twin martial souls. The reason why I can release the Ice Flame Soul power is that the meditation method I practiced is special, not released through the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul. If it was before the martial soul had transformed and evolved, as a food-type soul master with a ginseng martial soul, Mu Yang would not be able to perform the fire-type secret method in front of outsiders. After all, there is no clear elemental attribute division for ginseng martial souls. Theoretically, he cannot cultivate fire-type soul power with only a ginseng martial soul. If he uses the secret fire-type martial arts, combined with his red hair, then in the eyes of outsiders, he has twin martial souls, and the second martial soul is likely to be a fire-type martial soul. But after the martial souls have transformed and evolved, this speculation has no basis. The Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng martial soul already has the dual attributes of ice and fire, and has already gathered the prerequisites for possessing ice and fire fusion soul power, Ice Flame attribute soul power. Thanks to my friends Fusiongru MN335, Yao Tianyu, Indescribable, 2023103011065826306334, 202311032315184006, 2022060616363252, 201902130125000475, sit on the bench and eat watermelon, squirrel Xiaoxian, *xi, 2023-083-1974, green lemon, Shangbing, Suitiankai, Jinwas Higuang, Hongmeng Zuzu for their recommendations. Please collect, recommend, and vote for the monthly ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 58 Ice Flame Secret Method, Middle. In addition, the probability of a soul master awakening twin martial souls is extremely low. Even if there is a very smart person with a wild imagination, he should not think of twin martial souls, but think that he has a special ice and fire attribute soul power fusion secret method. And as far as Mu Yang knows, in the mainland soul master world, except for himself, there seems to be no soul master who has both ice and fire attribute martial souls, let alone strong people with ice and fire attribute martial souls. In other words, even if this fusion secret method really exists, it can only be used by him. For others, it is a useless thing. It is like putting it in front of the protagonist who is destined to have a bright future. Before, you need to cut a knife to practice the evil repelling sword technique. Since the secret method is a useless thing, let alone he has a titled Douluo level elder as a backer, the name of Blazing Fire Academy alone is enough to dispel other people's curiosity. For the little Karami who has no power, no influence, and no background, you can keep your curiosity and take action. But for the soul master with a background, it is not worth doing so, otherwise you will not only cause trouble, but also get no substantial benefits. Therefore, before starting to add soul rings to the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul, Mu Yang will use the Ice Flame secret method as his biggest means of dealing with enemies in the future. So that's it. Huo Wushuan suddenly realized. It was just as Mu Yang said. He had a preconceived idea that Mu Yang had twin martial souls, and he didn't know that Mu Yang could cultivate Ice Flame soul power by meditation alone. So when he saw the Ice Flame, he subconsciously thought that Mu Yang had used the power of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul. Come on, let's continue. After the voice fell, Huo Wushuan's dragon wings fluttered behind him, and he flew into the air, transforming from a land combat unit to an air combat unit. It should be said that Huo Wushuan's third soul skill, Red Flame Dragon Transformation, is very powerful. It can not only increase its own power, but also has the ability to fly. When the soul power level is not very high, soul masters with flying ability have a great advantage. If they can beat them, they can fight, and if they can't beat them, they can run. Ordinary soul masters can't catch up, especially when the opponent has no flying ability and lacks long-range attack means. Fortunately, although Mu Yang has only cultivated the food-type Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng Martial Soul for the time being, he still has long-range attack means, and it is not just the Ice Flame Arrow formation. Ice Flame Armor, Ice Flame Mirror, Ice Flame Spear. With a low shout, the Ice Blue Soul power around Mu Yang flashed, and as the soul power surged, the ice blue armor covering his entire body from head to toe condensed, and a 5-foot-long ice blue throwing spear appeared in his right hand. Then, 6 round ice mirrors with a diameter of 1 foot, extremely smooth surface, and extremely solid appearance suddenly condensed, and then surrounded Zhou's body 2 meters away. First soul skill, Red Flame Fireball. Seeing Mu Yang's full armor, Hua Wushuan, who was flying in the air, became serious, closed his claws in front of his chest, red light and fire surged, and a palm-sized crystal red light ball condensed instantly. Then, this crystal red light ball shot straight towards Mu Yang like a cannonball. Control. With a change of mind, one of the 6 ice mirrors surrounding Mu Yang flew out. As it flew into the air, the ice mirror swelled in the wind and turned into a huge ice mirror with a diameter of 1 meter, meeting the crystal red light ball that was shooting out. Boom! The crystal red light ball landed on the huge ice mirror, and suddenly a flash of fire appeared, exploding like a bomb, accompanied by a violent roar, and the huge ice mirror was covered with cracks. The next moment, the ice mirror shattered, turning into tiny ice blue flames that splashed and gradually dissipated in the air. However, the ice mirror was broken, but Hua Wushuan's first soul skill was also resisted by Mu Yang without any injury. What he paid was just the soul power required to condense an ice mirror. And the next moment after the ice mirror was broken, Mu Yang's ice blue light flashed, and the ice mirrors surrounding his body were replenished to 6 again. Ice Flame Mirror, a special defensive secret method in the Ice Flame secret method deduced by Mu Yang. The specific effect is to condense 6 ice mirrors around the body, control the ice mirrors through thoughts, resist the physical and energy attacks from the opponent, and can choose the number of ice mirrors to resist according to the strength of the opponent's attack power, at least 1, at most 6. The reason why the number of ice mirrors that exist at the same time is 6, not more or less, is that when the number of ice mirrors exceeds 6, the defensive effect of a single ice mirror will decrease, and if it is less than 6, the defensive effect of a single ice mirror will not increase. In Mu Yang's view, the Ice Flame Mirror, which can defend flexibly, is much better than the defensive means of Ice Flame Armor. After all, most defensive skills are condensed on the surface of the Soul Master. Once they can't resist, the Soul Master himself has to resist the residual power of the opponent's attack skills. And the Ice Flame Realm can intercept the opponent's attack in advance, which undoubtedly improves his own life-saving ability. At least when the opponent's attack strength can break the ice mirror, but it is not too outrageous, due to the distance, he does not need to bear the aftermath of the attack. Besides, with the Ice Flame Mirror, he can still use defensive measures on the surface of his body, which is equivalent to an extra layer of protection, and there will be no conflict between the two. In addition, the Ice Flame Mirror has another special use, and it depends on whether this cousin of mine can hold on. Watch the spear. It is not Mu Yang's character to not fight back when being beaten. After blocking Hua Wushuan's move, Mu Yang threw out his strength and threw the Ice Flame Spear in his hand directly at Hua Wushuan flying in the air. Shua! The spear burst out, and Hua Wushuan's dragon wings vibrated behind him, and his body moved sideways for several meters to avoid the Ice Flame Spear. But the next moment, the Ice Flame Spear that passed by Hua Wushuan suddenly turned the spear head, drew an arc in the air, and fell directly to Hua Wushuan's back. Although the Ice Flame Arrow formation and the Ice Flame Spear are 2 attack secrets, in essence, the 2 secrets are similar, except that the former is more in number and smaller in size, while the latter there are only a few of them, and they are just big. Despicable! Hua Wushuan, who had expected it, cursed inwardly when he noticed the Ice Flame Spear that was going and coming back. The dragon wings behind him vibrated, and he wanted to dodge again. After all, the previous Ice Flame Arrow formation could lock and track, so there was no reason for this Ice Flame Spear to just go straight. Unfortunately, Hua Wushuan's speed was not fast enough. He swung in the air like a flea for a few times, and the Ice Flame Spear, under Mu Yang's mental control, firmly pierced the red flame crystal cover that appeared on Hua Wushuan's body. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the Ice Flame Spear exploded, turning into a large handful of ice blue flames attached to the red flame crystal cover that was on the verge of breaking. In the comments section, I saw a reader asking how to quickly consume the protagonist's soul ginseng during the battle. This question stumped me. I am just a coder and have never eaten soul ginseng. How can I know how to quickly eat it? If any readers are entangled in this point, just treat the soul ginseng as a soul after it is stuffed into the mouth, and the soul energy can be instantly refined. Anyway, soul food is transformed from soul power, not normal food. It is logically reasonable to transform it from solid to energy when it is eaten. As for why Oscar's sausage needs to be chewed, don't ask me, the author is a pure person. End of this chapter, Chapter 59 Ice Flame Secret Method, Part 2, Ka. Bang! Before Hua Wushuan could use his old trick again and use his own red dragon fire to annihilate these ice flames, the red flame crystal cover condensed on his body was shattered due to excessive damage. However, what made Hua Wushuan feel somewhat relieved was that the blazing ice flame originally attached to the red flame crystal cover was no longer under Mu Yang's remote control like the previous ice flame spear. After the red flame crystal cover was broken, although the ice flame was still burning, it did not stick to his body, but fell from midair after losing its attachment. This kid has many disgusting methods. You have to fight him in close combat to have a chance of winning. Glancing at Mu Yang below, who was wearing ice blue armor and surrounded by 6 ice mirrors, Hua Wushuan couldn't help thinking in his heart. Immediately, Hua Wushuan's dragon wings fluttered behind him, and his figure quickly flew towards Mu Yang. Hua Wushuan understood that if he really had to play a long-range bombardment and see who could not hold on first, he would definitely not win. Because his long-range attack method only had the first soul skill, Red Flame Fireball, but the flying speed of the Red Flame Fireball was not too fast, and as the first soul skill, the attack power was not strong, and it could be easily resisted by Mu Yang's Ice Mirror. On the other hand, although Mu Yang's soul power level was more than 10 levels lower than his, the Ice Flame Arrow Formation and Ice Flame Spear could pose a considerable threat to him. Melee. Seeing Hua Wushuan rushing towards him, how could Mu Yang not know what he was planning at this time? He immediately activated his soul power and activated the strongest move of the Ice Flame secret technique. Ice Flame Dragon. With a loud shout, Mu Yang almost exhausted most of the soul power left in his body. With the surge of soul power and the emitting of biting cold air, a lifelike ice blue dragon with a body length of more than 2 feet rose into the air from behind Mu Yang. Unlike most of the 4-clawed and double-winged western dragons in Douluo continent, the Ice Flame Dragon looked like a 4-clawed wingless eastern dragon, which was less ferocious and domineering, but more noble, mysterious, and elegant. Seeing the ice blue dragon shadow condensed behind Mu Yang, Hua Wushuan couldn't help but widen his eyes. Although he had not personally experienced the power of this Ice Flame Dragon, Hua Wushuan could see that the Ice Flame Dragon, which consumed a lot of Mu Yang's soul power, was far more powerful than the previous Ice Flame Arrow Formation and Ice Flame Spear. With most of his soul power consumed in an instant, Mu Yang's face turned pale, and he quickly took out a red jade soul returning ginseng from his soul guide storage bracelet and swallowed it. Seeing that Mu Yang actually took the soul power ginseng that was made in advance without martial ethics, Hua Wushuan, who was rushing towards him, was stunned in midair, and then shouted, "No way, Xiao Yang, it's just a competition, you actually cheated." You know, the two had already discussed it in advance, and this battle of souls must follow the rules of the Soul Master competition. One of the rules of the Soul Master competition is that although participating Soul Masters can eat soul power food, it must be made on the spot by food-type Soul Masters. If the Soul Master himself is not a food-type Soul Master, then the food-type Soul Master must be a teammate in the team battle. Mu Yang's behavior was a foul, and the participating Soul Masters who violated the rules of the competition would be eliminated as defeated and disqualified from the subsequent competition. After entering the mouth of the red jade soul ginseng, he circulated his soul power to refine it, and the little soul power left in his body was quickly restored. Mu Yang looked at Hua Wushuan with contempt and said, "A 39-level strong attack Soul Master beats me, a 25-level food Soul Master, and you have the nerve to say that I cheated." After more than half a year of training, Hua Wushuan, whose soul power level reached the 36th level of Soul Master after taking the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng, has already cultivated to the 39th level of Soul Master 2 days ago. Of course, this is not that Hua Wushuan has improved his soul power by 3 levels during this period of time. To be precise, it is more than 2 levels, because after Hua Wushuan took the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng, his soul power accumulation is not just the beginning of the 36th level of Soul Master. After a pause, Mu Yang pointed at the ice dragon behind him, the ice mirrors surrounding him, and the ice armor he was wearing, and added, "In this way, I won't take advantage of you. Next, I will not consume soul power to activate the secret method again. If you can defeat this ice dragon of mine and break my 6 ice mirrors and ice armor, you will win today." Hua Wushuan. Mu Yang is just a level. He was a food-type Soul Master 14 levels lower than himself, but if he wanted to defeat him, he had to defeat the majestic ice dragon, break the 6 ice mirrors and the ice armor on his body. Why did it sound like he had to overcome all the difficulties, and it was a very difficult rhythm? Fortunately, this was his little cousin, otherwise Hua Wushuan would definitely say, "This boy is so terrifying, he must not be left alive. I don't believe that I, a level 39 soul master, can't beat you, a second ring food type soul master." Muttering to himself, Hua Wushuan regained his confidence, fluttered his dragon wings behind him, and rushed straight to Mu Yang. "Go!" Mu Yang raised his hand and pointed, and the ice flame dragon hovering behind him swung its tail and greeted Hua Wushuan. First soul skill, Red Flame Fireball. Hua Wushuan's first soul ring shone, a pair of red crystal dragon claws closed in front of his chest, red light burst out, a crystal red light ball condensed, and then shot out towards the incoming ice flame dragon. Facing the incoming crystal red light ball, under the control of Mu Yang's mental power, the ice flame dragon did not dodge, and the surging ice flame energy gathered in the dragon's mouth. The next moment, the dragon's mouth opened wide, and a fan-shaped ice flame emitting a biting cold air spewed out. Wow! The ice flame breath swept past, ice and fire collided, the crystal red light ball was in chaos, and then exploded in the air with dazzling light and fire, but was submerged by the ice flame torrent in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, the ice flame torrent swept towards Hua Wushuan. Damn it! Second soul skill, Red Flame Crystal Cover. Seeing his strong attack soul skill being broken, Hua Wushuan's eyelids twitched tightly, and he was shocked. While activating the defensive soul skill, he quickly flapped his wings to dodge. However, in terms of flexibility and speed, even though Hua Wushuan's soul power level is much higher than Mu Yang, he is still not as good as the Ice Flame Dragon, which is composed of ice flame energy. Otherwise, if the attack speed of the secret method is not as fast as the opponent's speed, then this secret method will not hit anyone. In less than 3 seconds, Hua Wushuan, who had no time to dodge, was sprayed with ice flames by the Ice Flame Dragon. Fortunately, Hua Wushuan activated the defensive soul skill of all-round protection in advance, otherwise he would be like bathing in the ice flame like taking a bath, and he would be crippled if not dead. After all, Hua Wushuan is only a 3-ring soul master. With only the protective soul power and flesh and blood all over his body, he can't withstand the burning of ice flames. The ice blue ultra-low temperature flame burned fiercely, but Hua Wushuan had no intention of surrendering. His soul power surged, and the red dragon fire around him rose. Through the red flame crystal cover, he resisted the ice flame that was like a maggot on his tarsal bone. Go! Seeing this, Mu Yang knew that he could not defeat Hua Wushuan simply because of his lower soul power level. He immediately changed his mind, and the 6 ice mirrors around him flew into the air and headed towards Hua Wushuan. End of this chapter. Chapter 60 Ice Flame Secret Method, End. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The ice mirror flew through the air and flew to Hua Wushuan's side in a blink of an eye, directly sticking to the red flame crystal cover. Explode. The next moment, Mu Yang shouted secretly, and the 6 ice flame mirrors exploded. Crack. Bang. The ice flame dragon's ice flame breath, coupled with the energy shock caused by the simultaneous self-detonation of the 6 ice flame mirrors, forcibly blew up the red flame crystal cover condensed on Hua Wushuan's body. It was just a defensive second soul skill of the best matched year, and the defense was not that strong. After the red flame crystal cover condensed on Hua Wushuan's body was blown up, Mu Yang immediately interrupted the ice flame dragon's attack. Without the defensive soul skill to resist, if the ice flame dragon continued to attack, and Hua Wushuan failed to completely defend it, and accidentally got stuck with the highly adhesive ice flame, then he would most likely be miserable today. How? Mu Yang said to Hua Wushuan with a smile. Dirty. After struggling for a moment, Hua Wushuan, with his neck flushed, uttered 2 words. He, Hua Wushuan, had never seen a soul master as disgusting as Mu Yang. To be honest, in Hua Wushuan's opinion, except for the ice flame mirror, Mu Yang's ice flame arrow formation, ice flame spear, ice flame armor, and even the majestic ice flame dragon, are not considered to be 2 brilliant and unique skills. The reason why he was beaten so badly was that in addition to the locking and tracking effect of Mu Yang's attack secret method, it was all due to the extremely disgusting ice flame. If the ice flame was replaced with an ordinary fire attack, he only needed to block the instantaneous burst of power when it was approaching. But the ice flame is different. This thing cannot be stuck. Once it is stuck, it is difficult to get rid of it. Otherwise, if you don't want to continue to bear the burning damage, you can only use your own soul power to offset the annihilation, which makes him very disgusted. After all, he is not a high-level soul master, and there is not so much soul power in his body for him to squander. After seeing that Mu Yang's ice flame mirror could self-destruct and generate extremely disgusting ice flames after self-destruction, Hua Wuxuan realized that it would be very difficult to defeat Mu Yang in close combat. Because once you fight him in close combat, the 6 ice mirrors will quickly fly over and self-destruct, which is no different from throwing yourself into a sea of fire, unless you have a powerful defensive soul skill. Suddenly, Hua Wuxuan thought of a key point. He looked at the ice flame dragon hovering in the air, hesitated for a while, turned to Mu Yang and asked, "Brother, can your dragon also self-destruct?" From the sharp dragon claws under the belly of the ice flame dragon and the tough dragon scales all over its body, Hua Wuxuan can see that this ice flame dragon not only spews disgusting ice flames from its mouth, but is also good at close combat. If you are close, the fighting ice flame dragon suddenly exploded, and the highly sticky ice flame covered his body. Hua Wuxuan, danger! 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 It is said that every failure makes one wiser. It seems that this is true. Brother Wuxuan, you can see through my cards. Mu Yang nodded slightly and said with a smile. All the moves in Ice Flame secret method, including the Ice Flame armor, can self-destruct. The principle of self-destruction is also very simple. It is just a trick to control the condensed Ice Flame soul power to spread instantly. It is not difficult for Mu Yang, who has the ability of deduction. Of course, the power of these 2 secret methods is not in self-destruction. In the final analysis, it is the ice flame that is as difficult as a maggot on the tarsal bone. It is precisely because the ice flame is different from ordinary flames and is extremely difficult to deal with that Mu Yang added the self-destruction function to all the moves in Ice Flame secret method. Hua Wuxuan didn't say anything, but just raised his middle finger to Mu Yang. Ahem, this referee announces that in this soul fight, the 25th level food type Great Soul Master Mu Yang won, and the 39th level strong attack type Soul Master Hua Wuxuan lost. At this time, Hua Wu, who was acting as a referee on the side, cleared her throat and then announced the result of the soul fight loudly. Hey, Xiao Wu, did your sister Huaibian remind us of our soul power levels? As soon as Hua Wu finished speaking, Hua Wuxuan's face darkened and he said unhappily. Hearing this, Hua Wu immediately criticized, "Brother, this is your fault. Victory and defeat are common in the military. How can you be so resentful? Isn't it just losing to Xiao Yang, who is 14 levels lower than you and is also a food type? What's there to be embarrassed about?" Puff, ha 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 ha. As she spoke, Hua Wu couldn't stop smiling, and laughed out loud without caring about her image. Actually, this matter is not so funny. After all, Hua Wu had seen all the previous battles and knew that although the soul power level of her cousin Mu Yang was low, his strength was not to be underestimated. But the question is who allowed someone to rely on his strong attack on the food and the absolute advantage of 14 levels of soul power before the soul fight began, and acted as if he was sure to win? Brother, I will let you, a little loser, promise that I will never use heavy hands, and just point out your shortcomings. Etc. The slap in the face came a little unexpectedly. The more happy she was before, the more embarrassed she was now. It's a waste of love for this sister. Looking at the happy Hua Wu, Hua Wuxuan was full of resentment. After a while, in order to ease the awkwardness, Hua Wuxuan changed the topic and said, Xiao Wu, you have been practicing to level 39 for 2 months. The Soul Master competition will start in half a month, and there are still several months before the finals. You will definitely be able to advance to the 4-ring Soul Master before the finals. How about it? Do you want to change your mind and participate in this Soul Master competition? As one of the elemental colleges, the lineup of Blazing Fire College this year is not weak. It doesn't matter if there is one more or one less 3-ring Soul Master, so Hua Wuxuan and Hua Wu had no intention of participating in this Soul Master competition. But if there is one more 4-ring Soul Master, although there is no need to think about the final championship, it will undoubtedly go further in the finals and achieve better results. Forget it, let's wait for the next session. After thinking for a while, Hua Wu shook her head and added, if you can't win the championship, there's no point in participating in the Soul Master competition. Hua Wuxuan. Although the Blazing Fire Academy is well known, it is not the strongest among the elemental academies, and the overall strength of the royal academies of the 2 empires is better than that of the elemental academy, not to mention the strongest martial soul academy on the continent. Since the establishment of the Blazing Fire Academy, it has won several championships. But the most recent one was more than 300 years ago. And that time it was all led by a genius with full innate soul power. At the age of more than 20, he fought against 7 people in the final championship battle, and strongly defeated a 5-ring Soul King and 6 high-level Soul Lords of the Wuhan Hall team at that time, and led the Blazing Fire team to win the championship. Thanks to my friends Indescribable and Yig nickname for the monthly tickets. Thanks to my friends blank, Zyadai, _seeking the true way _ 202206061636326572, Bajan Yimen, Indescribable, 202311032315184006, Crazy Moon, and Hongmeng Lord for their recommendations. Please collect, recommend, and vote for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 61. You are done, you are going to be a single dog. 1 against 7 in a team battle, where are the other players? Sorry, in previous Soul Master competitions, the contestants with the highest soul power level in the Blazing Academy team, even if they are not at the bottom, can basically only be in a position that is neither up nor down in the Spirit Hall team, with few exceptions. Of course, this situation is not only in Blazing Academy, but also in other elemental academies, not to mention those high-level Soul Master academies that play supporting roles. After all, more than half of the Soul Masters in the mainland Soul Master world have joined the Spirit Hall, so there are naturally many talented Soul Masters in the Spirit Hall. For example, if all high-level Soul Master academies on the continent except Wuhan Academy were asked to put together a 7-member team, then at least 7 high-level Soul Masters under the age of 25 could be gathered. However, things are different now. Blazing Fire Academy had difficulty winning the championship in the competition, but that is a thing of the past. Although there is no hope for this session, the next session will be fine. If so, the chance of Blazing Academy winning the championship is 100%. Huo Wushuan's soul power level is 39th level Soul Master, and Huo Wu will soon be able to advance to the 4th ring Soul Sect. After another 5 years of practice, when the next Soul Master competition begins, the 2 brothers and sisters will surely be able to practice to the 5th ring Soul King. With soul rings of super old age, powerful martial souls, and mysterious skills, it is absolutely no exaggeration to say that they are invincible at the same level. This is something he didn't even dare to think about in the past. It can only be said that the fairy herbs are really awesome. The upgrade speed is faster than when he was in the 2nd ring stage before. In addition, although his little cousin's soul power level is not high, his practice speed is also very fast. 5 years later, even if Mu Yang is not a 5th ring Soul King, he is still a high-level Soul Sect. With the mysterious secret method and the extremely disgusting ice flame, he is probably still unable to beat him. According to the level of previous competitions, with the strength of the 3 brothers and sisters, let alone 3 against 7, even if it is 3 against 7 plus 4, they can easily win the championship. 4 teammates, are you polite? Xiao Yang, you stay in the academy and only practice, without making any friends, and don't have any entertainment activities. That's not a good thing. In 2 days, the academy's participating team will leave for Tiandu City. Will you go to watch the game together? Huo Wushuan asked Mu Yang. Go, of course I have to go. Mu Yang nodded immediately. He has written a letter to Shui Bing'er to go to watch the Soul Master competition together. Regardless of whether Shui Bing'er goes or not, he will go to Tiandu City. Of course, from the fact that he received a reply every time he sent a letter before, and the content of the letter did not mean that he was annoyed, Shui Bing'er should not refuse. Besides, the Soul Master competition is the biggest event in the Soul Master world, more lively than the World Cup and the Olympics in the previous life. If they are not too busy to spare time, Soul Masters who have the conditions will go to join in the fun. Hehe, brother, Xiao Yang will definitely go before this event. Huo Wu said with a smile. Hey? Why? Huo Wushuan was a little puzzled. As far as I know, someone often writes letters to other girls. The Soul Master competition is so lively, so why don't they make an appointment to get together and keep in touch? Huo Wu frowned at Mu Yang with a teasing look. Girl? Who? Oh, I know, Shui Bing'er from Tien Shui College, right. Brother, I am optimistic about you, come on. Huo Wushuan patted Mu Yang's shoulder with a smile on his face, looking optimistic about you. My little cousin is young? Then just be a pair of childhood sweethearts. There will always be a day when they grow up. Mu Yang is talented, Shui Binger is not bad either. If they like each other, the parents of both sides will have no reason to object. Mu Yang rolled his eyes. You two haven't even started dating yet, what are you two talking about? But speaking of which, brother Wushuan, you haven't held a girl's hand yet, right? Tisk, you're 16 years old, you're halfway through puberty, you should have a girlfriend. It's adults' business, don't interfere, kid. Hearing this, Huo Wushuan, who was not good at speaking, especially to girls, froze and said with some shame and anger. Is it possible that you can't find a girlfriend? No way, no way. Is our elder brother Wushuan so unattractive? Tisk, you're done, you're going to be a single dog. Mu Yang sighed with an exaggerated expression. You're only 6 years older than me, why are you pretending to be so high-end? Single dog. Huo Wushuan's face darkened, and he looked at his poisonous little cousin with a bad face. Xiao Yang, you've gone too far. Your sister is also single. At this time, Huo Wu, who was standing next to him, poked Mu Yang's head in annoyance. Mu Yang was stunned for a moment, then asked, isn't Feng Xiaotian from Shenfeng College pursuing you? I often see the guards delivering Feng Xiaoshan's letters to your home. That is, Shenfeng College is thousands of miles away from Shiwo College, otherwise Mu Yang estimated that he would see Feng Xiaotian in the college or at the entrance of the college every day. However, unlike him and Shui Binger who wrote letters to each other, Feng Xiaotian who wrote to Huo Wu would not receive a reply. It's not that Huo Wu was cold and pretentious, but Feng Xiaotian left a very bad first impression on Huo Wu. At the beginning, he directly shouted and fired at Shiwo College. It would be strange if Miss Huo Wu would give him a good face. Tisk, your sister will never agree to Feng Xiaoshan's pursuit. What I want is the Prince Charming. With her hands on her hips, Huo Wu raised her head proudly. It's confirmed. My cousin has read too many vernacular novels and has been addicted to them. Mu Yang, It took Mu Yang only 3 seconds to think of the simplest operation for Feng Xiaotian to become his cousin's husband. Go to Tiandu City and recognize Prince Swexing as his godfather. With Feng Xiaoshan's innate full soul power, no one will refuse this godson. And the son of the prince is also a prince. After riding a white horse, Feng Xiaotian will become a Prince Charming. A week later, early in the morning, 3 large carriages set off from the gate of Shiwo Academy and headed for Tiandu City along the official road. In addition to the driver, the group of people from Shiwo Academy included the 10 contestants of this session of Shiwo team, Dean Huo Lai, and Vice Dean Mu Ziu who served as the leader of Shiwo team. Also accompanying them were Mu Yang, Huo Wushuan, Huo Wu, and Huo Yun. Mu Yang and the other 2 need not be mentioned. Huo Yun is one of the students that Shiwo Academy focuses on training. He has good talent and is not too old. Although he is only a 3-ring soul master now, he will most likely be able to cultivate to the 4-ring soul sect realm in 5 years and will definitely be one of the main forces of the Blazing Fire team. Huo Lai plans to take him with him to see the world. It is worth mentioning that the overall strength of this year's Blazing Fire team is not weaker than that of the Blazing Fire team in the Soul Master competition in the original book. Even from the perspective of soul power level alone, the strength is even better. Although the 7 main players are also composed of 3 4-ring soul lords and 4 3-ring soul masters, Huo Ling, the strongest captain of the Blazing Fire team, has a soul power level of 46th level soul lord, which is 3 or 4 levels higher than Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan in the original book. End of this chapter. Chapter 62 The Throbbing from the Martial Soul. It's not that the cultivation talent of the brother and sister is not as good as Huo Ling, but because of their age. The age limit for participating in the Soul Master competition is under 25 years old. It is normal that Huo Wu, who was 19 years old in the original book, and Huo Wushuan, who was 20 years old, are not as good as Huo Ling, who is now 23 years old, in terms of soul power level. Don't look at the young age of Tang San and others. In fact, many participating students from the academy did not meet the age limit. In addition to Huo Wu, Huo Wushuan, Shui Binger, and others, the 3 members of the Wuhan Hall team, Hu Lina, who are known as the Golden Generation, are not too old, all of them are 21 or 22 years old. In short, the strength of the contestants in the Soul Master competition is not directly linked to their cultivation talent. Those with poor strength may have cultivated for a shorter time than others, resulting in a low soul power level. Those with strong strength may have cultivated for a longer time than others, and their age is about to exceed the competition limit, and their cultivation talent is not outstanding. 3 carriages were galloping on the avenue. In the last carriage, Huo Lai, Mu Ziu and Mu Yang were sitting. Xiao Wu, are you really not going to participate this time? The information of the participating students of the academy has not been reported to the competition organizing committee yet, and it is still time to change your mind. Huo Lai asked Huo Wu. As the dean of the Blazing Fire Academy, Huo Lai undoubtedly hopes that the Blazing Fire team can achieve better results in the Soul Master competition. If Huo Wu participates in the competition, before the finals, the original main lineup of the Blazing Fire team, which was originally a 3-spirit sect and a 4-spirit master, can be changed to a 4-spirit sect and a 3-spirit master, which will undoubtedly allow them to go further in the finals. As for whether the 15-year-old 4-ringed soul sect with an excessive soul ring age will be too high profile, Huo Lai will not care about these with his own strength as a 9-ringed titled Douluo and the reputation of the Blazing Fire Academy. Unless Huo Wu clearly wants to join the Heaven Do Empire or the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, the Xing Luo Empire and the Spirit Hall will not attract the hatred of the neutral Blazing Fire Academy in order to kill a talented Soul Master. Dad, my sister said that she will not participate in the Soul Master competition where she cannot win the championship. Without waiting for Huo Wu to reply, Huo Wuxuan took over the topic. Haha. After hearing this, Huo Lai couldn't help laughing after looking at the somewhat shy Huo Wu. Then he said, okay, I'll listen to Xiao Wu and participate in the next session. Huo Lai couldn't say what results the Blazing Fire team could achieve this session before the dust settled. But he knew that the Blazing Fire team would definitely be the most dazzling among all the participating teams in the next Soul Master competition. 3 days later, near dusk, the Blazing Fire Academy arrived at Tiendu City. Huo Lai was not short of money, and the Blazing Fire Academy was even more so. The group directly checked into the Tiendu Hotel, which was located in the center of the city, not far from the Great Soul Fighting Arena, and was also the highest-end hotel in Tiendu City. The opening ceremony of the competition will be held in 2 days. Binger and the others should have arrived in Tiendu City by now, right? In the lobby on the first floor of the hotel, Mu Yang, who was waiting for the waiter to check in, couldn't help but exude thoughts. Soon, the check-in procedures for the Blazing Fire Academy were completed, and the rooms were all on the top floor of the hotel, the 5th floor. After going up the stairs, Mu Yang suddenly felt a throbbing sensation in his body. He frowned and stopped. Xiao Yang, what's wrong? Huo Wu, who was following him, asked when she saw Mu Yang suddenly stop. Nothing suspecting that it was an illusion, Mu Yang shook his head and continued to go upstairs. However, soon, Mu Yang found that the previous throbbing was not his illusion. The higher he went, the more obvious the throbbing became. And the reason why he felt this throbbing sensation was nothing else but his Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul. Martial Soul Fusion Technique. After noticing the source of the throbbing sensation, Mu Yang immediately thought of this synonym for powerful strength in the world of Soul Masters. The reason for this is that the Martial Soul Fusion Technique is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. As 5-ringed Soul Kings, if 2 people on one side have Martial Soul Fusion skills and 2 people on the other side do not have Martial Soul Fusion skills, the former is enough to beat the latter if other factors are similar. Generally speaking, a 2-person Martial Soul Fusion skill is enough to allow Soul Masters to cross a major level challenge. For example, the Martial Soul Fusion skill of 2 5-ringed Soul Kings can at least match the strength of a 6-ringed Soul Emperor. And the more people participate in the Martial Soul Fusion skill, the stronger the power it will burst out. For example, Yu Xiaogang, Flanders, and Lu Erlong are just 2-ringed Great Soul Masters plus 2 7-ringed Soul Saints. Once they join forces to launch the Martial Soul Fusion skill, Golden Holy Dragon, their strength is enough to surpass ordinary 8-ringed Soul Douluos and can compete with 9-ringed titled Douluos. It can be foreseen that if Yu Xiaogang, who is the shortcoming of the team, can reach the strength of a 7-ringed Soul Saint, the Martial Soul Fusion skill of the 3 people, Golden Holy Dragon, will most likely be able to truly match the 9-ringed titled Douluos. However, the Martial Soul Fusion skill is not good enough. The prerequisites for success are also quite harsh, requiring the martial souls of both parties or multiple parties to complement and perfectly match each other. Under normal circumstances, only 2-person Martial Soul Fusion skills can appear. There is only one example of a 3-person Martial Soul Fusion skill like the Golden Holy Dragon in the entire continent. It is precisely because of the power of the Martial Soul Fusion skill that a Soul Master with a 2-person Martial Soul Fusion skill has an inevitable phenomenon. That is, if there is no blood relationship between them, if they are both women, they must become good sisters, if they are both men, they must become good brothers, and if they are a man and a woman, they must become husband and wife partners. Facing the sudden pie, at this moment, Mu Yang couldn't help but feel entangled in his heart. The martial soul fusion skill is very good and powerful, but he has taken the immortal herbs, and the speed of soul power cultivation in the future can't even catch up with the ordinary innate full soul power. After achieving the title Douluo, by adding high-year soul rings to the Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul, as long as the soul rings can be gathered, it is basically not far from becoming a god. In this case, if he is not prepared to spend a lot of money to train the other party's strength will definitely not be able to keep up with his pace. When the martial soul fusion skill is used, one party is strong and the other is weak, and when the stronger party is himself, the effect of the martial soul fusion skill will be greatly reduced. The greater the difference in strength between the two parties, the weaker the amplification effect. For example, if he is a 9-ring titled Douluo, and the other party is just an ordinary 7-ring soul saint or even a 6-ring soul emperor, then even if he can activate the martial soul fusion skill, how much strength can he improve? But if he spends a lot of money to train the other party, Mu Yang is reluctant to do so because he has no relatives or friends. What's more, the martial soul fusion skill looks at the martial soul, not the person. Who knows what the other party is like? It's better for a man. As long as he doesn't do bad things, he can accept him as a younger brother. But if the other party is a woman, and not only is she old and not optimistic about her appearance, but she also has an unruly private life and a vicious heart, then he might as well not have this martial soul fusion skill. End of this chapter. Chapter 63 Lovers will always be together. Xiao Yang, what's wrong with you? Why do you look a little absent-minded? Seeing that Mu Yang was not quite right, Mu Zihe frowned and asked. Looking at the people from Blazing Academy beside him, Mu Yang transmitted his voice to Mu Zihe, "Aunt, I noticed that my Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul was throbbing. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be someone in the hotel who can form a martial soul fusion skill with me." Although the skill of soul power transmission is difficult for low-level soul masters to master, most soul masters will reach the level of 7-ring soul saints, but for Mu Yang, mastering this skill is not difficult. To put it bluntly, soul power transmission is just a way for soul masters to use their own soul power and mental power. With a high level of soul power control, soul masters can transmit sound through soul power, and the strength of mental power determines the distance of sound transmission. With the soul control skills he mastered when practicing the Ice Flame secret method, plus the 5-ring level mental power, it is impossible to transmit soul power sound over a long distance, but close-range sound transmission is not a problem. Of course, with his current soul control level, if there are strong people nearby who carefully perceive it, his sound transmission is no different from speaking directly. What? Martial soul? Suddenly, Mu Zihe's eyes widened, with indescribable shock on her face. Fortunately, at the critical moment, she realized that Mu Yang's Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul still needed to be kept secret, and did not say it directly. In addition to being shocked, Mu Zihe was full of emotion in her heart. My nephew is really blessed by heaven. He is born with full soul power, twin martial souls, and now he has a martial soul fusion skill, which is simply leaving no way for future enemies to survive. Of course, whether the martial soul fusion skill is true or false needs to be further confirmed. And just as Mu Yang had thought before, who the other party was, whether male or female, how old and what kind of character he had, were all still unknown. Then, Mu Zihe communicated with Huo Lai. After arriving on the 5th floor and allocating rooms to everyone in Shuo Academy, after sending them away, the couple, who were very concerned about the martial soul fusion technique, immediately accompanied Mu Yang to search by following the throbbing of the martial soul. After a while, when Mu Yang walked to the end of a corridor on the 5th floor, he finally determined the location of the other party. The other party is in this room on the 4th floor. Pointing to a suite at the end of the corridor, Mu Yang said to the two. Hearing this, Huo Lai carefully sensed it. That is, this place is not in his own home, so he can't directly send out his mental power to explore, so as not to see something that is not suitable to see, otherwise he can immediately explore the general situation of the other party, and there is no need to do so. But the next moment, a look of surprise appeared on Huo Lai's face, and then he smiled and said, "Let's go down, there are acquaintances." Mu Yang was stunned. Acquaintances? What acquaintances? On the other side, on the fourth floor of the hotel. Squeak! A slight sound of opening the door was heard, and a door at the end of the corridor opened, and a beautiful woman with blue hair and a blue-haired, blue-eyed girl walked out. And, there should be no mistake. The feeling of the martial soul throbbing just now must be the martial soul fusion skill, just like the feeling that Suo gave me at the beginning. Shui Bing'er said to Shui Yunyu very confidently. Suo, a student who entered Tien Shui College 2 years ago, Shui Bing'er's good sister, her Ice Phoenix martial soul and Suo's Xian Yu Suijuan martial soul, can activate the martial soul fusion skill, Ice and Snow Piaoling. Bing'er, can form a martial soul fusion skill with your Ice Phoenix martial soul, then the opponent's martial soul is mostly ice or water attribute martial soul. If it is a girl, it's okay, but if it is a boy, then what are you going to do? Our Tien Shui College doesn't accept boys, and I heard from you that Xiao Miang is not a good choice. Shui Yunyu said hesitantly. Hearing this, Shui Bing'er blushed, and couldn't help but blame her sister Shui Yu in her heart. If it weren't for her big mouth, why would those seniors who were close to her in the college tease her to raise a younger brother as a husband? Let's go and see first. If it's a girl, make friends first. Shui Bing'er said. As for boys? Forget it, I already have a martial soul fusion skill. It's not that Shui Bing'er looked down on unknown martial soul fusion skills after she had a martial soul fusion skill. The main reason is that being able to activate a martial soul fusion skill is different from being able to master a martial soul fusion skill. So far, she has even had difficulty controlling the ice and snow drifting activated by Suo. In addition, she has to practice and study at ordinary times, so she may not have the energy to practice and master new martial soul fusion skills. Hey? And, the other party seems to be here. Suddenly, Shui Bing'er found that the other party upstairs was walking towards the stairs just like her. However, the throbbing between martial souls is two-way. If you can sense it, the other party can also sense it. Since martial soul fusion skills are rare, it is common sense for them to come here. Really? Let's go. Shui Yunyu raised her eyebrows. She wanted to see who the other party was. At the stairs, as the distance got closer, Mu Yang prayed in his heart. Come here, come here. Yes, Mu Yang didn't want the other party to be a woman. Perhaps the soul masters who possessed the martial soul fusion skill and were a man and a woman were a perfect match made in heaven and arranged by fate, but he, Mu Yang, didn't need it. His fate could only be controlled by himself. What's more, there were so many beautiful girls on the mainland, and he already had someone he liked. Even if he just stayed at the initial mutual affection and had not yet developed into a formal boyfriend and girlfriend, there was no need for God to arrange a blind box blind date for him. And if the other party was a boy, after observing for a period of time and his character was okay, he wouldn't mind training a younger brother. Here it comes. He said secretly, walked around the corner, and came into Mu Yang's eyes. Bing'er. Seeing that it was Shui Bing'er and Shui Yunyu who appeared in front of him, Mu Yang couldn't help but exclaimed with his eyes wide open. This is really too unexpected. I can use the martial soul fusion skill with the girl I like? This is no longer a lovers will eventually get married, but lovers will definitely get married. Little Mu Yang. Not only Mu Yang was dumbfounded, Shui Bing'er was also dumbfounded. She never expected that the one who could produce a throbbing feeling with her Ice Phoenix martial soul was actually the little husband she planned to cultivate. Pa, it was actually Mu Yang. You know, the two had met before, but her Ice Phoenix martial soul did not produce this throbbing feeling with Mu Yang's ginseng martial soul at that time. Hey, I said it was an acquaintance. Huo Lai said with a smile. When he was passively sensing upstairs, he sensed the breath of Shui Yunyu downstairs. The one who could form a martial soul fusion technique with Mu Yang's ice flame holy shadow must be someone from Tien Shui College. But what surprised Huo Lai was that the person was none other than Shui Bing'er. Thanks to my friends Xu Sheng, Yi Wu, Cicely Summer, 202311032315174006, 202301051202406522, UG, Yi Yuxuan, seeking the true way Wushuan Guang. 202206061636326572, Maling, Wei Wei Jiao Mao Chi 20210301165282159228, Hongmeng Lord for the recommendation votes. Please collect, recommend, and vote for the monthly ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 64 Treasure Boy. Wait, little Mu Yang, isn't your hair red? How come it turned blue? Suddenly, Shui Bing'er discovered that something was wrong with Mu Yang. In addition to being taller and no longer looking slightly sickly pale, his hair color had also changed. Yeah, I got some luck, and my martial soul mutated and evolved. Mu Yang explained. When they contacted each other by letter before, Mu Yang didn't mention the martial soul transformation to Shui Bing'er. They were originally planning to meet in Tiandu City to watch the Soul Master competition together to share their joy, but they didn't expect a big surprise. Little Mu Yang, show me what your martial soul has become. I don't know what kind of martial soul fusion skills my Ice Phoenix martial soul can form with your evolved Ginseng martial soul. Blinking her beautiful icy blue eyes, Shui Bing'er said impatiently. It's really great that my husband, my younger brother, and I can use the martial soul fusion technique. How about we find a place where no one is? Mu Yang glanced at Huo Lai, Mu Ziyu and Shui Yunyu. The martial soul fusion technique that can form with Shui Bing'er's Ice Phoenix martial soul is his Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul. Needless to say, from the moment the martial soul fusion technique can be formed, Shui Bing'er is his future wife. Shui Yunyu is Shui Bing'er's aunt, which is equivalent to his aunt, so there is no need to worry that she will harm him in the future. But this is Tiandu Hotel, not a private place, and Mu Yang does not intend to expose his twin martial souls so early. In front of people. Hearing this, Shui Yunyu and Shui Bing'er looked puzzled. At this time, Mu Ziyu sent a voice message to Shui Yunyu, Yunyu, Xiao Yang will be yours from now on. You must protect him well. To be honest, Xiao Yang awakened twin martial souls at the beginning. Both martial souls have evolved before. It was his second martial soul that sensed the martial soul fusion technique with Bing'er. Double martial soul fusion technique, one man and one woman, and the age difference is not big, and the elders of both sides are familiar with each other. The probability of the two getting together in the future can be said to be 100%. Since they are destined to be a family in the future, Mu Ziyu will naturally not hide Mu Yang's twin martial souls from Shui Yunyu. And even if this matter is to be concealed, it cannot be concealed. After all, the martial soul fusion technique cannot be activated without releasing the martial soul. When the voice was heard, Shui Yunyu's pupils shrank and she looked at Mu Yang in surprise. Wow, a treasure boy. Originally, Shui Yunyu thought that Mu Yang would be a food type titled Douluo in the future. Although his soul power level was high, he had little combat power and needed Xiao Bing'er's protection. But now it seems that Mu Yang will definitely have a place among the strongest soul masters in the mainland in the future. If the first martial soul is a food type martial soul, then the second martial soul will definitely not be an auxiliary martial soul or a healing martial soul. After all, twin martial souls are inherited from parents. If one of the parents is a food type soul master, the other must be a combat soul master. Otherwise, the couple are both weak chickens with little combat power. Isn't this at the mercy of others? And the innate full soul power will definitely become a titled Douluo. Although each level is a threshold after the level 90, bottlenecks and the like theoretically do not exist for twin martial soul masters. Other soul masters rely on talent and understanding to break through bottlenecks, but twin martial soul masters can add soul rings to the second martial soul and directly break through the bottleneck with the help of the soul power increase brought by the attached soul rings. Shuo Academy has a theoretical study on twin martial spirits, Tien Shui Academy also has one, and even most of the top forces in the mainland soul master world have one. It's just that the case of twin martial spirits is too rare and has not been truly verified. The theory is still just a theory, and we dare not guarantee that it is 100% feasible. It's a hammer. This is a big thigh, a future golden thigh. At this moment, Shui Yunyu's eyes couldn't help but become hot. Maybe I, Shui Yunyu, can have a glimpse of the realm of titled Douluo in the future? You know, her cultivation talent is not bad. 6 years ago, she broke through the bottleneck of level 80 with the help of soul bones and advanced to the 8th ring soul Douluo. Now she is far from becoming a 9-ring titled Douluo. In addition to the time required to accumulate soul power, the only thing that can stop her is the bottleneck of breaking through the peak of level 90 at level 89. If she can get a top-grade soul bone, such as a 100,000 year soul bone, it seems that this bottleneck will no longer exist. For ordinary title Douluo, it is definitely impossible to take out a 100,000 year soul bone, but for peerless Douluo, a 100,000 year soul bone is definitely just a piece of cake. 100,000 year soul beasts on land are very rare, but there are many 100,000 year sea soul beasts in the vast ocean. If you look carefully, you will definitely find them. By then, with the strength of the peerless realm, hunting a 100,000 year sea soul beast, wouldn't it be easy to catch it? If she provides a little help in Mu Yang's growth process in the future, and Xiao Binger blows pillow wind, it should not be a problem for the niece-in-law to help his aunt once in the future, right? Facing Shui Yunyu's fiery eyes, Mu Yang couldn't help but shudder. What's going on? Why does it feel a bit like the rhythm of human traffickers? Wait for me for a while, I'll make arrangements first, and then we'll find a place outside the city to try the martial soul fusion technique. After the voice fell, Shui Yunyu hurried away. The Tien Shui College team had just arrived in Tiandu City. As the dean, she couldn't just disappear. She had to say hello to the team leader. Ziyu, go tell Huoling and the others. Huo Lai turned to Mu Ziyu and said. Okay. Mu Ziyu nodded slightly. Half an hour later, 5 figures appeared in a grove 10 miles west of Tiandu City. After sending out his mental power to investigate and finding no trace of anyone nearby, Huo Lai said, just stay here. There's no one else nearby. Quick, little Mu Yang, show me your ice flame holy shadow martial soul. Shui Binger said impatiently. Before setting off, after receiving Mu Yang's voice transmission explaining the twin martial souls, Shui Binger, who didn't understand what was going on before, began to look forward to it. Binger, I think you can't call me little Mu Yang anymore. Mu Yang said after a moment of silence. If I don't call you little Mu Yang, what should I call you? Shui Binger asked after blinking. Of course. Well, just call me Mu Yang. Without daring to say what he really thought, Mu Yang was ready to remove the title of little. That won't work. I'm your sister. Even you can call you little Mu Yang, so why can't I? Her beautiful ice blue eyes turned, and Shui Binger shook her head to reject Mu Yang's proposal. If I don't call you little Mu Yang, the joy and sense of accomplishment of raising you won't be that great. Who said I allowed you to call me little Mu Yang? She has to change her words in the future. Mu Yang said in a resounding voice. Little Mu Yang has evolved super fast, and he is my brother-in-law. End of this chapter, Chapter 65, Soul Fusion Skill, Ice Flame Phoenix. Perhaps she heard the hidden meaning of Mu Yang's words, and Shui Binger's cheeks were covered with blushes. The slightly immature and delicate face added a bit of charm. It's settled. From now on, you are my Binger, and I am your Mu Yang. As he said, Mu Yang stretched out his hand to pull up Shui Binger's arm, and then put his right palm together with her left palm, and clasped his 5 fingers on the back of her left hand. Suddenly, Shui Binger's cheeks became redder. She tried to withdraw her left hand, but found that it was tightly grasped by Mu Yang. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Shui Binger's 5 fingers on her left hand also clasped the back of Mu Yang's right hand. Hee. Looking at the tightly clasped 10 fingers, Mu Yang couldn't help but smile. Wuhan fusion skills are destined? Destiny Dad, you arranged it very well, I like it very much. It was me, Mu Yang, who spoke loudly before, I hope you can forgive me. After a long time, seeing that Mu Yang still held Shui Binger tightly, Huo Lai beside him said unhappily, hurry up, kid, it will be dark soon. Oh, I'll be right there. Coming back to his senses, Mu Yang smiled awkwardly and released his right hand. Ice Flame Holy Shadow, possess me. With a low shout, Mu Yang's body flashed with ice blue light, and as his soul power surged, a biting cold air emanated, and an ice blue humanoid phantom that looked exactly like him appeared behind him. It doesn't seem to be a pure ice attribute martial soul. After carefully looking at the ice blue humanoid phantom that appeared behind Mu Yang, Shui Binger asked curiously. Her ice phoenix was originally an ice attribute martial soul, and she had seen many ice attribute martial souls in the past. Shui Binger could see that Mu Yang's ice flame holy shadow martial soul was not a pure ice attribute martial soul, but seemed to be burning ice. Can ice also burn like fire? Binger is so smart. Originally, my second martial soul was a fire attributed Hokage. After the transformation and evolution, it is naturally not a simple ice attributed martial soul, but a martial soul with a fusion of ice and fire. I call this fusion attribute ice flame. Mu Yang praised, and the soul power in his body turned, and an ice blue flame suddenly condensed from his palm. Ice flame formed by the fusion of ice and fire. Shui Bing raised her eyebrows slightly, muttered in her mouth, and then released her Ice Phoenix martial soul. Clang! The loud phoenix cry sounded, and the biting cold air came out. 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple bloomed around Shui Binger, and a blue divine bird with a wingspan of 2 feet, a slender tail feather, and a body covered with ice blue feathers appeared behind her. It was full of nobility and elegance. Compared with the Fire Phoenix martial soul, Shui Binger's Ice Phoenix martial soul is not weak at all. The difference between the two is just that the attributes are different. The former is fire and the latter is ice. There is no difference between them. Of course, due to the different natural characteristics of ice and fire elements, the Fire Phoenix martial soul takes the route of strong attack, while the Ice Phoenix martial soul is suitable for the route of control. At the moment when the Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul and the Ice Phoenix martial soul appeared, Mu Yang and Shui Binger suddenly felt a stronger sense of throbbing than before. There was a strange special connection in the dark, as if the two completely different martial souls were originally one. Mu Yang, carefully experience the feeling between these martial souls. Following this connection, we can activate the martial soul fusion skill. Seeing that Mu Yang didn't know how to activate the martial soul fusion skill, Shui Binger, who had the ice and snow drifting martial soul fusion skill and had already had relevant experience, reminded him. Hearing this, Mu Yang closed his eyes and began to carefully feel the special connection between these martial souls. Soon, a layer of illusory ice flames ignited on Mu Yang's body, and at the same time, a strong blue glow appeared on Shui Binger's body. The next second, the Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul and the Ice Phoenix martial soul produced a special resonance. Instantly, a gorgeous ice blue light column suddenly rose, covering Mu Yang and Shui Binger, who had 3 soul rings blooming around her body. Clang! Along with the loud sound of the phoenix, the ice blue light column gradually dissipated, and the figures of the two disappeared. Instead, there was an ice blue phoenix flying in the air, more than 6 meters long, burning with blazing ice flames all over its body. Binger! Mu Yang's voice sounded in Shui Binger's heart. I'm here. Shui Binger, who was leading the martial soul fusion skill, replied. Binger, Xiao Yang, are you leading this martial soul fusion skill? At this time, Shui Yanyu asked the Ice Flame Phoenix flying in the air. And, I'm leading it. The Ice Flame Phoenix did not speak, but Shui Binger's voice came out clearly. Hearing this, Shui Yanyu could not help but frown. If possible, Shui Yanyu would rather let Mu Yang lead this martial soul fusion skill. There is no other reason. Mu Yang has a stronger talent for cultivation. In addition, he has twin martial souls. Maybe his current soul power level is lower than Shui Binger, but in the future, Mu Yang's soul power level will definitely be higher. Although no matter who leads the martial soul fusion skill, the basic strength of this martial soul fusion skill itself will not change. But if it is led by a strong person, how can the specific strength displayed at that time be compared with that of a weak person? Let's not talk about other things for the time being. Just the fact that the strong person has strong mental power and faster reaction speed than the weak person is a very obvious favorable factor. Binger, what is the name of this martial soul fusion skill of you and Xiao Yang? It looks like a strong attack type of martial soul fusion skill. What ability does it have? Looking at the Ice Phoenix burning with ice flames in the air, Mu Ziyu asked. Ice Flame Phoenix. As for the ability. As she spoke, under the guidance of Shui Binger, the Ice Flame Phoenix flapped its wings, dived down, and the surging energy gathered in its mouth. Then, the Ice Flame Phoenix opened its mouth slightly, and a fan-shaped ice flame torrent poured out. Suddenly, all the trees in the grove that were swept by the ice flame torrent were frozen and burned. In a blink of an eye, where the ice flame torrent passed, only a little white ash was left on the frozen ground. Yes, it was the frozen ground. Whether it was the Ice Flame soul power cultivated by Mu Yang through the Ice Flame meditation method or the Ice Flame condensed by the Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul, it only had a burning effect, not a freezing effect. But the martial soul fusion skill, the special Ice Flame condensed by the Ice Flame Phoenix not only has the burning effect of Ice Flame, but also has the freezing effect of Ice Soul power. In other words, the Ice Flame Phoenix is a martial soul fusion skill that combines strong attack and control. Freezing, burning, invincible. Looking at the white ash on the frozen ground below, Mu Yang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Freezing is a powerful control. When the strength gap between the two sides is not big, it is impossible to get rid of the control instantly. Once the opponent is infected with the special ice flame of the Ice Flame Phoenix, the opponent is equivalent to being frozen and burned all the time. End of this chapter. Chapter 66 Second Form, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, Part 1. Huo Wushuan once complained that his ice flame was very disgusting, but in Mu Yang's opinion, if it really comes to disgusting, his ice flame is not as good as the special ice flame in front of him that combines attack and control. Of course, the reason why he feels disgusting is completely from the perspective of the opponent. If he looks at it from his own perspective, it is quite beautiful. Not bad. A very powerful martial soul fusion skill. Binger is a level 33 soul master, Xiao Yang is a level 25 great soul master, but with this special ice flame, the strength of the ice flame phoenix is definitely the best among the 4 ring soul masters. If Xiao Yang's level can also reach the 3rd ring, and add 3 soul rings, the ice flame phoenix may be able to match the 5 ring soul king. Huo Lai commented impartially. Generally speaking, the double martial soul fusion skill improves the strength of the soul master by 1 level, but it is not absolute, because there are many factors that affect the strength of the martial soul fusion skill. The type of martial soul fusion skill, the soul power level of the soul master, the fit between the martial souls, whether there are suitable secret methods and unique skills. Even the soul ring configuration of the soul master is one of the factors affecting the specific strength of the martial soul fusion skill. It can be said that Mu Yang's level 25 soul power and the ice flame holy shadow martial soul that has no soul rings attached have seriously hindered Shui Binger. After all, if the soul power level is low, the amplification effect of the martial soul fusion skill will naturally be reduced, and the lack of soul rings in the ice flame holy shadow martial soul also reduces the strength amplification effect of the martial soul fusion skill. There is no doubt that the soul rings of soul masters contain a lot of energy, otherwise the inheritance of the Haoshan sect, the Great Sumuru Hammer, would be an invalid secret method. However, even if Mu Yang was a hindrance, it cannot be denied that the ice flame phoenix is powerful, even if the current ability of the ice flame phoenix is very single. There is a saying that one trick can conquer the world. This special ice flame with both freezing and burning effects is enough to make opponents whose basic strength is not far beyond that of the ice flame phoenix feel despair. Don't rush to evaluate, there is more to come. Mu Yang's voice sounded from mid-air. Then, under the control of Shui Binger, the flying ice flame phoenix fell from mid-air and handed over the dominance of the martial soul fusion skill to Mu Yang. The next moment, a gorgeous ice blue light bloomed from the ice flame phoenix. Through the ice blue light, Huo Lai saw the ice flame phoenix changing its shape. In the blink of an eye, the ice flame phoenix, which was more than 6 meters long, turned into a human-shaped figure with long ice blue hair flying and wearing ice phoenix armor. The full-body armor-style ice phoenix armor covers the whole body from head to toe except for the eyes, and the surface is covered with blue phoenix patterns, which is extremely gorgeous. With the illusory ice flames burning all over the body like ice blue mist, it looks like an ice phoenix warrior from the ice and snow country. Your martial soul fusion actually has 2 forms. Looking at the martial soul fusion skills of the 2 people who have changed their appearance, Huo Lai asked in surprise. Yes, this is the second form of the martial soul fusion skill, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow. The Ice Phoenix form is mainly based on the Ice Phoenix martial soul, supplemented by the Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul, and is led by Binger, while the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow form is mainly based on the Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul, supplemented by the Ice Phoenix martial soul, and is led by me. Both forms have the ability to control special ice flames. The difference is that the Ice Flame Phoenix form has the advantage of flying, and its basic strength is much stronger. The Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow form does not have the ability to fly, and its basic strength is not as good as the Ice Flame Phoenix, but its ability to finely control special ice flames is stronger. Mu Yang's voice came from the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow wearing the Ice Phoenix armor. There is no need for Mu Yang to say more. Huo Lai also noticed that compared with the previous Ice Flame Phoenix, the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow in front of him was as weak as 30%. But Huo Lai did not mean to look down on the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow form at all. Instead, he felt that the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, whose basic strength was 30% weaker, was stronger than the Ice Flame Phoenix. Because the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow is in human form, while the Ice Phoenix Flame is in beast form. Even if the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow's basic strength is much worse, with the combination of various secret techniques, the actual combat power that can be exerted is probably greater than that of the beast-shaped Ice Phoenix Flame. After all, soul masters are humans, not beasts, and the martial soul fusion skill is not of the melee type, and the human-shaped Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow is more suitable for the use of secret skills. Xiao Yang, Binger, let me test your strength. Shui Yunyu stepped forward and said to Mu Yang and Shui Binger in the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow state. And, then you have to show mercy. Mu Yang said. Even if Shui Yunyu didn't say it, Mu Yang was ready to find 3 people to try the power of the martial soul fusion skill and evaluate his own strength limit. You are so thick-skinned, calling aunt so quickly. Hearing Mu Yang directly call her aunt, Shui Yunyu laughed and teased. What else? You are Binger's aunt, so you are my aunt. Binger, the emperor is my aunt. Mu Yang said as a matter of course. To be able to sit on the position of the dean of Tien Shui College, Shui Yunyu's cultivation talent is not bad, and her strength is not bad. He doesn't need to spend extra money. If he gives her an ice meditation method of the same level as extreme flame meditation method, there is a great probability that she will become a 9-ring titled Douluo. In a few years, he will have another thigh. With the martial soul fusion skill, Shui Binger's identity as a future daughter-in-law is a natural outcome. Naturally, he has to arrange for extreme ice meditation method as soon as possible. When the subsequent deduction comes out, just copy a copy for Shui Yunyu. Mu Yang, aunt is right, you are so thick-skinned. Shui Binger's slightly shy voice sounded in Mu Yang's heart. Mu Yang, then Binger, do you like it? Shui Binger, Han Bingke, possessed. Hooking her finger at Mu Yang in the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow state, Shui Yunyu's body flashed with an icy blue soul power, accompanied by a bird's cry, and 8 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black bloomed, and a biting cold air emanated, and an ice blue ice bird shadow appeared behind her. Seeing this, Mu Yang put away his joking heart, and an icy blue light flashed around him, and the Ice Flame secret method, Ice Flame Armor and Ice Flame Realm were activated. In an instant, a layer of ice blue armor condensed around the martial soul fusion skill, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, and 6 ice mirrors with a diameter of 1 foot flew around the body. Hey? Xiao Yang, is this a self-created soul skill? Seeing the ice flame armor on the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow and the 6 ice mirrors surrounding it, Shui Yunyu asked in surprise. Mu Yang nodded, yes, I am currently cultivating a food-type martial soul. The martial soul does not have combat power, so I have to make up for it by creating my own soul skills. I can't say how strong I can be, but at least I won't be controlled by the same level of combat soul masters. Huo Wushuan, you are controlled by a soul master of the same level? I'm afraid he is a soul master of a higher level. Mu Yang, I'm just being modest, don't take it seriously. Thanks to my friends Lin 24, 2023061922163563, Shui's Dickon, Sins Never Stop, 1000-year-old Snake Demon, 125/20231102337/202304077, Indescribable, Xin Wu, Kanyi Shang Shen, Zioxiang Feng, Innocent Children, 202030082227399900, and Hongmeng Lord for their recommendation tickets. Please collect, recommend, and vote for the monthly ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 67 Second Form, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, Part 2. Xiao Yang, you can study and practice your own soul skills, but you must never neglect soul power training. You know Feng Xiaotian from the Divine Wind Academy, right? You must not learn from him. Shui Yunyu warned with a serious face. As an elder, Shui Yunyu didn't want to see Mu Yang go astray. At the meeting of the 5 element academies, Feng Xiaotian claimed to be born with full soul power, which immediately attracted the attention of several other element academies. No one would ignore such a genius who was suspected to be born with full soul power. As the dean of Tien Shui Academy, Shui Yunyu naturally sent people to inquire about it afterwards. But after collecting the general information about Feng Xiaotian, Shui Yunyu was immediately dumbfounded. Good guy, this young man is born with full soul. It is true that he has great power, but he is also a big weird flower. She didn't know what Feng Zhen of the Divine Wind Academy was thinking. He actually allowed such a great genius who was in the golden period of cultivation to not cultivate his soul power, but to tinker with his own soul skills. It was simply a waste of such a great talent. If it were her, if there was such a rebellious student in the academy, she would definitely hang him up and beat him up, and then supervise his cultivation. Not cultivating soul power but tinkering with self-created soul skills? Your legs will be broken. Yeah, I understand. Mu Yang naturally understood the truth of Shui Yunyu's words. However, his situation was different from Feng Xiaoshan's. Feng Xiaotian relied on his own understanding to study his own soul skills, while he relied on his innate ability to deduce. The efficiency was very different. Not to mention that except for occasionally skipping work, he never gave up the practice of soul power. It is commendable to challenge others at a higher level, but how can it be as satisfying as suppressing others with realm? Of course, if nothing unexpected happens, Feng Xiaotian nowadays should not be as obsessed with his own soul skills as before. But we must never underestimate the changes and efforts that the dog is willing to make for the goddess. Perhaps this effort is nothing in the eyes of some people, but it is definitely the limit of what the dog can do. Ice Flame Dragon. Afterwards, Mu Yang did not hesitate any longer and directly controlled the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow to activate the strongest attack secret method currently mastered. Suddenly, amidst the surging soul power, a lifelike ice blue dragon with blazing ice flames all over its body suddenly rose into the air from behind the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow. While the martial soul fusion technique is extremely powerful, it also consumes a lot of soul power from the soul master. His and Shui Bing'er's soul power levels are not high to begin with, and they don't have much soul power in their bodies. If they continue to dawdle, they might not even have enough soul power to conduct a test. It looks like it has some tricks up its sleeve. The second soul skill is extremely cold freezing air. Glancing at the soaring ice blue dragon, Shui Yanyu raised her eyebrows, and then her second soul ring flashed, her red lips slightly opened, and the next moment, a stream of ice blue air emitting a biting chill spewed out at a high speed, sweeping towards the soaring ice flame dragon. Ka! As soon as it came into contact with the ice blue air flow, a layer of white frost covered the body of the ice flame dragon, and then the white frost spread, and the entire body of the ice flame dragon was frozen and fell from mid-air. However, the secret method of the ice flame dragon was not broken. After all, Shui Yanyu's second soul skill, extremely cold frozen air, is a control soul skill. In addition to the freezing effect, it does not have the ability to attack. The ice flame dragon is condensed from ice flames, and the temperature itself is extremely low, so there is no need to worry about being frozen. Ice Flame Spear. Ignoring the Ice Flame Dragon that will be able to get rid of the freezing control in a while, Mu Yang shouted secretly, and the ice blue light flashed in the hands of the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, and a spear made entirely of special ice flames suddenly condensed. With a sound of whoosh, a whistling sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the Ice Flame Spear in his hand was thrown out with all his strength, shooting towards Shui Yanyu. Third Soul Skill, Ice Wings. Seeing this, Shui Yanyu's third soul ring suddenly flashed, and a pair of ice wings condensed behind her. With a flap of the wings, her body moved sideways for several meters and flew into the air, avoiding the ice flame spear that was shooting at her. Turn. Seeing Shui Yanyu dodge the ice flame spear, Mu Yang changed his mind, and the ice flame spear that passed by Shui Yanyu immediately turned its spearhead, drew an arc in the air, and shot towards her back again. Can it still lock and track? Shui Yanyu couldn't help but look surprised when she noticed the ice flame spear that turned around and shot again behind her. She fluttered her ice wings behind her and dodged again. After a few breaths, under Mu Yang's mental control, although the ice flame spear failed to hit Shui Yanyu, it kept chasing her, so that Shui Yanyu had no time to stop, and the two sides seemed to be in a stalemate. In fact, it is also very simple to crack the ice flame spear's lock and tracking. The reason why the ice flame spear can turn its spearhead is because Mu Yang is controlling and guiding it with mental power. If Shui Yanyu can keep a sufficient distance from Mu Yang, then Mu Yang will not be able to control and guide her anymore. Shui Yanyu may be aware of this, but as an 8-ring soul Douluo, she disdains it. As an 8-ring soul Douluo, she is a master in the whole continent. When she instructs the younger generation, she must avoid her sharp edge. That is not the face of a master. Fifth soul skill, Ice Protection. In order to break the deadlock, Shui Yanyu took it seriously. The fifth soul ring on her body flashed, and as the soul power surged, an ice blue transparent shield that protected the whole body appeared on her body. The next second, the ice flame spear fell on the ice shield. Bang! The ice flame spear exploded and turned into a large handful of special ice flames attached to the ice shield. Ka! At the moment when the special ice flame attached, a subtle condensation sound like water melting ice was heard, and Shui Yanyu saw a layer of white frost on the ice shield condensed on her body. However, Shui Yanyu didn't care. The special ice flame condensed by Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er's martial soul fusion skill, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, second form, was strong, but that was only relative. She was an 8-ring soul Douluo, how could she be controlled by the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow whose basic strength was barely in the 4th ring? It was good enough to bring her a little chill. The gap of 4 major levels was an insurmountable gap. Even so, when she noticed the power of this special ice flame, Shui Yunyu was secretly amazed. Don't think that she was not affected by the ice flame. If it was an ordinary 4-ring soul master or even a soul king who had just entered the 5th ring, he would most likely be frozen into a lump of ice. And this special ice flame has a very strong adhesion. Once frozen, it will continue to be frozen unless this special ice flame is extinguished. In addition, this special ice flame not only has a freezing effect, but also has extraordinary burning power, which is much more difficult to deal with than ordinary freezing control soul skills. At this moment, the previously frozen ice flame dragon got rid of the frozen state, soared into the air again, and rushed straight to Shui Yunyu. The battle on the scene became more intense. End of this chapter. Chapter 68. As long as the hoe is wielded well, there is no corner that cannot be dug down. The battle continued. 3 minutes later. Bang! A beam of ice blue light came at high speed and landed accurately on the head of the ice flame dragon. In an instant, the ice flame dragon exploded in the air, and a large amount of ice flames splashed out and fell from the air. After roughly figuring out the strength of the second form of the 2 martial soul fusion skills, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, Shui Yunyu activated the 6th soul skill, Extreme Ice Wings, and blew up the ice flame dragon without any suspense. The big dragon was killed instantly with one move. Shui Yunyu turned her head and looked at the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, which was surrounded by a circle of ice blue domain power. That's right, Mu Yang also used the innate domain of the Ice Flame Saint Shadow Martial Soul, the Ice Flame domain. It's a pity that there is a huge gap in strength. Even in the state of martial soul fusion skills and with the help of domain power, Mu Yang couldn't hurt Shui Yunyu's hair. The ice shield formed by her 5th defensive soul skill of 10,000 years alone was not something that the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, who had just entered the 4th ring, could break. And, please stop looking at me. I have used all my skills. Facing Shui Yunyu's inquiring eyes, Mu Yang spread his hands helplessly. Hearing this, Shui Yunyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It must be said that Mu Yang brought her too many surprises today. First, the martial soul fusion skill and the 2nd martial soul, then various secret skills, and finally the domain power that most titled Douluo could not master, which really opened her eyes. That is, the soul power level of Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er is too low at the moment. If the two can advance to the 7th ring soul saint, even if they have just entered the 7th ring, they will definitely be able to defeat her, a high-level soul Douluo, and they may even be able to compete with her at the 6th ring stage. Afterwards, Mu Yang took the initiative to cancel the martial soul fusion skill, and the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow disappeared, revealing his and Shui Bing'er's figures. Seeing Shui Bing'er's face was slightly pale, knowing that it was because of her excessive consumption of soul power, Mu Yang immediately switched to the Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng Martial Soul. The first soul ring flashed, the soul spell was chanted, and the red light flashed, creating 2 red jade soul restoring ginsengs. Bing'er, open your mouth. Mu Yang handed a red jade soul restoring ginseng to Shui Bing'er's mouth. Blushing, hesitating for a moment, Shui Bing'er still opened her mouth. Feeding from the child-raising husband, well, can't be refused. After a red jade soul restoring ginseng entered the stomach, the two people's condition recovered a lot. It tastes good, better than before. Shui Bing'er praised after savoring the sweetness in her mouth. If it were ordinary ginseng, the taste would not be very good when eaten raw, at least most people would not think it was delicious. However, soul food is different from normal food. Before the evolution of the martial soul, Mu Yang's soul ginseng tasted good. After the martial soul evolved, not only did the effect of ginseng improve a lot, but even the taste was further improved. Not to mention the world's delicacies, but it is definitely delicious. That's right. To be honest, my Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng Martial Soul is definitely the strongest food type martial soul in the mainland Soul Master world. Mu Yang said proudly. Xiao Yang, Bing'er, you should practice more martial soul fusion skills in the future, but it's best not to show them in front of outsiders. Mu Zihu told the two of them. Yes. The two nodded. It's not enough to be able to activate the martial soul fusion skills. You need to practice more in the future to master it perfectly. Zihu, you said that they both have a martial soul fusion skill, but Xiao Yang is in Blazing Fire College, and Bing'er is in Tien Shui College. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? At this time, Shui Yanyu, who fell from midair and put away her martial soul, turned her eyes and said to Muziu. What do you want to do? Muziu immediately looked at Shui Yanyu with a vigilant face. In fact, without asking, Muziu could guess Shui Yanyu's little calculation in her heart, which was nothing more than thinking about stealing the girl. Shui Yanyu smiled and said, Ziu, we have known each other for many years. It is not possible to practice martial soul fusion skills alone. In order for Binger to master martial soul fusion skills, I, as an aunt, don't mind Binger going to your Shuo Academy. But your Shuo Academy does not have a simulated training field suitable for Binger to practice. If Binger goes to Shuo Academy, her soul power training will definitely be delayed. But if Xiao Yang comes to our Tien Shui Academy, the situation will be different. Xiao Yang's martial soul has two attributes of ice and fire, and one is a fusion of ice and fire. The effect of practicing in the ice simulated training field will definitely not be worse than that in the fire simulated training field. It is the same to come to our Tien Shui Academy to practice. Let Xiao Yang come to Tien Shui Academy, not only will it not delay soul power training, but also practice martial soul fusion skills with Binger. Isn't it wonderful? Shui Yanyu, as long as the hoe is used well, there is no corner that cannot be dug down. Muziu. Shui Yanyu was confident in this attempt to steal someone's girlfriend. Just as she said, they both had the martial soul fusion skill, so how could they be separated? Didn't the martial soul fusion skill appear in vain? Since the two of them wanted to be together, they had to choose between Shuo Academy and Tien Shui Academy. The simulated training grounds of both academies were suitable for Mu Yang, but the simulated training ground of Shuo Academy was not suitable for Shui Binger. It was obvious which one they would choose in the end. If Shui Yanyu were Muziu, she would have to accept it for the sake of her nephew and future nephew's wife. After all, as an elder, she couldn't delay the future of her younger generation, right? Ahem, well, it's getting late, let's go back to Tiandu City first. At this time, Huo Lai on the side spoke. Yes, it's getting dark soon, let's go back to Tiandu City first. But, Your Majesty Tyrannosaurus, Ziu, you have to consider my proposal carefully. Shui Yanyu didn't care if she didn't get the girl right away, because she believed that Huo Lai and Muziu would definitely make her wish come true. Your Majesty. Hearing this honorific from her aunt, Shui Binger blinked her beautiful icy blue eyes and looked at Huo Lai curiously. In the mainland Soul Master world, only the 9-ring titled Douluo can be given the title of Your Majesty by others. In other words, Dean Huo has advanced to the titled Douluo. Thinking of this, Shui Binger couldn't help but narrow her eyes and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Dean Huo is a 9-ring titled Douluo. When little Mu Yang shows his extraordinary talent in the eyes of the world in the future, she doesn't have to worry about anyone daring to harm him. A neutral titled Douluo is enough to make most people with bad intentions give up their thoughts. Otherwise, whether the conspiracy succeeds or not, there will be one more powerful enemy. There is no grudge. In the absence of great interests, anyone who still has reason will not do this. Little Mu Yang, grow up quickly. Taking Mu Yang's right hand, the two interlocked their fingers. Shui Binger thought to herself. It will be on the shelves tomorrow. I beg for the first order. Thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 69 First Love, please first order. When Mu Yang and the other 5 returned to Tiandu Hotel, it was already dark. Yanyu, we haven't gotten together for a long time. Call everyone from your college and get together. Walking into the hotel, Muziu said to Shui Yanyu. Okay. Shui Yanyu agreed. Mu Yang, you is here too. Shui Binger, holding hands with her fingers, pulled Mu Yang. Mu Yang nodded, then I'll go with you. It's only natural for the elder sister to bring her boyfriend to meet her younger sister, not to mention that he and Shui Yu are also friends. Hearing the knock on the door, Shui Yu opened the door and saw her elder sister and Mu Yang holding hands outside the door. After being stunned for 3 seconds, Shui Yu immediately began to complain, "Oh, elder sister, you went on a date with little Mu Yang, right? No wonder you didn't bring him along. Hey? Where is Mu Yang?" Halfway through, Shui Yu was surprised to find that Mu Yang's hair color had changed. "Yu, long time no see." Mu Yang greeted with a smile. "Little Mu Yang, we haven't seen each other for a long time, but you, who haven't seen each other for a long time, actually took my sister down without saying a word? Or, you were taken down by my sister. Pointing at the two people's interlocked fingers, Shui Yu'er couldn't help but tease. Ahem, Yu'er, from now on, you can't call me Little Mu Yang. Clearing his throat, Mu Yang said. If I don't call you Little Mu Yang, what should I call you? From now on, I'm your brother-in-law. Mu Yang said seriously. Hiss. Suddenly, Mu Yang felt a pain in the soft flesh of his waist, and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Looking down, he saw a tender white jade hand resting on his waist, and it was rotated 90 degrees. Does it hurt? Shui Binger asked while pinching. It doesn't hurt. Mu Yang shook his head. Although it hurts a little, how can he say it? It doesn't hurt? Then I'll keep pinching. Shui Binger had a smile on her lips. It hurts, Binger, let go. Mu Yang quickly changed his words. Rolling her eyes, Shui Binger loosened the soft flesh around Mu Yang's waist, turned to Shui Yu'er and said, Yu'er, from now on, Mu Yang belongs to your sister. Shui Binger's tone was a little flat, but it sounded overbearing, as if she was announcing to Shui Yu'er. She didn't mean anything else. Shui Binger knew that her sister was quirky and clever. Since she was a child, if she had something that Shui Yu'er didn't have, this girl would act like a spoiled child and ask for it. As a sister, of course she had to give in to her sister. She was willing to share almost everything with her sister, but there was only one exception. Little Mu Yang is so handsome, he will definitely be more handsome when he grows up. Looking at Mu Yang beside her, Shui Binger thought to herself. No, sister, so you really plan to raise little Mu Yang and then eat him up? Shui Yu'er asked with eyes wide open, in disbelief. The joke she said before was actually her sister's true thoughts? Mu Yang, What's going on? I became a foster puppy? No, how could I, Mu Yang, be fostered? Absolutely not allowed. Yu'er, go change your shoes and have dinner. Seeing the slippers on Shui Yu'er's feet, Shui Binger changed the subject. Feeding me dog food before calling me for dinner, what is your intention? I'm already full. Shui Yu'er muttered. Mu Yang, Go. Shui Binger glared at her unhappily. Oh. After all, she is the elder sister, Shui Binger still has authority. Shui Yu'er nodded obediently and went back to the room to change shoes. By the way, Xiao Muiyang, you haven't told me why your hair turned blue. After changing into a pair of princess shoes, Shui Yu'er asked Mu Yang. Oh, the martial soul has evolved. Mu Yang explained, paused, and added, remember to call brother-in-law. Shui Yu'er, Tiandu Hotel, Catering Annex Building, Huo Lai asked for a large private room with 2 tables. When Mu Yang followed the people of Tien Shui College to the private room, the people of Shuo College had already arrived. Xiao Yang, when did you and Binger happen? When Huo Wu saw Mu Yang and Shui Binger entering the private room hand in hand, she couldn't help but show a look of surprise on her face, and then he asked with a gossipy face. When did it happen? We fell in love at first sight. Mu Yang said without hesitation. Before he confirmed his relationship with Shui Binger, Mu Yang thought it was because of the martial soul fusion technique. But after Shui Yu'er let it slip, Mu Yang realized that not only did he like the blue-haired girl in his hand from the beginning, but she also wanted to raise him. Awesome! Huo Wushuan gave Mu Yang a thumbs up. At this moment, Huo Wushuan admired his little cousin very much. He met her once half a year ago and never saw her again. As a result, today, half a year later, he directly took the little sister. The key is that the elders of the little sister have no intention of objecting. It's outrageous. If he, Huo Wushuan, is so powerful, why hasn't he held a girl's hand at the age of 15? Okay, everyone sit down as you like. Huo Lai invited everyone to take a seat. Soon, everyone took their seats. One table was mainly for girls. There were 10 people from the Tien Shui team, including Shui Binger, Shui Yu'er, Huo Wu, a young lady from the Shuo team, and Mu Yang. Xiao Yang, how about some fruit wine to celebrate? Soon, the dishes were served. Seeing the fruit wine on the table, Huo Wu looked at Shui Binger and then said to Mu Yang on her right. It's just fruit wine, with a small after effect, suitable for girls and young boys. Anyway, the physical fitness of soul masters is not comparable to that of ordinary people, and there is no saying in the Soul Master world that minors are not allowed to drink. Mu Yang turned his head to look at Shui Binger. Binger, do you want some too? Shui Binger nodded slightly, pour it for me. She was happy today and had to drink. Seeing that the two were about to drink, Shui Yu rolled her eyes, leaned her head to the ear of the senior sister sitting beside her, and whispered a few words. Soon, the senior sister glanced at the two people who were showing affection, smiled and nodded, and then just like Shui Yu, she whispered a few words in the ear of her teammate beside her. After a while, the whisper spread to the 10 people of Tien Shui team. Sister, Yu toasts you a glass. Shui Yu raised the small wine glass in her hand and said to Shui Binger. Ding! After touching the wine glasses, the two sisters drank them directly in one gulp. Come on, Binger, congratulations on finding your ideal young man, senior sister, I toast you. The senior sister sitting next to Shui Yu raised her glass and said to Shui Binger. Ding! Binger! I toast you. Ding! Binger! Cheers! In less than 2 minutes, 3 glasses were drunk. When it came to the 4th glass, Shui Binger realized that something was wrong. Look at this rhythm, it's clear that someone is going to make trouble. However, it would be unreasonable not to drink, so I drank a round first. Anyway, the cups were not big, and it was fruit wine, so it was no big deal. After a round, Shui Yu and the 10 members of the Tien Shui team temporarily let Shui Binger go and pointed their spearheads at Mu Yang. Show affection and spread dog food, neither of you can escape. Come on, Mu Yang. No, brother-in-law, Yu toasts you. Shui Yu raised her cup and said to Mu Yang with a smile. The enemy is 2, I am 11, this is a sure win. Seeing this, Mu Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he knew Shui Yu was going to make trouble, he had to drink just for her calling him brother-in-law. After drinking a cup, Mu Yang quickly sent a message to call for help, otherwise he and Shui Binger would be doomed tonight. My sister-in-law has teammates, and I, Mu Yang, also have teammates. 2 hours later, looking at the troublemaker Shui Yu and 10 accomplices who had drunk and fell down, Mu Yang nodded with satisfaction. It is true that there are 11 enemy troops, but I, Mu Yang, have more friendly troops than you. 10 members of the Blazing Fire team, my cousin Huo Wushuan, my cousin Huo Wu, Huo Yun, plus myself and Shui Binger, that's 15 people. Without the appearance of the wine immortal, the numerical advantage of 4 people is still very obvious. Moreover, most of his teammates are fire attribute soul masters, and the fire soul power in their bodies is running, which slightly warms the wine after entering the stomach, making it less intoxicating than the wine at normal temperature. Shui Yu, you have no martial ethics. Turn around and look at Shui Binger, whose face is flushed. Mu Yang can't help but lean over and kiss her lightly on the face. Just when Mu Yang was about to leave with a kiss, Shui Binger stretched out her arms to hook Mu Yang's neck and kissed him hard on both cheeks. When facing their beloved, boys take the initiative, but girls are often more proactive, not to mention that they are drunk. Tisk, young people nowadays. Huo Lai shook his head with a sigh. What's the matter? I remember that when someone confessed to me for the first time, he seemed to be only 12 years old. Mu Zio glanced at Huo Lai and said indifferently. Haha. Huo Lai's old face turned red, and his mind couldn't help but recall the boyhood when he first entered Shuo Academy. After sending the drunk Shui Yu and the Tien Shui team back, Mu Yang returned to the room on the 5th floor of the hotel. He hummed a little song and took a bath happily. Then he changed into pajamas and went to the balcony to practice Tien refining God facing the moonlight in the night sky. It is said that women will only affect the speed of men drawing swords, but in Mu Yang's opinion, this is not absolutely correct. It's not that a rich woman will give you a good knife, but a responsible man will work harder if he has a girlfriend or wife, and in the Douluo continent where strength is respected, he will practice harder. Coincidentally, Mu Yang felt that he was such a man. When time passed slowly, and the night became deeper, Mu Yang stopped practicing Tien refining spirit and began to use his innate ability to deduce the creation method. However, Mu Yang did not continue to deduce the spiritual secret method that he had been deducing for some time tonight, but changed his goal and deduced the ice attribute meditation method that he temporarily named Extreme Ice Meditation Method. Well, it was deduced for Shui Binger. As for the spiritual secret method, among the 3 elements of essence, qi, and spirit, his spiritual power representing spirit is the strongest. If he wants to play his strengths, he naturally has to arrange spiritual means. After the subsequent spiritual secret method is perfected, in addition to joining hands with Shui Binger to launch the martial soul fusion technique, the spiritual secret method will be his strongest means for a long time. After all, after taking the Hope and Autumn Water Dew, his spiritual power level entered the level of the 5-ring Soul King. After more than half a year of practice, although it is still far from the level of an ordinary 6-ring Soul Master, the progress is not small. If he could combine it with the mysterious spiritual secret method, his strength could be steadily at the level of 5 rings just by means of spiritual power, and he would definitely not be the bottom one. 2 days later, the Soul Master competition of the Tien division officially opened at the Tien Great Soul Fighting Arena. However, Mu Yang was not the protagonist of this Soul Master competition. During the 1-month schedule of the preliminaries, he took Shui Binger to the Tien Great Soul Fighting Arena every morning to watch the competition, and their relationship became more and more heated. Of course, whether the two of them went to watch the competition or used the competition as an excuse to date, only they themselves knew. It should be said that the contestants of this Soul Master competition were somewhat unusual. It was not that the overall quality of the contestants was far superior to that of previous years, but that there were several contestants with excessive soul ring configurations on the field. However, the secret of whale glue was gradually known to the Soul Master world more than half a year ago. Since it was not too long ago, the soul ring configurations of all the 3-ring level contestants were still normal. After all, those who can represent the Advanced Soul Master Academy to participate in the Soul Master competition will not have a low soul power level. If they have not advanced to the 3rd ring more than half a year ago, they will not have enough strength to participate in the Soul Master competition now. Therefore, the soul power level of the participating students whose soul ring age exceeds the limit has reached the 4th ring Soul Ancestor, and the 4th soul ring whose age exceeds the limit is more than 7,000 years, which exceeds the normal best ratio limit by at least 2,000 years. It is not only Mu Yang and Shui Binger who go in pairs every day, but also the eldest cousin Huo Wu. However, unlike Mu Yang and Shui Binger, Miss Huo Wu is almost annoyed by Feng Xiaotian recently. Every morning when she goes out, Feng Xiaotian must be outside the door, just like squatting. Then, except for the women's restroom, where he can't follow, Feng Xiaotian will follow wherever Miss Huo Wu goes, and he is always pestering her, inseparable, like a dogskin plaster, and can't be shaken off. When a dog can be so good, the only one who can compete with Feng Xiaotian on the mainland may be a red-haired guy in the spirit hall. Thanks to my friend's Eclipse, I really don't know how to use the symbol in front, and 20220308222739990 for their monthly tickets. Thanks to my friend MOMTV31 for the 500-point reward. Thanks to my friends 20230618181812952, 20210421542119929, 202310097123005, 2024-010-2910, UG, 202-404-1860, __, MOMTV31, 20220606163632572, RYM, *, 713, Lujian for their recommendation votes. Please collect, recommend, subscribe, and vote for the monthly ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 70 The Magic of Martial Soul Fusion Skills. In addition, it is worth mentioning that Feng Xiaotian should have listened to Mu Yang's words at the beginning. When they first met at Blazing Fire Academy more than half a year ago, Feng Xiaotian was still a level 36 Soul Master, but today, more than half a year later, his soul power level is the same as Huo Wu's current level, reaching level 39 Soul Master, and his soul power has made great progress. If nothing unexpected happens, Feng Xiaotian will definitely be able to advance to the 5th ring Soul King in the next Soul Master competition 5 years later. The average soul power of the 4th ring stage is about 2 levels per year, which is absolutely a piece of cake for a normal innate full soul power. Mu Yang, with my protagonist's light, I will break your wisdom-reducing halo. As expected, after the preliminaries, Blazing Fire Academy won one of the 5 qualifying places in the Tienda division, and the results were good, ranking 2nd, defeating Shenfeng Academy, Tien Shui Academy, and Xiangjia Academy in a row, second only to Thunder Academy. And the reason for losing to Thunder Academy was not that Captain Huo Ling was not strong, but that the captain of the Thunder Academy team, Yu Tiankan, who was born in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, was stronger. With the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, known as the #1 beast martial soul in the world, the soul power level of a level 45 soul master, and the dragon transformation secret technique inherited from his family, Tien defeated Huoling, whose soul power level reached a level 46 soul master. After the preliminaries, there will be a month of rest, and then the 5 teams that have qualified from the Tien division will compete with the 10 teams that have qualified from the 5 kingdoms and principalities under the empire, a total of 15 teams, for a promotion match lasting half a month. However, the promotion match is not as open as the preliminaries. If you are not a senior member of the selected academy or a participating student, you can only participate if you have a certain identity and status. That is not the qualification to watch the game. In addition, there was a month of rest in between, so on the second day after the preliminaries, Mu Zihu took Mu Yang, Huo Wushuan, Huo Wu and Huo Yun back to Shiwo Academy. Traveling with them were Shui Yanyu, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Huo Wushuan, Huo Wu and Huo Yun were simply taken back to Shiwo Academy by Mu Zihu, while Mu Yang went back to pack his luggage and would follow Shui Yanyu to Tien Shui Academy later. Just as Shui Yanyu thought at the beginning, after Mu Yang and Shui Binger were able to form a martial soul fusion technique, the two were destined to be a pair. In order to master the martial soul fusion technique, it was very necessary for the two to be in the same academy. Since Shiwo Academy was not suitable for Shui Binger, who had the Ice Phoenix martial soul, to practice, Mu Yang could only go to Tien Shui Academy. In order not to delay their eldest nephew and the future nephew's wife, both Mu Zihu and Huo Lai were willing to let him go. However, Mu Yang did not really join Tien Shui College. He went there as an exchange student and was still a student of Shiwo College in name. After all, Shiwo College still needs Mu Yang in the next Soul Master competition 5 years later. Otherwise, Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu might not be able to win the championship. Shui Yanyu did not mind this, because she had a hunch that after several years Tien Shui College and Shiwo College might no longer be different from each other. Of course, Mu Yang returned to Shiwo College to pack his luggage, which was just an excuse. Luggage and the like were not absolutely necessary. His main purpose was to go back to the college to get the immortal herb, Acacia Heartbroken Red. He did not have a storage soul guide that could hold living things, and if the immortal herbs were stored in ordinary storage soul guides, there would be no effect in the short term. But if it took a long time, the efficacy of the immortal herbs would inevitably be lost, so Mu Yang did not carry them with him, but put them in the college. 3 days later, Shiwo College. In the room, Mu Yang opened the secret compartment in the closet. There were 6 exquisite jade boxes in the secret compartment. In these 6 jade boxes, there were the 6 immortal herbs that had been saved before: Acacia Heartbroken Red, Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone, Kirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum, Kiluo Tulip, Snow Swan Kiss, and Yuxiang Kiluo Immortal Products. After taking the jade box containing Acacia Heartbroken Red, Mu Yang stared at the other 5 jade boxes for a moment, and then took the jade box containing Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone. There is no doubt that Acacia Heartbroken Red was prepared for Shui Binger, and Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone, Mu Yang was going to give it to his sister-in-law Shui Yuer. It's not that Mu Yang was so bold that he planned to take his sister-in-law, but there were so many immortal herbs that it would be a waste if they were not used. Just in time, Shui Yuer was not an outsider, and she had good talent, so it was not a waste to give her one. Maybe in the past, Mu Yang also wanted to enjoy the happiness of having 2 women, not to mention that this was a pair of sisters. But since he had the martial soul fusion skill and often practiced with Shui Binger during this period, Mu Yang's mentality had already changed. Why are the soul masters with martial soul fusion skills on the mainland either the best brothers or sisters in the world, or the most intimate partners? It is because the martial soul fusion skill is toxic. The more you use the martial soul fusion skill, the deeper the brotherhood, sisterhood, or love between the 2 parties will be, as if they were hit by a means of tampering with their minds. It is also because of this that there are brothers or sisters who stab you in the back, and there are also people who betray their love, but this kind of situation will never happen to soul masters with martial soul fusion skills. Martial soul fusion skill, bipolar static field, which makes Ju Douluo Yuegwan and Ghost Douluo Gai may become good brothers, and even according to gossip, the 2 Douluos have a super friendship. You ask who is the attacker and who is the defender between the 2 Douluo? Is there any need to say this? The martial soul fusion skill, Golden Holy Dragon made Lu Erlong wait for Yu Xiaogang for 20 years, from a young girl to a middle-aged old lady, and she abandoned worldly prejudices and wanted to be together regardless of everything even if they were cousins. At the same time, it also made Flanders wait from a young man to a bachelor uncle, and finally died alone. The martial soul fusion skill, Nether White Tiger made Dai Mubai from a time management master to a single man, and also made Zhu Zuqing selectively forget the glorious record of a certain 1,000-man killer. All these are the magic of the martial soul fusion skill. Although the martial soul fusion skill is toxic, Mu Yang does not resist it, because it is a love from the heart, not forced. What's more, my Binger is so kind and so beautiful. Mu Yang thought to himself. The next day after returning to Shuo Academy, Mu Yang followed Shui Yunyu, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer to Tien Shui Academy. Well, before leaving, Mu Yang took a lot of money from the academy and packed up all the silver flowers in Shuo Academy's inventory and took them away. Silver flowers have the effect of nourishing the spirit, which can increase his daily meditation and deduction time to a certain extent. If he went to Tien Shui Academy, he would not have this benefit, and Mu Yang would not miss it. Tien Shui Academy and Shuo Academy are far apart. They are not in the same province, but are located in the territory of Stru Province in the northeast of Tiandu Empire. The western part of Stru Province borders the imperial city circle of Tiandu Empire, the south is facing the Sunset Forest, the north is facing the far north, and the east is facing the East China Sea. In the northeast of the province, there is a coastal city, Tien Shui City. And Tien Shui Academy is just outside Tien Shui City. 10 days later, Mu Yang and his 4 companions arrived at Tien Shui Academy. 10 days north of Tien Shui City, the coastline here is concave towards the mainland, forming a large moon bay with a sea area of hundreds of square kilometers and a small mouth and a large interior. In this moon bay, there are 1 large and 5 small islands that are almost stuck together from the southwest corner of the shore. And Tien Shui College is built on the 6 islands in this moon bay. Douluo continent is not an ordinary ancient society without extraordinary power. Its architecture is much more developed than that of Mu Yang's previous life. Although Tien Shui College is built in Moon Bay, there is no need to fly or take a boat to enter the college. A gorgeous stone bridge over 100 meters long connects the mainland and the nearest of the 6 small islands in Moon Bay. And this small island, which is not very large in area, is where the gate of Tien Shui College is located. Walking into the gate of the college, under the leadership of Shui Yunyu and the other 2, Mu Yang crossed a stone bridge over 200 meters long and arrived at the main campus of Tien Shui College. The island where the main campus of Tien Shui College is located is different from the small island where the college gate is located. It is the largest island in Moon Bay. It is roughly oval in shape, and the entire island covers an area of about 20 square kilometers. The island is not flat. Except for the slightly flat coastline and the part of the southwest corner occupied by the main campus of Tien Shui College, the island is just like a mountain peak growing out of Moon Bay, which is about 600 to 700 meters high. Because Tien Shui College is located in the northern cold zone, the top of the mountain is covered with snow, forming a natural ice-type mimicry training field. The Moon Bay where Tien Shui College is located is connected to the sea, which happens to serve as a mimicry training field for water-type soul masters. It can be said that the 2 ice-type and water-type mimicry training fields of Tien Shui College are the 2 most cost-effective mimicry training fields built by various forces on the mainland, and basically do not require manpower and money to maintain. Binger, why are there flowers everywhere in the college? Along the way, what Mu Yang saw most in the college campus were flowers of various shapes that could adapt to the northern cold climate. Even the trees on both sides of the road were plants that bloomed all year round. The college is built on the coastline. Do you smell the fishy smell of the sea? Shui Binger smiled and asked. So that's it. Mu Yang suddenly realized. People who live by the sea know that the air near the coastline often has a fishy smell, but Tien Shui College, which is located on the coastline, does not have this smell. This is not because of the special geographical location, but because it is covered by the fragrance of countless flowers and plants planted in the college. That's right, Tien Shui College has beautiful scenery, and the students in the college are all beautiful ladies. The fishy smell in the air can't ruin the scenery, otherwise it would be too outrageous. After entering the college's administrative building, Shui Yunyu completed the exchange student procedures for Mu Yang in a short time. From today on, Mu Yang is an exchange student from Shuo College in Tien Shui College. It is worth mentioning that in the entire Tien Shui College, Mu Yang is the only male, and the other students and teachers are all female, as if they were in a country of women. A dozen minutes later, Mu Yang followed the 3 people to a villa in the accommodation area. Xiao Yang, you will live with us from now on. Shui Yunyu said to Mu Yang. Mu Yang is the only male in the college, so it is not suitable for him to live in the dormitory with other girls. Moreover, this villa only has her, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, and there are still vacant rooms. Yet. Mu Yang nodded. After a tour, Mu Yang found that the villa was nice and well decorated, and the conditions were not worse than the one he lived in Shuo College. However, it was not without any shortcomings. The house was a bit big, and there were a few rooms, so he had to live in a single room. A wall on the second floor of the villa separated the boy, and the girl in their first love. A week later. Early in the morning, in the bedroom, after completing the daily morning deduction as usual, Mu Yang opened the bedside table, took out one of the 2 exquisite jade boxes, put it into the soul guide storage bracelet, and then left the room. Knock knock knock. Coming to the door of the next room, Mu Yang knocked on the door and shouted, "Binger, are you up?" "I'm coming." Not long after, a response came from the room, followed by a slight sound of footsteps, and with a click, the door opened. What caught Mu Yang's eyes was Shui Binger, who was wearing blue pajamas, sleepy, with messy hair and slightly dark circles under her eyes. "Binger, didn't you get enough rest last night?" Seeing that Shui Binger's eyes were a little dark, Mu Yang couldn't help asking. "A little bit." Shui Binger nodded calmly, and then said, "Let's go after breakfast." After a pause, Shui Binger said, "You shouldn't be nervous, right?" Mu Yang shook his head, "No, but it's the first time to meet uncle and aunt, do I really not need to bring any gifts?" Why is he nervous? With good talent, handsome appearance and martial soul fusion skills in hand, he is not afraid of his father-in-law and mother-in-law's faults. And if nothing unexpected happens, his father-in-law and mother-in-law will love him too late. "Let's talk about this when you grow up. I'll change my clothes," said. Shui Binger closed the door again. Seeing this, Mu Yang touched his nose and went to call Shui Yuer, who had not yet woken up. It is now mid-September. For others, today is a common day, but for Mu Yang and Shui Binger, today is a little different. Because today is Shui Binger's 13th birthday. Since it is a birthday, and she is still young and not far from her parents, she naturally has to go back to Tien Shui City to celebrate with her parents. Taking her sister back to Tien Shui City to celebrate her birthday with her parents, she certainly can't leave Mu Yang alone in the academy. And it was the first time that Shui Binger brought her son-in-law home to meet her parents, and she was inevitably nervous. It was for this reason that she didn't sleep well last night. Similarly, it was because Shui Binger's birthday was approaching that Mu Yang didn't give her the Acacia Heartbroken Red, the Extreme Ice Meditation Method and many secret manuals that he had already deduced. After all, life always has to have surprises and a sense of ritual. Half an hour later, after having breakfast in the academy cafeteria, Mu Yang, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer set off for Tien Shui City in a carriage. End of this chapter. Chapter 71 The Flower of Beloved. More than an hour later, the carriage slowly stopped in front of a luxurious mansion in Tien Shui City. Although the Shui family in Tien Shui City is not very populous, it is not a soul master family without any background to produce an 8-ring soul Douluo like Shui Yunyu. Looking at the entire continent, the Shui family's strength is not ranked. The family's inherited martial spirit, Frostbird, is not ranked among the top beast martial spirits, and it is not strong. But the Shui family is one of the best soul master families in Tien Shui City. Even if the scope is expanded to the entire Stru province, it is enough to be ranked at the top. In the spacious hall, Mu Yang and the other two just sat down when they saw a middle-aged man and 2 middle-aged beautiful women who looked 70% similar walking in from the door. As soon as the 3 entered the living room, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer stood up and shouted, "Dad, Mom, Auntie, Auntie, dot. Binger, Yuer, this is little Mu Yang, right?" Nodding, the father of the 2 sisters, Shui Jinghong, looked at Mu Yang with a smile. Long before this, Shui Jinghong knew about Mu Yang's existence from his sister Shui Yunyu, and also knew the relationship between Mu Yang and his eldest daughter, and even knew his family background clearly. If it were someone else, Shui Jinghong would not directly drive them out, which would be very face-saving, and he would never treat them with a smile. After all, as an old father, he is naturally hostile to the big fat pig who dares to peek at his little cabbage. But Mu Yang is different. This is not because of his innate full soul power. Although this is also a point that Shui Jinghong is satisfied with, what he values more is that Mu Yang can work together with his eldest daughter to launch the martial soul fusion technique. With the martial soul fusion skill in hand, as long as the character is not bad, even the picky father-in-law will not be hostile. Because a man and a woman who can activate the martial soul fusion skill are recognized as a loving couple in the soul master world. In the final analysis, the old father is hostile to the new son-in-law, but it is just worried that the son-in-law will not treat his little cotton jacket well. In this regard, Mu Yang has the martial soul fusion skill as the strongest guarantee. Hello uncle, two aunts. Mu Yang stepped forward and bowed. It should be said that there is a reason why his future father-in-law can enjoy the blessing of many wives. Although it is common for powerful people on the mainland to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, putting aside family background and strength, Shui Jinghong is also a top choice in terms of appearance. This can be seen from the fact that the appearance of Shui Bing'er and her sister is more inherited from Shui Jinghong. Xiao Yang, don't be polite. Just treat it as your own home. Shui Bing'er's mother Si Yulan said with a smile. Thank you, aunt. Seeing that his future father-in-law and mother-in-law were very friendly, Mu Yang smiled and nodded. He said that there was no other son-in-law as good as him in the whole continent. After chatting for a while, Shui Jinghong said to the two of them, by the way, Bing'er, Xiao Yang, your aunt said that you two can activate the martial soul fusion technique, and there are 2 different forms. Let me open my eyes. Except for the combination of white tiger and nether spirit cat, there are very few examples of martial soul fusion techniques in the mainland soul master world. In addition, it is his eldest daughter's martial soul fusion technique, so Shui Jinghong is very curious. But then again, this is his eldest daughter's second martial soul fusion technique. Could it be that the ice phoenix martial soul, which is derived from the mutated ice bird, is easier to produce martial soul fusion techniques than other martial souls? It's not just Shui Jinghong who has this idea. Mu Yang had thought about it before. There aren't many martial soul fusion skills in the original work. The ones he still remembers are the nether white tiger, the bipolar static field, the golden holy dragon, the ice and snow, the demon charm, the dragon and snake joint attack, the light of resurrection, and the coexistence of 2 gods. Among these 8 martial soul fusion skills, 2 are special. The light of resurrection and the coexistence of 2 gods would not exist if there were no divine power involved. Except for these 2 special martial soul fusion skills, half of the remaining 6 martial soul fusion skills are participated by mutant martial souls. The bipolar static field, the ghost Douluo ghost's ghostly martial soul with the same name as himself, is undoubtedly a mutant martial soul. The golden holy dragon, Yu Xiaogong's Luo Sanbao and Lu Erlong's red dragon martial soul are all mutated from the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex martial soul. As for the case of ice and snow, Shui Bing'er's ice phoenix is a mutated ice bird martial soul. The martial souls involved in the mutated martial soul fusion skills account for half of the number, but compared with normal martial souls, mutant martial souls are rare. If we only calculate the probability, the possibility of mutant martial souls having martial soul fusion skills is really much greater than that of normal martial souls. Perhaps once a martial soul mutates, it mutates in the direction of a perfect martial soul. But due to the talent of the soul master itself, the martial soul mutation is not perfect, and even becomes worse, with obvious shortcomings in some aspects. In this way, compared with normal martial souls, mutant martial souls are more likely to find other martial souls that complement each other and can launch martial soul fusion skills. And powerful martial souls such as the 6-winged angel and the sea god, because of their divine origin, the martial soul itself is in a nearly perfect state, and it is almost impossible for martial souls that can complement each other to appear, which leads to the fact that these powerful martial souls have never had cases of martial soul fusion skills. Although it has not been verified, Mu Yang feels that his guess should not be wrong, at least it makes sense. My father-in-law wants to see his martial soul fusion skills, and Mu Yang will naturally not refuse. To perform the martial soul fusion technique with Shui Bing'er, he needed to release his ice flame holy shadow martial soul, but Mu Yang had no intention of hiding it. We are all family, so why should we be afraid of the twin martial souls being known? As long as it is not known by irrelevant outsiders. What's more, Shui Jinghong probably knew from Shui Yunyu that he had twin martial souls. After all, his daughter had found a boyfriend, so how could an old father not know about the situation? Soon, Shui Jinghong dismissed the servants in the mansion and saw the 2 forms of the martial soul fusion technique in the backyard of the mansion. The experience Shui Jinghong mentioned was not just a simple look, but also a hands-on test. This allowed Mu Yang to see the soul ring configuration of his father-in-law: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Although he didn't know the specific soul power level, Shui Jinghong was undoubtedly a 7-ring control system soul saint. After the test, Shui Jinghong gave a very pertinent evaluation. The future is promising. Although Shui Jinghong could see that Mu Yang's soul power level and the soul ring that had not yet been attached to the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul hindered the Martial Soul Fusion Technique, otherwise the power of the Martial Soul Fusion Technique could be even stronger, but he didn't care at all. Mu Yang, who had just passed the age of 9, had a soul power level of a 25th level Great Soul Master, which was beyond his understanding of the speed of Soul Master cultivation. Even if it was replaced by other Soul Masters with full innate soul power, it would not be so fast. The reason why it seemed to be a bit of a lag was simply because his eldest daughter had practiced longer than Mu Yang. Moreover, Mu Yang's cultivation talent was much stronger than Shui Bing'er. As the cultivation time increased, this situation would naturally not continue. What Shui Jinghong didn't know was that if he simply pursued the soul power level, Mu Yang's current soul power level could be higher. It's just that when he chose the immortal herbs, he didn't choose other immortal herbs that can directly improve the soul power level after taking them. Instead, he chose the 8 anise mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot, which did not directly improve the soul power level after taking them, but were more compatible with his 2 martial souls. Otherwise, Mu Yang would probably have been a 3-ring soul master at this time. But it was precisely because of the choice of 8 anise mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot that Mu Yang's 2 martial souls were able to undergo transformation and evolution, and the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul awakened the talent field, and even formed a martial soul fusion skill with Shui Bing'er's Ice Phoenix Martial Soul. In the evening, in the restaurant, Shui Jinghong and his wife celebrated Shui Bing'er's birthday. Since Shui Bing'er's birthday was a small birthday, Shui Jinghong did not make a big fuss, but just celebrated it simply as a family. As for Shui Yanyu, it was the Soul Master competition at this time, and she, the dean of Tien Shui College, could not be absent. After arranging for Mu Yang, she returned to Tiandu City. By the way, Bing'er, where's Swu? Why didn't she come? Suddenly, Si Yulan remembered an important point. Why didn't Swu, who had a very good relationship with her daughter in Tien Shui College, come? Sister Swu asked for leave to go home some time ago. Shui Bing'er explained. Going home on leave? Did something happen? Si Yulan asked. Shui Bing'er shook her head, she didn't say anything. She left in a hurry. Hearing this, Si Yulan showed regret, and then pointed to the big cake with 13 small candles on the dining table. Come on, Bing'er, make a wish. Yet. Nodding, Shui Bing'er clasped her fingers together, closed her eyes and silently made a birthday wish. Hey! After a long time, Shui Bing'er opened her eyes again and blew out the 13 small candles on the cake in one breath. Sister, your birthday wish will definitely come true. Shui Yu'er said. Shui Bing'er smiled and nodded, thank you Yu'er for your blessing. Then sister, can you please give me a birthday gift? Shui Yu'er asked with a curious look. No, it won't work if you say it out loud. Glancing at Mu Yang beside her, Shui Bing'er refused without hesitation. In addition to wishing her family to be healthy and her soul power to improve, her birthday wishes are all related to Mu Yang, which is not easy to tell her sister. Oh, I know, sister, you don't want me as your sister because you have Mu Yang, right? I even prepared a birthday gift for you. Said Shui Yu'er pouted, with a face full of come and comfort me. How could it be? Yu'er, you are my best sister. And, you can't think like that. You were loved by your parents, aunts and uncles in the past. Mu Yang and I will love you in the future too. Okay, give me the gift you prepared. Holding Mu Yang with her left hand, Shui Bing'er stretched out her right hand and touched Shui Yu'er's head. That's good enough. With a smile on her face again, Shui Yu'er took out an exquisite gift box from the storage soul guide and handed it to Shui Bing'er. Thank you, Yu'er. Shui Bing'er took the gift box with a smile. Afterwards, Shui Jinghong, Si Yulan and Si Yuzhu, Shui Yu'er's mother, also gave birthday gifts one after another. After thanking them one by one, Shui Bing'er turned her head and looked at Mu Yang. I wonder what little Mu Yang will give. I'm so looking forward to it. Shui Bing'er thought to herself. It's not that she doesn't look forward to birthday gifts from her family, but she is particularly looking forward to Mu Yang's. Bing'er, happy birthday! Smiling, Mu Yang took out the jade box containing the acacia heartbroken red from the soul guide storage bracelet. Shui Bing'er happily took the jade box handed over by Mu Yang and kissed him on the face. I want one too, I want one too. Without waiting for Mu Yang to react, Shui Bing'er, who saw that she had received Mu Yang's gift, returned a kiss. Shui Yu'er immediately refused and pointed at her cheek and said to her sister. Okay, okay, Yu'er has one too. Smiling, Shui Bing'er also kissed her. Sister, don't you want to open it and take a look? Seeing Shui Bing'er put all 5 gifts into the storage soul guide, Shui Yu'er asked. No, I have to go back to the room to see. This time, Shui Bing'er didn't agree to Shui Yu'er. She didn't know what Mu Yang had prepared in advance. If the gift had words that only lovers could say, how embarrassing would it be to open it in front of her parents and aunt? After eating cake and dinner, Shui Bing'er couldn't wait to return to the bedroom. On the desk in the bedroom, Shui Bing'er looked at the 4 exquisite gift boxes and a jade box in front of her. Without hesitation, Shui Bing'er put Mu Yang's birthday gift last and opened the other 4 gifts first. A small ice phoenix hairpin, a flying ice phoenix crystal sculpture, a gorgeous blue crystal necklace, and a furry bear doll. Well, the furry bear doll was given by Shui Yu'er. Squinting her eyes, she nodded happily, and Shui Bing'er took it. She picked up these 4 gifts. Although these 4 gifts were not precious, she liked them very much. The jade box is not big, but very heavy. Could it be that it contains iron? Weighing the jade box, Shui Bing'er muttered to herself. But when the jade box was opened, Shui Bing'er's eyes were firmly attracted. It was a palm-sized white flower, without any leaves. Under the rhizome was a piece of black stone. On the white flower, there were a few pieces of amazing red as blood, which looked a bit thrilling. Shui Bing'er was very sure that this was the first time she saw this kind of peony-like flower, but for some reason, at the first sight of it, she subconsciously felt that this flower was not ordinary, and it was definitely not comparable to ordinary flowers and plants. Hey, there is also a note? Suddenly, Shui Bing'er noticed a note in the jade box and immediately took it in her hand to check. This flower is called Acacia Heartbroken Red. Does it need the blood of true love to recognize its master? After reading the love legend and conditions for the recognition of the Acacia Heartbroken Red written by Mu Yang on the note, Shui Bing'er turned her head and looked at the bedroom wall behind her, blushing. On the other side of the wall was also a room, and it was Mu Yang who lived there tonight. Without much hesitation, she picked up the Acacia Heartbroken Red, her soul power circulated, and stimulated her blood. Shui Bing'er opened her cherry lips and spit a mouthful of blood on the petals that seemed to have been stained with blood. At this moment, Shui Bing'er's mind was full of Mu Yang's figure. Although the two had known each other for a short time and had established a relationship for a short time, and there was no vigorous love, but only a slightly bland warm daily life, the magic of the martial soul fusion technique made the two fall deeply in love with each other. Since they were destined to be a pair, and they had a good impression of each other in the past, feeling, what is there to hesitate about? Just follow your heart, throw away all your scruples, and throw yourself into it. Because this love, at the moment when the martial soul fusion technique appeared, was destined to be beautiful. Blood fell on the petals, and the Acacia Heartbroken Red just swayed slightly, and then quietly broke away from the Wuju stone at the bottom and fell into Shui Bing'er's hands. Putting down the heavy Wuju stone, Shui Bing'er carefully looked at the Acacia Heartbroken Red after it recognized its master. She found that the appearance of the Acacia Heartbroken Red had changed. After recognizing its master, it was no longer the original white flower that seemed to be stained with blood, but a gorgeous and colorful big flower with a golden red color. So beautiful! Looking at it, Shui Bing'er couldn't help but be a little dazed. The next morning, Mu Yang and the other two returned to Tien Shui College. Sister, look at you, you are so silly with laughter. In the carriage, seeing her sister frequently looking at Mu Yang and smiling foolishly, Shui Yu'er couldn't help but complain. Is there? No, right. Coming back to her senses, Shui Bing'er immediately denied it. If I say there is, then there is. By the way, Mu Yang, you sent my sister, what gift did you give me? My sister has gone silly. Shui Yu'er asked Mu Yang with a serious nod. Mu Yun smiled and said, ask Bing'er. Shui Yu'er turned to look at Shui Bing'er. It's a flower, it wasn't a gift, that was embarrassing to say, so Shui Bing'er didn't hide it. A flower? I know it now. Shui Yu'er raised her eyebrows and nodded in sudden realization. What do you know? Shui Bing'er looked puzzled. They say love brain, I know what love brain is today. Shui Yuer said with a teasing look. It's just a flower. No matter how beautiful it is, it shouldn't make you smile like this, right? If it's not love brain, what is it? It's not an ordinary flower, it's very special. Shui Bing'er shook her head. In Shui Bing'er's opinion, the tragic love story of Acacia Heartbroken Red and the characteristic that it needs the blood of true love to recognize its master are worth her remembering this birthday gift from Mu Yang for a lifetime. Because in the eyes of a girl in love, the Acacia Heartbroken Red that she recognized as her master is the symbol of her love. I don't want to bother with you. Shui Yu rolled her eyes and stopped talking. Special? No matter how special a flower is, how special can it be? It's impossible to increase the level of soul power by just looking at it, right? Undoubtedly, Shui Bing'er's very special was taken by Shui Yuer as the love-brained love for the whole family. That's right, aren't flowers given by a boyfriend special? What's so special about them? They were given by a boyfriend. After returning to the academy, Shui Yuer went to the sea area mimicry training field to practice, while Mu Yang grabbed Shui Bing'er who was about to go to the snow mountain mimicry training field on the top of the mountain with him to practice. What's wrong? Shui Bing'er was a little puzzled. Bing'er, the surprise I gave you is more than what you see and know. Mu Yang said with a smile. What do you mean? Hearing this, Shui Bing'er became interested. You will know soon, let's go. Mu Yang took Shui Bing'er back to the villa. Going to the second floor, entering Shui Bing'er's room, closing the door, Mu Yang said, Bing'er, take out the Acacia Heartbroken Red. Oh. Nodding, Shui Bing'er took out the Acacia Heartbroken Red. Then, Mu Yang taught Shui Bing'er how to take the Acacia Heartbroken Red. Mu Yang, do you really want to eat it? Looking at the bright and juicy Acacia Heartbroken Red in her hand, which also symbolizes her love for Mu Yang, Shui Bing'er's eyes are particularly reluctant. Isn't it a pity to eat the gift worth remembering for a lifetime? Mu Yang nodded seriously, yes. Only after taking it can the Acacia Heartbroken Red play its true role. Although the Acacia Heartbroken Red has the effect of protecting the master after recognizing the master, and can also have a great restraining effect on the plant-type martial soul master, in Mu Yang's view, these two effects are far less than the improvement of talent potential and soul power after taking it. Hearing this, Shui Bing'er no longer struggled, sat cross-legged on the sofa in the bedroom, and took the Acacia Heartbroken Red according to the method given by Mu Yang. The Acacia Heartbroken Red was given to her by Mu Yang. Since Mu Yang asked her to take it, there must be a reason for it. After the Acacia Heartbroken Red entered her stomach, in an instant, the power of the red fairy herb almost penetrated her body. It came out, covering Shui Bing'er's whole body. As the medicinal power was refined, the soul power aura emanating from Shui Bing'er became stronger and stronger, and under the continuous flushing of the Acacia Heartbroken Red medicinal power, her body began to undergo almost earth-shaking changes. At this moment, Shui Bing'er felt as if she was in a hot spring, and her whole body was indescribably comfortable. Time passed slowly, and it was already evening. At this time, Shui Bing'er's refining progress had entered the final stage, and the soul power aura gradually stabilized. Mu Yang, why is my sister not well yet? Shui Yuer, who had already returned and was also guarding by the side, asked Mu Yang in a low voice. It's almost done. Yuer, don't worry, Bing'er won't have any accidents. Waving his hand slightly, Mu Yang said. I feel that my sister's soul power aura has improved a lot. What's going on? Shui Yuer asked with an inquiring look. Want to know? Mu Yang asked with a smile. Yeah. Wait until Bing'er wakes up and then ask her. Shui Yuer. After more than a quarter of an hour, the soul power aura emanating from Shui Bing'er completely stabilized, and she slowly opened her eyes. Bing'er, how is it? Seeing this, Mu Yang immediately stepped forward and asked. Feeling. Mu Yang, am I dreaming? Feeling the sharp increase in soul power in her body, Shui Bing'er said in confusion. Before this, she had not been promoted to the three-ring soul master for too long, and her soul power level was only level 33 soul master. But after taking this Acacia Heartbroken Red, if she is not mistaken, it seems that she has reached level 40 Quasi Soul Master. Thanks to my friends Xin Huan Menglong, Hao Yan Yun and Yidfuran O for their monthly tickets. Thanks to my friends Kea Huaziu, Yuan Et Chi, 20210301106582630634, 2231103231518406, 2022060616363257 Wang Shangbei. I recommended votes from Lang Han Feng Yun, Liang Fei Dejikao, Ye Ding Song, Hao Yu Yan Yun, Hong Guang Nicai. Please collect, recommend, subscribe, and vote monthly. End of this chapter. Chapter 72 Fourth Soul Skill, Ice Phoenix Wings. What do you think? Dreams are not so real. Mu Yang said with a smile. Mu Ma. Pinching her arm, she felt the pain. After confirming that she was not in a dream, Shui Bing'er took Mu Yang's neck without saying a word, and her fresh red lips pressed against his face. Shui Yuer, dot. Damn, showing off your love again. After kissing him hard for several times in a row, Shui Bing'er finally let go of Mu Yang. By the way, Mu Yang, my soul power level has increased so much, will there be any side effects? After the excitement, Shui Bing'er began to calm down and said with a worried look on her face. She could sense that her soul power was not just as simple as the 40th level of Quasi-Soul Sect. The soul power accumulated in her body must be more than 40th level, but the part of soul power accumulated beyond 40th level can only be manifested after the 4th soul ring is attached. There is no guarantee of reward if you make an effort, but the premise of reward is that you must make an effort. Shui Bing'er was a little worried about the increase of so much soul power at one time. After kissing the girl's forehead, Mu Yang comforted her, "Don't worry, Acacia Heartbroken Red is a fairy-grade herb, which is not comparable to ordinary things. If it really has side effects, at most, the soul power level is increased too much at one time, and the control ability of soul power is inevitably reduced. Practice more during this period, and you will be able to adapt in no time." Fairy-grade herb. Blinking, Shui Bing'er was a little confused. This was the first time she heard this term, which was a blind spot in knowledge. Nodding, Mu Yang said, "It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Immortal herbs are rare in the world, and few people on the mainland know about them. Each immortal herb has extraordinary effects. For example, the Acacia Heartbroken Red you took, it not only improves the soul power level, but also brings all-round improvements to the physical level. The biggest effect is to improve the talent potential. Moreover, the power of immortal herbs is huge, and it is not something that low-level soul masters can completely refine and absorb. Now, the immortal herbs are rare in the world. This part of the medicinal power will be continuously released with your subsequent practice. For a long time in the future, your practice speed will be much faster than before. Beyond expectations." After a pause, Mu Yang continued, "Do you know why my two martial souls have evolved and awakened their talent domains? It's because I took the immortal herbs at the beginning. That is, your Ice Phoenix is a very powerful beast martial soul, otherwise it would probably have evolved like I did before. But even if it didn't evolve, your Ice Phoenix martial soul must be stronger than before." Although Shui Bing'er didn't release the Ice Phoenix martial soul, Mu Yang knew that after taking the Acacia Heartbroken Red, Shui Bing'er would have great changes in soul power level and cultivation talent, but the changes in martial soul were relatively limited. After all, the Ice Phoenix martial soul is at the top of the bird-like beast martial soul, and its starting point is much higher than his original Ginseng martial soul and Fire Shadow martial soul. It is difficult to evolve again, and at most it can only be strengthened to a certain extent on the original basis. "I see, why do I feel that the martial soul has become stronger?" Shui Bing'er showed a look of understanding. Martial souls are closely related to soul masters. Soul masters can naturally feel clearly when their martial souls become stronger. However, after taking the Acacia Heartbroken Red, the soul power level increased sharply. It was a little difficult to adapt for a while, and Shui Bing'er subconsciously thought that she had an illusion. Then, Shui Bing'er stretched out her arms and hugged Mu Yang tightly, resting her chin on his shoulder, and said tenderly, "Little Mu Yang, you are so good to Bing'er. Why do you call me Little Mu Yang again? You are not allowed to call me that." When Mu Yang heard Little Mu Yang, his face suddenly darkened. "No, you are my Little Mu Yang." As soon as the voice fell, before Mu Yang could speak, Shui Bing'er whispered in his ear, "Little Mu Yang, grow up quickly." Cough, cough, cough. At this time, Shui Yuer, who was fed with dog food, coughed. "Yuer, what's wrong with you? Is your throat uncomfortable?" Mu Yang turned his head and asked. "I'm still here. You don't even consider the impact." Rolling her eyes, Shui Yuer said with a gloomy expression. "Yeah, I see." Shui Bing'er nodded. What's the use of just knowing? You still won't change. Shui Yu'er complained in a slightly dissatisfied voice. Shui Bing'er, You found out all this? Well, Mu Yang, let's discuss something. Showing a sweet and lovely smile, Shui Yu'er grabbed Mu Yang's arm and shook it coquettishly. This fairy herb can not only improve soul power, but also improve talent, and even has a chance to make martial souls transform and evolve. She wants it too. Raising his eyebrows, Mu Yang raised his head and asked, What did you call me? Mu Yang. Yu'er's good brother-in-law. Shui Yu'er was smart. She realized what Mu Yang wanted to hear and immediately changed her words. Mu Yang nodded in satisfaction, not bad, call a few more times to listen. Brother-in-law, good brother-in-law, you are the best, Yu'er begs you. Shui. Yu'er pretended to be pitiful. Mu Yang looked at Shui Binger, what do you think? Seeing the smile on Mu Yang's face, Shui Binger immediately understood, thought for a while, and said, Our house has not been cleaned for a while, and there is a lot of dust. How about you come to clean it? She said that Mu Yang should come to clean the house, but Shui Binger's eyes fell on Shui Yu'er. Sister, look at what you said, how can you let your brother-in-law come to clean the house? You two sit down, I'll do it. Shui Yu'er said without hesitation. Hearing this, Mu Yang took over the topic again, by the way, Binger, don't you have a sore hand recently? It's not suitable for you to wash clothes by yourself, how about I help you wash it? Similarly, although the words were said to Shui Binger, Mu Yang's eyes were always on Shui Yu'er. Oh, brother-in-law, you are a boy, how can you wash girls' clothes? Yu'er will do this. Without waiting for Shui Binger to reply, Shui Yu'er took on the task of washing clothes again. Binger, when will your hand be healed? Well, if no one serves tea, massages shoulders and legs, it will definitely not be healed in a short time. Said Shui Binger, she looked at Shui Yu'er. Sister, we are sisters. Shui Yu'er said with a bitter face. Haha, I won't tease you anymore, wait. Seeing Shui Yu'er's bitter face, Mu Yang couldn't help laughing, and then returned to the room to get the Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone. Compared with the Acacia Heartbroken Red, which is known as the King of Flowers, the medicinal effect of Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone is undoubtedly much worse. However, even so, Shui Yu'er, who was only level 23 soul power when she first met him and was previously a level 25 Great Soul Master, was still directly filled with the soul power accumulation required for the second ring stage, and her level reached level 30 Quasi Soul Master. It can be predicted that after taking the Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone, the soul power accumulation in Shui Yu'er's body will definitely be more than level 30 Quasi Soul Master, similar to the current situation of Shui Binger. The part of soul power accumulation that exceeds 10 has not appeared due to the lack of soul rings. In addition to increasing soul power, the Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone also has the effect of moisturizing tendons and bones, and ventilating the 8 meridians. After Shui Yu'er took it, her talent potential has been greatly improved. Even if the Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone is not as good as the Acacia Heartbroken Red, it is also a rare fairy herb in the world. Even if the cultivation bonus brought by the hidden fairy herb power in the body is excluded, Shui Yu'er's future cultivation speed will never be slower than that of an ordinary genius soul master with full innate soul power. Of course, it is not just the soul power level and talent potential that have changed, but also the martial soul has undergone significant changes. Maybe it is because of the high degree of fit with the Narcissus Jade Muscle and Bone, and the fact that its own quality is not ranked among the top beast martial souls. Although the appearance of Shui Yu'er's Yingya Dolphin martial soul has not changed much, the quality of the martial soul has indeed entered the ranks of top beast martial souls. The two sisters' soul power levels are 40 and 30 respectively, and it is time to hunt souls for advancement. 3 days later, after adapting to the surge in soul power in her body, Shui Yu'er followed a vice president of the academy who was a 7-ring soul saint to hunt souls. Shui Binger and Mu Yang did not go with them, because Shui Yu'er's soul hunting place is not the soul beast forest on the mainland, but the vast sea. Compared to the Xingda Great Forest, the sea is more dangerous, and there are countless high-year sea soul beasts in it. If it is not necessary, it is best not to go with you if you are not a master, so as not to play Suana at home and eat a big feast. Of course, Shui Yu'er went to hunt souls for additional soul rings to advance, but Shui Binger did not. After Shui Binger took the Acacia Heartbroken Red, Mu Yang passed on to her the Sun Body Refining, extreme ice meditation method and moon spirit refining corresponding to the 3 elements of essence, qi, and spirit. 3 days is not enough for Shui Bing'er to master all 3 cultivation methods. What's more, it's not enough to just get started. The extreme ice meditation method can be put aside for now. Whether it is successfully cultivated or not has little effect on the attachment of the 4th soul ring, but the sun body refining and moon spirit refining are different. At least Shui Bing'er must practice the sun body refining to the domain threshold corresponding to the soul power level, and improve her mental power by practicing the moon spirit refining, otherwise she will not be able to attach the 10,000 year 4th soul ring. And practicing the moon spirit refining to improve her mental power to a level that can withstand the impact of the soul remnants of the 10,000 year soul beast requires a long time. Fortunately, the soul master does not need to add soul rings to advance for the time being, and can continue to accumulate soul power during meditation. Although the training effect is worse than that after the advancement, it may be exchanged for the 4th soul ring of 10,000 years, which is not a loss. Leaving aside other things for the time being, the energy contained in the 10,000 year soul ring is much more than that of the 1,000 year soul ring, and the soul power level after the advancement will be higher. With one increase and one decrease, it is not considered to delay the soul power training. Well, it confirms a theory proposed by a certain master: when the soul master's soul power level is cultivated to 10, even if he does not hunt for soul rings, he can still practice normally, and the soul power cultivated during this period will be manifested after obtaining the soul ring. Mu Yang used to complain that there would be any fool in the world who would do this. I wonder if the higher the soul power level of the soul master is in the same training time, the more benefits he will get from meditation? Unexpectedly, things are unpredictable, and this seemingly absurd phenomenon appeared on his future wife. A week later, Shui Yu'er soul hunter returns. Due to the whale glue and the fact that Narcissus jade muscle bone has the effect of nourishing tendons and bones, Shui Yu'er's 3rd soul ring is naturally beyond the limit, reaching 5,000 years old, which is slightly higher than Shui Bing'er's 3rd soul ring. After adding the 3rd soul ring, Shui Yu'er's soul power level jumped to 35th level soul master. Excluding the 2 levels of soul power brought to Shui Yu'er by the 3rd soul ring of more than 5,000 years, a Narcissus jade muscle bone directly brought her an 8-level soul power level increase. And just the accumulation of 8 levels of soul power, plus the small bottleneck from the peak of level 29 to level 30, if calculated according to Shui Yu'er's previous cultivation talent, it is estimated that it will take at least 3 years. It can be seen that the effect of fairy herbs is extraordinary. Time flies, and a year later in a blink of an eye. In the evening, Tien Shui College, the top of the main campus, the snow mountain mimicry training field. The mountain wind was howling, snowflakes were flying all over the sky, and under a stone pavilion, Shui Bing'er, who had stopped practicing first, held her chin with both hands, and her beautiful ice blue eyes looked at Mu Yang, who was still meditating and practicing beside her without blinking. After a while, accompanied by a wave of soul power fluctuations, the soul power aura emanating from Mu Yang suddenly increased a lot, and then gradually stabilized. After a long time, Mu Yang, whose soul power level was promoted to level 30 quasi-soul master, withdrew from practice and opened his eyes. Bing'er, haven't you seen enough? Seeing Shui Bing'er staring at him without blinking, Mu Yang asked with a smile. No. Shui Bing'er shook her head. It is said that you will never get tired of watching it 100 times, but Shui Bing'er felt that even if you watched it 1,000 times, 10,000 times, or even countless times, you would still not get tired of it. It can only be said that the toxicity of the martial soul fusion technique is not shallow, and the girl in love is addicted to it. Of course, Mu Yang is the same. He is as deeply poisoned as Shui Bing'er. That is, he is mature and knows not to do bad things too early, otherwise he might cause death. Although he has just passed his 10th birthday, due to his martial soul ring and body training method, his physical development speed is far beyond the peers of his previous life, and it is not impossible to create a small life. Like Ma Hongjun in the original book, at the age of 12, he has become a famous brothel prince in the circle. It just so happens that I have a breakthrough. If you haven't seen enough, let's go home and continue watching. Mu Yang went forward and hugged Shui Bing'er. Hold tight. After a word of admonition, Shui Bing'er's body was flashed with ice blue soul power, and the ice phoenix martial soul was attached to her body, and 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black bloomed. Then, Shui Bing'er's 4th soul ring of 10,000 years shone, and a pair of ice blue phoenix wings appeared behind her. With a flap of her wings, she flew down the mountain with Mu Yang. Fourth soul skill, Ice Phoenix Wings, condensing Ice Phoenix Wings, providing flying ability while increasing speed and ice attribute attack by 150%. It should be said that with the flying soul skill, it is much more convenient for her to practice in the snow mountain mimicry training field on weekdays. Once the flying soul skill is out, there is no need to walk on the mountain steps at all, just fly up or down directly, and you can also fly with Mu Yang. As early as half a year ago, Shui Bing'er relied on Mu Yang's spiritual power training method, Tien refining God to improve her own spiritual power to the level of an ordinary 50th level soul master. The reason why it was so fast was that Shui Bing'er's level was not too low. She had a foundation of level 40. Although the Ice Phoenix martial soul was not a spiritual martial soul, Shui Bing'er undoubtedly had a considerable advantage in spiritual power compared to ordinary soul masters of the same level. After reaching the spiritual power standard, the soul master competition had ended. Shui Yanyu, who had already returned to Tien Shui College, took Shui Bing'er and Mu Yang to the far north to find an Ice Luan soul beast that was over 10,000 years old as Shui Bing'er's fourth soul ring. As soon as she advanced, Shui Bing'er's soul power level entered the 46th level of the soul sect. Although she had just entered, it still shocked Shui Yanyu, who led the soul hunting team. However, in Mu Yang's eyes, Shui Bing'er's soul power level was not exaggerated, and it was within his expectations. You should know that before Shui Bing'er took the Heartbroken Acacia Red, her soul power level was already at level 33. The Heartbroken Acacia Red is the best among the immortal herbs. Even if it is only initially refined, it is enough to directly raise Shui Bing'er's soul power by 10 levels. Of course, this 10-level soul power is calculated according to the 3-ring stage. The 4th ring stage requires more soul power accumulation. It does not mean that Shui Bing'er can reach level 43 after taking the Heartbroken Acacia Red. But even after the conversion, the actual soul power is definitely not just level 41. And the energy contained in a 10,000-year soul ring produced by a top-level flying soul beast is enough to increase the soul power of a soul master who has just entered the 4th ring by almost 2 levels. In addition, Shui Bing'er herself has not given up the soul power training in the past 6 months. After advancing to the 4th ring, it is normal for her soul power to enter the 46th level of Soul Master. Even now, after another 6 months from advancing to the 4th ring Soul Master, her soul power level is not too far away from level 48. It is no wonder that the Shrek 7 devils who took the immortal herbs in the original novel were far superior to other genius soul masters of the same generation. It was not because the other genius soul masters in the soul master world were not powerful, but for soul masters who did not cheat, the effect of the immortal herbs was too strong. Except for Qian Rongxiu, who returned home to inherit the ancestral legacy and had an innate 20th level soul power, no one could compare to them or surpass them. Of course, Shui Bing'er has made significant progress, and Mu Yang is not far behind. If you count the number of soul power level improvements alone, Mu Yang has surpassed Shui Bing'er by a lot. In the past year or so, he has achieved enough. The soul power has been increased to 5 levels. Early the next morning, Shui Yanyu, Mu Yang, and Shui Bing'er got on the carriage, left Tien Shui College, and headed towards the Sunset Forest in the southwest. Shui Bing'er's Ice Phoenix martial soul has an attribute of ice, and the place for soul hunting is in the far north. Although Mu Yang's Ice and Fire Immortal Jade Ginseng martial soul also has ice attributes, the suitable place for him to hunt for souls is not in the far north, but in the Sunset Forest or the Star Forest. However, with his current soul power level, the Sunset Forest, which is much closer to Tien Shui City, is enough. There is no need to go all the way to the Star Forest, unless he cannot find the soul beast he wants in the Sunset Forest. Xiao Yang, do you have any general goals for the 3rd soul ring? In the carriage, Shui Yanyu asked Mu Yang. Animal type poison-proof golden toads and holy light beetles. Plant type poison-proof golden bamboos, lotus flowers, etc. are all acceptable. Mu Yang named more than 10 kinds of soul beasts without hesitation. Mu Yang has already made plans for his 3rd soul skill, which is a soul power ginseng that can relieve abnormal conditions. As for Douluo's original request, it was just incidental. To be honest, this type of soul food is very useful. It is the same as soul skills that can promote wound healing and restore vitality. It can be said to be one of the must-have soul skills for every food-based soul master. However, although this kind of soul food is very useful, the soul ring level of the soul skill cannot be too high. Those with poor talent and limited future achievements should not have this soul skill in a soul ring position higher than the second soul ring. However, those with good talent and optimistic future achievements can expand the scope to the fourth ring and below. There is no other reason. For example, if the soul master's soul power level remains unchanged, the detoxification soul power food produced by the 10,000-year soul skill can remove toxins, and the detoxification soul power food created by the century-old soul skill can also remove toxins. The only way it can be detoxified is that the former only needs one to detoxify, while the latter requires more quantities. In terms of the upper limit of the effect, there is not much difference. This is true for detoxification type soul food, but it is not necessarily true for other types of soul food. For example, soul food that can increase its own attributes by a percentage after being eaten has specific effects when the year is 100 years, 1,000 years, and 10,000 years. It is definitely different, and the gap is not small. Like Mu Yang's second soul skill, Orange Jade Blood Denifying Ginseng, if Orange Jade Blood Denifying Ginseng is the 9th soul skill, perhaps just consuming one can make a titled Douluo of the same level recover from a serious injury. But similarly, as the second soul skill, Orange Jade Blood Ginseng, even if it is only a 1,000-year soul skill, as long as Mu Yang can advance to the 9 rings titled Douluo, it can also cure a seriously injured titled Douluo of the same level, which will be trouble at best. Just chew a few more sticks. But if it is replaced by a soul power food that increases all attributes, as the 9th soul skill in the best matching year, the increase ratio will definitely reach more than 50%. But as a 1,000-year soul skill, it will probably only have 10% left. The gap cannot be made up by eating a few more cigarettes. Because of this, when a food type soul master chooses to add a soul ring to advance, it is best to use a soul skill whose upper limit of efficacy is not directly related to the year of the soul ring as an early soul skill. I understand, Xiao Yang, are you planning to have the food soul skill to relieve abnormal conditions? After thinking for a moment, Shui Yanyu understood what type of soul skill Mu Yang wanted. After all, she is also the dean of Tien Shui College. Although Shui Yanyu's job is not to teach students knowledge in the classroom, she still has a lot of ink in her mind. What about the year? Shui Yanyu asked again. She is not unaware of Mu Yang's soul ring configuration. The age of the second soul ring has reached 1,000 years, and the upper limit of the age of the third soul ring is naturally not an ordinary optimal ratio. It will probably exceed the level of the same period. Binger and Shui Yu are quite a few. Thank you for your monthly votes 201911031204202003 and 202-302-2011. Thanks to my friends Yuji, Lilan Goddess, XI, 202103011065826306334, Xiao Xiang Feng, 2022066061636325572, Xin Huan Menglong, Wang Sheng Bei, Qing Feng Liuyun, Liang Fei Dejikao, UG, 2023-020-6634, 2024-020-7294 for their recommendation votes. Please subscribe, collect, recommend, and vote monthly. End of this chapter. Chapter 73 Illusion Mysterious Method. As for the year, let's say early 10,000 years. Facing the gazes of Shui Yanyu and Shui Binger, Mu Yang said calmly. The year in the early 10,000 years was the year Mu Yang set for the third soul ring of the Ice Fire Immortal Jade Ginseng Martial Spirit after long thought. If it were half a month ago, Mu Yang would not be thinking about the third soul ring of 10,000 years. It's not that the 10,000 years soul ring is bad, it's that the third 10,000 years soul ring is too high profile. Originally, the fourth soul ring of 10,000 years was already a bit high profile, but due to the whale glue, in the soul master world, there are many soul masters whose soul ring configuration exceeds the limit. Nothing. After all, there are many monsters, and it is normal for the big devil to appear. In addition, theoretically speaking, it is not impossible to take whale glue to improve physical fitness and then refine the head soul bone that can improve mental power, so the fourth soul ring of 10,000 years is not impossible. With the brand name of Blazing Fire Academy, it is enough for him to have an honest and upright possession. Qualification of head soul bone. If the 10,000 year fourth soul ring is a bit high profile, but it will not attract prying eyes and take action, then showing the 10,000 year third soul ring in front of outsiders is not just high profile, but full of arrogance, just short of writing on the face, "I have a top grade soul bone, come and kill me." Anyone with a little knowledge will think so. A mere 30th level soul master can have a spiritual power comparable to that of a 50th level soul master. How old is this head skull? Could it be the legendary 100,000 year head soul bone? And if the physical fitness is only improved by taking whale glue, it is difficult for a 30th level soul master to be on par with a 50th level soul master. I am afraid that there is at least one limb or torso soul bone of a high age. A weakling with a treasure is a fat sheep. Even if he has a good background, he will inevitably be secretly watched by the strong, unless there is a worldly strong man like the Wuhan Hall's Sky Invincible standing behind him. Therefore, Mu Yang was cautious before, and prepared to be safe, so he would just get a third soul ring of 8 or 9,000 years. Anyway, the soul ring age is not absolutely impossible to improve. Not to mention that there will be some strange special secret methods that can improve the soul ring age in the future. If you participate in the God's assessment in the future, you will also have the opportunity to get a reward for improving the soul ring age. Moreover, the effect of the third soul skill is to remove the abnormal state. The soul ring age has not changed qualitatively, and the impact on the soul skill effect is not too great. But half a month ago, after experiencing an accidental sudden whim, Mu Yang's thoughts changed. There is not only one way for soul masters to judge the approximate age of soul beasts. They can judge by the strength of the soul beast, the soul power aura it emits, and the shape and appearance. If a soul master is asked to judge the age of another soul master's soul ring, except for masters with extraordinary eyesight who can roughly judge by the strength of the soul skill effect, then the only way is to judge by the color of the soul ring. Coincidentally, he is a food-type soul master, and the soul food he makes will not be given to irrelevant people for consumption, so others cannot judge the approximate age of his soul ring by the effect of the soul skill. In other words, as long as he can disguise the color of the soul ring, then the problem of the soul ring age exceeding the limit will not be visible to outsiders. In the original work, Tang San can change the color of his own soul ring with the disguise field skill of the blue-silver field, and even hide his own soul ring. With the deduction talent ability in hand, Mu Yang can naturally disguise the color of his own soul ring with his own camouflage secret method. And this camouflage secret method is not only in the imagination, but has been deduced by him a few days ago. Is the third soul ring of 10,000 years too high profile? Although I, Mu Yang, am secretly high profile, I am very low-key on the surface. The third soul ring of 10,000 years? Xiao Yang, are you sure? Shui Yunyu frowned and asked. Although Shui Binger's fourth soul ring of 10,000 years was used as an example, Shui Yunyu knew that Mu Yang was far superior to the soul masters of the same level in terms of physical fitness and mental strength. He could cross 20 levels of soul power to absorb the 10,000-year soul ring. Isn't this a bit too outrageous and arrogant? Don't worry, Aunt, it's okay. Mu Yang said confidently. In terms of mental strength, he must have no problem. After all, he had taken the longing for the autumn water dew at the beginning. If he subsequently attached a 10,000-year soul ring to advance to the third ring soul master, the realm of Tien refining god should be able to enter the second realm of half a month, and the mental strength is comparable to that of an ordinary 60th level soul master. In terms of physical fitness, if he simply relies on sun refining body, because the body refining effect of sun refining body is linked to the soul power level, the soul power of level 30 alone is definitely not enough to withstand the pressure when absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring. Counting the bonus of whale glue, taking the 2 immortal herbs of 8 anise mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot, and the invulnerable body forged by the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, his current physical fitness is definitely not worse than that of a level 50 soul master. His physical fitness and mental strength have reached the standard. Although his soul power level is much lower, it is definitely no problem to attach a 10,000-year soul ring. Well, unless he is suicidal and attaches the soul rings of those 10,000-year soul beasts that are extremely difficult to absorb, such as the 10,000-year dark gold fear claw bear. If there is an ordinary level 50 strong attack beast soul master who blindly believes in the so-called best ratio extreme year and goes to absorb the soul ring of the dark gold fear claw bear that is over 10,000 years old, the possibility of successfully attaching the soul ring is extremely low, and most of the time he will explode and die. Of course, a 10,000-year-old dark gold fear claw bear, a top-grade soul beast, is not something that can be hunted by just any cat or dog. A pair of dark gold giant claws is unparalleled in attack. Even 9-ring titled Douluo like Dugubo and Shilong have to avoid its edge, lest they fall down accidentally. 10 days later, in the afternoon, Sunset Forest, inner area. Xiao Yang, there is a golden bamboo below that is more than 10,000 years old. What do you think? On a cliff, Shui Yunyu glanced at the bamboo forest in the mountain stream below and turned to Mu Yang and asked. Touching his chin, Mu Yang nodded slightly, that's it. In the bamboo forest in the mountain stream below, there are many bamboos with 3 colors of green, silver and gold. The most conspicuous one is a golden bamboo in the middle of the bamboo forest that is light purple gold in color, about 20 meters high, and with a bamboo section diameter of nearly a foot long. Soul masters who are familiar with soul beasts like the golden bamboo can easily judge their approximate age by their appearance. Excluding bamboo shoots in the juvenile stage, when the age is less than 100 years, the color of the evil-repelling golden bamboo is green. When the age is more than 100 years and less than 1,000 years, the color is silver. When the age is more than 1,000 years and less than 10,000 years, it is golden, and when it is 10,000 years old, it is purple gold. And the appearance characteristics of the evil-repelling golden bamboo are somewhat similar to the color of the soul ring. When the age has not yet undergone qualitative changes, the higher the age, the darker the color will be. As for 100,000 years? Sorry, the bloodline level of soul beasts such as the evil-repelling golden bamboo is not too strong. Even those with an age of 50,000 years are rare, let alone 100,000 years. At least in the vast history of the Soul Master world, there has been no record of a 100,000-year-old evil-repelling golden bamboo. The reason why the evil-repelling golden bamboo has such a name is mainly because the evil-repelling innate soul skill mastered by the evil-repelling golden bamboo has the effect of expelling all abnormal states. If there are no accidents in the growth process of the soul beast such as the golden bamboo of exorcism, the upper limit of its race's achievement is basically in the range of more than 1,000 years and less than 10,000 years, and its whole body is golden, so it can be named golden bamboo of exorcism. Like the golden bamboo of exorcism in the mountain stream below, which has reached a 10,000-year age and grown into a purple gold color, it is extremely rare, and most of them are bamboo kings in a forest of golden bamboo of exorcism. Icebird, possess. With a low shout, Shui Yunyu's soul power flashed, and the icebird martial spirit possessed her. A pair of ice blue wings appeared behind her, and 8 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black bloomed. Binger, be careful. Shui Yunyu turned around and told Shui Binger, then took Mu Yang to fly down the cliff. Soon, the two entered the evil-repelling golden bamboo forest at the mountain stream. Under the powerful soul power pressure released by Shui Yunyu, the many evil-repelling golden bamboos of different ages in the bamboo forest were very honest, and did not overreact to the uninvited guests. Well, to be precise, under the powerful soul power pressure, the many evil-repelling golden bamboos under great pressure have lost the power to resist. And, let me do it. Looking at the 10,000-year-old evil-repelling golden bamboo not far ahead, Mu Yang said to Shui Yunyu. Although he is only a quasi-soul master of level 30, it can be said that he can easily deal with ordinary soul beasts that are only more than 10,000 years old. Unless the opponent has strong mental power, or is simply a 10,000-year-old spiritual soul beast. You come? Shui Yunyu was stunned for a moment, and looked at Mu Yang with a surprised expression. Although the soul beast of the golden bamboo of exorcism is not considered strong, it is at least more than 10,000 years old. Converted into the soul power cultivation of a soul master, it is at least a 5-ring soul king. Yet. Mu Yang nodded. The soul rings exploded by the soul beast have absorption restrictions. After Shui Yunyu attacked and crippled the 10,000-year-old golden bamboo of exorcism, he still had to make up the knife and give the last blow, otherwise he would not be able to absorb the soul ring. For the strongest means that Mu Yang has mastered now, there is actually not much difference between the 10,000-year-old golden bamboo of exorcism in its prime and the 10,000-year-old golden bamboo of exorcism that is seriously injured and dying. Real illusion. With a condensed look, Mu Yang activated a spiritual secret technique. After the Ice Flame secret technique, Mu Yang spent more than half a year, relying on his innate ability and his own little imagination, to deduce another spiritual type of secret technique, illusionary secret method. The real illusion is one of the only 2 moves in illusionary secret method that combines control and attack. The specific effect is to pull the target consciousness whose mental strength is weaker than its own into a real illusion dominated and controlled by itself. Maintaining the real illusion requires continuous consumption of mental power. All attacks on the target in the real illusion can be either illusory attacks or real attacks, but real attacks require additional consumption of mental power and the attack type is mental attack. If the target dies in the real illusion, he will also die in reality due to the annihilation of the soul. End of this chapter. Chapter 74 The Essence of All Things in the World, Topaz. The next moment, a golden light flashed in Mu Yang's eyes, and an invisible and intangible spiritual power surged out, instantly descending on the sea of consciousness of the 10,000-year-old evil repelling golden bamboo. It was just a momentary spiritual power confrontation, and the 10,000-year-old evil repelling golden bamboo was defeated by Mu Yang on the spiritual level, and its consciousness was pulled into a white unknown space. Then, several golden chains broke through the air and locked it in the air in the shape of an eye in the white space. Then, a dazzling golden light flashed, and a purple lightning light filled the body. A majestic figure holding a purple triangular flag condensed from the sky. If you don't bow to me, your true destiny has been lost. I declare that you are guilty and should be punished with 9 thunder tribulations. The triangular purple flag in his hand waved, and as Mu Yang, who had transformed into the god of thunder, spoke, the real illusion was surging with wind and clouds, and the clouds of disaster gathered and the lightning filled the air. Golden bamboo to repel evil. That is to say, the golden bamboo to repel evil, which had just passed 10,000 years old, could not speak human language, otherwise the real illusion would surely echo with words with a high content of horse. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and a purple electric light as thick as a bucket fell down with a magnificent power. Sitsizizi. The moment the robbery thunder fell, the area where the golden bamboo to repel evil was located suddenly turned into a small sea of thunder, with thunder and lightning filling the air. The golden bamboo to repel evil trembled all over, and its tall body with a purple gold color immediately became a little illusory and transparent. In the real illusion, whether it was Mu Yang or the golden bamboo to repel evil, they were only soul consciousness bodies, not real bodies. And in the real illusion, even if it was a real attack, it was a spiritual attack. The attack from the surface is very different from the physical and energy attacks in reality. As long as it is not a one-time instant kill, the body will not be broken. But after being attacked in reality, the soul consciousness will become illusory. Once it suffers too many attacks, when the soul consciousness completely disappears, it is equivalent to the soul being completely annihilated. Of course, the transformation into Thunder God and the 9 thunder tribulations are just the special effects made by Mu Yang. Although the movement is very loud, the attack intensity is not that high. In essence, it is just the mental impact of the thunder tribulations on the surface. Boom boom boom. The thunder rolled and the violent roar continued. Unable to withstand the 981 thunder tribulations, only withstood 10 thunder tribulations, the soul consciousness of the evil repelling golden bamboo has become extremely illusory. With the fall of the 11th thunder tribulation, it completely dissipated in the real illusion. At the same time, when the soul consciousness of the evil repelling golden bamboo completely disappeared in the real illusion, in the outside world, the soul of the 10,000-year evil repelling golden bamboo was annihilated and died, and dense golden light spots began to spread on its huge body. As countless golden light spots flew, a black 10,000-year soul ring gradually condensed. Hiss! Seeing this, Shui Yinyu beside Mu Yang couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and looked at Mu Yang with shock on her face. Although under the pressure of her soul power, this 10,000-year evil repelling golden bamboo can basically be said to be in a state of no ability to fight back, but Mu Yang killed this 10,000-year evil repelling golden bamboo through spiritual means, and the soul power pressure she released could not help Mu Yang on the spiritual level. In other words, even if she was not present at this time, Mu Yang could still kill this 10,000-year evil repelling golden bamboo. If someone told her that a level 30 quasi-soul master could hunt a 10,000-year soul beast alone, Shui Yinyu would definitely not believe it. After all, the gap in strength between the two was too big. Although the soul beasts of 10,000 years are comparable to the soul kings who have just entered the 5th ring of soul power, except for a few soul beasts that have no combat ability, ordinary soul kings with 5 rings cannot defeat the soul beasts of 10,000 years, let alone the quasi-soul masters of level 30. But the fact she witnessed with her own eyes made her believe it. Even the soul ring has exploded, so this 10,000-year-old evil repelling golden bamboo is definitely dead. No wonder Mu Yang is confident that he can attach the 3rd soul ring of 10,000 years. Just from this move, it can be seen that his mental power is extremely extraordinary. Looking at the soul ring that exploded from the 10,000-year-old evil repelling golden bamboo, Mu Yang nodded secretly with satisfaction, and the soul power in his hand flashed, releasing the ice and fire fairy jade ginseng martial spirit. Then, under the guidance of the martial spirit, the 10,000-year-old evil repelling golden bamboo soul ring slowly floated towards Mu Yang. Soon, the 10,000-year-old evil repelling golden bamboo soul ring came to the top of Mu Yang's head, and then quickly shrank, turning into a bowl-sized black halo, which fell on the ice fire fairy jade ginseng martial soul that appeared in his right palm. Instantly, Mu Yang felt a majestic soul ring energy rushing into his body with the ice fire fairy jade ginseng martial soul as the medium. Not daring to neglect, Mu Yang immediately activated the ice flame meditation method to transform the soul ring energy that flowed into his body into ice flame soul power with ice and fire fusion attributes. At this time, Shui Yanyu, who was beside him, glanced at the body left by the 10,000-year evil repelling golden bamboo, and found that no soul bone had exploded. She picked up Mu Yang who was refining the soul ring energy, and the ice bird behind him flapped its wings, taking Mu Yang to fly out of the bamboo forest and return to the cliff above. The other evil repelling golden bamboos in the bamboo forest did not react violently after the bamboo king was killed. It was not that they were indifferent, but that they could not move at all under the pressure of her soul power. Mu Yang could not complete the advancement for a while, so it was not suitable for him to stay in the bamboo forest to refine the soul ring. Time passed slowly, the sun set and the moon rose, and in a blink of an eye, the moon was already in the middle of the sky. On the cliff, Mu Yang, who had refined the 10,000-year-old evil repelling golden bamboo soul ring and officially advanced to the three-ring soul master, opened his eyes. Level 33. Feeling the soul power in his body that had undergone a qualitative change compared to before, Mu Yang raised his eyebrows. Somewhat unexpected, but also reasonable, a third soul ring with a year of more than 10,000 years brought him a soul power of level 3. It is worth mentioning that when Mu Yang was refining the 10,000-year evil repelling golden bamboo soul ring, he did not encounter the soul remnants of soul beasts contained in the 10,000-year and above soul rings. That's right, this 10,000-year evil repelling golden bamboo was completely destroyed under his mental attack. Even the soul was destroyed. Where did the soul remnants come from? Of course, even if there are still soul remnants in the soul ring, Mu Yang is not afraid at all. He can destroy the soul of the opponent when it is intact, so why should he be afraid of the remnant soul? Glancing at the 10,000-year third soul ring blooming around his body, Mu Yang's eyes fell on the ice fire fairy jade ginseng martial soul that appeared in front of him. After adding the third soul ring, the ice fire fairy jade ginseng martial soul has changed again. It is still a red and a blue ginseng leaf, and it is still a ginseng body that looks like jade, but there is another circle of yellow lines below the red and orange lines on the ginseng body. Is it really arranged according to the 7 colors of the rainbow? Mu Yang couldn't help but think to himself. I just don't know, what color will come after red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple? Mu Yang, stand up and take a look. At this time, seeing Mu Yang had after refining the spirit ring and completing the advancement, Shui Binger walked forward and said. What's wrong? Mu Yang stood up and asked after putting away his martial spirit and spirit ring. Shui Binger didn't say anything, but just pulled Mu Yang to compare their heights. She moved her palm horizontally towards herself from Mu Yang's head and found that it had reached the center of her eyebrows. Shui Binger nodded with satisfaction and said, not bad, Mu Yang, you are almost 1.65 meters tall. By next year, we should be the same height. Well, she is wearing high heels. In the original work, Shui Binger's height is only 1.65 meters, and at her age at that time, there is basically not much room for growth. To be honest, a height of 1.65 meters is a bit short for a 4-ring spirit master, even for a girl. For example, a certain transformed rabbit, when its body age is 12 years old, its height is already 1.7 meters. But that is only the original work. Shui Binger is not short now. With the all-round transformation of Acacia Heartbroken Red, and Mu Yang's constant supervision of her diet, there will definitely be no problem of malnutrition. Now Shui Binger, who is about to turn 14, has a net height of 1.65 meters. Of course, since girls develop earlier, and the 4 soul rings that have been attached have also played a significant role in promoting development, which can be regarded as preempting some of her potential, so Shui Binger's future height limit will not be too amazing, but her net height will definitely exceed 1.7 meters in the future. And a net height of more than 1.7 meters, coupled with shoes, is definitely enough. It's good to grow taller. I'm taller, which means that the time for us to be together is getting closer and closer. Reaching his arm around the girl's waist and holding her in his arms, Mu Yang whispered in her ear. Hearing this, Shui Binger blushed and lowered her head. Hey, you two have enough, can you consider my feelings? Seeing the two of them showing off their love without paying attention to others, Shui Yanyu, who was fed a mouthful of love, couldn't help but complain. Well, Shui Yanyu, the dean of Tien Shui College, is a single old girl. It's worth mentioning that compared with female students who graduated from other high-level Soul Master colleges, the probability of female students graduating from Tien Shui College being single in the future is much higher. The most important factor causing this phenomenon is that Tien Shui College only accepts female students. Being able to enter Tien Shui College means that the cultivation talent is guaranteed not to be too bad, and after graduating from Tien Shui College, the age is often not too young, at least 20 years old. Boys of similar age with good talents are not short of girlfriends, and those with poor talents are mostly not liked by them. After picking and choosing, they often leave themselves alone. Then aunt, please help us find an uncle. Shui Binger looked up and said seriously. Shui Yanyu, It hurts. My eldest niece has become not cute at all. Ahem, Xiao Yang, release your third soul skill for me to see. To ease the embarrassment, Shui Yanyu cleared her throat and changed the subject. Nodding slightly, Mu Yang released the ice and fire fairy jade ginseng martial spirit again. The essence of all things in the world, topaz. Chanting the soul spell, Mu Yang's 10,000-year third soul ring was shining, and as the soul power surged, a 3-inch long soul power ginseng that seemed to be carved from topaz appeared. The third soul skill, Topaz Detoxification Ginseng, can remove abnormal conditions including poisoning after consumption, and is effective within 10 days after production. It must be said that the 10-day shelf life of Topaz Detoxification Ginseng alone is enough to prove that 10,000-year soul skills are not comparable to 100-year and 1,000-year soul skills. After all, the 100-year Red Jade Soul Restoring Ginseng has only a 3-day shelf life, and the 1,000-year Orange Jade Blood Replenishing Ginseng has only a 5-day shelf life. End of this chapter. Chapter 75 The Long-Planned Plan, Part 1. Is the effect to remove abnormal states? Shui Yanyu asked after taking a look at the Topaz Detoxifying Ginseng made by Mu Yang. Yes, that's the effect. Mu Yang nodded. There is a basis for what kind of soul skills a soul master can form by adding soul rings. Even soul master families with a long history have already figured out what kind of soul skills can be formed by adding soul rings of different soul beasts, and formed the most reasonable soul skill combination from low to high. As for the specific effect of Topaz Detoxifying Ginseng? Without testing, Mu Yang really can't say for sure, but what is certain is that Topaz Detoxifying Ginseng can definitely remove abnormal states such as poisoning imposed by soul skills of the same level soul master, and even with the soul skill age of up to 10,000 years, it is not a problem to take effect across levels. At this time, Shui Binger frowned, looking at the 10,000-year third soul ring surrounding Mu Yang, and said hesitantly, Mu Yang, your 10,000-year third soul ring. Needless to say, Shui Binger thought of Mu Yang's original concerns. As a soul master, the soul ring will inevitably be displayed in front of others. Her 10,000-year fourth soul ring is okay, but Mu Yang's 10,000-year third soul ring is indeed too high profile. Seeing this, Mu Yang smiled and then activated the camouflage secret method that he had deduced a few days ago. Suddenly, the color of the black 10,000-year third soul ring began to change, from black to purple, and it looked like it was only about 5,000 years old. In the past, the 5,000-year third soul ring was also very high profile. But now that the secret of whale glue has been known by all forces on the mainland, the 5,000-year third soul ring is no longer enough to shock the powerful emotions. If it is really necessary, all the major forces can cultivate a 3-ring soul master with a 5,000-year-old third soul ring. Can it be like this? Shui Binger widened her beautiful ice blue eyes, with a look of disbelief. To keep a low profile. Mu Yang said modestly. Yes, you have to keep a low profile. Shui Binger nodded in agreement. 2 days later, in the morning, in the town outside the Sunset Forest, Mu Yang waved his hand and sent Shui Binger and Shui Yanyu to the carriage. After the carriage they were riding left, Mu Yang got on another carriage and headed south. After the soul ring was attached, it was not only the soul power level that was improved, but also various body functions, and even the mental power was greatly improved. After advancing to the 3-ring soul master, Mu Yang entered the second half-moon perfection level of Tien refining God as he wished, and his mental power was comparable to that of an ordinary 60-level soul master. With his spiritual power improved and the mysterious magic of illusion in hand, Mu Yang planned to start a plan that he had been planning for a long time. The destination of this trip, Nodding City. There are 2 goals, one is the right leg bone of the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor, and the other is the life of the way to death Tang Fozu. From the original book, Tang Hao has a bad habit, that is, he did not carry the right leg bone of the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor that his wife exploded. But this is not difficult to understand. After all, in Tang Hao's eyes, as precious as the 100,000-year soul bone, it is not as precious as his wife who returned to the seedling state after the sacrifice. Because ordinary storage soul guides cannot store living things, Tang Hao could not carry Yin with him, but placed her in a secret cave behind a waterfall, and hid the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor right leg bone left by Yin after the sacrifice in the cave. As for the theft of the precious 100,000-year soul bone, if he was really robbed, Tang Hao's first reaction would not be to find out who stole the 100,000-year soul bone, but to care whether his wife was stolen. If even his wife was stolen, then the 100,000-year soul bone would be gone, just like if the phone was broken, who would care whether the phone case was also broken? If his wife was still alive, and the thief only cared about the valuable 100,000-year soul bone, it would be a blessing. Perhaps it was because of this idea that Tang Hao did not carry the precious 100,000-year soul bone with him, and hid the soul bone with his wife. Mu Yang did not know where the waterfall where the cave where Yin and Blue-Silver Emperor's right leg bones were hidden was located. After all, the original book did not specifically note it. But in Mu Yang's opinion, the waterfall must not be too far from the Douluo novice village, Holy Soul village, most likely in the nearby mountains. If he remembered correctly, the waterfall seemed to be quite large. If there is a waterfall, there must be a river. It was not difficult to find the waterfall by following the not too small river around the Holy Soul village. It would only take some time. Planning for the right leg bone of the 100,000-year-old Blue-Silver Emperor was to improve himself. Taking the life of the way to death Buddha Tang was to strike a potential opponent. In the original novel, 3 people became gods: Angel God Jian Rongxiu, Sea God Tang San, and Rakshasa God Bibi Dong. After killing Tang San, one of the 3 was killed. The remaining Jian Rongxiu was easy to deal with. She would not destroy her Tiandu lurking plan, and even secretly help her when someone destroyed it. After Jian Rongxiu ascended to the throne of Tiandu, she would definitely be entangled in trivial matters. The Tiandu throne had just been acquired. It was impossible for Jian Rongxiu to abandon all affairs and return to the spirit hall to start the angel god test, right? By then, even if there is an angel throne waiting for her to inherit at home, it will definitely take her longer to become the angel god than in the original novel. Letting Jian Rongxiu seize the Tiandu Empire, the strength of the spirit hall seems to have expanded, but it can only be regarded as icing on the cake, and its importance is far less than Jian Rongxiu ascending to the angel throne earlier. After all, as long as Jian Rongxiu becomes a god, even if there are 100 titled Douluo like Douluo on the continent, they are not enough for her angel sword to cut. It can be said that the Spirit Hall's plan of disintegrating the Tiandu Empire without bloodshed is undoubtedly a stupid plan, and it is the kind of plan that is more cost-effective if it fails, which is outrageous. As for Bibi Dong, the Tiandu Empire is a big piece of fat meat. Once Jian Rongxiu's plan succeeds, Bibi Dong, who wants to replace the angel family, will not give up the idea of sending confidants to the Tiandu Empire. A new round of power struggles unfolds, and without the stimulation of Jian Rongxiu and Tang San becoming gods one after another, Bibi Dong's time to ascend to the position of Rakshasa god will inevitably be later than the original. This gives Mu Yang the opportunity to develop secretly and then amaze the whole world. Of course, Mu Yang knows that whether it is planning to seize the right leg bone of the 100,000-year-old Blue-Silver Emperor or to kill Tang San, there are considerable risks. He is the same age as Tang San, both born in the 2631st year of the Douluo calendar, but the month is half a year later. Tang San is now at most a second-ring Great Soul Master. Mu Yang will not take such strength seriously, even if this guy's hidden weapon is powerful. Tang San is nothing, but his father Tang Hao is a powerful man in the mainland Soul Master world. If he is unlucky and is caught by Tang Hao when he tries to seize the soul bone or kill Tang San, he will definitely be finished. Fortunately, Mu Yang had already thought of the risks and ways to avoid them. He himself was not suitable to come forward in person, lest he fall under Tang Hao's clear sky hammer, but being a behind-the-scenes black hand, it is undoubtedly feasible to find 1 or 2 decent extras to help him take the blame. Where can you find extras who have the strength to stun Tang San and can obey orders and execute the plan 100%? If there are no other prerequisites, it is indeed difficult to find such a dead man, at least Mu Yang can't find it. But if the soul-stealing secret technique of Phantom God secret technique is added, there will be too many targets that meet his wishes. With the soul-stealing secret technique, ordinary 5-ring soul kings will be obediently his dogs. And with the strength of the 5-ring soul king, even if it is just a weak chicken in the same level, it is enough to deal with Tang San, who is only a 2-ring great soul master now. As long as he does it cleanly, no matter whether the plan can succeed or not, the fire will not burn him. 10 days later, in the morning, in the mountains around Notting City. On the top of a small hill, listening to the rumbling sound, looking at the mountain wall in front of his sight, a waterfall about 20 meters wide and nearly 200 meters high, and a huge pool under the waterfall, a bald boy in plain clothes with a lot of dust on his face smiled and nodded with satisfaction, finally found it. This bald boy is none other than Mu Yang in disguise. The hiding cave of Tang Hao's wife is located behind a waterfall. Where there is a waterfall, there must be a river. There is no need to say much about the importance of a river with a not too small flow to ancient agriculture. There must be relevant records in the Notting City Lord's mansion. So, 3 days ago, after rushing to Notting City, he disguised himself. In order to remove himself from this matter as much as possible, without leaving any beginning or end, Mu Yang also spent a lot of money, abandoning his handsome ice blue short hair and shaving his head directly. Afterwards, Mu Yang used the soul capture secret technique to obtain the distribution map of mountains, rivers, and streams around Notting City from a certain city lord Xiao, and began to search by comparing the map. As for what the city lord Xiao, who was only at the level of a 4-ring soul sect, would do afterwards, that was none of Mu Yang's business. It was just a map, so it was impossible for him to think that Mu Yang was going to explore and seize treasures, right? Another thing was that he had been disguised, and he had not used the power of his martial soul, so others did not know his identity. Therefore, after getting the map, Mu Yang did not kill the city lord Xiao, which was considered to save some face for the Tiandu Empire. Now that the waterfall site had been found, the precious 100,000-year soul bone was probably in front of him, but Mu Yang suppressed his greed and did not act immediately, but turned and left. To be safe, he still needed to find someone to step on the mine, so as not to fail at the last minute and lose his life in vain. He was not sure where Tang Hao was at the moment, but if nothing unexpected happened, he was either in the cave behind the waterfall with his wife, or in Notting City guarding Tang San. The probability of him going out to sabotage the spirit hall was not high. After all, if Tang Hao was causing trouble every day, with so many spirit hall masters, he would have been squatted by the spirit hall elders by now. How could he be free all the time? At most, he would fight guerrilla warfare occasionally. Thanks to my friend 202210251736363786 for the monthly ticket. Thanks to my friends 20210301106582630634, Lenghan Fenjian, Lujian, Lulan Goddess, Ursistia, Xin Huan Meng Long, 202206061636326572, Liang Fei Dejikao, Lulan Goddess, Lujian, 202206061636326572, 20231009712305, Xin Huan Meng Long, 2023022232122996 for their recommendation votes. Please subscribe, please collect, please recommend, please vote for the monthly ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 76 A Long Planned Plan, Part 2. The next evening, late at night, Lulan City, a medium-sized city 200 miles away from Notting City. There is a saying that goes, on a dark and windy night, people kill and set fires. Under the night sky, a figure wearing a black robe and a hood, not very tall, sneaked into the base of a gang called Black Tiger Gang in the south of the city. After entering the city during the day, after some inquiries, Mu Yang thought about who the Death Warrior should be to help him. First of all, the strength of the Death Warrior he is looking for cannot be too bad, at least he must be at the level of 4 or 5 rings. Secondly, the Death Warrior must be a bad guy, or at least a good guy, lest his conscience be condemned. Because the plan failed, the Death Warrior who helped him must die under Tang Hao's clear sky hammer. Even if the plan succeeded and the Death Warrior who helped him escaped unscathed, he would kill him later to ensure that no one else in the world knew about it. Coincidentally, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, the largest gang in Lulan City, perfectly met these 2 points. The leader of the Black Tiger gang was originally named Wang Dehu. He is about 40 years old. He has a Black Tiger martial spirit and is nicknamed Black Tiger. He has a 5-ring Soul King level soul power. In recent years, the Black Tiger gang he founded has not only collected protection fees in Lulan City, but also caused many people's families to be destroyed. In theory, such evil gangs should have been eliminated by the Lulan City government, but who made Wang Dehu the brother-in-law of the nearly 70-year-old city lord? So, under the arrangement of fate, a messenger of justice came tonight when the moon was dark and the wind was high. Half an hour later, in the brightly lit Black Tiger gang hall, several groups of ice-blue flames gradually extinguished, leaving only a little white ash on the spot. Great Lord, this is your humble a little gift from the servant. At this time, the burly Black Tiger did not feel any sorrow for the several trusted subordinates who were burned to ashes by the ice-blue flames. Instead, he knelt on one knee, holding the storage soul guide in his hand with a respectful look and said to the black-robed figure in front of him. Well, good, you two come with me. After taking the storage soul guide, Mu Yang said something to Black Tiger and a tall and thin soul master nicknamed Vulture, and then walked out of the Black Tiger gang hall first. After sneaking into the Black Tiger gang's base and finding Black Tiger, Mu Yang immediately controlled his mind with the soul-stealing secret technique. Originally, Mu Yang was going to leave directly, but then he thought, since he was here, it would be better not to let this shitty Black Tiger gang continue to exist. Anyway, it was just a matter of convenience. He asked Black Tiger, whose mind he controlled, to call several backbones of the Black Tiger gang one after another. Except for one of the 4-ring flying soul masters who was temporarily taken in by him as a dog, Mu Yang directly activated the real illusion to kill the remaining few people, and then used ice flames destroyed the corpse and wiped out all traces. And this storage soul guide as a heart naturally contained the gold soul coins in the Black Tiger gang's inventory. Although the righteous messenger who punishes evil and promotes good does good deeds without leaving a name, he also needs to eat, and it is reasonable to confiscate the gang's stolen money. Without the backbone headed by Black Tiger, the bottom-level minions alone cannot defend the interests occupied by the Black Tiger gang. It can be predicted that the Black Tiger gang will soon become history. As for whether there will be Tiger Gang and Black Dragon Gang in Lulan City without the Black Tiger Gang in the future, it has nothing to do with Mu Yang. He can only take care of the present at most, and he saw it with his own eyes. Apart from that, he can't do anything. Yes, my lord. The two responded respectfully and followed Mu Yang. 2 days later, in the morning, in a house in a remote village 30 miles outside Notting City. Did you understand what I told you? Mu Yang asked Black Tiger and Vulture. I understand. The two said with a serious face. Mu Yang nodded and said, very good, you guys go, I will wait for you to get some information. I promise to complete the task assigned by the master. The two men stood up straight, walked out of the house without hesitation, and went to complete the task. I don't know if the plan can go smoothly, but I think at least one of them can be completed, right? Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Mu Yang thought to himself. The strength of Black Tiger is a 5-ringed Battle Soul King, and the strength of Vulture is a 4-ringed Soul Sect. The former went to perform the task of killing Tang San, and the latter went to perform the task of stealing the right leg bone of the 100,000-year-old Blue-Silver Emperor. The time was set in advance, and they would start at the same time near dusk. The obstacle to the completion of the two tasks was Tang Hao, but Tang Hao was alone, and the waterfall was far away from Notting College, dozens of miles away. Tang Hao did not have the secret technique of clones. No matter where Tang Hao was at that time, there was a place where he could get it. Of course, it would be best if he could catch up with Tang Hao when he was out doing things, and get both. If he couldn't catch up, he would have to choose one of the two. Compared with getting a 100,000-year soul bone, Mu Yang felt that it would be best to kill Tang San. After all, 100,000-year soul bones are precious, but when he has strength, won't he have as many of them as he wants? Not to mention 100,000-year soul bones, even soul bones of a higher age can be obtained. After thinking about it, Mu Yang took out a red jade soul restoring ginseng from the soul guide storage bracelet and swallowed it. The soul stealing secret technique controls other people's minds, but it is not without cost. Because it is not a permanent control, Mu Yang needs to continue to consume mental power to maintain the effect of the secret technique. If it weren't for the red jade soul restoring ginseng that can restore mental power, he really couldn't afford to control the two people. Mental power consumption. Fortunately, the soul capture secret technique does not have a control distance limit, and it only needs to continuously consume mental power to maintain it, otherwise Mu Yang's method of finding a dead man to step on the minefield will not work. In fact, what is worth planning in the Nodding City is not just the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor's right leg bone and Tang Fozu's life. The 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone of a rogue rabbit are also good things. It's a pity that he currently does not have the strength to plan the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone of this rogue rabbit. It's not that he can't attach a 100,000-year soul ring. This problem can be solved by controlling the mind through the soul capture secret technique, letting it sacrifice, and then using it as the first soul ring of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul. Although the degree of fit between the soul ring and the martial soul is not high, the soul ring age of up to 100,000 years, and the addition of a 100,000-year soul, the soul power level that skyrocketed after refining the 100,000-year soul ring and the 100,000-year soul bone was enough to make Mu Yang ignore this aspect of the problem. The root of the problem still lies with Tang Hao. In order not to waste the precious 100,000-year soul ring, when planning this rogue rabbit, he could only kidnap it or directly control its sacrifice. Kidnap the 100,000-year soul beast in human form under Tang Hao's nose. The difficulty is equivalent to defeating Tang Hao with hard power. And if he directly controlled its sacrifice, Tang Hao was indeed unable to interrupt the sacrifice of the 100,000-year soul beast, but after the sacrifice, he would have to face the furious Haoshan Douluo. Therefore, the rogue rabbit and the like can only be put aside for the time being to see if there are other opportunities in the future. Towards dusk, among the mountains, in front of the valley waterfall. Vulture, possessed. After taking a look at the sky and figuring out that the time was almost up, Vulture let out a low roar, and a flash of soul power appeared around him. The Vulture martial spirit possessed him, and eagle feathers appeared on his arms, white, yellow, and purple, and 4 soul rings bloomed. Then, the third soul ring shone, and a pair of brown wings condensed from behind. Then, the vulture flapped its wings behind it and flew towards the waterfall in front of it. 4th soul skill, Vulture Feathers. Flying into the air, the 4th soul ring around the vulture shone, and with the surge of soul power, dense brown narrow feathers suddenly condensed, and then burst out towards the waterfall below. Boom 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 boom. The mere waterfall water flow could not stop the 4th powerful soul skill of a 4-ring soul master. A large number of soul feathers penetrated the water flow and fell on the stone wall behind the water flow, and a series of explosions sounded. In an instant, countless water splashed, and a large number of stones rolled down from the solid stone wall. After 2 4th soul skills were fired, the soul feathers that burst out covered the entire stone wall behind the waterfall. Vulture saw a deep cave above the reef of the pool after the stone wall covered by the pool was damaged. Found it! Seeing this, Vulture's face was delighted, and he added a 1st soul skill, Air Blade, which completely cleared the hole. Then, Vulture fell from mid-air, retracted his wings behind him, supported the defensive 2nd soul skill, and went into the cave against the impact of the waterfall. On the other side, just as Vulture was taking action, a burly figure appeared in a blacksmith shop not far from Nodding College in Nodding City. Guest, what do you need? As soon as Black Tiger entered the blacksmith shop, a burly man with a casting hammer and a naked upper body came up to him with a smile. Before being taken in by Mu Yang as a dog, Black Tiger was the leader of a gang. His clothes and temperament were extraordinary. He was obviously a big shot, most likely a wealthy guest. As the owner of the blacksmith shop, Shi-san naturally greeted him with a smile. Let me take a look first. Looking around the blacksmith shop, he paused for a while on the simple boy who was working hard on the ironwork in front of a forging table in the corner of the blacksmith shop, and said as if he didn't care. Customer, please feel free to check it out. The ironware produced by our blacksmith shop, from weapons and armor to sickles and hoes, is famous in Nodding City. To be honest, even the weapons and armor used by the city defense army were ordered from our blacksmith shop. Shi-san said self-promotingly. Nodding slightly, Black Tiger pretended to check the ironware hanging in the blacksmith shop for display, while approaching the boy working on ironwork in the corner without leaving a trace. It might be a coincidence, at this moment, Tang-san had just finished forging a piece of pig iron and was putting down the casting hammer in his hand to take a break. Looking at the blacksmith shop where he was very familiar and had worked for more than 4 years, Tang-san saw the figure of Black Tiger. Suddenly, Tang San's pupils shrank sharply, and the muscles of his whole body could not help but tense up, but it seemed that he thought of something again, and his heart relaxed a little, no longer so vigilant, but he did not completely relax. There was no other reason. Tang San, who was a member of the Tang sect in his previous life, felt a strong murderous aura from Black Tiger. This burly man was quite powerful, and he had many lives in his hands, so he was probably not a good person. However, he had never met this burly man before. Although he labeled Black Tiger as a bad person in his heart, Tang San did not think that this person would harm him. After all, he was just a student of Notting Junior College and an apprentice of the blacksmith shop. He had never provoked any enemies on weekdays. Who would be so stupid as to deliberately target him? End of this chapter. Chapter 77 Blue Silver Emperor Right Leg Bone, Part 1. However, at this moment, the Black Tiger, which was not far from Tang San, moved. Roar! A burst of black light suddenly appeared on the Black Tiger, accompanied by a tiger roar. The Black Tiger completed the spirit possession in an instant, and his palms turned into Black Tiger claws, and his body quickly jumped towards Tang San. Faced with the sudden change, Tang San was shocked and used the Ghost Shadow Mirage step without hesitation. After leaving a residual image on the spot, his body suddenly moved sideways for several meters, barely avoiding the attacking tiger claws. Who are you? After avoiding a move, his heartbeat accelerated, and his eyes stared at the Black Tiger who came with ill intentions. If he hadn't noticed the existence of Black Tiger before, and knew that this person was not a good person, and had been a little wary in his heart, he would have been in trouble today. Second soul skill, Black Tiger Roar. Always remembering the instructions of the Great Master, Black Tiger, who failed to succeed in a sneak attack, didn't waste time talking nonsense, and directly activated the second soul skill. Roar. The tiger roar sound wave spread out at a very fast speed, and in an instant, a deafening roar sounded in the blacksmith shop. Under the impact of this tiger roar sound wave, the blacksmith shop owner Shi San and Tang San, who were nearby, were all stagnant in place. It's a pity that Black Tiger's second soul skill, Black Tiger Roar, is not a sound wave attack soul skill, but a mental shock soul skill. In addition to the huge volume, the sound wave itself does not carry any attack damage, and can only play a deterrent role. It is considered a group control soul skill and failed to directly kill Tang San on the spot. Seeing that his target Tang San was hit by his own controlled soul skill and his body was frozen on the spot, a ferocious smile appeared on the face of Black Tiger, and he raised his tiger claws to crack Tang San's head. At this moment, Black Tiger seemed to see Tang San's head, which was smashed by his claws like a watermelon falling on the ground, and he could complete the sacred mission entrusted by the Great Master and go back to report. But just when the Black Tiger claw was about to fall on Tang San's head, an invisible terrifying aura enveloped the entire blacksmith shop. Under this terrifying aura, the figure of Black Tiger remained in the attacking posture and froze in place. Boom! The next second, a black light fell from the sky, penetrated the roof of the blacksmith shop, and directly smashed the head of Black Tiger whose figure was frozen in place. Then, before Tang San could see clearly what the black light was, the black light flashed again and quickly disappeared along the big hole in the roof of the blacksmith shop. Looking at the headless corpse lying on the ground in front of him, Tang San, who had just gotten rid of the mental shock of the tiger roar sound wave, could not help but stand there with a splitting headache and buzzing ears. The incident happened too quickly. He didn't know that the burly man wanted to kill him, let alone what the black light that fell from the sky and killed the burly man in an instant was. Even though he had practiced the purple extreme demon pupil for many years and had extraordinary eyesight, he could only vaguely see that the black light should be a blunt object. In the alley outside the blacksmith shop, the black light that had saved Tang San's life fell into the hands of a burly and sloppy middle-aged man. Spirit Hall. It shouldn't be, just a 5-ring soul king. Take back the clear sky hammer in his hand, Tang Hao muttered in a puzzled tone. If the other party is a person sent by the Spirit Hall, it must not be a small 5-ring soul king, at least it must be an elder of the 9-ring titled Douluo level, and there must be more than 1 or 2, otherwise it can only be regarded as sending him ahead. On the other side, in a house in a remote village. After Black Tiger was hit in the head by Tang Hao's flying hammer, Mu Yang felt it the first time. It's not that he can synchronize the vision of Black Tiger, but his soul-stealing secret technique failed. Needless to say, Black Tiger failed and was killed by Tang Hao. As for whether Tang San was killed? With Tang Hao secretly guarding Tang San, Black Tiger would definitely not be able to kill Tang San. After all, Nodding City is just a remote town. A 5-ring Soul King suddenly came to the city and appeared next to his eldest son. Tang Hao would definitely notice it. It's okay if he doesn't do it. People will just think you are passing by, but once he does, Tang Hao will definitely be able to react with his strength. Since Tang Hao is in Nodding City, so to speak, the action of Vulture should be successful. Ignoring the black tiger that was hammered, Mu Yang thought to himself. Although he failed to kill Tang San this time, it's not bad to get a 100,000-year soul bone. As for the 100,000-year blue silver emperor right leg bone, it was carried by Tang Hao? Did Vulture fail to get it? Mu Yang has been planning for so long, he must not return empty-handed. If Tang Hao does not give him this opportunity, then don't blame him for being rude. You can carry the soul bone with you, but the blue silver emperor is not in your possession, right? If you can really carry it with you, then Tang Hao in the original book would not have to hide his wife in the cave behind the waterfall. He had previously told the Vulture that if the soul bone can be found in the cave behind the waterfall, then don't touch the blue silver emperor, but if you can't find the soul bone, bring the blue silver emperor back. The blue silver emperor is not touched because Mu Yang has no use for it. In view of getting a precious 100,000-year soul bone, he will not take Tang Hao's wife. But if he fails to get the 100,000-year soul bone, it is should to take Tang Hao's wife as the hardship fee for this journey. Maybe when his fists are strong in the future, he can use this to control Tang Hao and his son. An hour later, before night fell, Vulture came back. Did it work? Seeing the unconcealable joy on Vulture's face, Mu Yang asked hurriedly. Please take a look, my lord. Without any hesitation, Vulture immediately took out a narrow black lead box from the storage soul guide. Although the storage soul guide is a common soul guide, it is also expensive. Vulture did not have it originally, but in order to facilitate his actions, Mu Yang temporarily gave him the storage soul guide that Black Tiger had contributed to him. Good. When he saw the black lead box, Mu Yang was ecstatic and couldn't help cheering. The right leg bone of the 100,000-year-old blue silver emperor was obtained. The lead box is about 1.5 meters long and 1 foot wide. It is very heavy in the hand, weighing more than 200 kilograms. If they were not both soul masters, their physiques would not be comparable to those of ordinary people, otherwise it would not be a simple matter to just hold it in the hand. There is no lock on the box. Mu Yang took it in his hand and slowly opened it. When he just opened the lead box a crack, the whole person couldn't help but be refreshed. With just a crack, Mu Yang felt a surge of life breath rushing out of the crack. Fortunately, although this life breath is huge, it is surprisingly gentle and did not bring any discomfort to Mu Yang. Instead, it was indescribably comfortable. Then, when the lead box was fully opened, what came into Mu Yang's eyes was a right leg soul bone that was crystal clear blue and gold, with a little starlight flashing inside, as if it had life. Excluding the external soul bones, in the ranking of the soul bones in the 6 normal parts, the right leg soul bone is undoubtedly ranked at the bottom. However, this ranking is based on the same year, and the soul bone skills are not particularly outstanding. If we really want to talk about the value of this blue silver emperor right leg bone is definitely second only to the 100,000-year head or torso soul bone. Mu Yang knows all the 2 soul bone skills attached to the blue silver emperor right leg bone. The 100,000-year soul bone skill, wildfire can't burn it all, spring breeze blows it back to life, which is the strongest healing skill in the mainland soul master world that Mu Yang knows. It can not only heal injuries, but also regenerate broken limbs, and it can not only be used by oneself, but also on others. That is to say, Tang Hao's 6 soul bone positions were full at the time, otherwise the name of Haoshan Douluo would definitely be more famous now. Even the regeneration of broken limbs is not a problem, so what is the sequelae of the ring explosion of the Big Sumi hammer? Explode it as you like. As long as you control it well, don't blow up the soul ring. If there were no old injuries, Mu Yang believed that Tang Hao's soul power level would definitely be higher now. In addition, the soul ring can be exploded at will. Excluding the invincible in the ocean Poseidon who is far away on the sea god island, with the invincible in the land Tang Chen already disabled and Bibi Dong's strength limited by the Rakshasa god test, the invincible in the sky Qiandao cannot flow out, and there will be no soul master in the mainland who can beat Tang Hao in a single fight. Another 100,000-year soul bone skill of the blue silver emperor's right leg bone, flying. Although this soul bone skill has no effect in the later stage, it is still very useful for Mu Yang who does not have the ability to fly at present. And because the soul bone skill is old enough, the soul power consumption when activating the flying soul bone skill is still very small. Of course, it does not mean that the higher the age of the soul bone skill, the less soul power consumption will be. This depends on the specific situation. For example, for the strong attack soul bone skills, the older the age, the greater the soul power consumption. However, the greater the soul power consumption, the stronger the specific power will be. However, one thing is certain, that is, the multiple of the soul bone skill power increase must be greater than the multiple of the soul power consumption. For example, a 10,000-year strong attack soul bone skill consumes 1 soul power and exerts 3 times the power. If it is changed to a 100,000-year strong attack soul bone skill, it consumes 10 soul power and exerts 100 or more power. Suddenly, Mu Yang thought of a key point. Now that the right leg bone of the Blue Silver Emperor has been intercepted by him, is Tang Hao destined to be useless? Although Tang Hao in the original book was very open-minded, he directly chopped off his right arm and left leg, took off the 2 inherited soul bones and asked Tang San to return them to the Haoshan sect. In fact, Tang Hao at that time was also reluctant to do so. First, he did have this in mind, and second, the old injuries over the years could not be suppressed, so he had to take this method of chopping hands and stamping feet. If Tang Hao doesn't chop off his hands and feet in the future, his old injuries will relapse and he will be out of luck. If he does, without the 100,000 year healing soul bone skill, wildfire cannot burn it all, spring breeze blows it back to life, which has the effect of regenerating broken limbs. Tang San will not be able to restore Tang Hao's broken limbs. Although Tang Hao, who lost his right arm and left leg, is still powerful, he is not much stronger than Shilong and Dugubo, and his threat is greatly reduced. Compared with Haoshan Douluo, who could hang up and beat 3 titled Douluos including the former Pope Kyungsunji of the Spirit Hall as soon as he advanced to the 9 rings titled Douluo, he is absolutely useless. After thinking about it, Mu Yang put away the Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone and did not refine it immediately. It takes a long time to refine a 100,000 year soul bone. This place is not absolutely safe and is not suitable for direct refining. After glancing at the vulture that had no surplus value, Mu Yang activated the spiritual secret method, the real illusion, which annihilated his soul. With the blooming of ice blue flames, in the blink of an eye, the vulture disappeared from this world, leaving only a little white ash in its place. Thanks to my friend Xin Huan Menglong for his monthly ticket. Thanks to my friends Lilin Goddess, 20231019403221, Fighting Chicken Eats Eagle, 202206061636325572, Fenglini, Xin Huan Menglong, Fenglini, LONG8045, 20221216134652352348, 20231009712305 for their recommendation tickets. Please collect, recommend, subscribe, and vote for a monthly ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 78 Blue Silver Emperor Right Leg Bone, Part 2. That night, Mu Yang left Nodding City overnight. I went back to Shuo College to visit my 2 elders and my cousins, and I also picked up a lot of silver flowers from the college that have the effect of nourishing the spirit. Half a month later, Mu Yang rushed back to Tien Shui College. Binger, do you miss me? Mu Yang asked softly, hugging the girl with little stars in her eyes. Yes, I do. Shui Binger nodded vigorously. Which girl in love would miss her own boy after being separated for a long time? Shui Binger asked back, then do you miss me? Of course. I miss you, definitely more than you miss me. Mu Yang replied without hesitation. If you don't mind, I will forgive you for coming back so late. By the way, why is your hair so short? Looking at the stubble that just grew on Mu Yang's head, Shui Binger asked curiously. Ahem, Binger, don't worry about these little details, you'll be handsome in a while. Although his appearance was slightly reduced because of his hairstyle, Mu Yang didn't care. Even if the disguise of shaving his head was useless, it was worth it. This time, the harvest was a 100,000 year soul bone. In order to ensure that no head or tail was left, let alone hair, it's not impossible to count it as a leg. After all, the Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone can be regenerated after being cut off, so it doesn't matter if it is cut off once. Of course, it can't be the third leg. Although the third leg can be restored after being cut off, the blow to the soul is too great, and Mu Yang feels that he can't accept it. After a conversation full of the taste of decadent love, Mu Yang returned to the room to refine the soul bone, and Shui Binger volunteered to protect him. 100,000-year soul bone should be able to improve a lot of soul power, right? In the bedroom, looking at the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone that seemed to have life in the lead box, Mu Yang couldn't help thinking secretly. Although Tang San in the original work did not show soul power improvement after refining the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, it was only because the soul master was different. Tang San is special. He cultivates the inner strength mental method Xian Tian Gong, which is very different from the ice flame meditation method he cultivates. If it weren't for the special rules of the Douluo continent world, the two can almost be said to be two completely different cultivation paths. There is no doubt that soul bones contain huge amounts of energy. The older they are, the more energy they contain. Energy is conserved. When soul bone energy enters the body, it will inevitably bring changes to the refiner. After Tang San refined the blue-silver emperor right leg bone, his soul power level did not increase directly. That was because the huge soul bone energy was used to transform and strengthen his meridians, and was not converted into soul power accumulation. This does not mean that the soul power cannot be increased after refining the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor right leg bone. Taking out the soul bone, Mu Yang attached it to his right leg and circulated his soul power to refine it. Buzz. A slight buzzing sound sounded, and Mu Yang only felt his right leg tremble slightly. Then, a soft and cool breath quietly penetrated into his legs from all directions, and the crystal blue-silver emperor right leg bone quietly disappeared, turning into countless blue-gold air currents that filled the area around his right leg. Cool, comfortable, without any hindrance, completely different from the previous soul ring attachment, Mu Yang did not feel any pain, but indescribably comfortable, as if he had returned to the fetal period, growing up safely in the warm womb of his mother. Immersed in this gentle energy fluctuation, Mu Yang only felt that the ice flame soul power in his body was steadily increasing and becoming more refined. Obviously, the right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor, which is as old as 100,000 years, is different from ordinary soul bones and has the effect of purifying soul power. Soon, the cool feeling in the right leg instantly spread to Mu Yang's whole body. The next moment, a violent bone-cracking sound rang in the room. Surprisingly, Mu Yang did not feel any pain during the whole process. After the soul power showed a steady increase and purification, his strong physique, which was originally forged by taking whale glue, practicing the body refining secret art, sun body refining, and using 2 immortal herbs with ice and fire yin-yang eyes, began to show a significant improvement again, and this improvement is still continuing steadily. After a long time, except for the gentle energy fluctuations transmitted when refining the soul bone, the movement in the room gradually subsided and fell into silence. This blue leg bone full of life is in good condition. I think it must be of high age. It looks at least 70,000 to 80,000 years old. After refining it, little Mu Yang will definitely grow faster. Looking at Mu Yang, who was refining the right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor, Shui Binger thought to herself. When will her little Mu Yang grow up? In Shui Binger's eyes, when Mu Yang's height becomes a few points taller than her, and his soul power level is not weaker than her, that is when he grows up. As for whether this is a 100,000-year soul bone, Shui Binger didn't even think about it. Because a 100,000-year soul bone can only be exploded after the death of a 100,000-year soul beast, and the strength of a 100,000-year soul beast is far above that of an ordinary titled Douluo, it is not so easy to obtain. Let's not talk about whether there is the ability to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast. Even if there is, it is not a simple matter to find a 100,000-year soul beast. Although she doesn't know much, if nothing unexpected happens, the number of soul masters with 100,000-year soul bones in the mainland soul master world can be counted on one hand, right? After an unknown period of time, when Mu Yang opened his eyes, he saw the rising sun outside the window shining into the bedroom through the screen window. Suddenly, Mu Yang noticed something strange and felt uncomfortable all over. Looking down, he saw a thin layer of dried grey stains on the surface of his skin, like a armor that he had automatically put on after not taking a bath for a year. Marrow washing and meridian cutting. This was the first thought in Mu Yang's mind. Listening to the slight breathing sound coming into his ears, Mu Yang glanced at Shui Binger, who had been guarding him in the bedroom and was still sleeping on the bed. He resisted the urge to kiss her and tiptoed out of the room to take a bath. Well, that means it is very safe in Tien Shui College, otherwise the water guardian would really become a water guardian. In the bathroom, while taking a bath, Mu Yang felt the changes that occurred after he refined the right leg bone of the Blue Silver Emperor. First of all, the soul power of 33 levels after the original attachment of the third soul ring of 10,000 years and the advancement to the 3-ring soul master was directly upgraded to the 38th level of soul master, and the level increase reached 5 levels. And while the soul power level was increased, Mu Yang meditated and realized that the soul power in his body became more pure. This is not that the quality of the ice flame soul power cultivated by the ice flame meditation method is not strong enough. On the contrary, the quality of the soul power cultivated by the ice flame meditation method is actually far superior to that of the soul masters of the same level. The soul power quality far exceeds that of the soul masters of the same level, coupled with the extremely strong adhesion of the ice flame soul power, supplemented by the mysterious secret method. The unique skills constitute the capital for Mu Yang to challenge the higher level. But at the same time, because of his current low soul power level, no matter how mysterious the ice flame meditation method is, and the quality of soul power is far superior to that of soul masters of the same level, it is still relatively limited. On the level alone, how can the soul power cultivated by him at the level of a 3-ring soul master be comparable to the energy contained in a 100,000-year soul bone in terms of quality? As for physical fitness, there is no need to elaborate. It is already his advantage. Now it has been greatly improved again. Not to mention more, when the subsequent soul power level is cultivated to level 40, and the progress of sun body refining is taken into account, the 4th soul ring of 30,000 years should not be a problem. In addition to these 3 more obvious improvements in the 200,000-year soul bone skills obtained, there are many other small changes, such as better skin, more coordinated body, etc. In addition, Mu Yang also felt that his vitality has become more vigorous. If nothing unexpected happens, even if other factors are excluded, after refining the right leg bone of the Blue Silver Emperor, his lifespan has been greatly improved. After taking a shower and returning to the room, Mu Yang couldn't help but kiss Shui Binger on the face, who had not yet woken up. Perhaps she noticed something strange, or maybe she was about to wake up. Shui Binger opened her eyes. Feeling the warmth on her face, the girl smiled, obviously understanding what had happened before, and then without saying a word, she stretched out her arms and wrapped her arms around Mu Yang's neck, returning a more affectionate kiss. After a long time, their lips parted. Binger, it's still early, why don't you sleep a little longer? Mu Yang said. Both of them are top students, and neither he nor Shui Binger has any essential courses. Moreover, compared with theory, the Advanced Soul Master Academy pays more attention to actual combat and the soul power level of the students themselves. Students can take courses or not, and the Academy does not make mandatory requirements, so there is a high degree of freedom. In addition, as long as a soul master can read, knows how to meditate and practice, and knows what kind of soul beast and what year of soul ring he should attach in the future, he is a qualified soul master. It doesn't matter whether he is a top student or a poor student, as long as he is strong enough. No, I have been in the room for almost 2 days, and I am very bored. Shui Binger shook her head. Hearing this, Mu Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, and his face showed surprise. He originally thought that it was only the 2nd morning, but he didn't expect it to be the 3rd day. It's a good thing that soul masters are not immortal cultivators, otherwise they would retreat for 3 to 5 years or even longer. Aren't they afraid of getting hemorrhoids after sitting for a long time? By the way, what is your soul power level? How is the effect of the soul bone skill attached to that soul bone? Shui Binger asked Mu Yang. With a slightly smug smile, Mu Yang said, I have upgraded my soul power by 5 levels, and I am now a level 38 soul master. As for soul bone skills, there are 2, one is healing and the other is flying. 2 soul bone skills. Shui Binger looked confused, then widened her eyes, and couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice, 100,000-year soul bone. As far as she knew, a soul bone could only have 1 soul bone skill, and the only one that could have 2 soul bone skills was the legendary 100,000-year soul bone. The blue right leg soul bone that Mu Yang had refined before, which was full of life, was actually the 100,000-year soul bone that countless soul masters in the mainland soul master world dreamed of. That's right. But Binger, you have to keep it secret. There are some problems with the origin of this soul bone. In the future, if it is not necessary, I will only use healing soul bone skills at most. Nodding, Mu Yang reminded again. The right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor cannot be seen in the light, and Mu Yang will not easily expose it before his wings are completely hardened. And even if it is exposed, it will not be exposed that this is a 100,000 year soul bone with 2 soul bone skills, unless there is a life-threatening situation. Yet. Shui Binger nodded seriously. End of this chapter. Chapter 79 New Attempt. On the other side, Nodding City. For the past half-month, Tang Hao has been secretly protecting Tang San. There is no way. Half a month ago, a 5-ring Soul King inexplicably wanted to mess with his son. Tang Hao was confused and at the same time, he was also more vigilant. After all, it is not wrong to act cautiously, and he has only one son, who shoulders the hope of revenge on the Spirit Hall in the future, so he can't go wrong. He first semi-hidden for 10 days, then pretended to leave, but actually returned secretly, and carefully squatted in the dark for a week, and still did not see any wind and grass movement, so Tang Hao let go of his vigilance. If nothing unexpected happened, the 5-ring Soul King who wanted to kill his son before should be just an emergency. Otherwise, with his strength, if he carefully hid in the dark, unless the one who came was a strong man of the same level as Qian Douluo of the Spirit Hall, it would be impossible to hide it from him. Since it was an emergency, Tang Hao was relieved. After hiding for so many days, it was time to go back and accompany his wife. The flying speed of the titled Douluo was very fast, not to mention the strong among the titled Douluo like Tang Hao. In just over a quarter of an hour, Tang Hao arrived in front of the valley waterfall in the mountains. Ah, who? Who is it? The next second, Tang Hao's furious roar echoed in the valley. Because the entrance to the secret cave where his wife was hiding was exposed like this after the waterfall, there was no longer any cover. The stone wall behind the waterfall was also full of potholes, as if it was swept by a soul master's crazy group attack soul skills. Well, Tang Hao guessed correctly. In order to find the entrance to the secret cave quickly and neatly, the vulture directly launched 2 group attack soul skills at the stone wall behind the waterfall. After the rage, Tang Hao did not dare to delay any longer and immediately flashed into the cave. Not long after, at the end of the secret cave, there was a stone chamber of about 10 square meters. Looking at the small mound in the center of the stone chamber, a grass leaf was narrower and longer than that of its kind, with golden fine lines on it, and the slender blue-silver grass swaying in the wind. Tang Hao was relieved immediately. It's good that you're okay, it's good that my wife is okay. But soon, Tang Hao's face showed an unconcealable anger again. Damn it! The 100,000 year soul bone left by his wife after her sacrifice was gone. Tang Hao, my son, I'm sorry for you. I lost the relic your mother left for you. I'll never abandon you again from now on. Resisting the pain in his heart, Tang Hao leaned over and knelt in front of the small earth mound, carefully examining the somewhat extraordinary golden patterned blue-silver grass. An hour later, Tang Hao left the cave holding the stone basin where his wife was planted. In the middle of the valley, looking back at the waterfall, Tang Hao's eyes flashed with anger, and the black hammer in his hand materialized, and then he threw the hammer fiercely as if to vent his anger. Boom boom boom. Not long after, accompanied by a violent roar and tremor, the huge waterfall cliff collapsed, turned into a ruin, and was then swallowed by the water. From that day on, what Tang San didn't know was that a house on the street that he must pass by every day when he went back and forth between Nodding College and the blacksmith shop quietly changed to a new owner, and on the windowsill of the master bedroom, there was a pot of blue-silver grass with golden patterns that looked particularly extraordinary. Tien Shui College. Late at night, on the balcony of the bedroom, after the practice of Tien refining spirit came to an end tonight, Mu Yang, as a qualified role king, started to do the work of deduction again. There are cultivation methods corresponding to the 3 elements of essence, qi and spirit, as well as attack and defense secrets and spirit secrets, but in Mu Yang's opinion, there is still a shortcoming, that is, the lack of mysterious body skills. Mysterious body skills are not only conducive to running away when the situation is not right, but also conducive to attack. The martial arts in the world are indestructible, only speed is indestructible. Although this statement is not completely correct, after all, light speed is not useful, and the attack must keep up, otherwise it can only be scraping, but it does make some sense. Therefore, after a short break from his hard work, Mu Yang began to deduce the secret art of body movement. Mu Yang, go to bed early. At this time, Shui Binger, who had also completed the practice of Tien refining God tonight on the balcony of the next room, saw that Mu Yang was still emitting mental fluctuations and did not seem to have any signs of stopping, so she could not help but remind him. Yeah, I know, you go to bed early too, good night. Mu Yang nodded, said good night, went back to the room, and then continued to deduce on the bed. Go to bed early? There is a saying that if you don't work hard when you are young, you will regret it when you are old. How can a young man go to bed so early? Besides, hard work is the foundation of his enlightenment, God, so he cannot stop, but he can move to another position. Time flies, and half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. In the evening, on the first floor, in the room that used to be a utility room and has now been transformed into a forging room. In the center of the forging room, there is a huge forging table, and there is a heating furnace next to the forging table. In the corner of the forging room, there are also a lot of pig iron ingots that have been initially smelted and coke for heating. At this time, Mu Yang, wearing shorts and a vest, held a large iron tongs, picked up a pig iron ingot that was burned red by coke from the heating furnace, and placed it on the forging table in front of him. It's a pity that the equipment is a bit poor, and I have to light the fire myself. Glancing at the heating furnace burning with coke, Mu Yang thought to himself. Well, not only is the equipment poor, but the fuel is also poor. Although the furnace temperature generated by the burning of coke is much higher than that of ordinary coal, it can only be used to heat ordinary metals. If it is replaced with rare metals with melting points far higher than ordinary copper and iron, such as shenyang, the temperature of the coke is not enough. Of course, as a world with extraordinary power, Douluo continent can use more than just coal and oil as fuel. Some minerals containing fire elements can also be used as fuel, and the temperature generated when burning is extremely high. However, this kind of advanced stuff is a little expensive, and since he is just a beginner, there is no need to arrange it so early. Dang! Then, Mu Yang took a deep breath, took out the forging hammer weighing dozens of pounds, and used his legs to lead his waist, and his waist to lead his arms, and hit it hard. Then, with the rebound force of this hammer, he turned his body around and hit it again, and so on. From the increasingly loud whistling sound brought by the forging hammer and the metal collision sound when it collided, Mu Yang's latter hammer was much more powerful than the previous one. Obviously, he was still using a hammer method that could stack force. As early as half a year ago, Mu Yang began to deduce the unique body skills. Compared with Tien refining spirit and Taiyang refining body, the physical skills are much simpler, and the mental power is further improved. Innate ability, deduced the efficiency was improved, and the speed of deducing the unique body skills was faster. It took only about 2 months for the unique body skills to be freshly produced. As long as he practiced diligently in the future, he could make up for his shortcomings in speed. After the unique body skills were deduced, Mu Yang, who claimed to be the king of scrolls, naturally would not allow himself to be a small salted fish, and began to deduce the hammer method with his innate ability. The hammer method he deduced was naturally not an ordinary hammer method. After all, his second martial soul was not a hammer, but the ice flame holy shadow on the spell side. In the future, he would not rely on playing with a big hammer when fighting with others. The current Douluo continent can basically be said to be a desert of soul guide technology. Except for some basic types of life soul guides, such as soul guide timers, soul guide lamps, soul guide microphones, etc., there is no soul guide production inheritance that has a significant effect on soul masters. Although there is no soul guide, Mu Yang will not ignore the role of soul guides, especially the special soul guides that appeared in the later soul guide era, which are the culmination of the continent's soul guide technology, battle armor. It should be said that this thing called battle armor is really against the sky, and it can be said to be a divine weapon that does not belong to the category of divine weapons. A 5-ring soul king wearing a full set of 1-word battle armor of Jianduan can be as powerful as a 7-ring soul saint. A 6-ring soul emperor wearing a full set of 2-word battle armor of Lingduan can be as powerful as an 8-ring soul Douluo. A 7-ring soul saint wearing a full set of 3-word battle armor of Solduan, supplemented by the power of the domain, can be as powerful as a 9-ring titled Douluo. And it is not a weak titled Douluo like Shilong and Dugubo who can be easily defeated by the level of the cross level, but a 9-ring titled Douluo with the best soul ring ratio and soul core according to the standards of later generations. This is only a 3-word battle armor. When it comes to a full set of 4-word battle armor of Tianduan, it will be even more powerful. When worn by a 9-ring titled Douluo, his strength is enough to be on par with a 99 level extreme Douluo. Of course, the term extreme Douluo is used by the later soul masters. Nowadays, the Soul Masters call this level of titled Douluo Peerless Douluo. Even the 99th level of Peerless Realm is not the limit of the 4-character battle armor. If the 99th level of Peerless Douluo can wear a full set of Tienduan 4-character battle armor, his strength will be comparable to that of the demigods who are only half a step away from the realm of God, such as Qian Daoliu, the invincible in the sky, and Bo Sixi, the invincible in the ocean. Yes, the 99th level of Peerless Douluo is still a level away from the two Qian Daoliu and Bo Sixi who are crowned with the name of invincible. Although the level of Qian Daoliu and Bo Sixi is still 99th level and has not broken through the 100th level, if the spirit power breaks through the bottleneck of the peak of level 98 and enters the 99th level of Peerless Realm, the second worshipper of the Wuhan Hall, Jin Crocodile, dares to fight with these two. Even if Jin Crocodile has a 100,000 year 9th spirit ring, he will have to kneel, and he will definitely kneel very cleanly. For the top masters in the mainland Soul Master world, advancing to the titled Douluo is just a new starting point, but for Qian Daoliu and Bo Sixi, entering the 99th level Peerless Douluo realm can also be regarded as a new starting point. The demigod power, demigod body, and demigod soul, which are only half a step away from divine power, divine body, and divine soul, are all symbols of strength, which are not something that ordinary 99th level Peerless Douluo can touch. Throughout the vast history of the mainland, the only one who can be on par with demigods with the 99th level Peerless Douluo realm and has real battle records as factual basis is the former invincible on land Tang Chen. As for why Tang Chen can be so cunning, it is probably because the secret method of the Great Samurai Hammer is amazingly powerful, and the god of creation secretly gave him a cheat. Of course, this may also be related to the fact that the demigod level strength of Qian Daoliu and the others is not entirely based on their own cultivation. Otherwise, a serious demigod can definitely beat a level 99 Peerless Douluo without cheating. The effect of the battle armor is so amazing. Although there is no manufacturing foundation for this thing now, Mu Yang feels that it is very necessary to try it with the unreasonable deduction talent ability in hand. Thanks to my friends Liang Fei Dejikao and Ursistia for their monthly tickets. Thanks to my friends Ma Yan Ching Chun, 20231019403221, account has been blocked. 202206061636325572, Liang Fei Dejikao, Xin Huan Meng Long for their recommendation tickets. Please collect, recommend, subscribe, and vote for the monthly ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 80 A Promising Forger. There are 3 difficulties in making a battle armor: materials, design, and manufacturing. Among the 3, with the deduction talent ability in hand, for Mu Yang, design is the easiest, manufacturing is the second, and materials are the most difficult. The reason for this is that design is just pure theoretical knowledge. Once the relevant deduction is completed, it can be directly applied. Manufacturing is a combination of theoretical knowledge and practical operations. After the relevant deduction is completed, the material is shaped according to the design, and the soul guide array deduced on the inscription is copied one by one. The most difficult thing is that the material cannot be obtained through deduction and can only be forged by a forger. Therefore, after the advent of the unique body method, Mu Yang began to deduce a hammer method specifically for metal forging, and officially deduced it a week ago and named it Tien Gang Hammer. Similar to the Chaos Cloak Hammer method, Tien Gang Hammer is also a unique hammer method that can stack force. To put it bluntly, Mu Yang referred to the idea of the Chaos Cloak Hammer method at the beginning of the deduction. But the difference is that the Chaos Cloak Hammer method is just a simple hammer method, while the Tien Gang Hammer includes the hammer method part and the forging part. The hammer method part is similar to the Chaos Cloak Hammer method, with the total of 36 hammers of stacking power are quite different from the Chaotic Cloak Hammer method that can stack 99 and 81 hammers. After almost 4 months of deduction, the result was a useless thing that could only stack 36 hammers. This was not because Mu Yang was lazy, but because the forging part of Tien Gang Hammer was not simple. In the later generations, the Soul Master world of the mainland had a relatively clear division of the forging levels of metals. Excluding the special melting forging that can be high or low in forging level, the forging levels of metals are divided from low to high into 100 forging, 1000 forging, spirit forging, soul forging, and sky forging. The forging part of Tien Gang Hammer corresponds to the detailed knowledge of the 2 metal forging levels of 100 forging and 1000 forging. Because it is an unprecedented innovation, and Mu Yang only provided the deduction theory of 100 forging to purify, 1000 forging to become refined, the deduction progress of Tien Gang Hammer is relatively slow. Otherwise, if only the hammer method part is counted, it may be done in a few days. Of course, the deduced secret method of Tien Gang hammer only fed back knowledge to him, not directly let him master this hammer method perfectly and become a forging master of the 1000 forging level. However, the feedback knowledge is very detailed, just like the forging experience taught by a very experienced 1000 forging master. As long as the understanding is good, it will be no problem to become a 1000 forging master in the future. After the deduction progress of the forging part of Tien Gang hammer reached the peak of the 1000 forging, Mu Yang began to try the first forging in the forging room that had been transformed and all preparations were ready. Perhaps it was because of the strong soul power and good understanding, and the detailed forging experience provided by the secret method of Tien Gang hammer, although the first forging was bumpy, after a week, Mu Yang can now be regarded as a skilled blacksmith in terms of blacksmithing skills. Boom 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 dash. In the forging room, Mu Yang was sweating as he spun around, and the roaring sound from the hammer in his hand hitting the iron ingot on the forging table continued to ring out. Mu Yang, 80, 80, 80. Just then, two girls came to the forging room. Seeing that Mu Yang was forging iron, the two girls did not interrupt him directly, but watched quietly from the side. After a long time, as Mu Yang's last hammer fell, the volume of the iron ingot on the forging table shrank a lot compared to the beginning, and all the impurities in it were removed during the forging process, turning the ordinary pig iron into a piece of high-quality iron essence. My level should be considered the peak of 100 forgings, right? Looking at the dark red iron ingot on the forging table with a high temperature, Mu Yang thought to himself. Mu Yang, I see you've been forging iron these days, are you going to change your career to become a blacksmith? Seeing that Mu Yang stopped forging, Shui Yu asked with a strange look on her face. As we all know, the noblest profession on the continent is soul master, and blacksmith is a lowly profession. What kind of change has happened that makes Mu Yang, a genius with full soul power, become a blacksmith with no status and a bleak future? Is it because of a conflict with his sister and he was stimulated? No, that's not right. She saw the two of them showing off their love this morning. What do you mean by changing careers? It's just a part-time job, and I don't want to be a blacksmith, but a forger. Mu Yang glanced at Shui Yu unhappily. This little girl must not know the future of the profession of forger. You know, in the later era of Armor Hero, the heavenly forging god craftsman is a person that ordinary 9-ring titled Douluo kneel down to lick. If a titled Douluo like Shilong travels to the future and cries and shouts that he wants to be a dog for the heavenly forging god craftsman, the god craftsman may not even look down on him. There is no other reason. There are many titled Douluo who are willing to be dogs for the god craftsman. This one is not a big deal, not to mention that he is still a weak chicken in the same level. Other titled Douluo wearing a full set of Tianduan Dukai can match the strength of the 99th level extreme Douluo without Dukai, but Shilong, who has no soul core, no 5th soul ring of 10,000 years, and low soul power level, can beat the 98th level super Douluo without Dukai. Forger? Isn't he still a blacksmith? Shui Yu muttered softly. It's not that she looks down on blacksmiths, but the general environment is like this. The inherent impression of the profession of blacksmiths for many years will not change because of Mu Yang. Mu Yang, I know you must have a reason for doing this. Come on. Unlike Shui Yu, the smarter Shui Binger knew that Mu Yang's move must have a deep meaning, and encouraged him. Put yourself in her shoes. If she were Mu Yang, how could she work part-time as a blacksmith if there was no deep meaning? It's not like her head was kicked by a stupid donkey for 100,000 years. My Binger is still the best. Mu Yang smiled and nodded. It was just that he was sweating a lot at this moment, otherwise he would have hugged her and kissed her. Such a chatterbox. Go to bed early tonight and don't stay up late. I have agreed with my aunt that we will set out to hunt souls tomorrow. After scolding her, Shui Binger talked about business. There is a saying that goes, if you often walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. Except for a few special cases, Mu Yang stayed up late every night, and Shui Binger couldn't hide this. Once, the girl missed him so much that she tossed and turned in bed and couldn't sleep. She turned over the balcony and prepared to see the sleeping posture of her boy. As a result, she couldn't see his sleeping posture, but saw Mu Yang staying up late. When she looked at the time, it was almost 2 o'clock in the morning. Shui Binger didn't make it public at the first time, and quietly observed for 3 days. It turned out that Mu Yang every night after finishing the practice of Tien refining spirit, he would sit on the bed, emitting spiritual power fluctuations, and would not go to bed until after 2 a.m., and he would do this again after getting up at 8 am the next day. No one knew what he was doing. In fact, Mu Yang had already noticed Shui Binger at that time, but he did not avoid it. It was just a deduction of the exercises, not a flirtation with other girls behind her back. There was nothing shameful. What's more, as the person next to her in the future, she would know about this sooner or later, so she did not avoid it. It's a pity that the girl was very sensible. Originally, Mu Yang planned to show his cards directly when she asked, but Shui Binger did not intend to explore, but just told him to have a good rest. Hunting souls? Binger, you don't seem to have broken through the bottleneck yet? Could it be that you are preparing to break through with the help of fighting? After sensing it, Mu Yang found that Shui Binger was still a level 49 soul master, and he couldn't help but asked in surprise. In half a month, Shui Binger's soul power level reached the peak of level 49, and then was stuck at the bottleneck. For a soul master with good cultivation talent, it does not mean that he will not encounter bottlenecks in the early stage of cultivation. He will still encounter them, but unlike the bottlenecks that can be stuck for a lifetime in the later stage, the bottlenecks in the early stage can be trapped for a while, but not for too long. For example, Daimyo Bai in the original work was stuck at the bottleneck of the peak of level 39 for a period of time, and later he broke through the bottleneck with the help of the strange chrysanthemum. It took Shui Binger only half a month to cultivate to the peak of level 49, and it was normal that she was still restricted by the bottleneck and could not break through. Nodding slightly, Shui Binger took out an embroidered handkerchief from her bosom, wiped the sweat from Mu Yang's forehead, and said, "If it was just me, I would definitely have the patience to take it slowly, but you have broken through level 40 for several days, and I don't want to delay it any longer. And it takes time to hunt souls, maybe I can break through in the process of hunting souls." She was still eager for the boy to grow up quickly. "We can't delay any longer. Shui Binger has gained a lot from her cultivation in the past 6 months, and so has Mu Yang. After refining the right leg bone of the Blue-Silver Emperor, his soul power level soared to level 38 Soul Master, and a week ago, he broke through to level 40 Quasi Soul Sect. It is certain that if Shui Binger had not taken the Acacia Heartbroken Red, Mu Yang's current soul power level would definitely surpass Shui Binger. That's good. Mu Yang nodded. Since Shui Binger is going to break through in the process of soul hunting, Shui Yanyu, who is leading the soul hunting team this time, can be a bodyguard. Unless they encounter an opponent whose strength is far beyond their ability to deal with, the entire soul hunting process will be handled by the two of them, until Shui Binger breaks through the bottleneck and advances with the 5th soul ring. With the solid foundation laid by his 3rd soul ring of 10,000 years, plus the solid foundation laid by Sun Body Refining and the Ice and Fire Refining Body at the time, it is enough to withstand the 4th soul ring of about 30,000 years. A soul beast of about 30,000 years old is powerful enough to rival the best of the 6-ring soul emperors or weak soul saints. Even if the two of them join forces to launch a martial soul fusion technique, they are still strong enemies. No matter who wins or loses, there will be enough fierce battles as nutrients and resources to break through the bottleneck, and Shui Binger will definitely break through. End of this chapter. Chapter 81. Shui Yuer, my sister and I seem to be. We both ate the fairy grass. Why are you two upgrading faster than me? At this time, Shui Yuer said to the two with resentment. I still remember that a year and a half ago, when the Soul Master competition opened, she and Mu Yang were both level 25 Great Soul Masters, and her sister Shui Binger was level 33 Soul Master. Later, after taking the Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone, she increased her soul power by almost 8 levels in total. As a result, she is now a level 43 Soul Master, while her sister is already at the peak of level 49 Soul Master, and will soon break through to level 50. It can be predicted that once the elder sister advances to the 5th ring Soul King, the soul power level will most likely remain the same as when she advances to the 4th ring. The soul power level will increase by 2 levels and reach the 52nd level Soul King. At that time, the soul power difference between the two will be 9 levels, 1 more level than the 8 levels at the beginning, and this is under the condition of 2 large levels. Isn't it said that the later the Soul Master is, the slower the speed of cultivation and upgrading will be, and the original level gap will be narrowed due to the increase in the difficulty of upgrading in the later stage? Why is it further expanded? In addition, it's okay if he can't beat his elder sister, why is even Mu Yang catching up with him? At present, Mu Yang is level 40, and the 3rd soul ring is 10,000 years old, so the age of the 4th soul ring must be more than 10,000 years. After the advancement, he can be guaranteed to be level 42, and most likely to reach level 43 Soul Lord. You know, Mu Yang had already taken the immortal herbs, and according to what she learned from Mu Yang, this stuff can't be taken too much, that is to say, Mu Yang can't cheat by taking the immortal herbs again. The two of them were at the starting point of the 25th level of Great Soul Master. She took the Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone and increased her soul power by almost 8 levels. She was able to catch up. Was she too useless? Or was Mu Yang abnormal? What Shui Yuer didn't know was that although Mu Yang couldn't take the immortal herbs again, he also cheated and secretly refined a 100,000 year soul bone, soaring 5 levels of soul power. Otherwise, he really couldn't catch up with Shui Yuer, who also took the immortal herbs in such a short time. The only person who knew about this clearly was Shui Binger, and even Shui Yunyu didn't know it very specifically. Shui Yunyu could see that Mu Yang was not right. His soul power was reduced in a short period of time. The level has increased a lot, but this is obviously a personal secret, so she won't ask too much. Of course, it doesn't mean that Mu Yang has cultivated 3 more levels of soul power than Shui Yuer in the same period of time. If you really want to be serious and accurate to the decimal point, it's actually only about 1 level. After all, although the effect of fairy herbs is strong, there is always a limit. The improvement in Mu Yang's cultivation talent formed by the 8-angled black ice grass and the blazing apricot is actually smaller than the improvement in Shui Yuer's cultivation talent formed by the Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone. It's like giving Ning Fengzi 100 million gold soul coins. Ning Fengzi is still the Ning Fengzi who spends money like water, and there won't be too many changes, because the great master Ning is very rich. But if this 100 million gold soul coins are given to Baihe, then the poor Baihe will immediately become a rich man. In the future, it will not be a problem for him to live a happy life like Ning Fengzi, often saving the fallen little sister. The reason why Mu Yang was able to smooth out the difference of about 3 levels of soul power between him and Shui Yuer caused by external objects was mainly because the age of the soul ring he added when he advanced was much longer than Shui Yuer's. Shui Yuer's 3rd soul ring, which was about 5,000 years old, and her 4th soul ring, which was just over 10,000 years old, only improved her soul power by about 2 levels. When Mu Yang advanced to the 3-ring soul master and the subsequent 4-ring soul ancestor, he was able to improve his soul power by about 3 levels because of his high tolerance for soul rings. Just 2 soul rings could smooth out the difference of about 2 levels of soul power, and the remaining difference of about 1 level of soul power was smoothed out by his own real ability. Well, Shui Yuer's 4th soul ring was also 10,000 years old. Whale glue can only improve physical fitness, and whale glue alone is naturally not enough, but after all, she is my sister-in-law, and Mu Yang taught her Tien refining God. However, because Shui Yuer was only a sister-in-law, and a prospective sister-in-law, Mu Yang did not give her the full book, but only the 1st and 2nd levels of Tien refining spirit. The upper limit of the spiritual power training of the method was the level of an ordinary 60th level soul master. As soon as Shui Yuer finished speaking, Shui Binger looked surprised, and then stretched out her hand to Shui Yuer's forehead. Sister, what are you doing? Shui Yuer shook her head in resistance. You don't have a fever. Feeling the temperature of Shui Yuer's forehead, Shui Binger showed confusion in her eyes. Shui Yuer, She was fine, how could she have a fever? What's more, with Mu Yang here, if she gets sick, can't she get rid of it with a yellow jade detoxifying ginseng? You, don't be greedy. You are only 13 years old. You can cultivate to the 43rd level of Soul Sect. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? Nodding Shui Yuer's head, Shui Binger seemed to be admonishing Shui Yuer like an elder. Cultivating to the 43rd level of Soul Sect at the age of 13 is something that ordinary geniuses with full innate soul power cannot do. My sister actually dislikes that her cultivation speed is not as fast as her and Mu Yang. Sure enough, people are greedy. Once they live the good life they have always dreamed of, they will think about living a better life. Hehe, isn't it that compared with you and Mu Yang, I seem to be a lot worse? Well, sister, you are the best. Shui Yuer lowered her head and arched towards Shui Binger, hugging her arm and said coquettishly. Yuer, am I not good enough? Mu Yang asked. Brother-in-law, you are the best too. Thinking of her current achievements, the Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone has contributed greatly, and can even be said to be the biggest contributor, and that Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone was given by Mu Yang, Shui Yuer said without hesitation. Binger is the best, and I am the best too, so who is the best between the two of us? Mu Yang said with a smile. Well, brother-in-law, you are the best. After hesitating for a moment, Shui Yu'er finally leaned towards Mu Yang. There was no way that Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone was too fragrant. If it weren't for her sister who had taken the first step, she might have directly pledged her body to him, right? After all, Mu Yang is so handsome, so talented, and so good to her. No, not maybe, but definitely and surely. Hey? My aunt and mother are both my father's wives, so it seems that my sister and I are also. Pa, little Mu Yang is my sister's, I can't think like that. Shui Yu'er couldn't help but curse herself in her heart. She said she couldn't think like that, but this strange idea took root in Shui Yu'er's mind. At this moment, Shui Bing'er, who couldn't read minds, didn't know what Shui Yu'er was thinking. She rolled her eyes and said unhappily, Yu'er, it seems that my sister loves you in vain. Although her brother-in-law is the best and there is nothing wrong with it, why does it sound so irritating? Her sister is hopeless, who wants to come and take her away? At this time, Mu Yang stepped forward and took Shui Bing'er's hand, then turned to Shui Yu'er and said, Yu'er, you should answer the question just now like this. Whether it is a sister or a brother-in-law, it is the best, because although Bing'er and I are two people, we are one and the same. As soon as these words came out, Shui Bing'er's eyes immediately sparkled with little stars. Shui Yu'er, Well, they started to show off their love again. The next morning, Shui Yunyu took Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er in a carriage to the Xingda Great Forest in the central part of the continent to hunt souls. The purpose of this trip is to add a fourth soul ring to Mu Yang, and to allow Shui Bing'er to break through the bottleneck of the 49th level peak through training. Since Mu Yang has a strong desire for soul rings because of his extremely high tolerance, his fourth soul ring can reach about 30,000 years old. Although Sunset Forest is known as one of the three major soul beast gathering places on the continent, its scale is undoubtedly far behind that of Stardo Great Forest and far north, and the overall quality of soul beasts living in it is far inferior to the other two places. Even if 30,000-year-old soul beasts are not considered high-level soul beasts, there are not many of them in Sunset Forest. Generally speaking, the level of soul masters who go to Sunset Forest to hunt souls for advancement will not exceed level 50. According to the best soul ring ratio, the age of the sixth soul ring is about 20,000 years. When the soul power level reaches level 60, few soul masters go to Sunset Forest to hunt souls for advancement. Soul masters of this level will be more inclined to go to Stardo Great Forest to hunt souls for advancement. After all, the soul beast species in Sunset Forest are not as rich as those in Stardo Great Forest, and it is not necessarily possible to find soul beasts of 20,000 years or more that suit your taste. Therefore, the soul hunting place for the three this time is no longer the Sunset Forest, which is slightly closer to Tien Shui College, but the farther Xingda Great Forest. After sitting in the carriage for more than 10 days, when night was about to fall, the three finally arrived at the soul hunting town outside the Xingda Great Forest. After getting off the carriage and glancing at the soul hunting town in front of them, Shui Yunyu turned to Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er and said, Xiao Yang, Bing'er, let's rest in the town for one night today and go into the forest tomorrow. Yes. Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er nodded. After sitting in the carriage for more than 10 days in a row, even though the soul masters have good physical fitness, the two are also a little tired. In addition, it is already late, so they really need to rest for one night first, so as not to lose energy in the forest. Let's go, let's find a place to stay first. With a greeting, Shui Yunyu took the lead and walked towards the soul hunting town in front, followed by Mu Yang and the others. After entering the town, Mu Yang found that it was much more lively than he imagined. Although the soul hunter town is not large, it is like a small town except that it has no city walls. There are many shops on both sides of the not-so-wide streets, and there are all kinds of shops. However, in addition to accommodation and food, most of these shops are related to soul masters, such as weapons and armor, detoxification, recovery potions, and even special adventure clothes with many pockets that can hold a lot of sundries. Don't think that soul masters don't need weapons and armor. That's only for high-level soul masters. For low-level soul masters, a well-made armor is no less than an extra defensive soul skill, and it doesn't consume soul power, but it's a bit tiring to wear. Thanks to my friends 20220218192854904 and Xin Huan Menglong for their monthly tickets. Thanks to my friends 20220606163632572, 20210301106582630634, Lan Hun, Hanling Fenjiun, and Xin Huanmeng Long for their recommendation tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 82, One-sided love is not good. In addition, due to the existence of rare metals on the continent, truly well-made armor is still somewhat useful. For example, the armor sold in these shops, because the sales targets are all soul masters, even if it is not the best quality, the armor itself will be mixed with some rare metals, and the defensive performance is not comparable to ordinary armor. As for potions, well, don't hold too much hope. For example, detoxification potions, it is just the juice extracted from herbs with detoxification effects, not the potions made by serious alchemists in other fantasy worlds. At most it can remove the toxins of ordinary poisons or poisonous soul beasts of very low age. It is precisely because they can't make any high-end goods that the status of blacksmiths and pharmacists on Douluo continent is not high. Of course, the profession of blacksmith has a bright future. When the Soul Master world ushers in the era of soul guide technology in the future, especially after the advent of battle armor, forgers should not be too popular. As for pharmacists, this profession is basically hopeless in Douluo continent. High-level medicinal herbs in Douluo continent are plant-based soul beasts, and those who know the speed of soul beasts cultivation improvement know it. The herbs used by alchemists in other worlds to refine high-level elixirs are collected outside, but the herbs used by alchemists in Douluo continent to refine high-level elixirs are planted by their great-grandfathers. It was not easy to gather a furnace of herbs for high-level elixirs, but the craftsmanship was not good, and the refining was wasted. The efforts of 18 generations of ancestors were wasted in one day. In this case, it would be a miracle if alchemists could develop. Of course, it is inevitable that this is a bit exaggerated. In the future, there will still be alchemists in the Soul Master world of the mainland, but due to the limited source of materials, only a very small number of people can benefit from it, and it cannot be popularized at all. After all, the industry status is not as good as that of soul masters and forgers who can provide materials for making battle armor. Soon, the three of them walked into a hotel that was not very luxurious but seemed very clean. The hotel covers a large area, but it is not high, with only 2 floors. The first floor is a spacious restaurant, and the second floor is used for accommodation. At the front desk of the lobby, Shui Yunyu asked the waiter to open 2 rooms, a single room and a double room. After opening the rooms and getting the keys of the 2 rooms, the three of them found an empty table in the corner of the lobby and sat down. Calling the waiter, they simply ordered 5 dishes and a soup, and the three of them chatted while waiting for the dishes to be served. At this time, night had fallen, just in time for dinner, and the hotel business was good. There were already 70% to 80% of the guests sitting in the restaurant, which was a little noisy. Suddenly, Mu Yang, who was chatting, felt a silence in the restaurant, turned his head and looked go, only to see 3 figures walking into the hotel. The first one was a tall woman wearing a veil and a white robe hood. From the few strands of golden hair peeking out of the hood, it can be seen that the woman has blonde hair. The other 2 figures followed the blonde woman, all wearing black robes and hoods, and their faces could not be seen clearly. One was tall and thin, and the other was slightly short and strong. Although the 3 figures did not release their own soul power, whether it was the blonde woman in the white robe or the 2 black robes following her, they all had a strong aura, giving people the feeling that they had either been in a high position for a long time or had extremely good strength. It was precisely because of this that the diners in the hotel restaurant stopped talking and focused their attention on these 3 people. "Young master, do you want to eat?" Coming to the front desk, the tall and thin black-robed figure opened 3 rooms and then asked the white-robed woman. "No." The white-robed blonde woman shook her head slightly, took the room key, and went straight to the second floor of the hotel. Seeing this, the 2 black-robed figures looked at each other and followed. "Young master." In the corner of the restaurant, Mu Yang raised his eyebrows. In Douluo continent, there are not many people who can be called young master by others, let alone a woman. In addition to the powerful aura he vaguely sensed from the 2 black-robed figures, Mu Yang quickly locked the identity of the white-robed blonde woman. If nothing unexpected happens, this white-robed blonde woman should be the young master of the Spirit Hall, Jian Rongxiu, and the 2 black-robed figures are the 2 bodyguards of Jian Rongxiu during her lurking in Tien to carry out the plan of usurping the country, Snake Spear Douluo Shilong and Thorny Porpoise Douluo Sigzhu. As the top spy of the Spirit Hall, Jian Rongxiu can appear in the soul hunting town outside the Star Do Great Forest, which must be to add soul rings to advance. There are still about 8 or 9 years before the Tiandu Palace coup in the original novel. Qian Rongxiu was a 7-ring soul saint at that time. There is still so much time left, so Qian Rongxiu is probably not level 70 now. If she is level 50, Qian Rongxiu does not need to travel thousands of miles to the Xingda Great Forest to hunt souls. She can go directly to the Sunset Forest 100 miles away from Tiandu City. After all, according to the best soul ring ratio, the 5th soul ring of a soul master is only more than 10,000 years old. Even if Qian Rongxiu has improved her physical fitness by taking whale glue, her tolerance is probably still within 20,000 years. There are still many 10,000-year soul beasts within 20,000 years in the Sunset Forest. In other words, Qian Rongxiu, who is now about 20 years old, has a soul power level of 60 quasi-soul emperor? Or has she just come out of the Xingda Great Forest to hunt souls and has just entered the level of 6-ring soul emperor? Well, it makes sense. Although Qian Rongxiu came to the Tiandu Empire as a spy, her training would inevitably be delayed. At least there is no emulation training field suitable for the 6-winged angel martial spirit, but she is extremely talented. The innate level 20 soul power is only level 60, right? It's a piece of cake. What a pity. Thinking of the ending of Qian Rongxiu's angel godhood being broken in the original work, Mu Yang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. But it's just a pity. Mu Yang doesn't feel sorry for her. There are so many pitiful people in the world, Qian Rongxiu can't even be ranked, and if we really want to talk about pity, her grandfather Qian Douluo is more pitiful than her. Spreading the glory of the angel god all over the continent is undoubtedly the biggest dream of Qian Douluo, a servant of God. Giving up at least hundreds of years of life, Qian Douluo opened the way to become a god for Qian Rongxiu at the cost of his own life, and his dream came true. But what Qian Douluo didn't know after his death was that the angel's glory that he thought would last forever was only a flash of light and fire. Before his death anniversary arrived, there was no angel god in the world, and even the 10,000 years of foundation of his own spirit hall was overturned. Fortunately, Qian Douluo died early, otherwise he would have been angry to death. Of course, the reason why the spirit hall ended up like this was not just because of Qian Rongxiu, but the other two smart people also made indelible contributions. The strength of the spirit hall is unquestionable, with many trump cards and absolute strength. No matter how you look at it, this Douluo continent will belong to the spirit hall sooner or later. But it happened that the situation of a sure win was ruined by Bibi Dong, Hu Lina and Qian Rongxiu, 3 love brains. If Bibi Dong was not a love brain, then Tang San, who had great talent and potential, would have achieved the position of sea god in the future and overturned the spirit hall, would have died long ago. After all, if Bibi Dong really wanted to eliminate Tang San, Tang Hao alone could not protect him. If Hu Lina was not a love brain, Tang San would most likely miss the sacrifice of Xiao Wu, Daming and Ming, 300,000-year soul beasts, and fail to ascend to the throne in time, and die without resistance at the hands of angels or Rakshasa. If Qian Rongxiu was not a love brain, she would not have let Tang San go repeatedly, and eventually lost everything. You must know that before Bibi Dong finally revealed the truth of the year when she was on her deathbed, Qian Rongxiu knew that she was the daughter of Tang San's mother's murderer, and there was no result between the two of them. It can only be said that love brain is not necessarily wrong, but the premise is that it must be a two-way rush. One-sided love brain is absolutely unacceptable, otherwise the ending is destined to be sad. It is indeed a misfortune for the spirit hall to be able to deal with such a superb pope, saint and young master, and a great fortune for the spirit hall's opponents. Xiao Yang, have you noticed it too? Waiting for Qian Rongxiu after the 3 figures disappeared on the stairs, Shui Yunyu said solemnly to Mu Yang, who had been looking at the 3 people. Mu Yang. Shui Yunyu's incoherent words confused Mu Yang. And, are those 3 very strong? At this time, Shui Bing'er said in a low voice. Suddenly, Mu Yang understood what Shui Yunyu meant by asking this question. Most likely, Shui Yunyu, an 8-ring soul Douluo, sensed a strong soul breath or a sense of threat from Shilong and Sigzhu. Perhaps Shui Yunyu could not sense it clearly, but it was precisely because of the unclear sense that Shilong and the others were stronger than her, and there was a big gap. After all, the only one who could give Shui Yunyu such a feeling was a 9-ring titled Douluo. If nothing unexpected happens, those 2 should be. Mu Yang did not say 9-ring titled Douluo or Your Majesty, but just made a 9 gesture with his hand. Suddenly, Shui Bing'er, who was not stupid, widened her eyes in disbelief. Wow, the rare 9-ring titled Douluo on the continent actually saw 2 at once? Wait, it seems that there is something even more outrageous. A dignified 9-ring titled Douluo called a woman young master and took the titled Douluo as a servant. Is it so generous? Spirit Hall. Shui Bing'er immediately thought of the Spirit Hall, which is the undisputed overlord of the Soul Master world on the continent. After thinking about it, Mu Yang said, Bing'er, let's not talk about this. Titled Douluo has extraordinary hearing ability. Their conversation may have fallen into the ears of Shilong and Sigzhu. In order to avoid trouble, Mu Yang thought it would be better to temporarily end this topic. Yes, Xiao Yang is right. Shui Yunyu nodded in agreement. Soon, the restaurant returned to its previous noise. But Shui Yunyu at this time was not in the mood to chat, and she kept thinking in her heart. Looking at the situation just now, it seems that the inheritance of the angel family has not been cut off. End of this chapter. Chapter 83 Experience in the Forest. Needless to say, most of these 3 people are from the Spirit Hall, and the only ones in the Spirit Hall who can be called the young master by the titled elders are members of the angel family. But as far as she knows, the angel family is dwindling. Except for the long-retired Sky Invincible, there is only the former Pope Kyungsunji who died at the hands of Tang Hao in his early years. The white-robed woman just now, is she the daughter of the former Pope Kyungsunji? Or is it simply the old tree of Sky Invincible that has blossomed? Well, this is important information. Although the number of members of the angel family is small and the population has always been small, anyone who has known about it knows how terrifying the angel family is. The 6-winged angel spirit inherited by his family, which can possess the power of the domain once awakened, makes all the members of the angel family geniuses. All those who did not die in the middle of the journey have become 9-ring titled Douluo, without exception. It is said that Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao is the youngest titled Douluo on the continent and the strongest genius among his peers. In fact, the former Pope Kyungsunji who died under Tang Hao's hammer is not much behind. At the age of 50, he became a titled Douluo. Kyungsunji's talent is not far behind Tang Hao. Not long after, the waiters brought the dishes ordered by Mu Yang and his table one after another. After dinner, the 3 of them did not intend to wander around the Soul Hunter town, and went back to the room to wash and rest. Nothing happened overnight. The next morning, just after dawn, Mu Yang and his 3 friends left the hotel after breakfast. The Soul Hunter town is not far from the Star Do Great Forest, so the 3 of them naturally did not take a carriage and ran directly on the road. To be precise, it was Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er who were running, while Shui Yunyu, possessed by the ice bird spirit, was flying in the air. Although Shui Bing'er's ice phoenix was also a flying spirit, she could not fly for as long as Shui Yunyu because her spirit power level was not too high. Although Mu Yang had the flying spirit bone skill, he did not intend to expose it. Besides, the running speed of the spirit master was not slow, and with the orange jade blood replenishing ginseng to restore physical strength, it was not a big deal to just run long distances. 3 days later, somewhere in the inner area of the Xingda Great Forest, standing on the thick branches of a towering tree, Shui Yunyu hugged her arms in front of her chest, radiated her mental power to sense the surrounding situation, and always remained vigilant to avoid encountering unexpected situations. Not far from the towering tree where Shui Yunyu was standing, a fierce battle was going on. In the field, a leopard-like soul beast with a body length of more than 10 feet, sharp claws and teeth, a strong body, and fur with blue and purple stripes on its body is fighting fiercely with 2 ice-blue dragons emitting a biting cold air. The 2 ice-blue dragons look very similar, both more than 5 meters long and lifelike. The difference is that the more powerful dragon only spews out cold air, while the other less powerful dragon is burning with ice-blue flames all over its body, and what it spews out from its mouth is extremely low-temperature ice flames. Roar! The strange ice-blue flames attached to its body surface continue to erode itself, and it is restricted by the cold breath. The speed of the 10,000-year wind and thunder leopard has been greatly reduced. It roared, and a burst of purple light appeared on its huge body. Boom! As the surging soul power surged, a thunderbolt sounded in the air, and a spherical lightning with a diameter of half a foot fell from the sky and slammed into the dragon burning with ice-blue flames all over its body. Bang! As soon as the thunder ball fell, purple lightning exploded, and the dragon with ice-blue flames all over its body shattered and turned into a huge handful of the ice-blue flame dissipated in midair. Then, relying on the body-protecting soul power to resist the icy breath of another ice-blue dragon, a strong green light flashed around the wind thunder leopard again. Instantly, dense green wind blades condensed from midair, and then swept towards the blue-haired boy not far away. Tisk! Faced with the dense wind blades, Mu Yang, who was wearing ice flame armor, curled his lips, tapped his feet lightly, and used the unique body movement he deduced a few months ago, the immortal step, and his body moved horizontally as if shrinking the earth into an inch. After images emerged, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared 20 meters away from the previous position. Puff puff puff. The dense wind blades swept past, plowing the ground within the attack range several times, and flowers, grass, branches, and soil and gravel flew. Roar. After failing to hit, the wind and thunder leopard was extremely angry. He roared again, a faint green light appeared, and his speed suddenly increased by more than times. He rushed towards Mu Yang at an extremely fast speed. Long-range attack doesn't work? Then let's fight in close combat. Leopard Master doesn't believe that you, an evil human soul master with only 3 light circles, can compete with Leopard Master who has cultivated for more than 13,000 years and has sharp claws and teeth in close combat? Ride. Raising his finger, a mirror of ice flame surrounding Mu Yang's body flew into the air and greeted the wind and thunder leopard rushing at high speed. Explode. With a shout, under Mu Yang's control, before the wind and thunder leopard could smash the mirror of ice flame with one claw, the mirror of ice flame exploded against the body of the wind and thunder leopard. A strong energy shock wave burst out, and a large amount of ice blue flames splashed out, directly pouring half of the wind and thunder leopard's body. Suddenly, the wind and thunder leopard felt that the whole leopard was in trouble. The energy shock produced by the self-detonation of the ice mirror was nothing. After all, it was the body of a 10,000-year soul beast. Even if it was only a sensitive attack-type soul beast, it was by no means a trivial matter. It could not be said to be tickling, but at least it could easily resist it. But it did not want to get stuck with this disgusting ice blue flame at all. It had suffered a lot from this disgusting ice blue flame before. Once it got stuck, it was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, constantly burning its flesh and blood. Thanks to the strong body of the soul beast, it can use its internal soul power to consume it. In addition, the level of this human soul master did not seem to be high, and the power of the strange blue fire was limited, so it was only injured. Otherwise, it would probably be dead today. At this moment, a delicate shout came from the air. Extreme Ice Arrow Formation. Shui Binger, who was possessed by the Ice Phoenix martial spirit in the air and had a pair of Ice Phoenix wings stretched behind her, shouted delicately, and a row of ice blue arrows suddenly condensed in front of her. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh dash. Accompanied by a series of slight air-breaking sounds, more than 10 soul arrows turned into ice blue streamers and shot out. The number of soul ring skills of soul masters is limited. In order to enrich Shui Binger's means of dealing with enemies, Mu Yang taught her many deduced secret skills. The Extreme Ice Arrow Formation, a move in the Extreme Ice Secret Method, is the same as Mu Yang's Ice Flame Secret Method. The only difference between the two is the different soul power attributes activated. The sharp senses detected the threat from mid-air, and the wind and thunder leopard was about to dodge. Under Shui Binger's control, the remaining ice blue dragon in the field rushed over, opened its mouth, and a fan-shaped ice breath swept down. Although limited by the difference in strength between the two sides, the ice blue dragon's ice breath failed to directly freeze the wind and thunder leopard, but under this influence the wind and thunder leopard's body stagnated and its speed decreased greatly, and then it was hit by the extreme ice arrow formation that attacked from mid-air at high speed. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of the sword entering the flesh and breaking the body was heard, and blood flowers bloomed. The protective soul power and flesh and blood of the wind and thunder leopard could not completely block the extreme ice arrow formation driven by Shui Binger, leaving more than 10 blood holes of moderate size on its agile body. Ice Flame Spear. Immediately afterwards, another ice blue spear shot from a distance and landed directly on the back of the wind and thunder leopard, leaving a blood hole of an inch deep on its back, and then turned into a large handful of ice flames and exploded. Roar. The flesh and blood were constantly burned by the ice flame attached to its body, and now it was hit hard by the secret method of the two people, so the wind and thunder leopard roared again in pain. The next second, the rich purple electric light on the wind and thunder leopard's body appeared again, and the surging thunder soul power surged. The wind and clouds surged in the air. In a blink of an eye, a black cloud with a diameter of tens of meters condensed. Immediately afterwards, purple arcs flashed through the black cloud, and then dense electric snakes shot out, some of which fell towards Shui Binger in the air, and the other part fell towards Mu Yang below. Third soul skill, Resist Ice Ring. Dense purple electric snakes attacked, and Shui Binger, who had no time to dodge, activated the third soul skill without hesitation. In an instant, a crystal repulsive ice ring spread out at a high speed, and the dense purple electric snakes seemed to become a physical object. At the moment when the repulsive ice ring spread, they were immediately bounced away by the powerful repulsive force. Below, seeing dozens of electric snakes falling towards him, Mu Yang tapped his feet lightly, and operated the immortal steps. While dodging, he controlled the ice flame mirror that had been replenished to 6 sides to protect himself. People say that the wind is fast, but in fact, thunder is faster. The speed of these purple electric snakes is obviously much faster than the previous dense wind blades, and Mu Yang failed to dodge them completely. Boom 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 dash, more than 10 electric snakes attacked, lightning flashed, and the 6 ice flame mirrors protecting him shattered, and then fell on the ice flame armor condensed on Mu Yang's body. Fortunately, the 6-sided ice flame mirror was not in vain. It blocked 9 electric snakes. After the remaining 3 electric snakes blasted the ice flame armor, their power was greatly reduced. They only electrocuted Mu Yang's body and trembled, and then dissipated into nothingness, without causing him any harm. Roar! After using all his means, he still couldn't do anything to this bitch. Fenglai Bao roared angrily, and then turned around and ran away without hesitation. As long as there is a green mountain, there is no fear of running out of firewood. Today, Master Bao admits defeat and won't serve. It's not that Fenglai Bao feels that he can't really beat this bitch, but there is no point in continuing. Even if he wins, what can he do? At most, he will have a good meal. And it was lucky in the previous battle. The disgusting ice blue flames were not attached to the key or fatal parts. Although it was injured, it was not irreparable. But if he continues to do this, what if his leopard roots are burned? How will Leopard Master live in the future? Mu Yang. Seeing the wind and thunder leopard, who was his sparring partner, running away, Shui Binger in midair looked at Mu Yang below. Forget it, let it go. There are many soul beasts in the forest, and there is no problem finding sandbags. Mu Yang shook his head and did not intend to chase. Thanks to my friends Kong Jing Ying Yu and Miao Nao Lu Bao. Thanks to my friends 20210301106582630634, Xiao Xiang Feng, 202206061636325572, Xin Huan Meng Long, Feng Lin Wei for their recommendation votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 84 Mutated Scaled Beast. The bloodline level of the Wind and Thunder Leopard is not bad, ranking at the top, and it is a very strong agile attack type soul beast in the soul beast world. If it is used as the 4th soul ring of the Ice and Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng, it can probably form a soul power ginseng with the attribute of increasing speed. Although the soul power food with the attribute of increasing speed is in line with Mu Yang's mind, the cultivation age of this Wind and Thunder Leopard is undoubtedly a bit low, only more than 13,000 years, which is far from the upper limit of his tolerance, so Mu Yang naturally does not consider it. After all, let's not talk about the strength of the soul skills, and the improvement of various physical functions after adding soul rings. Just the increase in soul power brought by adding higher year soul rings is something Mu Yang cannot ignore. I didn't plan to kill this Wind and Thunder Leopard, so it ran away. Okay. Nodding slightly, Shui Binger fell from the air and put away the Ice Phoenix martial spirit. At this time, Shui Yanyu jumped down from a tree not far away, and appeared in front of the two after a few jumps. Yes, it seems that even if you don't use the martial soul fusion technique, ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts will not be your opponents. Shui Yanyu, who had been watching the battle between the two and the Wind and Thunder Leopard, nodded with satisfaction. Generally speaking, in a one-on-one situation, a soul beast that has reached the age of 10,000 years needs to be leveled into a 5-ring soul king to deal with it. For example, the previous Wind and Thunder Leopard with an age of more than 13,000 years can at least be equivalent to the best of the 5-ring agility attack system soul kings. Shui Binger's soul power level is a level 49 soul master, and Mu Yang is only level 40. With the cooperation of the two, they can repel this Wind and Thunder Leopard, and they have not used the martial soul fusion technique. It can be seen that the two not only have a fast soul power training speed, but also have very good combat power. Of course, Shui Yanyu can also see that the secret skills mastered by the two played a huge role in this battle. Otherwise, Mu Yang, a level 40 food system soul master, is just a weak chicken, and Shui Binger, who has only 4 soul skills to use, can only run away in front of this 10,000-year Wind and Thunder Leopard. Binger, have you found a chance to break through? After praising her, Shui Yanyu asked Shui Binger. Not yet. Shui Binger shook her head with regret. 3 days ago, after entering the Xingde Great Forest, Shui Yanyu took the two of them directly to the inner area. Although the Xingde Great Forest is the largest gathering place for soul beasts on the continent, it is difficult to encounter 10,000-year soul beasts if you just hang around in the outer area. After entering the inner area, the three of them were looking for a suitable target for Mu Yang's fourth soul ring while looking for a suitable 10,000-year soul beast as a training object, sandbag. This wind and thunder leopard was not the first sandbag they found, but the third one. Unfortunately, due to the short time, or the sandbags for training did not bring her too much pressure, Shui Binger failed to find a chance to break through. Don't worry, Binger. With the strength of the group, how can a small bottleneck stop you? Mu Yang stepped forward and held the girl's hand to comfort her. That's a must. Shu Binger was full of fighting spirit. The next morning, in the forest. And, what kind of soul beast is that? Behind the bushes, Shui Binger glanced at the unknown soul beast lazily basking in the sun by the stream in the distance, and asked Shui Yanyu. This unknown soul beast has a good aura, is more than 10 meters long, looks like a crocodile, has 4 eyes on its head, and has strong limbs. Its whole body, including its abdomen, is covered with palm-sized blue crystal scales, which looks like it is carved from a huge piece of blue crystal. I don't know. After looking at it for a while, Shui Yanyu shook her head. She was not a scholar who studied soul beasts, but as the dean of Tien Shui College, she had a lot of knowledge in her head. However, she had no impression of the strange-looking soul beast in the distance. Although what kind of soul beast was, although she couldn't recognize it, she could tell from the crystal scales covering its entire body that this huge soul beast was a defensive soul beast, and it was about 27,000 years old, which was suitable for Mu Yang's fourth soul ring. Except for the color, it looks very much like a scaled beast. Could it be a mutant of the scaled beast? Mu Yang said, stroking his chin and taking a closer look. When human soul masters awaken their martial souls may mutate, and soul beasts will naturally have mutant individuals, but the number is relatively rare. Mutated species? Well, most likely. After hearing what Mu Yang said, Shui Yanyu immediately discovered that the scales on the unknown soul beast in the distance, which looked like blue crystals, could be changed to black. Wouldn't it be the extremely famous scaled beast among defensive soul beasts? After taking another look at the mutant scaled beast in the distance that looked like blue crystals, Mu Yang made up his mind without much hesitation. Although mutations have their pros and cons, this mutant scaly armored beast is much more beautiful than ordinary scaly armored beasts, and it is more in line with the definition of perfection, so its defensive ability will definitely not be bad. If it serves as the fourth soul ring of the Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng Martial Soul, it can probably form a soul power food that amplifies defensive attributes or condenses a defensive shield, and the effect is also acceptable. In addition, the age also meets his requirements, so Mu Yang does not plan to make another choice. Binger. The ice blue light flashed around him, and the ice flame holy shadow martial soul possessed him. Mu Yang turned his head and looked at Shui Binger. A soul beast with an age of more than 27,000 years, and a mutant scaly armored beast that is extremely good at defense. Even if it lies still, his little arms and legs may not be able to kill it, at least he has to activate the martial soul fusion technique. Let Shui Yanyu take action. Unless even the martial soul fusion technique can't do anything to this mutant scaly armored beast, Mu Yang doesn't plan to bother her. Shui Binger is training, and he also needs to train. The difference is that Shui Binger's goal is to break through the bottleneck, while his goal is to accumulate practical experience. To be honest, his soul power level is not low, but if we really talk about practical experience, before coming to the Xingde Great Forest this time, he had not fought many soul battles, and he was not much stronger than the newbie Ziobai. It is necessary to accumulate more practical experience. Clang! As the soul power surged, the sound of the phoenix rang out, and Shui Binger's ice phoenix martial spirit was possessed, and 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black appeared around her body. Then, the illusory ice flames around Shui Miang burned fiercely, and a burst of rich blue light emerged from Shui Binger. The next moment, the two embraced each other. Suddenly, a gorgeous ice blue light column suddenly rose, completely covering the two. Soon, accompanied by the biting cold, the ice blue light column gradually dissipated, and the figures of the two disappeared, replaced by a human figure with long ice blue hair flying and wearing ice phoenix armor. The second form of martial soul fusion skills, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow. The reason why it is the second form instead of the first form is that the soul rings that explode after the soul beast dies can only be absorbed by the soul master who killed the soul beast. If a soul master kills a soul beast with martial soul fusion skills or soul skill fusion skills, then the soul rings that explode after the soul beast dies can only be absorbed by the leader of the martial soul fusion skills or soul skill fusion skills. Even if the non-leader participates, he is not qualified to absorb the soul rings. The first form of the two people's martial soul fusion skills, Ice Flame Phoenix, the leader is Shui Binger. The second form, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, the leader is Mu Yang. Hulu Hulu. The movement of Mu Yang and the others performing martial soul fusion skills is not small. The mutant scaled beast that was lazily basking in the sun by the stream in the distance naturally noticed the violent soul power fluctuations coming from this side, and immediately looked over with an A. Well, it is worth mentioning that although the scaled beast looks a bit ferocious, its cry sounds a bit silly and cute, and the cry of this mutant scaled beast is the same. Big crocodile, come! Under Mu Yang's control, the Ice Phoenix Saint Shadow's feet moved freely, and it flashed to 30 meters away from the mutant scaled beast as if shrinking the earth into an inch, and then hooked its hand to provoke it. Hiss! Although the mutant scaled beast could not speak, it obviously sensed the provocation of the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, and immediately stepped forward with its sturdy limbs, rushing forward like a land battle tank. Ice Flame Domain! Ice Flame Dragon! Seeing this, Mu Yang shouted in a low voice, and the surging ice blue light surged out, forming an ice blue domain covering an area of more than 50 meters with the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow as the center. Then, a dragon roared, and a 5-meter-long ice blue dragon with blazing ice flames all over its body rose into the air from behind the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, and then rushed towards the mutant scaled beast. Puff! The surging ice flame energy gathered in the dragon's mouth, and the ice flame dragon unceremoniously spewed out a fan-shaped special ice flame towards the mutant scaled beast. The special ice flame with strong adhesion, not only has the effect of ultra-low temperature combustion, but also has the effect of freezing. As soon as it fell on the mutant scaled beast, it froze the mutant scaled beast in place in an instant, turning it into an ice sculpture burning with ice blue flames. Shui Binger's soul power level is a 49-level soul ancestor, and Mu Yang is a 40-level quasi-soul master. With the extremely strong quality of the Ice Phoenix and Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial souls, plus the increase in the Ice Flame field, the basic strength of the second form of the martial soul fusion skill launched by the two together, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow is definitely enough to rival the 6-ring Soul Emperor. The mutant scaled beast, which is more than 27,000 years old, is not even a 7-ring Soul Saint if its level is converted into the Soul Master system. There is no qualitative difference in level between the two sides, and the freezing effect of the special ice flame can naturally work on this mutant scaled beast. At most, the Soul Beast's resistance is stronger than that of the Soul Master of the same level, and it takes less time to get rid of the freezing control effect. But the ice flame breath of the Ice Flame Dragon has no interval, not to mention that this special ice flame is not extinguished, and the freezing effect will always exist, which can be called uninterrupted continuous freezing. It can be said that what awaits this mutant scaled beast is either being burned to death by this special ice flame without any ability to fight back, and exploding the soul ring. Or relying on its own super strong defense ability, it will persist until the soul power in Mu Yang and the others is exhausted and this special ice flame is completely extinguished. End of this chapter. Chapter 85 Titanium Alloy Iron Turtle. Seeing the mutant scaled beast being frozen without any resistance, Mu Yang nodded in satisfaction. With his own ability, he could not do anything to this mutant scaled beast that was more than 27,000 years old. But with the martial soul fusion skill in hand, and the special ice flame formed by the martial soul fusion skill is even more disgusting than his own ice flame, it would be easy to catch a soul beast that is less than 30,000 years old, right? Unless you are a pure-blooded dragon, dark gold fear claw bear, dark devil evil god tiger, etc., then it is almost possible. However, just when Mu Yang felt that he had won, he saw the mutant scaled beast in a frozen state bathed in the special ice flame spewed by the Ice Flame Dragon, and a burst of blue crystal light appeared on its body. Seeing this, Mu Yang immediately became more vigilant. The soul beast is glowing, which is a sign of activating skills. Ordinary scaled beasts are just iron turtles. Apart from strong defense and great strength, there is nothing worth praising. However, this scaly armored beast with a blue crystal color is a mutation, and it cannot be regarded as an ordinary scaly armored beast, because the uncertainty of mutation may lead to some innate soul skills with extraordinary effects. However, Soon, Mu Yang put down his vigilance again. The mutated scaly armored beast in the state of freezing and burning has been emitting blue crystal light, but there is no other movement, that is to say, this skill with unknown specific effect is a defensive type? Well, it is reasonable. After all, the scaly armored beast is a defensive soul beast, and it is normal to have multiple defensive innate soul skills after mutation. And it is also a good thing that this mutated scaly armored beast has multiple defensive innate soul skills, which can probably improve the effect of soul ring skills. When the martial soul is the same and the soul master's soul power level is the same, the effect of the soul skill is not only related to the age of the attached soul ring, but also has a lot to do with the strength of the soul ring beast. The same dragon martial soul, with the same year dragon soul ring and mixed blood dragon soul beast soul ring, without considering the compatibility between the soul ring and the martial soul, the soul skill effect of the former must be stronger than the latter. Even if the blood level of this mutant scale armored beast has not changed qualitatively compared with the ordinary scale armored beast, after adding its soul ring, it can also improve the specific effect of the soul skill to a certain extent. 1 minute later, seeing the mutant scale armored beast bathed in the special ice flame, which was the same as before and had no obvious signs of injury, Mu Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, secretly thinking that the defensibility of this mutant scale armored beast was really strong. 2 minutes later, Mu Yang, who was caught in a protracted battle, looked unhappy. After a long time, realizing that the soul power in his body had been consumed by more than half, Mu Yang's face darkened. According to this situation, it seems that even if the soul power in his body is exhausted, this mutant scale armored beast cannot be burned to death. Good guy, this crystal scale armored beast's innate soul skill, can't it be the type of immune damage? For example, weakening the attack damage by 50%, or even 60% or 70%. He is an iron turtle, and with a natural soul skill of injury-free, the iron turtle has evolved into a titanium alloy turtle? Ahem, what, and, you take action. Mu Yang's embarrassed voice came from the mouth of the ice phoenix flame shadow under the phoenix armor. What the hell, with the martial soul fusion skill, he can't hunt the soul ring beast he needs. It's outrageous. If this mutant-scaled beast is not as old as 27,000 years old, and its mental power is probably not weaker than his, in order to avoid mental backlash, he must have directly activated the real illusion of illusion mystic art to kill it through the mental level. However, in Douluo continent, it is a very common phenomenon that soul masters cannot defeat the soul ring beasts they need for their own advancement. For example, a soul master with a soul power level of 50 needs to add a fifth soul ring of 10,000 years according to the best soul ring ratio. Except for pure auxiliary and pure treatment, soul beasts with a cultivation age of 10,000 years can at least reach the level of a 5-ring battle soul king. Such strength is naturally not something that an ordinary level 50 soul master can deal with. But soul masters with martial soul fusion skills are different. As long as it is a combat side martial soul fusion skill, it can raise the strength of the soul master by at least 1 or 2 levels. In this way, soul masters with combat-type martial soul fusion skills do not need to worry about their own strength not being enough to hunt soul ring beasts required for advancement. It's a pity that Mu Yang has appeared now. At level 40, he can bear soul rings that even ordinary level 60 soul masters cannot attach. The martial soul fusion skill that can raise the strength by 1 or 2 soul power levels is a bit useless. Of course, this is also because this mutant scale armor is abnormal. If it is replaced with a normal scale armor beast of the same age, he will definitely be able to take it down easily. Hehe, it's a rare thing to make our great genius lose face. Shui Yunyu said jokingly. Mu Yang, Icebird, possess. An icy blue light appeared around her, and a bird shadow flashed behind her. Shui Yunyu's martial soul possessed her, and 8 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black bloomed. This mutant-scaled armored beast is not young, and its defense is strong. Without using martial souls and soul skills, Shui Yunyu can't hit it hard. 6th soul skill, Extreme Ice Feather. The next moment, Shui Yunyu's 6th soul ring flashed, and as the majestic ice soul power surged, a gorgeous ice blue feather about 10 feet long condensed in the air behind her, and then turned into a beam of ice blue light and shot out towards the mutant-scaled armored beast that was still in a frozen state. Boom! The gorgeous feathers that turned into ice blue streamers accurately hit the back half of the body of the crocodile-like mutant-scaled beast. Along with the brilliant ice blue light, a violent roar sounded, and countless flesh and blood mixed with broken bones and scales with ice chips splashed out. When the roar fell, Mu Yang looked around and saw that the mutant-scaled beast that the ice phoenix flame shadow could not do anything to had now changed from its original huge body of more than 10 meters long to less than 6 meters long, and the lower half of its body including the tail had turned into blood and flesh. It should be said that after all, he was an 8-ring soul Douluo, and he was a rare master in the entire continent. Except for a few super beast talents in the soul beast world, it was absolutely easy to catch a soul beast that was less than 30,000 years old. What's more, Shui Yunyu activated the 6th soul skill of single body strong attack type. Even if the martial soul true body and amplification soul skill were not released, its power should not be underestimated. After breaking the solid crystal scales of the mutant armored beast, the next step will be easy. The ice phoenix flame shadow could do nothing to the turtle with a titanium alloy iron shell, but after removing the titanium alloy turtle shell, the iron turtle became a soft persimmon. The ice flame dragon swooped down, spewing out a special ice flame, spreading along the gap in the lower body of the mutant armored beast, and burning directly in its body. Not long after, the mutant armored beast, which was already seriously injured by Shui Yunyu and was on the verge of death, came to the end of its life. Dense golden light spots spread out, and a dark as black 10,000-year soul ring gradually condensed. Dispersing the martial soul fusion skill, switching to the ice fire fairy jade ginseng martial soul, Mu Yang stepped forward to pull and absorb the soul ring. On the other side, somewhere in the inner area of the Stardo Great Forest. Damn it! She long cursed inwardly after bursting out the 6th soul skill again, temporarily repelling the desperate light-winged tiger in front of him. After glancing at Sigxiu who was also entangled by another flame-winged tiger not far away, she longed to said to Jianrongxiu who was possessed by the 6-winged angel spirit behind him without looking back, "Young master, this place is far away from the core area of the Stardo Great Forest. There are very few high-year soul beasts. You should retreat first. Uncle Shilong, Uncle Sigxiu, then you should be careful." Knowing that she was not strong enough to help the two, Jianrongxiu did not make a fuss and said decisively. The 2 pairs of angel wings behind her fluttered and flew towards the outside of the forest at a high speed. Roar! Seeing the murderer running away, the 2 huge flame-winged tigers were afraid immediately. They roared and were about to give up fighting Shilong and the others to chase Jianrongxiu. The 2 tigers wanted to chase Jianrongxiu, but Shilong and the others naturally couldn't agree. As bodyguards, they couldn't let Jianrongxiu get into trouble, otherwise they wouldn't be able to explain to the great worshipper Qian Daoliu. Humph! Beast, I've been patient with you for a long time. The 9th soul skill, the destruction of the Nether Thunder Serpent. With a roar, Shilong's 9th soul ring was shining, the snake spear in his hand was dancing, and a huge black and purple snake-shaped lightning shot out as the surging soul power surged. Without Jianrongxiu, the burden, there was no need to attack and rescue, and Shilong, who could let go, exploded. Due to the frequent use of whale glue, Jianrongxiu's physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary soul masters of the same level. In addition, she also had an angel head soul bone with a year of 99,999. Whether in terms of physical fitness or mental strength, it was enough to withstand the 6th soul ring of more than 30,000 years. There are soul beasts of 30,000 years old in the Sunset Forest, but the soul hunting advancement cannot only look at the age of the soul beast, but also need to consider the compatibility between the soul ring and the martial soul. The attributes of the 6-winged angel are sacred and fire. It is best to hunt soul beasts with sacred and fire or light and fire dual attributes. Therefore, Jianrongxiu brought Shilong and Ci Shui to come to the Xingda Great Forest to hunt souls. Originally, the soul hunting in the Xingda Great Forest was very smooth. Not long after the 3 entered the core area, they found a light flame-winged tiger with a year of about 30,000 years and dual attributes of light and fire. No problem, Jianrongxiu directly let Shilong attack and cripple it, and then she finished the job. After spending most of the day refining and absorbing, Jianrongxiu's soul power level broke through the limit of 60 and directly entered the 62nd level Soul Emperor. But before she could be happy for long, trouble came. The flame-winged tiger she hunted was not an orphan tiger, its tiger father and tiger mother were back. The tiger father and tiger mother were quite powerful. Although they were not 100,000-year-old beast kings, they were close to 90,000 and 80,000 years old. With an age of 80,000 or 90,000 years, they were not much weaker than the weak Douluo Shilong and Ci Shui. In addition, there was also Jianrongxiu, a burden. The 2 sides fought from the early morning to this morning, from the core area of the Xingda Great Forest to the current inner area, but they still could not distinguish the winner. Victory or defeat. Fortunately, this place is already the inner area of the Xingda Great Forest, and unlike the core area, there are frequent high-year soul beasts. With Qianrongxiu's strength as a six-ring soul emperor, as long as she is not too unlucky, she can protect herself. Therefore, she long asked Qianrongxiu to retreat first, and after the two brothers had no worries, they would find the two flame-winged tigers to vent their anger. Shilong, this Douluo is a rookie, but I am not so bad that I can't even beat an 80,000-year soul beast. Thanks to my friends 2020411150449864, Wuleta Tianzun, and 749,616 for their monthly tickets. Thanks to my friends __, 20223011065826306334, 202206061636325722, 2017100412350545, 202212161346523528, 8045 for their recommendation votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 86 Unlucky Years. A quarter of an hour later. A figure with four wings on its back, exuding a sacred aura, like an angel, quickly passed over the forest. And in the air hundreds of meters behind this figure, two grey bird-like soul beasts with a wingspan of 6 or 7 meters, surrounded by black fog and exuding an evil aura, were chasing after it. Damn it! Looking back at the two black eagles chasing closely behind her, Qianrongxiu cursed inwardly, feeling very angry. At this moment, Qianrongxiu felt what it meant to be unlucky in luck. After advancing to the six-ring soul emperor yesterday, before she could put away the smile on her face, the parents of the flame-winged tiger she hunted came back. With both light and fire attributes, the bloodline of soul beasts like the flame-winged tiger is not bad. With more than 80,000 years of cultivation, its strength exceeds the scope of ordinary 8-ringed soul Douluo. Although Shilong and Ci Shui are both 9-ringed titled Douluo, their soul power level is not high, and their soul rings have not reached the best ratio, so their strength is limited compared to the two flame-winged tigers. In addition, with her as a burden, the two Douluos were firmly suppressed by the two flame-winged tigers under the circumstance of attacking and saving. Facing this situation, Qianrongxiu knew very well that the best way to deal with it was to retreat first as a burden. Without any worries, the two Douluo with slightly stronger strength could not kill the two flame-winged tigers, but at least they could repel them. But the soul hunting land was located in the core area of the Stardo Great Forest. She was only a soul emperor who had just entered the sixth ring. Even with the powerful six-winged angel martial soul and the power of the angel domain, her strength was enough to match that of an ordinary soul saint who had just entered the seventh ring. She still had no absolute confidence that she could leave the Stardo Great Forest safely alone. After all, any flying soul beast with a year of more than 50,000 years could teach her a lesson. And there were many flying soul beasts of this age in the core area of the Stardo Great Forest, and the probability of winning was not low. Rather than taking unknown risks to evacuate first, it would be better to maintain the status quo. At least with the protection of two Douluo, the two flame-winged tigers would probably not be able to do anything to her. Besides, if we don't retreat for the time being, it's just that the timing is not ripe. After leaving the core area and the forest is no longer so dangerous, I will let the two Douluo guard the rear, and the safety will undoubtedly be greatly improved. With my own strength comparable to that of a seven-ringed soul saint, my strength is basically at the top level among the soul beasts living in the inner area of the Stardo Great Forest. Without much hatred and the strength of both sides being almost the same, which of the overlord-level soul beasts living in the inner area would be so bored as to fight to the death with me? Unfortunately, the plan cannot keep up with the changes, and accidents occur. When facing two revengeful flame-winged tigers, the three of them fought and retreated for most of the day. Although she did not go forward to assist, flying in the air also consumes soul power. After most of the day, her soul power is not much left. After letting the two Douluos guard the rear and evacuating first, Qianrongxiu was just about to find a place to recover the little soul power left in her body, but she ended up landing near the nest of two black dark-grey eagles. The black dark-grey eagle is a dark attribute evil soul beast, with a murderous and bloodthirsty personality, likes to gnaw on corpses, and hates light. When a human soul master who is more evil than itself landed near its nest, the two black dark-grey eagles, who are more than 40,000 years old, immediately felt that their dignity as overlords had been seriously challenged. In addition, the sacred aura emanating from Qianrongxiu made the two black dark-grey eagles particularly disgusted, and they attacked Qian Rongxiu without saying a word, and they couldn't say anything. The bloodline of the black dark grey eagle soul beast is not too strong. After more than 40,000 years, its overall strength is not much stronger than Qian Rongxiu, who has just entered the 6th ring, but has a 6-winged angel martial soul and angel domain. The premise of the similar strength is that Qian Rongxiu is in her prime and it is a one-on-one duel. With little soul power left in her body, plus it was a one-on-2 duel, and she didn't have much actual combat experience, Qian Rongxiu knew she was no match for them. After repelling the first wave of attacks from the 2 black dark grey eagles, she immediately turned around and ran away. Qian Rongxiu thought that she could use the extremely fast flying speed given to her by the 6-winged angel martial spirit to get rid of the 2 black dark grey eagles, or wait for them to give up chasing after their patience was exhausted. But what she didn't expect was that the 2 black eagles were not only very patient and relentless in pursuit, but also not much slower than her, and even slightly faster. If it weren't for the divine energy of the angel realm that restrained the dark attribute evil soul masters like the black eagles, making them cautious, Qian Rongxiu estimated that she would have been caught up by now. In fact, Qian Rongxiu didn't know that the reason why the 2 black eagles were chasing her relentlessly was entirely because she possessed the 6-winged angel martial spirit. Darkness devours light, evil devours holiness. For the black eagle, which is an evil soul beast, Qian Rongxiu, who possesses the 6-winged angel martial spirit, is a great tonic, more nourishing than eating an 8-ring level soul Douluo, almost like Tang monk's meat in the eyes of monsters. If I had known this earlier, I should have fought with the 2 black eagles at the beginning, and there might still be a chance. Flying at high speed, looking back at the 2 black eagles chasing closely behind, Qian Rongxiu's eyes flashed with despair and regret. But just when Qian Rongxiu was in despair, she saw a figure with a good aura flying in the air from the forest several miles ahead of her sight. In the forest, Mu Yang was refining the soul ring of the mutant scaled beast. Suddenly, Shui Yanyu, who was waiting on the side and had been sensing the situation nearby, frowned and turned to look at the sky behind. In her perception, 1 sacred and 2 evil auras appeared in the air behind, flying towards this side quickly. Binger, you watch Xiao Yang here. Without much hesitation, she turned her head and told Shui Binger, and Shui Yanyu, possessed by the ice bird martial spirit, flew into the air and flew towards the direction where the 3 auras came from. Mu Yang was refining the soul ring, and it was not suitable for soul masters or soul beasts to disturb him. She had to go forward to stop them. Besides, Mu Yang's 3rd soul ring of 10,000 years and 4th soul ring of more than 27,000 years are not suitable to be exposed to the eyes of other soul masters. As soon as she flew into the air, Shui Yan saw a young blonde woman with 4 holy wings and 6 soul rings blooming around her body flying in the distance ahead. Behind the blonde woman, there were 2 black and dark grey eagles with a year of more than 40,000 years chasing closely. Is it her? As soon as she saw the 2 pairs of angel wings behind the blonde woman, Shui Yanyu recognized who she was. If nothing unexpected happened, this blonde woman was the young master of the spirit hall from the angel family who had been seen in the soul hunting town hotel a few days ago. As the dean of Tien Shui College, Shui Yanyu naturally learned about the 6-winged angel spirit inherited by the angel family of the spirit hall from the classics in the college. Although the 6-winged angel spirit is named 6 wings, it does not mean that after the spirit possesses the body, 6 angel wings will grow on the back. In order to grow 6 wings, the soul power level must enter the level of 9 ring titled Douluo. Even before advancing to the level of 6 ring soul emperor, the 6-winged angel martial soul master can only grow 2 angel wings. Although the blonde woman in front of him only has 4 wings, she is undoubtedly a 6-winged angel martial soul. And who else could it be if he is not the young master of the spirit hall but the young master of the spirit hall, who has the 6-winged angel martial soul and is also honored as young master by the 9 ring titled Douluo. Then the question is, where are the 2 big bodyguards of the young master of the spirit hall? If those 2 Douluos were there, 2 black and dark grey eagles of more than 40,000 years old should be easily destroyed, right? At this time, Shui Yanyu had 3 choices. One is to pretend that she didn't see it and watch Qian Rongxiu being chased by 2 black and dark grey eagles. If nothing unexpected happens, the young master of the spirit hall will most likely die in the Xingda Great Forest today. The second is to kill Qian Rongxiu and ensure that the future strong men of the spirit hall will be defeated in the Star-Do Great Forest. The third is to save Qian Rongxiu. As long as the young master of the spirit hall still has a conscience in his heart, he will owe her Shui Yanyu a favor in the future. After thinking for a moment, weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Shui Yanyu flew forward, the 8th soul ring around her body shining, and the 8th soul skill of nearly 80,000 years, the extreme cold storm was activated. The next moment, the surging soul power surged, and it seemed that the biting cold air that covered most of the sky, mixed with countless palm-sized snowflakes, swept out towards the two black dark-grey eagles behind Jian Rongxiu. As soon as the extreme cold storm came, the two black dark-grey eagles felt the cold air coming, and their bodies froze in mid-air. Before they turned into ice sculptures and fell from the sky, countless snowflakes mixed in the extreme cold storm washed over the two black and dark-grey eagles like a torrent composed of countless palm-sized sharp blades. In an instant, a large amount of bloody flesh and broken feathers with ice chips splashed in the air. When the countless snowflakes dissipated, what fell from the air to the forest below were only two incomplete bird skeletons with blood and ice chips. Except for the dragon clan and dragon-type soul beasts, most flying soul beasts are agile attack soul beasts, most of which have weak defense. Facing the 8th soul skill of Shui Yanyu, a high-level 8-ring soul Douluo, even without the bonus of martial soul true body and amplification soul skill, they are doomed to die. Looking at the two black eagles that had chased her to death, Jian Rongxiu felt relieved, and then bowed to Shui Yanyu with gratitude. Junior Jian Rongxiu, thank you Dean Shui for saving my life. Shui Yanyu is the dean of Tien Shui College. In addition to the Xiangjia College, which has already clearly chosen a team, the other 4 elemental colleges are all targets that the Tiandu Empire is trying to win over. Jian Rongxiu, who has the identity of Tiandu Prince Shueqing He, naturally recognizes Shui Yanyu. Even in the last Soul Master competition, Jian Rongxiu, as Shueqing He, on behalf of the Tiandu Empire and Emperor Shui Yat, visited the Tien Shui College Team Wu. End of this chapter. Chapter 87. Don't come over here. When facing Shui Yanyu, her savior, Jian Rongxiu didn't think there was anything to hide about her real name. Even the identity of the young master of the Spirit Hall didn't need to be concealed, as long as Shui Yanyu didn't know that Tiandu Prince Shueqing He was her, which would affect her years of lurking plan. When Jian Rongxiu told her about her origins, Shui Yanyu was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that this contemporary heir of the angel family knew her. But it was good that she knew her, so she didn't have to introduce herself. No need to thank me, I just did it casually. Since you have advanced, leave the Xingda Great Forest. Shaking her head slightly, Shui Yanyu said casually, then turned and flew away. Seeing Shui Yanyu turn around and leave, Jian Rongxiu couldn't help but look surprised. She was still thinking about thanking her. After coming to her senses, Jian Rongxiu hurriedly shouted, Dean Shui, I can't repay your life-saving grace. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can send someone to the Wuhan City Worship Hall to find me. Perhaps for Shui Yanyu, killing 2 evil soul beasts is nothing, just a casual act, but for her, it is a life-saving grace. As the descendant of the angel representing light and justice, how can she, Jian Rongxiu, not repay the favor? Even if she can't repay it for the time being, she can let the Wuhan Hall and her grandfather repay it. Hearing the shouts from behind, Shui Yanyu, who flew away with her back to Jian Rongxiu, smiled, and then disappeared in the forest in front. The reason why Shui Yanyu chose to help was naturally to make Jian Rongxiu, the young master of the Wuhan Hall, owe her a favor. Watching Jian Rongxiu being hunted down, this is definitely not an option, because there is no benefit at all. Killing Jian Rongxiu doesn't seem to be good for herself and Tien Shui College. After all, Tien Shui College is just a platform for training soul masters, and the college does not make mandatory requirements for graduates. There are many graduates of Tien Shui College who have joined the Spirit Hall in the past. In the absence of hatred, whether the Spirit Hall will have one more strong man in the future will not have much impact on Tien Shui College. But helping Jian Rongxiu is different. 2 soul beasts of more than 40,000 years old are just 2 soul beasts. For her, an 8-ring soul Douluo, it is easy to control them. With today's life-saving love, let alone repaying a favor, at least Tien Shui College will not have to worry about the Spirit Hall, the dominant force in the Soul Master world, being unfavorable to the college in the future. Those who are well informed know that there are 2 people in power in the Spirit Hall today, one is the Pope of the Spirit Hall Bibi Dong, and the other is the retired Sky Invincible Jian Daoliu, one bright and one dark. Even within the Spirit Hall, the power of Sky Invincible who has retired for many years is stronger. Nothing else, it's because Sky Invincible is one of the strongest people in the world. Before Bibi Dong, the position of the Pope of the Spirit Hall has always been held by members of the Angel family. The influence of the Angel family cannot be changed in just 10 years. Shui Yunyu is not very clear about the relationship between Bibi Dong, the current pope of the Spirit Hall, and Qian Rongxiu. It doesn't matter if the two have no relationship, or the relationship is not deep, as long as Qian Rongxiu and Qian Douluo have a deep relationship. Since Qian Rongxiu is the young master of the Spirit Hall and a member of the angel family, she is either the daughter of the former Pope Qian Sunji, or the child of the Sky Invincible Old Tree. The former is the only granddaughter, and the latter is the only living daughter. No matter which case it is, this Sky Invincible has to acknowledge today's relationship, otherwise his Qian family will be extinct. With this relationship, who among the Spirit Hall members dares to harm Tian Shui Academy in the future? That is, Mu Yang is still absorbing spirit rings at this moment, and his spirit ring configuration is not easy to be seen by others, otherwise Shui Yunyu would definitely protect Qian Rongxiu and leave the Xingde Great Forest. Fortunately, this place is only the inner area of the Xingde Great Forest, and there are not many powerful spirit beasts. With Qian Rongxiu's level of entering the Six-Ring Spirit Emperor, as long as she is not too unlucky, her life will not be in danger. As for the scene of being chased by two black and dark grey eagles before? Well, it must be that this angel descendant has bad luck. After all, in the inner area of the Xingde Great Forest, spirit beasts of more than 40,000 years old are rare, not to mention two of them at once. After Shui Yunyu left, Qian Rongxiu did not leave the Xingde Great Forest immediately, but landed in the forest below and quietly recovered her spirit power. If she had been in her prime when she met the two black nether grey vultures, she would not have been in danger of death. Perhaps she could not defeat the two black nether grey vultures that were over 40,000 years old, but her speed was not slow, and the angel realm restrained evil, so she could run away even if she could not defeat them. Once she ran out of the Stardo Great Forest, would two soul beasts dare to chase her? She didn't even need to run out of the Stardo Great Forest, she could just turn around and look for Shilong and the others. After all, the two were 9-ring titled Douluo, and when facing 280,000-year-old flame-winged tigers, they would not be unable to kill the two black nether grey vultures in seconds. On the other side, two figures flew across the sky of the forest at high speed. The two were none other than Shilong and Sigzhu. It's not that they were strong, but in such a short time, they killed two soul beasts whose strength was not much worse than their own. Instead, they used a powerful move to repel the two flame-winged tigers. The two brothers stopped chasing after the two tigers and followed the remaining sacred aura in the air to find Qian Rongxiu, who had evacuated first. Knowing that their duty is to be bodyguards, the young master Qian Rongxiu has not completely escaped from danger. The two brothers dare not relax at all, otherwise if something goes wrong, the great worshipper Qian Douluo will not forgive them. Suddenly, when passing a cliff, Shilong and the others changed their expressions. Under the powerful spiritual perception of the two, in addition to the remnants of the sacred soul power left by Qian Rongxiu in the air, there were also traces of evil soul power remnants, especially in the nest hidden on the other side of the cliff. The remnants of this evil soul power were particularly strong. And most importantly, according to the residual soul power in the air, Qian Rongxiu's flight direction has changed. Obviously, this is most likely because Qian Rongxiu was encountered by the evil soul beast whose nest is located here when she passed by, and then launched a chase, forcing Qian Rongxiu to temporarily change direction. Immediately, the two brothers burst out at the fastest speed in their lives and chased after the residual breath at a high speed. Shua shua. Not long after, two figures landed in front of Qian Rongxiu, who was recovering her soul power in the forest. Seeing Qian Rongxiu was safe and sound, Shilong and Ci Shui breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that nothing went wrong, otherwise they would not be able to explain to the chief priest. Not only the two brothers breathed a sigh of relief, but also Qian Rongxiu, who was relieved by the arrival of the two bodyguards and the security guarantee. Glancing at the surrounding forest frozen by ice and the two incomplete animal skeletons with ice slag and blood not far away, Shilong asked, "Young master, did an ice soul Douluo take action?" "Yes, today thanks to Dean Shui of Tien Shui College." Nodding, Qian Rongxiu sighed. It should be said that Qian Rongxiu really thought she was going to die at that time. Tien Shui College. Shui Yunyu. Hearing this, the two raised their eyebrows. Qian Rongxiu had been lurking in the Tiandu Empire for many years. In their spare time, the two brothers also paid attention to the situation of various forces in the Tiandu Empire. They also had a basic understanding of the top forces in the Tiandu territory, so they naturally knew who the Dean of Tien Shui College was. "Young master, the Dean Shui seems to be 3 or 4 miles away, and there are 2 others with him, one of whom seems to be refining a spirit ring. Pointing to the north, Shilong said to Jianrongxiu. Although the perception was not very specific, Shilong also sensed the spirit power aura of Shui Yunyu, Shui Bing'er and Mu Yang, who was refining a spirit ring 3 or 4 miles away. So that's it, I was wondering why it was such a coincidence. Jianrongxiu suddenly realized. She was wondering, how could Shui Yunyu suddenly appear in the forest? It turned out that Shui Yunyu was leading people to hunt souls, and there happened to be people from Tien Shui College refining spirit rings nearby. Well, Jianrongxiu felt that she had to thank the person who refined the spirit ring. If she hadn't been refining the spirit ring nearby to advance, Shui Yunyu would definitely not stay here. Without Shui Yunyu's help, she might not be able to hold on until Shilong and the others arrived. Let's go. Dean Shui left in a hurry before, and I didn't have time to thank him properly. After greeting the two, Jianrongxiu walked towards Shui Yunyu's location. It would be fine if she didn't know. Since she knew, she had to go over and express her gratitude properly. Mu Yang, don't come over. Young master, your identity is known to her, will this happen? Sixyu said hesitantly. You know, within the Wuhan Hall, Jianrongxiu's identity is one of the major secrets, known only to a very few senior officials, and it is not suitable for Shui Yunyu, an outsider, to know. Jianrongxiu waved her hand without looking back. It doesn't matter, I'm just Jianrongxiu now. It doesn't matter if the daughter of the former pope who died young is not actually dead. As long as Shui Qinghe's identity is not exposed. With the invincible grandfather in the world, who dares to harm her? Aren't you afraid that the Sky Invincible will come knocking on the door? Seeing this, Shilong and Sixyu followed. Halfway through the journey, Jianrongxiu couldn't help thinking in her heart, how should she repay Shui Yunyu? Should she give her soul bones? Or use other treasures to show her gratitude? After all, this is a life-saving grace, and only giving a promise of come to find me if you have any problems is undoubtedly a bit cheap, which does not match her identity as the young master of the Spirit Hall. You know, Tien Shui College itself is quite powerful, and because it is a college-type power with no obvious bias, no major power on the continent will bother to trouble them. It is still unclear whether Shui Yunyu can use her promise in the future. Just when Jianrongxiu was thinking in her heart, a figure appeared in front of the three of them. End of this chapter. Chapter 88. A Cold Butt. At this moment, Shui Yunyu was quite helpless. When she found that Jianrongxiu had not left, Shui Yunyu knew that something was wrong. Sure enough, not long after, the two titled Douluo who followed Jianrongxiu came, and the three of them walked towards this side. Originally, this was nothing. Not to mention that she had a life-saving feeling for Jianrongxiu, even if there was no affection between the two, it was nothing to meet two titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall in the Star-Do Great Forest. After all, they have no grudges against each other, and they are not evil soul masters who like to kill people. It is not necessary for them to kill you just because you look at them. But the timing is wrong. Mu Yang is still refining the mutant scales. The spirit ring of the beast is particularly old, so it is not suitable for Jianrongxiu and the other two from the Spirit Hall to see it. Shui Yunyu had no choice but to come over to see if she could send Jianrongxiu and the other two away. Seeing Shui Yunyu's figure in front of her, Jianrongxiu stepped forward quickly and said, Dean Shui, thank you for your help before. I was able to escape death. I wonder when Dean Shui will be done with his work? If you have time, I would like to treat you to a banquet to show my gratitude. Hello, Your Majesties. Shui Yunyu saluted Shilong and Ci Shui, then pulled a slightly ugly smile, looked at Jianrongxiu, and said, Thank you for your kindness, but there are still juniors in the academy who need to hunt souls, and I really can't leave. I don't know what level the junior of the dean is and what kind of spirit ring he needs. I'll let the two Douluo go and find it. Jianrongxiu said very generously. Shui Yunyu only brought two juniors, one of whom was refining a spirit ring, so at most she only needed one more spirit ring. Let Shilong and Sixyu take action, and it won't take long to get it done. When they leave the Xingda Great Forest together, she will host a banquet to entertain them, which won't delay them for long. Hehe, there's no need to bother the two Douluo with the soul hunting. Faced with Jianrongxiu's enthusiastic face, Shui Yunyu's eyelids twitched and she refused again. Suddenly, Shilong, who was standing behind Jianrongxiu and emitting mental power to explore, shrank his snake pupils sharply, and then quickly returned to normal, and looked at Shui Yunyu deeply. After another round of idle talk, the smile on Jianrongxiu's face gradually became unnatural. Having been incarnated as Shui King He for many years and being taught by the old fox Ning Fengzi, Jian Rongxiu was not bad in mind, tactics, and political strategy before she fell in love. From Shui Yunyu's words and expressions, she saw a line of words, "Why don't you leave?" "Well, my warm face has been put on the cold butt. Dean Shui, in this case, I will take my leave first. If you have free time in the future, you are welcome to visit Wuhan City." Putting away the unhappiness on her face and showing a sincere smile again, Jian Rongxiu said to Shui Yunyu. "Of course." Shui Yunyu smiled and nodded. Then, Jian Rongxiu said goodbye with Shilong and Sixyu. Looking at Jian Rongxiu and the other two walking away, Shui Yunyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, Shui Yunyu couldn't help but feel a little sad again. Although Jian Rongxiu and the other two did not see Mu Yang refining the mutant scale armored beast spirit ring, the titled Douluo had a strong spiritual power, and it was possible that he had already detected Mu Yang's situation without her noticing. If I had known this, I should not have taken action before. Shui Yunyu thought to herself with some regret. The favor of Jian Rongxiu, the young master of the spirit hall, and Sky Invincible was indeed precious, but compared with Mu Yang's future safety, it seemed that it was nothing big. After all, when Mu Yang's twin spirits are fully developed in the future, I believe that his strength will definitely not be weaker than Sky Invincible, or even stronger. At this moment, Shui Yunyu could only pray secretly that Jian Rongxiu and the other two did not notice it, or that if they noticed it, they would not harm Mu Yang for today's sake. Walking in the forest, Jian Rongxiu's face was not very good. Who is she, Jian Rongxiu? She is the granddaughter of Sky Invincible, the young master of the Spirit Hall, and the contemporary heir of the Angel family. Even if she came to the Tiandu Empire to secretly implement the plan, she was the eldest prince of the empire or even the crown prince of the empire. This kind of warm face against cold butt thing, except for Bibi Dong, is really the first time today. Uncle Shalong, Uncle Sixyu, is Dean Deng displeased with the Spirit Hall, so he is so resistant to me. Stopped, Jian Rongxiu turned to Shilong and Sixyu and asked. Hearing this, recalling the blue-haired boy who was absorbing and refining the soul ring in the forest not far away from the perspective of spiritual power, Shilong organized his words and said, "Young master, I was just about to tell you about this. Maybe Dean Shui was not resisting you, but the timing was not right just now." What do you mean? Jian Rongxiu frowned and asked. Young master, what age do you think a soul master can bear for the third and fourth soul rings at most? Shilong asked back. After thinking for a moment, Jian Rongxiu said, without soul bones, in the past, the third soul ring would be about 1,500 years old and the fourth soul ring would be about 5,000 years old. But now that the true effect of whale glue has been discovered, I heard that the third soul ring can reach 5,600 years, and the fourth soul ring can reach 9,000 years? If you are a spiritual soul master, perhaps a 10,000 year fourth soul ring is also possible. Just now, there was a blue-haired boy with a 1,000 year second soul ring and a 10,000 year third soul ring who was refining the soul rings to advance. Judging from the color, his fourth soul ring is at least 25,000 years old. If you were that boy, I would not allow outsiders to approach, and even if there were soul masters nearby, I would kill them all to ensure that the news would not be leaked. Shilong said with a serious face. What? A third soul ring of 10,000 years, and a fourth soul ring of at least 25,000 years? Shilong, are you seeing things? As soon as Shilong finished speaking, Sixyu beside him widened his eyes, with a look of disbelief on his face. The age of this Douluo's fifth soul ring is actually not as high as the third soul ring of a junior? Are you kidding me? A deep look of disbelief flashed across a pair of beautiful light purple eyes. Jian Rongxiu couldn't help but say, if you want to attach the third soul ring of 10,000 years, you need at least a head soul bone of extremely high age to improve your mental power, otherwise you will definitely not be able to pass the soul shock stage. And the physical fitness of a level 30 soul master can be comparable to that of a level 50 soul master. Whale glue alone is definitely not enough. Even 10,000 year whale glue cannot reach this level. At least a trunk or limb soul bone of high age is required. Tien Shui College only accepts female students. Uncle Shilong, the blue-haired boy you mentioned should be the younger generation of Dean Shui's family. Is the Shui family of Tien Shui City so arrogant? I don't know whether the Shui family of Tien Shui City is arrogant or not, but the martial soul of the blue-haired boy is a food-type martial soul. Maybe he is not from the Shui family of Tien Shui City. Touching his chin, Shilong said. Qianrongxu raised her eyebrows slightly. Food type Soul Master. Wow, this food type Soul Master is incredible. As the young master of the Spirit Hall, Qianrongxu's vision is incomparable to that of ordinary Spirit Masters. In theory, Spirit Masters who understand the three major categories of support, treatment, and food can also have good combat power. Well, the premise is that they are arrogant enough, not just poor. Like her nominal teacher Ning Fengzi, although he is only a 7-ring support spirit saint, he has refined a lot of spirit bones because of the 7 treasures glazed tile sex arrogance. With spirit bone skills of a relatively old age and his own attribute enhancing spirit skills, if he really rolls up his sleeves to fight, an ordinary 7-ring spirit saint may not be able to defeat Ning Fengzi. Of course, Ning Fengzi is used to a life of luxury, and he must bring one of the sword bone Douluo with him when he goes out. It is basically impossible for him to roll up his sleeves and fight. Suddenly, Sixu caught a key point and asked, Shilong, are you sure it's the 1000-year second soul ring? Even the outrageous 10,000-year third soul ring is there, so what's so strange about the 1000-year second soul ring? Shilong was stunned for a moment, and then said in confusion. Generally speaking, even if the family is arrogant enough, they will not give the best soul bones to the younger generation too early. Like the young master, it is a special case. If it is not necessary for the plan, I think the great priest will not give the soul bones so early. The real effect of whale glue was discovered by Blazing Academy, but now it has been less than 3 years since Blazing Academy announced this news. Before that, without relying on soul bones to improve quality, it is impossible to attach the 1000-year second soul ring. After a pause, Sixu added, well, I hope my guess is wrong. What guess? The second ring is 20 levels away from the 4th ring, but the time it took for the young man to cross the 20 levels of soul power was less than 3 years. Interesting. However, if one's own cultivation talent is sufficient, it is not impossible to increase the spirit power by 10 levels in 3 years. As for the remaining 10 levels of spirit power, with the addition of spirit rings with excessive age limits, the spirit power level after advancement will definitely not be as simple as level 21 and level 31. In addition, the spirit power increase brought by refining high-year spirit bones is theoretically feasible. Qianrongxu did not think of the blue-haired boy as a freak like Sixu did. After all, who knows how many spirit bones the boy has refined besides the head spirit bone? If it is just one top-grade spirit bone, then it can be said that he has a strong talent. But if he has refined more than one top-grade spirit bone, and his spirit power has increased significantly after refining, then it is already a compliment to say that he is a genius spirit master. If her grandfather had cultivated her at all costs and regardless of the consequences, it would not be impossible for the Spirit Hall to produce a 4-ring spirit master who had just awakened his spirit. With a congenital 20-level soul power, a set of high-year soul bones is arranged. Apart from the head soul bone, which does not directly increase the soul power level after refining, the 4 limbs and torso soul bones increase the soul power by 3 levels on average, which means an additional 15 levels of soul power. And the 5-level soul power that is still short of the 40-level quasi-soul master can be given to the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd soul rings whose years greatly exceed the optimal ratio limit. However, although she said so, Qianrongxu also understood that the blue-haired boy must be a rare genius soul master on the continent. Otherwise, no matter how arrogant the family behind him is, it may spend a lot of money to cultivate a younger generation with no outstanding talent. So, Uncle Shilong, when you go back, you can ask someone to check the information of the boy. By the way, use your own people. After thinking for a moment, Qianrongxu said to Shilong. Yes, young master. Shilong replied. The people Qianrongxu mentioned were not simply members of the Spirit Hall, but loyal members of the angel family that Tien Douluo had transferred to facilitate Qianrongxu's actions in the Tiandu Empire. They did not obey the orders of the Pope's palace. End of this chapter. 89 Chapter 89 External Soul Bone, Crystal Scale Armor, Part 1. 89. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, the sun set and the moon rose, and the Star-Do Great Forest ushered in the night. At this time, the progress of refining the mutant scale armor beast soul ring had fallen into the end, and the soul power fluctuations emanating from Mu Yang gradually stabilized. But just when Mu Yang felt that the overall situation was settled, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then, except for the head, the pain spread to the whole body. Ah! The severe pain that swept through his body came, and Mu Yang couldn't help but let out a painful cry. Hearing Mu Yang's painful cry, Shui Bing'er, who was preparing dinner by the campfire, ran over with a nervous look on her face. "And, what happened to Mu Yang?" Looking at the beads of sweat oozing from Mu Yang's forehead, Shui Bing'er asked Shui Yanyu anxiously. "I'm not sure about this either." When Xiao Yang was refining the spirit ring before, he didn't show any signs of being unable to bear it. Why is it now? Wait, I know. While frowning and thinking about the cause of the accident, Shui Yanyu suddenly thought of a special case recorded in the Academy's classics. Before Shui Bing'er asked, Shui Yanyu smiled and comforted her. "Bing'er, don't worry, it should be a good thing." When attaching a spirit ring of 10,000 years or more, as long as the soul master's body can withstand the impact of the spirit ring's energy, and the spiritual level can also block the soul shock formed by the spirit beast's residual thoughts, then refining the spirit ring will definitely not be dangerous. Since Mu Yang has an accident now, and he looks particularly painful, there is only one possibility. Shui Bing'er. At this moment, a brilliant blue crystal glow appeared on Mu Yang's chest. In the night, this blue crystal light was particularly eye-catching, and immediately attracted the attention of Shui Bing'er and the others. The next second, the two saw this gorgeous blue crystal light begin to spread from Mu Yang's chest. In a blink of an eye, except for the head and neck, Mu Yang's whole body was covered by the blue crystal light. Another particularly strong pain swept through his body, and Mu Yang, who had just adapted, couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Under Shui Bing'er's worried eyes, the gorgeous blue crystal light on Mu Yang's body, who was trembling with pain, slowly converged and condensed, and gradually turned into a blue crystal armor composed of a large number of crystal scales of varying sizes, which was crystal clear and protected the whole body below the neck. Is this external soul bone? Seeing the blue crystal armor on Mu Yang, Shui Bing'er couldn't help but widen her eyes. Yes, it is a rare and abnormal external soul bone, and its value is comparable to that of a 100,000-year soul bone. And for Xiao Yang, the value of this external soul bone is definitely higher than that of a 100,000-year soul bone. Shui Yanyu showed an expression of as expected on her face, and then nodded with a smile. When the incident first occurred, Shui Yanyu realized that Mu Yang was lucky to have encountered an external soul bone that was hard to come by, otherwise there was no way to explain why such an incident would happen. Of course, Shui Yanyu's vision and cognition were not as high as those of the time travelers and the few strong people who knew about the existence of fierce beasts. She did not know that 100,000 years was not the highest age of soul bones, and there were even higher 200,000 years and even 1,000,000 years of soul bones. The reason why she said that the value of this external soul bone was higher than that of a 100,000-year soul bone was because she knew that the external soul bone could increase in age as the soul master's soul power level increased. When a soul master advances to the 9-ring titled Douluo, the age of the external soul bone can be increased to 100,000 years. Although in Shui Yanyu's eyes, Mu Yang's external soul bone can only reach 100,000 years at most, from the perspective of age alone, it is the same as an ordinary 100,000-year soul bone. But external soul bones are hard to come by. If you don't meet it this time, then Mu Yang's chance of getting external soul bones in the future can be almost zero. But normal 100,000-year soul bones are different. As long as Mu Yang's twin martial souls are perfected, with the strength of the strongest person on the continent, he can go through the entire Xingda Great Forest, the far north, and even the vast ocean. It is not difficult to get a complete set of 100,000-year soul bones in the future. With a rare and abnormal external soul bone, Mu Yang's soul bone position has increased from 6 to 7. He can have one more soul bone than most soul masters. This is too beautiful. Unconsciously, the sun and the moon alternated. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning dispelled the darkness in the forest, Mu Yang slowly opened his eyes. I never thought that I, Mu Yang, would also have the fate of a protagonist. Feeling the qualitative change of soul power in his body, looking down at the gorgeous blue crystal armor on his body, and stroking the unusually strong crystal scales on it, Mu Yang was delighted and couldn't help thinking secretly. Although he advanced to the 4th ring soul sect this time, his soul power in his body increased a lot, and his soul power control level inevitably decreased. But Mu Yang could feel that because the 4th soul ring was old enough, and refining the external soul bone could also increase soul power, his soul power level was definitely entering the 43rd level soul sect, and it was not the first level of 43, but in the middle position. Knock knock. Knocking on Mu Yang's external soul bone armor with her fingers, Shui Binger asked with a smile, Mu Yang, what do you think of getting the external soul bone? After all the hardships, it's sweet. After thinking about it, Mu Yang said. When he merged the external soul bone before, he almost died of pain. To be honest, whether in his past life or this life, he had never experienced such pain. It was like being tortured. Even when he took the 8 aniseed mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot, it was far from that. Fortunately, this suffering was not in vain. As long as he was still alive, he could get a precious external soul bone in exchange. It was okay to suffer a little. However, perhaps because of the lack of age, this external soul bone armor failed to protect the whole body. It was a little imperfect and lacked parts above the neck. Mu Yang estimated that if his external soul bone armor wanted to transform into a soul bone armor that protected the whole body from head to toe, he would have to wait until he advanced to the 9 rings titled Douluo in the future and the soul bone age reached 100,000 years. But the flaws did not outweigh the merits. As long as he did not aim at his neck and head, Mu Yang could directly ignore the 10,000-year strong attack soul skills of most of the 5 rings war soul kings with the defensive power of this external soul bone armor. It looks just like that mutant scale armor. The scales on the beasts are similar, so they should have defensive soul bone skills, right? At this time, Shui Yanyu pointed at the external soul bone armor on Mu Yang and said. Mu Yang nodded, well, soul bone skill, crystal body, can be immune to 30% of physical and energy attacks, and there is no time limit for use, and it can be maintained by continuously consuming soul power. The soul bone skills attached to the soul bone are inherited from the abilities of the soul beast that exploded a soul bone. He was lucky, and the external soul bone that exploded inherited the mutant innate soul skill of the mutant scaled beast with the effect of injury immunity. End of this chapter. 90 Chapter 90 External Soul Bone, Crystal Scale Armor, Part 2. 90. With super strong defense and damage-free buff, when facing such an opponent, unless one has an absolute level advantage or effective spiritual means, it will be a headache for all soul masters. But if it were me, it would be a very pleasant experience. With the powerful defense of the external soul bone armor, plus the 30% damage free, and the defensive secret technique, Mu Yang is now a humanoid mutant scale armored beast. And it is worth mentioning that the damage free ratio of the soul bone skill, crystal body is fixed. Even if the 9th powerful attack soul skill of the titled Douluo hits him, it will be weakened by 30%. Of course, if Mu Yang uses his current strength to resist the 9th powerful attack soul skill of the titled Douluo, even if he has a 30% damage-free effect, he will definitely die. Why not call it crystal scale armor? After pondering for a while, Mu Yang gave his external soul bone armor a name. What about your 4th soul skill? Shui Binger asked, glancing at the yellow, purple, black, and black soul rings blooming on Mu Yang's body. The essence of all things in the world, jade. Reciting the soul spell lightly, the 4th soul ring around Mu Yang shone, and with the surge of soul power, a 3-inch long soul power ginseng that seemed to be carved from top-grade green jade condensed. As expected, after the red, orange, and yellow colors, the soul power ginseng created by the 4th soul skill showed the green color of the rainbow. Similarly, after the 4th soul ring was added and advanced, the body of the ice and fire fairy jade ginseng martial soul had another circle of green lines below the red, orange, and yellow lines. What is the specific effect? Condensing soul power shield. Taking the green soul power ginseng and taking a closer look, Shui Binger asked. The 4th soul skill, Jade Guardian Ginseng, condenses the light of protection after consumption, and can be immune to 30% of physical and energy attacks. The effect lasts for 3 minutes and is effective within 10 days after manufacture. However, the 30% damage-free ratio is the maximum effect, and the specific immunity ratio depends on the strength of the attacker. Based on my own soul power level, if the attacker's level is 5 rings or above, the protection light condensed by the Jade Guardian Ginseng will have a damage-free ratio lower than 30%, and even if the gap is too large, it will not work at all. If the attacker's level is 4 rings or below, it can be immune to 30% of physical and energy attacks. The effect of Jade Guardian Ginseng is not bad, it can even be said to be very good, but for Mu Yang himself, it is a bit useless, and it conflicts with the effect of the soul bone skill, crystal body of the crystal scale armor's external soul bone, and the damage reduction ratio of the two cannot be superimposed. Moreover, the crystal scale armor is an external soul bone, and the age will increase with the improvement of Mu Yang's soul power level. The future damage reduction ratio of the soul bone skill, crystal body will definitely not be limited to 30%. Within 30,000 years, there is a 30% damage reduction ratio. After the age reaches 100,000 years, the damage reduction ratio is unlikely to reach to 100%, but there should be a 50% ratio, right? Of course, under normal circumstances, the martial soul true body of a food type soul master can improve the specific effect of food soul skills. If he has a way to improve the soul ring age in the future, the Jade Guardian Ginseng as a soul ring skill is not absolutely inferior to the crystal body. 20 days later, in the extreme north covered with ice and snow all year round. In the air, two ice blue birds are fighting fiercely. One side is an ice blue phoenix with a body length of more than 7 meters, exuding a noble aura and burning with blazing ice flames. No, it was something else. It was the martial soul fusion skill launched by Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er together, Ice Flame Phoenix. On the other side, it was an ice-attributed flying soul beast with a wingspan of about 6 meters, ice blue feathers all over its body, emitting a biting cold air, and about 30,000 years old, the extreme frozen bird. Of course, although the extreme frozen bird is named extreme, this does not mean that the extreme frozen bird has the ultimate ice attribute. The only soul beast with the ultimate ice attribute in the mainland soul beast world is one of the kings of the far north, the fierce beast level ice blue emperor Scorpion Ice Emperor. As for the fierce beast level ice snow, which is also the king of the far north, the snow queen of the heavens, that is not a simple extreme ice attribute, but a variant of extreme ice, and snow. The two are similar, but not exactly the same. Facing the strong offensive of the Ice Flame Phoenix, the extreme frozen bird defended more than attacked, and was at a disadvantage everywhere, showing a strength that was seriously unworthy of its 30,000 years. However, this was not because the extreme frozen bird was playing with its own life, nor was it because there was an 8-ring soul Douluo flying in the air not far away, but because of the bloodline suppression. Although the extreme frozen bird is also a top-level ice-type flying soul beast, its bloodline level is only comparable to that of the Ice Flame Phoenix. It can only enter the top level. How can it compare with the Ice Phoenix, the strongest ice-type flying bird? Not to mention that the Ice Flame Phoenix is not a simple ice phoenix, but a martial soul fusion skill that is sublimated from Shui Bing'er's Ice Phoenix martial soul and Mu Yang's Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul. Clang! As the saying goes, if you defend too long, you will lose. After avoiding the soul feathers shot out by the extreme frozen bird, the sound of the phoenix rang out, and the Ice Flame Phoenix spewed out a fan-shaped ice flame, directly hitting the extreme frozen bird that had no time to dodge. In an instant, the extreme frozen bird, which was infected with the special ice flame, felt the biting cold air eroding its whole body. I wanted to use the ice soul power in my body to fight against it, but what frightened the extreme frozen bird was that before it could react, it felt the frost quickly spread from the position where it was infected with the strange ice blue flame to its whole body. Its strong ice attribute resistance as a top ice soul beast seemed to be non-existent in front of this strange ice flame. Ka ka ka. A slight freezing sound was heard, and in the blink of an eye, the terrified frozen bird was frozen in mid-air, and then fell from mid-air. Boom! The cold wind whistled, and the frozen bird, which had turned into an ice sculpture, fell on the ground covered with ice and snow below. With a loud bang, countless tiny ice crystals splashed on the snow. Without waiting for the frozen bird to get rid of its frozen state, the Ice Flame Phoenix flapped its wings and swooped down under the guidance of Shui Bing'er. The phoenix opened its mouth wide, and the surging soul power surged. The raging ice flame spewed out again, covering the entire body of the frozen bird. Afterwards, the Ice Flame Phoenix no longer flew back into the air, but landed directly next to the frozen bird bathing in the raging ice flame. Once the blazing ice flame showed signs of extinguishing, it would immediately fill it with a mouthful. After a while, under the burning of the blazing ice flame, the extremely frozen bird, which had never been able to get rid of the frozen state, walked to the end of its life. Under the background of the ice blue flame, countless tiny golden light spots were flying out, and a dark 10,000-year soul ring gradually condensed, adding a strange color to this white ice and snow world. End of this chapter. 91 Chapter 91 The Fifth Soul Skill, Extreme Cold Frost. 91. The extremely frozen bird soul ring exploded, and the Ice Flame Phoenix was surrounded by a burst of ice blue light, and then the figures of Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er who cancelled the martial soul fusion skill were revealed. A week ago, because she did not meet a suitable ice attribute flying soul beast in the Xingda Great Forest, Shui Bing'er turned to the extreme north to hunt souls. Soon after entering this ice and snow world, she seized the opportunity and successfully broke through the bottleneck and promoted to the 50th level Quasi-Soul King. After searching for many days in the far north, the goal of the 5th soul ring was finally set on this extremely frozen bird that was about 30,000 years old. Binger, go absorb the soul ring. Glancing at the dark soul ring that burst out of the extremely frozen bird, Mu Yang said to Shui Binger. Yet. Nodding slightly, Shui Binger quickly kissed Mu Yang on the face, and then stepped forward to lead and refine the soul ring. Mu Yang, There was something wrong with his girlfriend of the cultivation system. It's not that she didn't want to kiss him, why did she always sneak attack? But Mu Yang didn't mind it, and he even liked it very much. After all, which boy would reject the little affection of his girlfriend? The process of refining the soul ring was very smooth. With Shui Binger's soul power of level 50, combined with sun body refining and moon spirit refining, and the fact that she had taken whale glue in the past, Shui Binger would not be weaker than the ordinary 6-ring soul emperor who had attached 6 soul rings in terms of physical fitness and mental strength. At present, it is naturally not a problem to add the 5th soul ring of about 30,000 years. After refining for most of the day, Shui Binger officially advanced to the 5th ring soul king, and her soul power level entered the 52nd level, becoming the youngest 5-ring soul king known on the continent. Mu Yang, who raised his girlfriend to be the youngest soul king on the continent, was very pleased. A 5-ring soul king who was only 14 years old was definitely the best on the continent, even Qian Rongxue was inferior. After all, less than a month ago, when they met in the tavern in the soul hunting town outside the Xingde Great Forest, Qian Rongxue should have been a quasi-soul emperor of level 60 or had just advanced to the 6th ring soul emperor. And Qian Rongxue is now about 20 years old. It is impossible that she spent 5 or 6 years from the beginning of the 5th ring to the 60th level. Of course, this is not because Qian Rongxue's cultivation talent is poor. In terms of cultivation talent alone, Qian Rongxue, who has an innate soul power of level 20, is the best on the entire continent. The reason why she was older than Shui Binger when she advanced to the 5-ring soul king was mainly because Qian Rongxue failed to realize her own cultivation talent, and Mu Yang gave Shui Binger a cheat. Apart from other factors, a plant of acacia heartbroken red alone allowed Shui Binger to advance to the 5-ring soul king at least 3 or 4 years earlier. It's a pity that his girlfriend didn't get the protagonist's script, let alone the rare external soul bone, even the ordinary soul bone didn't explode. But this is reasonable. According to incomplete statistics, the explosion rate of soul bones is only 1 in 1,000 at most, and the explosion rate of external soul bones is at least 10 times lower. With such a low probability, it is difficult to explode soul bones without a massacre, unless the hunted soul beast is 100,000 years or more. Binger, you seem to be taller than me again. Glancing at the aqua blue flat snow boots on Shui Binger's feet and comparing the heights of the two, Mu Yang said helplessly. Before he advanced to the 4th ring soul sect, his body had grown a little bit, and his height had reached a little over 1.7 meters, about the same height as Shui Binger who was wearing flat boots. But now Shui Bing, after advancing to the 5-ring soul king, his body also developed a little, and his height surpassed it by almost 3 centimeters. If he leaves the far north and changes back to high-heeled princess shoes, he will be at least 6 centimeters taller. I hope Binger won't grow any taller. Mu Yang couldn't help thinking to himself. To be honest, with a girlfriend who is 1.76 meters tall when she puts on shoes, Mu Yang is under a lot of pressure. If they are lovers, it would be more harmonious if the boy is 10 centimeters taller than the girl. It should be no problem for him to grow to 1.86 meters in the future. But if he grows taller, Mu Yang is not sure. After all, the height of a soul master in his youth is not directly related to the height in his adulthood. The soul master's additional soul rings can improve various aspects of his physical functions and promote the physical development of underage soul masters, but it is just a promotion, not a raise, which is similar to early development. The upper limit of the soul master's height depends on the martial soul and genetic genes. Really? Then little Mu Yang, you have to work hard to grow taller quickly. Shui Binger said with a smile. In Shui Binger's opinion, the role that she, as a girlfriend, plays in front of Mu Yang has nothing to do with his strength, but only with his age. Before Mu Yang reaches the age of 14, she, as a girlfriend, must take on the role of a big sister and take good care of little Mu Yang. Only after Mu Yang reaches the age of 14, she will be a young wife. Hearing this, Mu Yang's face turned pale and said, "You are my little Mu Yang." Shui Binger said as a matter of course. Mu Yang, Binger, how is the effect of the fifth soul skill? At this time, Shui Yanyu on the side stepped forward and asked. It's a large-scale group control soul skill. The fifth soul skill, Extreme Cold Frost. Said, Shui Binger's expression condensed, and she urged the fifth soul skill she had just acquired towards the empty snowfield beside her. The soul ring was shining, and the surging soul power was surging. The icy blue cold wave seemed to rise from behind Shui Binger like a surging sea wave, and then rushed down to the front. In an instant, where the cold wave passed, nearly 1,000 square meters of snowy land was covered with a layer of ice-blue ice. Seeing this, Mu Yang's soul power flashed, and an ice flame arrow burst out. Bang! The collision sounded, and the ice flame arrow that burst out seemed to fall on a piece of 10,000 years of black ice, directly smashing it into pieces, splashing tiny ice flames, but the ice and snow land hit by the ice flame arrow, except for the burning ice flames, did not leave any traces. So hard? Sure. Mu Yang looked at Shui Binger in surprise. Although the single attack power of the secret technique of ice flame arrow is not strong, the main damage depends on the ice flame that is highly adherent and difficult to extinguish, but it falls on the ice and snow, smashing like an egg hitting a stone, which is enough to show the solidity of this layer of ice-blue ice. And this is the physical property of this layer of ice itself. If a soul master of the same level is within the range of the extreme frost soul skill, it will be impossible to get rid of control for a while. Large-scale group control soul skills are worthy of 30,000 years. Of course, what do you think? Shui Bing raised her head proudly. Thank you to my friends Lonely Nanshan, 130507143722952, Sanshan Xialo Feng, 201904071320042666, 2021107164943362, 2022091603160270, 768,796, and Drifting Aurora for their monthly tickets. Thanks to my friends 202206061636325572, Lone Shadow Kindeo, 2022030822273990, Xiao Xiang Feng, Langhan Feng Yun, Xin Huan Meng Long, Feng Lin Y, 20230226782368, 202206061636325572, Xin Huan Meng Long, 202206061636325572, Shui 178, 3535, 20210301106582630634, how can I understand? 202206061636325572, 20230226782368, Xin Huan Meng Long, 2023100977123005, Xiao Xiang Feng for their recommendation votes. End of this chapter. 92 Chapter 92 I underestimated everyone in the world. 92. On the other side, Tiandu City. In a tea house, Jian Rongxiu, who turned into Shui Qinghe, was tasting the Clouds Before the Rain. Clouds Before the Rain is a kind of tea with excellent quality and very low production, which is highly sought after by the nobles of Tiandu Empire who love tea. Ah! Recalling the instructions given to her by Emperor Shuiya yesterday, Jian Rongxiu shook her head and sighed with a sad face. What did Emperor Shuiya tell her? I'm old, my son is grown up, it's time to discuss marriage. Shui Qinghe is already 10 years old this year. If it were an ordinary civilian family, a 20-year-old young man might have a baby who could go to the Junior Soul Master Academy. Even if it's not so fast, he would basically have a baby. But what about Shui Qinghe, the crown prince of the empire? He doesn't even have a girlfriend. Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. You know, if the emperor has no children, it will shake the foundation of the country. Emperor, it's easy to say when the emperor is alive, but what if the emperor dies one day? To whom should the court officials and the imperial army be loyal? Even if the emperor appoints a successor before his death, it may not work. Because the successor may not necessarily be a community of interests of the princes and nobles, in order to protect their own interests, or to gain more benefits, the strong and powerful will support the royal children who have common interests with themselves to become the new emperor, which is not impossible. Although Shui Qinghe, as the crown prince, is not the emperor yet, the importance of having children is self-evident. Even for the stability of the Tiandu Empire, Shui Qinghe has to find a crown princess. If Shui Qinghe is just Shui Qinghe, then this matter is simple. There are many women of the right age who want to be the crown princess of the empire, and they can definitely line up from Tiandu city to Wuhan city. But the problem is that Shui Qinghe is not Shui Qinghe, but Jian Rongxiu. Let Jian Rongxiu marry a crown princess, isn't it embarrassing for me, fat tiger? It's not just because she's a girl that it's hard for her to marry a crown princess. If she really wants to marry a crown princess, she should marry a woman who is loyal to the angel family and will never leak secrets. The main reason is that once Shui Qinghe has a crown princess, she can't be childless, otherwise if the crown prince can't give birth to a baby, then her position as the crown prince of the empire will be over. The emperor who can't give birth to a child can't be replaced, after all, the emperor holds the gun, and no one dares to ask for it. But the crown prince who can't give birth to a child can definitely be replaced. Anyway, Shui Qinghe is not the only prince of the empire. And it's not okay to cheat. The crown princess's pregnancy is a big deal, and there shouldn't be too many people paying attention to it. Without the second angel skull to provide disguise, it won't work at all. It's also not okay to just hug anyone, otherwise the scene will be too exciting when the martial soul awakens 6 years later. Therefore, facing the urging of Emperor Shuiye to get married, Jian Rongxiu can only delay it for the time being, and the longer she can delay, the better. As for the future? We'll talk about the future later. Anyway, she won't marry the crown princess. Knock knock knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Putting away the worry on her face, Jian Rongxiu spoke. Squeak. The next second, the door of the private room was pushed open, and a tall and thin figure with ordinary clothes but slightly extraordinary temperament walked into the private room. After entering the private room, a soul power ripple appeared around the tall and thin figure, and a soul power barrier was laid in the private room, isolating the inside and the outside to ensure that the news would not be leaked. Uncle Shilong, is there any result of the young man? Jian Rongxiu asked Shilong. Because there are many masters in the Tiandu palace, in order to avoid being exposed, Shilong or Sixu would not enter the palace unless it was absolutely necessary. In addition, as long as Jian Rongxiu's identity is not exposed, the Tiandu palace can be said to be an absolutely safe place. The two Douluo have been secretly guarding outside the palace, and the daily contacts are also conducted outside the palace. We have found out, but... Shilong paused halfway through his words, recalling the information he had found out. But what? Seeing Shilong was hesitant, Jian Rongxiu's curiosity grew. Perhaps, the food-oriented boy in the Xingde Great Forest whom she had never met was better than she expected. Master, it's a little unexpected. The boy's origin is not from the Shui family in Tien Shui city as we expected. He is from Shuo Academy and is the nephew of Huo Lai, the dean of Shuo Academy. Shuo Academy. Hearing this, Jian Rongxiu raised her eyebrows, a little surprised. Since he is from Shuo Academy, how did he get involved with Tien Shui Academy? The boy's name is Mu Yang. His parents died early. He has lived with his aunt since he was a child. He was born in the year 2631 of the Douluo calendar. He has an innate level 10 soul power and is now half a decade old. Wait a minute, you said he is only 10 years old. Before Shilong could continue, Jian Rongxiu interrupted him with a look of shock. You trademark told me that a 4-ring food-type soul master is only half a decade old? Is there such a monstrous food-type soul master in the world? Even if he has full innate soul power, even if he has improved his soul power a lot by refining soul bones, it shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? After receiving the news, the subordinates also couldn't believe it, but the news that the intelligence personnel found out was indeed true. Although the Blazing Fire Academy seems to have blocked the news about Mu Yang, there is a spiritual soul king among the people I sent to investigate. The age of Mu Yang was asked from several old servants in Huo Lai's private mansion in Blazing Fire City. There should be no possibility of falsification. Shilong said with a serious face. To be honest, in order to find out the information about Mu Yang, his intelligence personnel went through a lot of trouble. It's not that the intelligence personnel sent out were unprofessional, but the basic information he gave was wrong. Because Tien Shui College does not recruit male students, their first stop was the Shui family in Tien Shui City. In order not to alert the enemy, the intelligence personnel must not start with Shui Jinghong, the head of the Shui family. Besides, Shui Jinghong is a 7-ring soul saint, and the personnel sent out do not have the strength to get information from a soul saint, and the two wives of the heads of the family are also not good. Otherwise, if one of them is not handled well and reveals his feet, it will be a big enemy. They can only start with the servants of the Shui family with hypnosis-type mental soul skills. But how can the servants of the Shui family know the specific situation of Mu Yang? At most, they know that this is the future son-in-law of the Shui family and the boyfriend of the eldest lady. Fortunately, this trip is not without any gains. They know that Mu Yang is enrolled in Tien Shui College. After sneaking into Tien Shui College and finding a few little karamis for hypnosis and questioning, they finally found the right direction. As the only boy in Tien Shui College, Mu Yang is well known in the college. All the students in the college are curious about him. Basically, they know that he is an exchange student from Shiwo College and is in a relationship with Shui Binger, a genius student in the college. After traveling thousands of miles to Shiwo College, the intelligence work fell into a deadlock again. Although Huo Lai could not ensure that the news would not be leaked, his nephew was extremely talented. He also made a lot of preparations and spread a lot of true and false information about Mu Yang, especially in terms of age. It can be said that except for the 3 senior college leaders, all the teachers and students of Shiwo College did not know the news about Mu Yang accurately. It is difficult to distinguish the true and false information collected. If it were an ordinary person, he would either reply directly or continue to stay in Shiwo College to investigate. But the people sent by Shilong were not ordinary people, but elites from the Spirit Hall. They might not be very strong, but they were professional in gathering intelligence. If they could not find accurate information in the college, they would naturally start from other places. Coincidentally, Mu Yang's relatives with Dean Huo Lai and Vice Dean Mu Zihu are openly exposed. After a long journey, the intelligence personnel sent by Shilong finally hypnotized several old servants in the fire mansion of Shiwo City who watched Mu Yang grow up and got accurate information about Mu Yang. I underestimated the world's people with a 4-ring soul sect at the age of 10. After a long time, Qian Rongxiu, who came back from the shock, couldn't help but sigh. That's right, the world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things. It's normal for 1 or 2 freaks to appear occasionally. For example, who outsiders would have thought that she would have an extraordinary innate 20th level soul power. End of this chapter. 93 Chapter 93 Qian Rongxiu's intention to recruit. 93. At this time, Shilong continued to report, Young Master, there is another point worth noting. According to the information obtained, Mu Yang's hair color was originally red, but now it is blue. And at that time, the subordinates used their mental power to see clearly in the forest that his martial soul was a ginseng with red and blue leaves and a main body like jade, with the attributes of ice and fire. But according to the information obtained, his original martial soul was no different from ordinary ginseng, and it should have undergone a metamorphosis and evolution. Martial soul evolution. Qian Rongxiu frowned. Although it is not absolutely impossible for martial souls to undergo metamorphosis and evolution, she has never heard of such a big change that even the attributes have changed. And examples of martial soul metamorphosis and evolution will not appear in low-level soul masters. Basically, they will appear after soul masters enter the 9 rings titled Douluo. It is precisely because after a soul master advances to the 9 ring titled Douluo, his own martial soul will undergo a very considerable qualitative change, which makes the martial souls of titled Douluo all belong to the top martial souls. Because of the qualitative change brought about by the advancement to the 9 ring titled Douluo, plus the accumulation gained from the previous 8 advancements, it is enough to make any quality of martial soul sublimate to the top martial soul. Tien Shui College does not recruit male students. Do you know why he can go to Tien Shui College? Putting aside the strangeness of Mu Yang's martial soul transformation for the time being, Qian Rongxiu asked Shilong. This. According to the information we have found, Shui Yunyu's niece Shui Binger and Mu Yang are in a relationship. Perhaps it is because of this relationship, coupled with the innate full soul power, that Shui Yunyu broke the convention. Shilong said with some uncertainty. You know how to talk about love at such a young age, it seems that's all. Hearing that even a 10-year-old child has a girlfriend, Qian Rongxiu, who was just urged to get married yesterday, suddenly couldn't hold it in and couldn't help but say something sour. At the age of 20, Qian Rongxiu, whose girlhood had passed unknowingly, had fantasized about this before. It's a pity that she is Qian Rongxiu and Shui Qinghe of the Tiandu Empire. As early as when she came to the Tiandu Empire to start the plan of usurping the country, Qian Rongxiu had already understood that love and the like had nothing to do with her. Even if she could restore her female body one day, she would have ascended to the throne of Tien by then, and it would be impossible for her to have a sweet love, right? No, no, who am I? I am the young master of the Wuhan Hall, the only heir of the angel family, and I am responsible for spreading the glory of angels throughout the continent. How can I think about love? Love? Not even dogs. Everything must be based on the great plan of the Spirit Hall. While complaining, Qian Rongxiu said, Uncle Shalong, send someone to keep a constant eye on Mu Yang in the future. In Qian Rongxiu's eyes, Blazing Fire Academy is not a force with deep foundation. And Mu Yang's parents died long ago, and he is only the nephew of the wife of Huo Lai, the dean of Blazing Fire Academy, not even his biological son. It is already very good to get a high-quality soul bone, and it is basically impossible to get more high-quality soul bones. In other words, Mu Yang, who is more than half of his 10 years old, can have a soul power level of the 4th ring level. Even if the soul power increase obtained by refining soul bones is excluded, his soul power cultivation speed is still beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In addition, in Qian Rongxiu's view, ordinary combat soul masters with full innate soul power are really not as valuable as food-type soul masters with full innate soul power. After all, who of the several elders in the worship hall is not full innate soul power? The Spirit Hall has a deep foundation. Although it is painful to lose a dedicated elder, it is also painful to have another one. Elders of the worship department, but they cannot bring about a qualitative change in the overall strength of the Spirit Hall. But the titled Douluo of the auxiliary, healing and food types are different. Perhaps this type of titled Douluo itself is just a weak chicken, but it can bring about huge changes in teammates who are also titled Douluo. With a healing titled Douluo as a teammate, you can fight to the death. As long as you don't die on the spot, there is almost no situation where you can't save the same 9-ring titled Douluo. With an auxiliary titled Douluo as a teammate, the strength of the 6 elders of the worship department except for his grandfather can be improved by at least 1 level. This will bring more improvement to the strength of the Spirit Hall than adding a 96-level elder of the worship department. As for the titled Douluo of the food department, he may not be as good as the titled Douluo of the healing department in terms of healing, nor as good as the titled Douluo of the auxiliary department in terms of assistance, but the ability of the titled Douluo of the food department is more comprehensive, and the soul master of the food department does not need to directly participate in the battle, and the safety is higher than that of the treatment and assistance. Even because the soul power food produced by high-year food-type soul skills can be stored without time limit, as long as the quantity produced is large enough, the numerous titled elders in the Spirit Hall can benefit. If a small soul master force is asked to choose between a combat-type titled Douluo and a food-type titled Douluo, it will definitely choose a combat-type titled Douluo. But for the Spirit Hall, the dominant force in the Soul Master world, a food-type titled Douluo is much more valuable than a combat-type titled Douluo. It may be difficult to choose to exchange a level 99 combat-type peerless Douluo for a food-type titled Douluo. But if it is only a level 98 titled Douluo, from the perspective of profit alone, it must be more cost-effective to choose a food-type titled Douluo. If there is a food-type titled Douluo willing to join the Spirit Hall, Qian Rongxiu feels that it is not too much to give him the position of a worship elder, even if his soul power is only a level 91 titled Douluo. There is no other reason. Regardless of whether it is a level 91 or 99 food type titled Douluo, the effect of the soul power food produced is the same, and it can be effective for other titled Douluo of any level without discount. The only difference is that the level is higher, and the amount of soul power food produced can be greater. Therefore, Mu Yang, a food type soul master with full innate soul power and extraordinary cultivation speed, has a very high value of winning over in Qian Rongxiu's eyes. The sources of soul masters under the Spirit Hall are complex. As long as they are not evil soul masters, the Spirit Hall will accept them, and the treatment is different at most. With the door open to the door and no previous grudges, Qian Rongxiu naturally wants to recruit Mu Yang to serve the Spirit Hall. Young master, don't you recruit directly? My Spirit Hall is the strongest force in the Soul Master world. I think it shouldn't be rejected, right? Shi Long asked. Hearing this, Qian Rongxiu rolled her eyes and said, just keep an eye on it. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Shui Yunyu's attitude at the time had already reflected from the side that Mu Yang had no intention of joining the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, if he really wanted to join, why would he hide it from her? Of course, if her grandfather personally invited her, it would definitely not be a problem. Not many people in the world can refuse the goodwill from the strongest people on the continent, nor dare to refuse. Thanks to my friends Ma Ling, Guying Kindao, Tanggency, and 202011231157577048 for their monthly tickets. Thanks to my friends 20210301106582630634, 202206061636322572, Xiao Xiang Feng, Xin Huan Meng Long, Si Yexing Chen, and 20210301106582630634 for their recommendation tickets. End of this chapter. 94 Chapter 94 I will never work in this life. 94. 2 months later. In the forging room, a silver-white metal ingot with a square foot and a soft silver glow was placed into the heating furnace, and Mu Yang was looking forward to it. Before he set out to hunt souls, he had practiced the secret forging method, Tien Gang Hammer, and improved his forging skills to the elite level of the mainland industry. Although he only knew how to refine metals and did not have the skills to forge metals into finished swords and armor, it is undeniable that his forging realm at that time was already at the peak of the 100 forging level. Can the mainland's elite blacksmiths reach the peak of the 100 forging level? If so, what level should Lu Gao, Tai Tan, and Tang Hao, who are known as the three great masters of the world, be it? Well, the three masters are also at the peak of the 100 forging level. According to the classification of metal forging in the later continent, the forging at the 100 forging level is just to purify the metal and remove the internal impurities. This is the basic skill of the blacksmith. Blacksmiths who have been in the industry for many years and are considered elites in the industry can do it. Even not only professional blacksmiths, but anyone who can lift a forging hammer can definitely reach the peak of 100 forging as long as they study hard. It is just a matter of how much time is required. For ordinary people, there is no threshold. However, the upper limit of the quality of metal that can be forged is different when they are both at the peak of 100 forging. For example, Tang Hao, as a titled Douluo, is far more powerful than Mu Yang today. If Mu Yang can remove the impurities of an iron ingot and compress it to half of its original size, if it is Tang Hao, he may be able to compress it to 1/10 of its original size under the Great Power Miracle Hammer method. In this way, although the two iron ingots are only at the 100 forging level, can their quality be the same? Even if they are from the same batch of steel, homogeneous steel and forged steel are not the same thing. Today is different from the past. Mu Yang has a premonition that from today on, in terms of forging skills alone, he will surpass Tang Hao, who is known as one of the world's great craftsmen. Although he is just forging iron, he is still a little excited to think that he can surpass the famous Haoshan Douluo in the Soul Master world. The difficulty of 1,000 forgings is as difficult as climbing to the sky. This can be seen from the fact that no one has been able to break through the level of 100 forgings since the birth of the profession of blacksmiths on the mainland. But the reason why 1,000 forgings is difficult is not that all blacksmiths in the world are pig brains and do not have the talent to achieve 1,000 forgings, but that except for him, the time traveler, no one in the entire Douluo continent has the concept of 1,000 forgings. If you don't even have the concept of 1,000 forgings, it is naturally a hell-level difficulty to want to become a pioneer. But he is different. With his mysterious deduction talent, he has already obtained the correct answer, and even has the idea of solving the problem. What he lacks is just to refer to the idea of solving the problem and master it thoroughly. A quarter of an hour later. Tisk, the master craftsman has only halfway through the process and lacks fire. Looking at the silver ingot that had been burning in the heating furnace for a quarter of an hour, but was still only slightly red on the surface, Mu Yang smacked his lips and couldn't help complaining. Sure enough, silver, a rare metal with an extremely high melting point, cannot be heated by ordinary flames at all. It's just that the surface is slightly red, which is far from the most suitable temperature for forging, just like picking up a hammer and starting to work. Originally, Mu Yang planned to use the metal forged in the first 1,000 times to make a forging hammer. After all, if you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools, and the guy who eats can't be bad. Since silver has a high density and excellent soul power conductivity, he went to the Kaibao merchants branch in Tien Shui City to buy a lot of silver. As a result, he neglected the characteristics of silver, a rare metal with an extremely high melting point and difficult to heat. He didn't even start forging. He was stuck at the stage of heating the metal. Change fuel. Looking at the red-hot coke in the heating furnace with disdain, Mu Yang had the idea of changing fuel. However, this idea was quickly rejected by Mu Yang. He was afraid that he would have to empty his pockets to replace the cheap coke with a special mineral that was full of fire elements and had a very high combustion temperature, but the price was not very beautiful, fire crystal. After all, in order to improve his forging skills, he would have to do metal forging in the future. The fire crystal required for a single forging is not much, but the cost is definitely not small after accumulating a little, and rare metals are relatively expensive, so his small treasury can't afford it. Of course, if he is willing to sell the forged metal, it will definitely not be a problem, and at least he can earn back the cost. But the problem is that he has no intention of selling the forged metal in the future. First, it is to avoid being spied on, and secondly, if you make money by forging iron, isn't that just working? As a time traveler, Mu Yang has always believed in one principle, that is, it is impossible to work in this life. Although he died early in his previous life and traveled through time before he could become a worker, he has heard of the resentment of workers. If he still has to work as a worker in Douluo continent, then he has traveled through time in vain? The fuel cost is not cheap, why not find a fire spirit master with decent strength to serve as a fire-making tool? If it is in Blazing Fire Academy, this matter is simple, just let his eldest cousin to make fire. Both of them are fire spirit masters, and the battle armor he will tinker with in the future will definitely have a share for the brothers and sisters. There is no free lunch in the world, so it is right for him to be a fire-making boy. But this is Tien Shui Academy, there are many water or ice spirit masters, but fire spirit masters? Sorry, there is not one. Suddenly, Mu Yang thought of a key point. It seems that there are really fire spirit masters in Tien Shui Academy? Well, it was no one else, it was himself. Although he was practicing the ice flame meditation method, and the soul power attribute in his body was the ice flame soul power formed by the fusion of ice and fire, this did not mean that he could not split the ice flame soul power into fire soul power and ice soul power. Without much hesitation, Mu Yang took the fire tongs beside him and clamped the slightly reddish silver ingot in the heating furnace to the forging table. Then, the ice-blue ice flame soul power in his hand emerged, and then the blue light faded, the red light appeared, and the ice flame soul power turned into a single fire attribute soul power. But at this moment, Mu Yang paused slightly, dissipated the fire soul power in his hand, and released the ice flame soul power again. Although the burning of ice flame does not produce high temperature, it is also fire. Perhaps the extremely cold ice flame fire can also be used to heat metals, cool them down? In his previous life, he had seen the Huama continent next door, and Mu Yang knew that a certain alchemist's cold fire could also extract the essence of herbs and refine pills. Since alchemy is feasible, then it should be no problem for him to use cold fire to refine weapons, right? The next second, accompanied by a wave of soul power, a streak of ice blue light shot out from Mu Yang's hand and landed on the cubic silver ingot on the forging table. As soon as it fell, the ice blue streak turned into a burning ice blue flame and began to burn the silver ingot. End of this chapter. 95 Chapter 95 Magical Room Temperature Silver Water. 95. It shouldn't be, it seems that there is no change. After a long time, looking at the unchanged silver ingot on the forging table, Mu Yang continued to inject soul power to keep the ice flame burning and thought to himself. Suddenly, just as Mu Yang was about to disperse the ice flame soul power and replace it with a single fire soul power for heating, he saw that the originally cubic silver ingot suddenly turned into a large pool of silver water and scattered on the forging table. Suddenly, Mu Yang's eyes widened. What's going on? The silver ingot melted directly like an ice cube exposed to the sun? Not feeling the blazing heat of the silver water, Mu Yang thought about it, stretched out his finger, and poked the silver that turned into silver water. With the 100,000-year soul bone skill of the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, wildfires cannot burn it all, spring breezes blow and it grows again, he is not afraid of any irreparable injuries. Even if his fingers are scrapped, he can regenerate the broken limbs. Hey! Room temperature. As soon as his fingers touched the melted silver water, Mu Yang found that the melted silver water was neither hot nor cold. Except for its high density and silvery white color, it was almost the same as touching room temperature water. However, after a while, Mu Yang found that the melted silver water gradually showed signs of solidification through the touch of his fingers. 3 minutes later, the silver water scattered on the forging table lost its wonderful properties and returned to solid from room temperature liquid. If the shape of the silver ingot on the forging table had not changed from the initial cube to the current flat irregular shape, Mu Yang would have subconsciously thought that the wonderful room temperature silver water was his illusion. It is obvious that the reason why the silver was liquefied was due to the special flame of ice flame. The reason why the liquefied silver water returned to solid was because the ice flame was extinguished, making it impossible to continue to maintain this special state. Although ice flames cannot heat metals when burning metals, they can also soften or even liquefy metals. Touching his chin, Mu Yang thought in surprise. To be honest, it has been quite a while since the Hokage spirit transformed into the ice flame saint spirit, and it has also been quite a while since he switched to the ice flame meditation method. However, Mu Yang really didn't know that the ice flame he condensed could melt metal and keep the melted metal at room temperature. This is great. You should know that in the process of forging, heating the metal is just a process, not a purpose. The purpose of heating the metal is to make the metal more ductile and more suitable for forging. Although liquid shinion is not easy to forge, shinion does not liquefy at the moment of being burned by the ice flame. There is a process of transformation from solid to liquid. As long as the burning time of the ice flame is controlled well, the difference between heating the shinion with a very high temperature flame is that the former is softened at room temperature and the latter is softened at high temperature. Well, there is no need to find a fire-making tool person, he is one himself. The ice blue streak in his hand shot out, and the ice flame ignited, burning the flat irregular silver into silver water again. Then, under the guidance of soul power, it was reshaped into a square silver ingot. Mu Yang took the silver ingot off the forging table and replaced it with a rough iron ingot after preliminary smelting. The new heating method made Mu Yang think of a new forging method. He first practiced with ordinary iron ingots, and then arranged the silver after getting familiar with it. Half an hour later, looking at the many hundred forged iron ingots piled up on the side of the forging table, Mu Yang nodded with satisfaction. It should be said that with the special effect of ice flame and new forging method, without heating, the efficiency of his 100 forged iron essence has increased exponentially. After all, even if it is just an ordinary iron ingot, it has to be burned for a long time before it is suitable for forging. Of course, if you really want to strictly calculate, the time required to forge a piece of metal must exclude the time for heating the metal. If you just forge a piece of metal, you do have to count the time for heating the metal. If multiple pieces can be forged, when forging the first piece of metal, the second piece, or even the third or more pieces of metal can be put into the heating furnace for heating. Therefore, saving the time of heating the metal cannot be regarded as a real improvement in the efficiency of metal forging. Unless it takes a long time to forge a piece of metal, the metal needs to be heated twice or more times during the forging process. The efficiency of forging a rough iron ingot into iron essence after 100 forgings has increased exponentially. The main reason is that compared with the ordinary forging before, Mu Yang added his own soul power during the forging process, which made the efficiency increased exponentially. Moving the 1-foot square silver ingot back to the forging table, Mu Yang took a deep breath while holding the forging hammer, and then the ice blue soul power radiance emerged and injected into the forging hammer in his hand. Although the material of his forging hammer is ordinary and is only made of 100 forging iron essence, it can also withstand the infusion of soul power. At most, the soul power conductivity is poor and there is some loss. Dang! Using the Tien gang hammer, Mu Yang used his legs to guide his waist and his waist to guide his arms. He smashed the silver ingot with a hammer. Then, with the help of the recoil force generated by the hammer, Mu Yang rotated his body and hit it again. At the same time, at the moment when the forging hammer fell, the ice flame soul power infused on the hammer flashed, and the soul power penetrated into the silver ingot, turning into ice flame fire to burn. Dang dang dang! While rotating, the forging hammer in Mu Yang's hand struck out one after another. With each hammer that fell, the ice flame soul power penetrated into the silver ingot. While forging, the infiltrated ice flame soul power turned into ice flame fire to burn the silver ingot. For a while, the rhythmic sound of metal knocking resounded throughout the forging room. After a while, the volume of the silver ingot that had been initially smelted on the forging table shrank by a circle, completing the 100 forging purification. After the 100 forgings and purification were completed, Mu Yang did not stop the forging hammer in his hand, because this time, his goal was to break through the bottleneck of the 100 forgings and achieve the first metal 1000 forging in the history of the continent. Dang dang dang! The sound of metal knocking continued to echo in the forging room. In his mind, he recalled the knowledge of the 1000 forgings and the key points of breakthrough of the forging secret method of Tien gang hammer. Gradually, Mu Yang, who kept hammering the silver ingot, entered a wonderful state. At this moment, in Mu Yang's perception, the silver ingot under his hammer seemed to have a breath of life. With each hammer fall, the insignificant breath of life was slowly increasing. After an unknown period of time, with the continuous forging, the vitality in the silver ingot accumulated to the peak. Suddenly, the silver ingot vibrated slightly during the forging, and then a touch of bright silver light suddenly rose into the air, reflecting the entire forging room in silver and white. Thanks to my friends Han, Tang Zhenxi, Yuan Shudi Izi, Yu Jun, Lujian, and Chenjia Wushuan for their monthly tickets. Thanks to my friends Xing Huan Meng Long, 202206061636325572, Wanfan_, 20210301106582636334, Ji Shi, Yanhua Wohen, Lenghan Fenjiun, Chui Meng Dao Xizhou.ec, 202103017402225204, Liang Fei Dejikao, Lujian, and G. for their recommendation tickets. End of this chapter. 96 Chapter 96 Core Way, Great Strength Creates Miracles. 96. Thousand Forging Spiritual Light. Looking at the gorgeous silver light rising from the silver ingot on the forging table, Mu Yang couldn't help but exclaimed with excitement. Unlike the 100 forging purification, after the metal forging level enters the 1000 forging, the spiritual light will appear. The spiritual light is the sign of the metal 1000 forging. That is to say, the first metal 1000 forging in the history of Douluo continent was completed in the hands of Mu Yang. Although he is only a small 4-ring soul master now, at this moment, he, as a small 4-ring soul master, is worthy of being remembered by history. Because from this moment on, the blacksmiths on Douluo continent will usher in unprecedented light. Blacksmiths, who were regarded as lowly by the lofty soul masters in the past, are destined to usher in nirvana and rebirth in the near future, and transform gorgeously into forgers. Once the special soul guide of Dukai comes out, even if it is only 1000 forging master, it will be the existence that most soul masters kneel down to lick, not to mention the spirit forging master, soul forging saint craftsman and even the heaven forging god craftsman. There are many titled Douluo who serve as dogs for the spirit hall, but because the soul master's cultivation system is not highly dependent on external objects, there are not many titled elders that the spirit hall can repay. The heavenly forging divine craftsman can forge heavenly forging metal, which can be used to forge 4-character battle armor. 4-character battle armor can raise the strength of the 9-ring titled Douluo to the level of 99 peerless Douluo in one fell swoop. Since there are quite a few titled Douluo willing to serve the spirit hall as dogs, there should not be too many titled Douluo willing to kneel and lick the heavenly forging divine craftsman. However, Mu Yang did not have time to think too much at this time. A trace of soul power appeared on the fingertips of his left hand, and he gently scratched his right wrist. A bright red blood spurted out and fell on the Qianduan Chinayan with a bright aura. Then, the soul bone skill, wildfire can't burn it out, spring breeze blows and regenerates it. The wound on the right wrist healed rapidly, and Mu Yang looked at the piece of metal shining with silver light on the forging table with burning eyes. Soon, the gorgeous silver light converged, revealing the appearance of the metal itself. Compared with the beginning, the volume of Shinayan has shrunk a lot, and its bright silver color has turned into a grey matte color. On the grey metal surface, layers of flame-like dark patterns that seemed to be deliberately engraved but were actually extremely smooth seemed to breed a magnificent vitality. What was even more bizarre was that when Mu Yang looked at it, he actually felt a sense of flesh and blood connection. This feeling was particularly wonderful, as if this piece of Shinayan should have been a part of his body. It was not that the 1000 forged metal could be connected to the forger by blood, but that the metal after the blood sacrifice could have a blood relationship with the person who recognized the master. Blood sacrifice metal, a way of recognizing the master of metals at the 1000 forged and above levels. After the blood sacrifice of the metal, it seemed to become a part of the person who recognized the master, and when using it, it could achieve the effect of using the fingers like an arm, and it could also prevent others from using it normally. Flame pattern. Is it because of the ice flame? Looking carefully at the flame-like pattern on the surface of the 1000 forged Shinayan, Mu Yang couldn't help but think to himself. Shaking his head, Mu Yang did not think much about it. Regardless of whether the flame-like patterns on the surface of Shenyin were due to the ice flame, it could not change the fact that Shenyin was already 1000 forged Shenyin. Closing his eyes, Mu Yang carefully recalled the mysterious perception of the previous 1000 forged Shenyin. He clearly remembered that when he entered that wonderful state, every time the forging hammer in his hand fell, it seemed to have a special resonance with Shenyin. It was a very strange feeling. The Shenyin in the forging seemed to come alive. He breathed, and Shenyin also breathed. Every time the hammer fell, it seemed to be infusing a seed with a trace of vitality. When this vitality climbed to the extreme, the quantitative change became a qualitative change, Shen Yin sublimated, and bloomed with brilliant spiritual light. At this point, Shen Yin was successfully forged 1,000 times. Is it evening already? Opening his eyes and looking through the window, Mu Yang found that it was sunset. When he started forging the sunken silver, it was only 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In other words, it would take only 100 forgings to complete the sunken silver. The 1,000 forgings took him more than 3 hours. However, this was only the first time. If he continued to forge the silver, Mu Yang believed that he could definitely complete a 1-foot square piece of silver within an hour. Even with his not-so-low soul power cultivation, half an hour might be enough. Then, Mu Yang's eyes fell on the 1,000 forged silver on the forging table again. The silver had been forged, but at this time, it was just a metal ingot and had to be shaped into a forging hammer. As the saying goes, if you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. How can a forger not have a forging hammer? The iron hammer at the 100 forging level has long been outdated. The soul power in his hand glowed with an ice blue soul power, turning into a streak of light that fell on the 1,000 forged silver, and the ice flame burned fiercely. After a while, the 1,000 forged silver melted, and then under the control of Mu Yang's soul power, it was evenly divided into 3 parts, one of which turned into a 1,000 forged silver ingot, and the other 2 turned into 2 grey forging hammers. During the process of the 1,000 forged silver, compared with the original silver ingot, if the impurities removed are not taken into account, the volume of the 1,000 forged silver is greatly reduced, but the weight is fixed and will not decrease due to forging. Even some metals will increase in weight after the 1,000 forged due to the special effects of the 1,000 forged. And the density of the silver is extremely high, far exceeding ordinary copper and iron, and is 3 times heavier than ordinary pure silver. A square foot in size weighs almost 2,500 kilograms. Even if the impurities contained in the silver ingot are removed, this piece of silver after the 1,000 forged weighs 2,400 kilograms. If Mu Yang was not strong, it would be difficult to move. You said that a square foot of silver weighs only 300 kilograms? Hehe, if this foot is 33.333 centimeters, then can the sinking silver be called sinking silver? With a volume of 1 foot square and a weight of 300 kilograms, the density is almost half of that of pure iron. If the density of sinking silver is only half of that of ordinary pure iron, although it cannot be called floating silver, it can definitely be called light silver, and is it worthy of being called sinking? Maybe the so-called 1 foot does not refer to an accurate length, but a slightly short ruler? A piece of Jianduan sinking silver weighing more than 2,400 kilograms is definitely not suitable for Mu Yang to be directly cast into a forging hammer. The 3 great hardships in life are rowing, iron making, and grinding tofu. Forging, iron making, itself is a strenuous job. If the forging hammer is too heavy, it will be too useless. The weight of the single handle reaches 800 jin, and the total weight of the 2 hammers is 1,600 jin. It is quite suitable for Mu Yang, who believes in great strength to create miracles. Well, although Mu Yang used the Tien gang hammer when forging, this is only a superficial skill. The real core is great strength to create miracles. Mu Yang, I am responsible for the strength, who is responsible for the miracle. As for the remaining 800 jin of extra 1,000 forged silver, when his soul power level is improved and his physique is stronger in the future, he will integrate it into the silver hammer. End of this chapter. 97 Chapter 97 Shock Effect. 97. I hope there will be a suitable 1,000 forged special effect. Looking at the freshly baked 1,000 forged silver hammer, Mu Yang thought to himself. For any metal, 1,000 forging is a sublimation and qualitative change. This is not only reflected in the fact that the performance of the metal becomes stronger after 1,000 forging, but also the sublimation special effect after 1,000 forging is also a very important component. And perhaps because fate favors newcomers, the probability of the metal forged by the forger for the first time is very high. It is precisely because of this that Mu Yang broke through the 1,000 forging with Shinayan, a rare metal suitable for casting forging hammers, and performed a blood sacrifice. However, the 1,000 forging special effects are not fixed. It is a blind box. In addition to the absence of thank you for your patronage, there will also be useless special effects when there are big prizes. Useless special effects are not necessarily bad, but this special effect is not suitable for the creation of this piece of 1,000 forging metal. For example, his Shinayan double hammers at the moment, if the 1,000 forging special effect is sharp, then this special effect is a useless special effect. But the sharp special effect is placed on the 1000 forging metal that is prepared to be used to create sword-like attack soul guides, but it is one of the best special effects. Therefore, the strength and weakness of the 1000 forging metal sublimation special effect must be judged by the use of the 1000 forging metal itself. Taking another 1 foot square, unforged silver ingot, Mu Yang picked up a silver hammer and tapped it lightly. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. Obviously, the 1000 forged special effect of the silver hammers was not the stacked hammer special effect encountered by a certain protagonist in later generations, but Mu Yang had a smile on his lips. Although it was not the stacked hammer special effect, Mu Yang was keenly aware that at the moment when the forging hammer fell, a slight vibration force appeared in the silver ingot. Without hesitation, Mu Yang took the other silver hammer in his hand, and then the ice-blue ice flame soul power surged from both hands and injected into the 1000 forged silver hammers. He used the forging secret skill, Tien Gang Hammer, and the right hammer smashed down with a whistling sound. Dang! A violent metal clang sounded, and the ice flame soul power penetrated into the silver ingot, turning into ice flame fire to burn. At the same time, a strong shock force reverberated in the silver ingot. Under the action of the force, the impurities in the silver ingot were shaken out, and the volume was also visibly reduced in proportion. With the help of the rebound force, Mu Yang retracted his right hammer, turned his body around, and smashed down with his left hammer. The ice flame soul power penetrated again, and the shock force reappeared. While the volume of the silver ingot was reduced again, some impurities were shaken out. At this moment, Mu Yang, holding the silver hammers, was like a crazy spinning top, and the left and right hammers kept hitting in a very regular manner. For a while, the rhythmic metal knocking sound rang out again in the whole forging room. Turbulent. After a quarter of an hour, the silver ingot, whose vitality had accumulated to the peak, suddenly lit up a brilliant silver light, reflecting the entire forging room in silver and white. The silver ingot was forged 1000 times, and it was done. Time, a quarter of an hour. After forging the 1000 forged silver again, Mu Yang did not perform a blood sacrifice. Under the illumination of the 1000 forging spiritual light, he looked at the silver double hammers in his hands with joy on his face. He was just a beginner in the 1000 forging, but he was able to complete the 1000 forging in just a quarter of an hour, which was simply a flying speed. If it were the era of Armor Hero, the 1000 forging metal market would be mature, and he would have to count money until his hands cramped just by relying on such efficient 1000 forging. Let's call it shock effect. Mu Yang did not know the specific name of the 1000 forging special effect of the 1000 forging silver double hammers, which could generate shock force, but it didn't matter. No matter how his 1000 forging skills came from, he was the pioneer of the mainland forgers, and the naming rights were in his hands. The shock force generated by the shock effect can act evenly on the entire object. For example, the point where the silver hammer landed was only a corner of the metal, but the shock effect could play a similar role as the characteristics of transforming points and surfaces, and forge the metal as a whole. Although the specific power of the vibration force acting evenly on the whole piece of metal is not the same as the force of Mu Yang's hammer, the two are linked. The stronger the force of the hammer, the stronger the vibration force generated. This is undoubtedly in line with Mu Yang's great strength creates miracles hammering method. It is precisely because of this that Mu Yang was able to complete the 1000 forgings of Shenayan in just a quarter of an hour. On the forging table, the gorgeous 1000 forging spiritual light gradually converged, revealing the grey Shenayan after the 1000 forging. At this time, a surprised voice sounded from the door of the forging room, "Xiao Yang, what's the matter with the silver light just now?" And, that was the 1000 forging spiritual light. Putting down the 1000 forging Shenayan double hammers in his hand, Mu Yang turned and said to Shuiyanyu, who had been looking at the door for a while. "1000 forging spiritual light." Shuiyanyu couldn't help showing a blank look in her eyes. It is a unique phenomenon that occurs after the metal forging level reaches a certain level. I call this level 1000 forgings, and the brilliant light that blooms, I call 1000 forgings spiritual light. "Xiao Yang, have you reached a new level in blacksmithing?" Shuiyanyu asked with a strange look on her face. Although Shuiyanyu didn't know much about the profession of blacksmith, she also knew that blacksmiths couldn't make metal bloom as brilliantly as before when they were forging. Obviously, this was Mu Yang's new trick. "Ahem, and, I think I need to correct it. If it was before noon today, you could say I was just a blacksmith, but from now on, I am already a qualified blacksmith." Clearing his throat, Mu Yang corrected with a serious look. "And he is not only a blacksmith, but also a master blacksmith. Not to mention now, even in the armored warrior era when the god craftsman was born, a blacksmith who mastered the 1,000 forgings of metal can be worthy of the title of master blacksmith. Okay, you are a forger, and a forging master, okay. Seeing Mu Yang's serious look, Shui Yunyu said jokingly. However, Mu Yang can come up with new tricks in blacksmithing, so it's not impossible to be called the forging master. You know, if we only talk about blacksmithing, the 3 masters on the mainland haven't come up with new tricks yet. Well, it's because Mu Yang learned blacksmithing, and he said that the iron he forged is extraordinary. Shui Yunyu especially went to learn about the general situation of the blacksmith industry, otherwise she wouldn't know that the famous Haoshan Douluo is actually one of the 3 great master craftsmen in the world. I don't dare to be a master craftsman, I'm just a forging master. Mu Yang hurriedly waved his hand and said modestly. Mu Yang knew very well what the concept of a real master craftsman was and what kind of gold content it had. He, a newbie who had just stepped into the road of forging, didn't dare to touch porcelain. Thank you to my friends 20210301740222520 Blue Ice Rose Knight, Star Fantasy Dream Dragon, Max Z, Achilles, 20220904215732374, Yakumo Yao, and Chu Yuan for their monthly tickets. Thank you to my friends 20210301740222520 202103011065826306334, 2017100412350545, 2022060616332572, Star Fantasy Dream Dragon, and Xiao Xiang Feng for their recommendation tickets. End of this chapter. 98 Chapter 98 Prejudice of the Times. 98. Okay, then may I ask our Master Mu, what is so special about the 1,000 forging metal you mentioned? Glancing at the grey unknown metal on the forging table, Shui Yunyu said with a smile. Mu Yang did not answer immediately, but released the ice flame, melting a small piece of the newly forged 1,000 forged silver ingot and shaping it into a foot-long silver-grey short knife. 1,000 forged metal once reshaped, it will destroy the internal structure and affect the quality of the metal. In order not to reduce the quality of the metal, the 1,000 forged silver that has been shaped into a short knife should not be reshaped into other shapes. In fact, after completing the 1,000 forged and providing him with some forging experience, the value of this 1,000 forged silver in Mu Yang's eyes has ended. After all, he is not going to sell it, and in addition to making a casting hammer, he has no intention of using the 1,000 forged silver to make tools, so it is a waste. In the future, when he is improving his skills, he must not forge too much 1,000 forged metal. It's just a little material, and Mu Yang doesn't care at all. Then, Mu Yang used the same method to make 100 forged silver short knife of the same size with the 100 forged silver ingots piled up in the corner of the forging room. And, these 2 short knives are made of a rare metal called silver, but the silver grey one is 1,000 forged silver. As for the specific effect, you will know after injecting soul power into it. As he said, Mu Yang handed the 2 short knives to Shui Yunyu. It's the same metal? How can you change the color of metal after forging it for 1,000 times? Shui Yunyu asked curiously after taking the 2 short knives. I don't know about this either. Anyway, it is 1,000 forged silver. Maybe it's similar to the soul beasts whose colors change after a qualitative change in their cultivation. Mu Yang didn't know why the silver-white silver turned into silver-grey after forging it for 1,000 times, but he was not surprised by it. For example, the evil repelling golden bamboo he had hunted was green for less than 100 years, silver for 100 years, gold for 1,000 years, and purple gold for more than 10,000 years. It's just a change in color, which is normal. Shui Yunyu. The next moment, Shui Yunyu, who injected her soul power into the 2 short knives, showed a hint of surprise on her face. As an 8-ring soul Douluo, Shui Yunyu is very familiar with the strength of her soul power. After injecting soul power into the silver-grey 1,000 forged silver short knife, Shui Yunyu keenly noticed that the soul power she injected into it had increased, while the soul power injected into the other silver-white silver short knife did not show any signs of increase. However, the increase in soul power by this 1,000 forged silver short knife is negligible, and it seems useless. Xiao Yang, your 1,000 forged metal doesn't seem to be that great. Although it can increase soul power to a certain extent, the increase is too weak. It is really a chicken rib. After testing it, Shui Yunyu shook her head and gave her evaluation. Hearing this, Mu Yang's face turned pale and said, "Aunt, is it because your soul power level is too high?" "Just kidding, you are an 8-ring soul Douluo, and the 1000 forged silver can bring a little soul power increase, which is already very remarkable, right? It's like a low-level soul master using auxiliary soul skills for a high-level soul master. Even if it's not completely ineffective, the specific effect will be greatly reduced, right? Is that so?" Shui Yunyu frowned slightly. "Yet." Mu Yang nodded. After a moment of silence, Shui Yunyu said, "It seems to be useless. After all, soul masters rarely rely on external objects in battle." Shui Yunyu still doesn't think that Jianduan metal is worthy of praise. At least she hasn't seen a suitable application scenario. The strength of the soul master on the combat side is basically in his own martial soul and soul skills, and he doesn't need external objects such as swords as weapons. And the soul master on the auxiliary side, except for a few cases like Mu Yang, is weak and doesn't need weapons either. If it is made into armor, Shui Yunyu feels very clearly that perhaps this Jianduan Shinayan can have a strong soul power increase for low-level soul masters, and the metal itself is also very strong, but the density of Jianduan Shinayan is at least several times that of ordinary copper and iron, which is undoubtedly too heavy. If you wear the 1000 forged silver armor, your speed will definitely drop a lot, or even be unaffordable. Sacrificing your own speed to improve defense and gain a certain amount of soul power increase is not advisable for soul masters whose physical strength is not enough to easily bear the weight of the armor. Hehe. Being underestimated, Mu Yang twitched his mouth, but did not say anything to refute. Mu Yang, prejudice. Prejudice of the times. When will we, the forgers, be able to rise? Not to mention, the effect of the 1000 forged metal itself is indeed very limited. But when the forging level of the metal is high, even if it is just pure metal, it can play a huge role. For example, if the spirit-forged blue copper is made into a pure metal full-body armor, with its powerful defense, good soul power increase, and the characteristics that the spirit-forged and above metals can be taken into the body of the soul master and can be instantly materialized, for soul masters at the 5th or 6th ring level, the effect may be no less than an armor-type external soul bone. And this is the performance of the metal itself. After being forged by the forger, the biggest role of the metal is to make battle armor. If there is no 1000 forged metal, the soul guide array can only be engraved on the rare metal of the 100 forged purification level. Even if the soul guide array is more advanced, the battle armor, fake, produced will not allow the 5-ring soul king to have the strength of the 7-ring soul saint. The same is true for battle armor and other soul guides. Without powerful metal as manufacturing material, how can the soul guides of later generations create fixed-type soul guides powerful enough to kill gods? By the way, Xiao Yang, didn't you say you wanted a soul guide some time ago? I found some for you, but the production method of soul guides has long been lost, and these soul guides are basically scrapped. Even if they are not scrapped, they will be soon. Shui Yunyu handed a soul guide storage wristband to Mu Yang. Thank you, Aunt. It's okay to have a scrapped soul guide, I just used it for reference. When he heard that there was a soul guide, Mu Yang's eyes lit up, and he immediately took the soul guide storage wristband handed over by Shui Yunyu. Whether the soul guide is scrapped or not has little impact on Mu Yang. What he wants is to be able to witness the soul guide array engraved in the soul guide with his own eyes. The ability to deduce talents is very mysterious. As long as he provides a direction and sets a goal, if it is feasible, then all the laws in the world can be deduced. At most, it takes a long time. And the correct relevant knowledge, what you see and hear can all improve the efficiency of deduction. Therefore, Mu Yang feels that he needs to take a look at the soul guide arrays engraved inside the various soul guides on the mainland. Mastering various soul guide arrays belongs to what you know, and watching various soul guide arrays belongs to what you know. Seeing that the theories he knew about battle armor were just what he had heard, Mu Yang was not prepared to pursue what he had known. He just needed to do what he had seen on the basis of what he had heard. As long as the soul guide array he had seen could be applied to battle armor, even if it was only a small part, it could improve the efficiency of deducing the method of manufacturing battle armor. Therefore, whether the soul guide device was scrapped or damaged would not have much impact. After all, as long as the exterior of the soul guide device was intact, the soul guide array inside would not be a mess, at most there would be some minor defects. Although a soul guide array with minor defects would make the soul guide device scrapped, it could provide Mu Yang with what he had seen just like a complete soul guide array. End of this chapter. 99 Chapter 99 Fifth Soul Skill, Jade Thorn Ginseng. 99. Time flies, 3 years later. In a spacious indoor training ground at Tien College, a team battle training is taking place. One side has 8 people, while the other has only 1 person, which is really a case of outnumbering the minority. But fighting spirits, it is not about which side has more people to win. This is indeed the case. Even if the 8 people work together and have a tacit understanding in terms of cooperation, the situation is still not optimistic. There is no other reason. The one fighting against the 8 people whose highest level is only the 5-ring Soul King is a 7-ring fighting Soul Saint. With the strength of the 7-ring Soul Saint, even if he does not release his martial soul true body, it is enough to easily deal with 8 5-ring Soul Kings, not to mention that among the 8 people in the field, only 3 are 5-ring Soul Kings, and the other 5 are 2 4-ring Soul Lords and 3 3-ring Soul Masters. The essence of all things in the world, Jade. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the 5-ring soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black bloomed after the disguise of the body. The 5th soul ring on Mu Yang, who was wearing the external soul bone, crystal scale armor, flashed continuously. As the soul power surged, he quickly created 2 green ginsengs and threw them to Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. After taking the green ginseng thrown by Mu Yang, the 2 sisters immediately took it. After the green light condensed by the Jasper Guardian ginseng, a layer of black light appeared on their bodies again. 5th soul skill, Jade Thorn Ginseng, a food-related soul skill with a year of nearly 50,000 years. After eating, it condenses the light of thorns and rebounds 40% of the opponent's physical and energy attacks in the form of mental shock. And because this mental shock is not actively released by the eater himself, there is no disadvantage that the opponent's mental power is strong and he will suffer mental backlash. 4th soul skill, Shock Water Wave. Just then, the 4th soul ring of Chu Shuping, the vice president of Tien College, who was serving as a sparring partner, flashed, and the azure soul power suddenly shone, and then a circle of water waves spread out at a very fast speed. The water waves spread very quickly and over a large area. Caught off guard, except for the auxiliary soul master Swu at the back of the team, and Mu Yang, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer who had reached the level of 5-ring soul kings, the remaining 4 members of the Tien Shui team were directly blown away by the rapidly spreading water waves and fell outside the white circle in the center of the training ground. According to the predetermined combat training rules, those who leave the white circle and touch the ground will be considered defeated and cannot join the battle again. Mu Boy, I use the control soul skill to clear the field, how should you respond? After eliminating 4 people with 1 control soul skill, Chu Shuping asked Mu Yang with a smile. She was naturally aware of the effect of the Jade Thorn Ginseng. Although the anti-injury effect of the Jade Thorn Ginseng was far less than 40% for Chu Shuping due to the significant difference in the soul power levels of both parties, she still did not want to experience the mental shock from the rebound of her own attack. Aunt Chu, what else can I do in the face of a master like you? Of course, it's cold. Binger. As soon as the words fell, following the connection between the martial souls, a layer of illusory ice blue flames ignited on Mu Yang's body. Facing Chu Shuping, a 7-ring soul saint, Mu Yang had no choice but to use the martial soul fusion technique. Even the illusion god secret technique was not enough. After all, his Tien refining spirit realm had just entered the middle of the 3rd full moon, and his mental power level was limited compared to that of an ordinary 70-level soul master. Whether it was the real illusion or the soul capture secret technique, it could not play the role that Chu Shuping, a high-level soul saint, should have, and he even had to suffer mental backlash. There was no need for Mu Yang to say much. Shui Binger, who knew Mu Yang's plan, also had an ice blue light on her body. However, just when the two were about to activate the martial soul fusion technique, Chu Shuping spoke unhappily, "Stop. Stop fighting." What's wrong?" Mu Yang was stunned for a moment, a little confused. "Okay, why don't you fight?" "Hey, I am training the actual combat ability of Team Tien Shui. You are not a member of Team Tien Shui. Why should I waste my energy on dealing with your soul fusion skills? Unless in the Soul Master competition 3 months later, Xiao Miyuji will participate on behalf of the academy." Chu Shuping said with a smile. Well, one thing she didn't say was that she wasn't sure she could win the 2 people's martial soul fusion skills. The soul power level of the 2 is not far from level 60. They jointly performed the martial soul fusion skill, and their basic strength stabilized into the 7th ring. Although it was probably not as good as the 7th ring fighting soul saint who released the true form of the martial soul, but with that episode it's hard to say who will win with the special ice flames and various secret techniques that combine attack and control. As an elder and the deputy dean of the college, Chu Shuping wants to save face. Even if she is destined to be overtaken by the juniors in the future, she can't fall into the hands of the juniors so quickly, right? Haha. Hearing this, Mu Yang glanced at Chu Shuping, then glanced at Shui Yunya who was watching the battle on the side, smiled sheepishly, and dispersed the illusory ice flames ignited on his body. Representing Tien Shui College in the Soul Master competition in March? No, he, Mu Yang, cannot be a traitor. Although Tien Shui College treated him well, Shiwo College did the same. In the past few years, he had been drinking silver tea that had a restorative effect every day. This is not just because he has the uncle of the dean and the aunt of the vice dean, but also because Blazing Academy vigorously cultivates the most talented students in the academy. This kind of treatment is not even as good as Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu, the dean's own son and daughter. Since the establishment of Blazing Fire Academy, although it is not that it has not won the Soul Master Competition Championship, that is all in the old calendar. He himself is a member of Blazing Fire Academy, so he must win the Soul Master Competition Championship for the college, right? Because the secret of whale glue was semi-publicly announced by Blazing Fire Academy, the strength of each strong team in this Soul Master competition is definitely stronger than that in the original work, let alone the previous ones. With the help of fairy herbs, Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu have made great progress in strength over the past few years. However, because the training time is not too long, they are still far behind level 60. If he represents Tien Shui Academy in the competition, and the Blazing Fire Academy team competes with a main lineup of 2 5-ring Soul Kings, and 5 4-ring Soul Masters or 3-ring Soul Masters, the results of this Soul Master competition will probably not even come in second place. If you can't get it, you can only be ranked third at most, and even falling out of the top 3 is not impossible. Needless to say, the championship team must belong to the Tien Shui Academy team with Mu Yang joining. A few days ago, his soul power level reached level 58 Soul King, and Shui Binger is even level 59 Soul King. If he joins Tien Shui team, the martial soul fusion skills, Ice Flame Phoenix or Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow will be available in the competition. Tien Shui College firmly won the championship honor. Unless Jian Rongxu returns to the Spirit Hall and represents the Spirit Academy in the competition, no one among the senior Spirit Master Academies in the mainland who are under the age of 25 can be an opponent of the 2 Spirit Fusion skills. Thank you friends Yu, Fallen Knight, I want to go home. Monthly ticket of 20230424164549017143529. Thanks to my friends, how can 520 understand 1314, 2022060616363252, Zhou, 2024-030-2480, Xiao Xiang Feng, Xin Huan Menglong, Zhao Qiao Yang, Fallen Knight, Lubianka Lifetime Travel, 520. How can I understand 1314 for the recommendation votes? End of this chapter. 100. Chapter 100 being booked as the champion in advance. 100. With Mu Yang joining the team, the Tien Shui Academy team will securely be the champion in this Soul Master competition. Then the second runner-up must be the Wuhandian team. The strength of the Wuhandian team in the original work is not bad. Level 52 Xiaoyu and level 51 Hulina can activate the Wuhan fusion skill, Yume. They are the best among the 6-ring Soul Emperors, plus level 52 Yan. With 4 teammates at the 4th ring level, if it weren't for the halo of the opposite protagonist, the championship would definitely be theirs. Well, I think Bibi Dong thought the same way at the time, but in the end he was overturned. Wuhan Palace lost 3 soul bones, and among them was a skull of spiritual condensed wisdom that could be called the best soul bone. With the help of whale gum, the soul power levels of the 3 members of the Golden Generation in Wuhan Palace will inevitably be higher than in the original work. Especially Hulina. If nothing else goes wrong, Hulina's soul power level was around level 40 when Wuhan Palace learned the secret of whale glue. Xiaoyu and Yan must have advanced to the 4th ring soul sect at that time, but Hulina, who is 1 year younger than the 2 of them, if she is lucky and has not advanced to the 4th ring at that time, she will be able to take whale gum to gain additional the 4th and 5th soul rings that exceed the limit. And because Hulina herself is a spiritual soul master, her mental power far exceeds that of non-spiritual soul masters of the same level. Even without a head soul bone to increase her mental power, it is not impossible to add a fourth soul ring that is 10,000 years old. In this way, even if the soul power cultivation speed of these three people is still the same as in the original work, their soul power levels will be increased more due to the addition of over-limit soul rings. Xiaoyu and Yan will at least be better than those in the original work. One level higher, and Hulina is probably at least 2 levels higher. For Yan, the level is 1 or 2 levels higher, and the fifth soul ring is thousands or even tens of thousands of years older. In fact, it can't bring about qualitative changes. But Xiaoyu and Hulina are different. The higher the level and the older the soul ring, the stronger the martial soul fusion skills. In the original book, the martial soul fusion skills of the two can be the best among the 6-ring soul emperors, and there was a record of defeating the 68-level war soul emperor. If the strength of the two is improved a little bit, they may be able to match the war soul saint who has a relatively poor soul ring configuration and has just entered the 7th ring. Of course, the premise is that the 7-ring soul saint has not released the martial soul true body, otherwise the two will probably not be able to withstand it. With such strength, it is no problem for the Wuhan Hall team to be ranked second. As for the Shrek 7 Devils, without the help of immortal herbs, perhaps they are still the rare genius soul masters on the continent. But their age is too young compared to other contestants. Even if they meet and form a team to participate in the Soul Master competition as in the original book, except for Dai Mubai, who is slightly older, the other 6 people cannot practice to the 4-ring Soul Master realm before the start of the competition. However, the Soul Master competition is not short. Perhaps before the finals, Xiao Wu and Tang San, who are transformed soul beasts, can advance to the 4th-ring soul sect. With such strength, even if Yu Xiaogang has developed the 7-in-1 soul skill fusion skill as in the original book, Shrek is definitely not the opponent of the Spirit Hall team. The reason why the Blazing Academy team may fall out of the top 3 is because there is a possibility of variables in the Xingluo Royal Academy. This variable is not that the Xingluo Royal Academy team will change players, but Davis, who was a soul sect with a soul power level of 49 in the finals of the Soul Master competition in the original book. Although Davis was probably already a 4th-ring soul sect when the Xingluo Empire learned the secret of whale glue, he failed to catch up with this wave of opportunities and attached a 4th soul ring with an excessive age. However, whale glue is a tonic. As the eldest prince of Xingluo, Davis will definitely eat a lot of it. It can help to break through the bottleneck. In addition, his soul power level in the original book is 49th level soul sect. It is possible that he can break through 50th level, and then add a super limit soul ring to advance to the 5-ring soul king. Zhu Ziyun should have caught up with the trend that Davis failed to catch up with. Although it is unlikely that he will become a 5-ring soul king from the 47th level soul sect in the original book, his strength has been further improved. Davis, who is at the 5-ring level, and Zhu Ziyun, who is at the high level of the 4th ring, will definitely not be a weakling among the 6-ring soul emperors once they join forces to launch the Nether White Tiger. With this kind of strength, plus the other 5 main players of the Xingluo Royal Academy team are also not bad. If Mu Yang is not there, the Blazing Fire Academy team will not be without the possibility of losing when facing the Xingluo Royal Academy. If he joins the Tien Shui team, the Tien Shui team can win the championship, while the Blazing Fire Academy can only be the 3rd at most, and if he is not careful, he will be the 4th. He still belongs to Blazing Fire Academy, so Blazing Fire team can win the championship, and Tien Shui team also has the martial soul fusion skill of ice and snow drifting, defeating the Nether White Tiger of Xingluo Royal team and competing with the Demon of Spirit Hall team for the runner-up position is not a problem. In terms of emotion and reason, he can't represent Tien Shui Academy in the competition, right? As for the Blazing Fire team with him can't beat the Spirit Hall team? Not possible. Unless Bibi Dong gives Hulina a special treatment and arranges a high-year head soul bone. Otherwise, once the real illusion or soul capture secret technique comes out, Hulina, who is only a 5-ring soul king, will kneel down, no matter how strong her martial soul fusion skill is. Is it possible for Bibi Dong to give Hulina a high-quality head soul bone? For example, in the original book, the head soul bone of 60,000 years of spiritual concentration that is used as a reward for the champion team of the Soul Master competition. This possibility does exist, but it is not great. After all, Bibi Dong is not Jian Sunji, and there are many elders in the Spirit Hall who oppose her. If Hulina has not made great contributions, even if she is the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she cannot legitimately give high-quality soul bones. Another thing is that if Bibi Dong gave the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration to Hu Lina in advance, then for Mu Yang, whether he can win the championship in the Soul Master competition will not become dispensable, but it is not a big deal. The reason why he wants to participate in the Soul Master competition is, first, to let Blazing Academy win the championship glory, and second, for the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration as a reward for the championship team, and the latter is more important than the former. Anyway, honors are just empty names, and the honor of winning the Soul Master competition is not as good as having one more 9-ring titled Douluo in the academy. The Soul Master competition is held every 5 years, but the dozens of high-level Soul Master academies in the entire continent cannot produce a 9-ring titled Douluo every 5 years on average, and even cannot produce one in 10 or 20 years. Except for the current Blazing Fire Academy, among all the high-level Soul Master academies in the continent, even if the nominal ones are counted, only the Wuhan High-Level Soul Master Academy has a 9-ring titled Douluo. And this is because the president of the Wuhan High-Level Soul Master Academy is concurrently the Pope of the Wuhan Hall. Perhaps for other academies, the championship honor of the Soul Master competition is a false name, but it also has many benefits, such as obtaining imperial sponsorship funds to attract more talented Soul Masters to enroll. But for the Blazing Fire Academy, which had fleeced a lot of other forces and had no shortage of teaching funds, it was only a false name. Because no matter whether the Blazing Fire Academy's performance in the Soul Master competition is good or bad, it cannot change the fact that the Blazing Fire Academy is the first choice for Fire-type talented Soul Masters in the Tiandu Empire. As for non-Fire-type Soul Masters, no matter how talented they are, the Blazing Fire Academy will not accept them. After all, there is no mimic training field with corresponding attributes in the academy, and accepting students isn't it delaying his future? As for Mu Yang, who is a food-oriented student, his second martial soul, Naruto, was a serious fire-attributed martial soul. If Mu Yang had only awakened the ginseng martial soul of the food-oriented school, Huo Lai and Mu Zio would not have allowed him to enter Shuo Academy, but would have arranged for him to enroll in Tiandu Royal Academy. End of this chapter. 101.